Chapter 1. You promised to develop Catch the Big Goose, yet you want to make the Jinling Defense Battle. In Qingzhou City, at the Jindi Jiangshan community, on the 12th floor of Building 3, Unit 3, on the balcony of Room 1201, a young man sits in a rocking chair, gazing out. The window, the city, is brightly lit. Driverless cars on the street are taking passengers to their respective destinations. The electronic screen in front of the opposite building, which was damaged a few days ago, is being repaired by drones equipped with robotic arms. A holographic helmet next to the young man is flashing with light. His phone is on speaker mode, and a slightly hoarse female voice comes from the other end. The development of Catch the Big Goose is going well. Why change the development direction? The mini-game is doing great. Why the big investment? Lin Yan, are you out of your mind? I have invested almost all my savings in you, and this is how you repay me? Do you know what will happen if I fail in this investment? Lin Yan fiddles with the thin, foldable smartphone in his hand. Even though he has been in this parallel world for a month now, he still marvels at the technology here. He chuckles while holding the phone. I know, miss, you'll be forced to return home for an arranged marriage, marrying that rich kid chosen by your chairman father, and then inherit the family business. In this day and age, I didn't expect there would still be arranged marriages. The woman's voice on the phone immediately becomes more heated. Try talking back again. Have you forgotten who helped you when your investment went bankrupt and you were at your wit's end? The reason I chose to invest in you, besides recognizing your talent, is entirely because of Chiu. Otherwise, if you had committed suicide, what would it have to do with me? Do you even remember how much debt you owe now? Lin Yan, unusually, falls silent for a moment. He recalls when he first crossed over to this parallel world, lying on a hospital bed, his phone inundated with debt collection messages, each one making his scalp tingle. Those debt collection texts are still vivid in his memory. Hello, Mr. Lin Yan, your debt on our platform is overdue by 10 days. Please repay promptly. Debt notice due to your overdue debt. Lin Yan, maliciously defaulting, our platform has issued a payment notice. Please pay as soon as possible. Tomato Finance. Lin Yan, overdue loan debt. Multiple communications have been ineffective. Our platform now. At that time, Lin Yan felt like the sky was falling. After finally crossing over, not only did he not reach the pinnacle of life, but he had also started with a terrible hand. In his previous life, he was just a struggling game planner, often scolded by players, but at least he didn't owe any small loans. Unexpectedly, after a car accident, he crossed over, and in 2 lifetimes, not only did his profession remain unchanged, but he also bore a mountain of debt. Lin Yan now remembers the former self in this world with a mix of pity and anger. A good game planner, yet he gambled on his dreams, wanting to create his own game, only to have his partner run off with the money. In despair, he took pills to commit suicide. If he hadn't crossed over, this world's Lin Yan would have already ended up in a crematorium. Perhaps there is no absolute despair in the world. After crossing over, Lin Yan quickly awakened a system called Historical Wars, a name that sounds powerful but is somewhat useless in practice. To put it simply, this system allows him to extract a holographic perspective of any war in Earth's history from his past life, pulling together all angles, all characters, and all timelines of a war into his mind. He can conduct a battlefield simulation in his head, playing any role and even trying to change the course of the war. He is the only player in this simulation, the king of war. When Lin Yan was lying in a hospital bed, his first reaction was, what a useless system. I crossed over, and the only golden finger is to play a war game in my head, right? But soon, he extracted some important intelligence from his former self's body. Firstly, this world is somewhat similar to his previous Earth, from history to culture, and can be classified as a parallel world. However, unlike Earth, this world underwent a meteor shower in the early 20th century, after which countries' technologies rapidly evolved as if they had been enlightened. Technologies such as magnetic levitation, drones, and biopharmaceuticals matured rapidly, and space exploration entered a new phase, with as many as 108 space stations and a lunar base completed 20 years ago, while the Mars base is being constructed alongside a space elevator. The 2 largest national blocks in the world are 2 federations, the Daxia Federation and the Milika Federation. These 2 federations balance and oppose each other, with various competitions occurring everywhere, from technology and finance to military matters. As for the smaller countries, they can only be considered vassals of these 2 giant federations. In recent years, The competition between the two federations has shifted from a hard military contest to mutual sanctions in finance and culture, especially in culture, with both sides striving to infiltrate each other. Historians in this world refer to this era as the cultural competition era. In the cultural competition era, the most cutting-edge cultural weapon is games. Games are regarded as the ninth art, in addition to the traditional 8 arts. Lin Yan estimates that the technology in this parallel world has developed at least 30 years more than in his previous Earth, with some technological advancements even surpassing 50 years. For example, the game development industry. Currently, the most advanced game development engine in this world is called Dreamkite No. 9, but Daxia Federation's netizens have given it a more melodious name, Nanku Ming. This game engine can be completely embedded in a holographic helmet, connecting with the human brain's consciousness. In a sense, as long as one masters the basic operations of the holographic helmet and game framework, they can quickly create a holographic game. Realizing this, Lin Yan immediately had a terrifying thought. Perhaps the World War system is meant for him to build games in this world. There are no useless systems, only useless hosts. He intends to use the system in his hands to become the true king of war on the battlefield of the cultural competition. Of course, he also faces 2 other problems: the outstanding small loan debts and the high rental cost of Nanku Ming. Without a starting fund, having a system is useless. But soon, a second turning point appeared. Lin Yan looked at his foldable smartphone and recalled the first time he saw this woman in the hospital. She wore a green long dress, white high heels, had long wavy hair, fair skin, a swan-like neck, and sharp, striking facial features. When she saw Lin Yan lying on the hospital bed, she said only 2 sentences. "I give you 2 choices. First, transfer the custody of Chiu to me. Second, I will give you an investment, and you help me make a game. If it fails, it's my loss. If it profits, we split it 50-50. But remember, this is all because of Chiu. Chiu. Lin Yan unconsciously turned his head at the mention of this name. As a result, a golden retriever with a light brown coat came running over, wagging its tail and carrying a small white dolphin toy, nuzzling against Lin Yan. That's right. Chiu is the golden retriever Lin Yan raised in his previous life. The woman's surname is Chu, and her name is Chu Hongyue. She is the only daughter of the chairman of the Jinling group in Qingzhou City, and her relationship with Lin Yan is that of dog friends, meaning her dog and Lin Yan's dog are good friends. Her purebred, show-quality golden retriever and Lin Yan's light brown golden retriever are the best of friends. The two had met several times while walking their dogs in a park. However, before his hospitalization, he and the beautiful, wealthy woman could only be considered acquaintances. Unexpectedly, after his misfortune, he found himself able to rely on such a connection. While lying on a hospital bed, Lin Yan did not hesitate to choose the second option. The first game he helped Chu Hongyue create was the wildly popular mini-game Goose Goose from his previous life. With the existing technology in this world, Lin Yan completed the production of this game in just 7 days. As of now, the total profit from Goose Goose has exceeded 5 million, and on the other end of the phone, Chu Hongyue was unaware that Lin Yan had been reminiscing about the past few months. She thought Lin Yan's silence during this time was due to being moved by her words. Therefore, her tone softened a bit. Lin Yan, you are a talented young man. From the Goose Goose you created, it's clear that the spoon balance mechanism is truly ingenious. But large-scale games are really too risky. You clearly have so many extraordinary ideas, like the sheep game you mentioned to me a while ago. I think it could be well produced and released on the market. And the game King's Assault you talked about is also a good game, especially the tagline, "It's not the glory of one, but the glory of the team." I really like that. The social mechanism within the game, along with the method of controlling win rates to create a hidden addiction for players, is fantastic, especially the win rate control. Although it's morally questionable, I have to admit, you are the most cunning and brilliant planner I've ever seen. If I were a player, I would lament that you didn't die in your suicide attempt. It's truly a case of the heavens being blind. With so many good ideas, why would you choose to create that uncertain World War game? Is there even a market for such a game? Lin Yan, holding the thin, delicate folding screen phone, suddenly sighed. But I always feel that only games like this can be considered real games. The games I've mentioned to you might make money, but they won't leave a significant mark in gaming history. The difference is well, if you ask a web novel author whether they want to write a quick, easy novel that can earn them tens of thousands in a month, or if they want to write something like Dream, of the Red Chamber or 100 Years of Solitude? Sorry, I forgot that our world has neither Dream of the Red Chamber nor 100 Years of Solitude. But you get the gist. To be honest, I've already rented the encoding engine this game. I must create. Miss, think about IT in today's world, with the two great federations engaged in fierce Cold War competitions, arms races, financial races, and the cultural competition that's been the most vigorous in recent years. No matter how well you develop Goose, it's just a mini program game. Anyone could replicate it in no time. Only by making World War can your game be called art. The country will commend you, the people will remember you, and your friends and family will admire you. Imagine that moment when you become an outstanding investor publicly recognized by the Great Xia Federation, and your uncle pats your shoulder, saying, "You truly are my daughter," surpassing the previous generation. Isn't this the scene you've always dreamed of? Chu Hingyue on the other end of the line fell unusually silent, with only her increasingly hurried breathing coming through the phone. Lin Yan's voice suddenly became hoarse as he pressed on. Moreover, I've carefully studied the history of the Great Xia Federation and found that over 100 years ago, it also suffered a humiliating invasion, losing more than half of its territory, with mountains and rivers devastated and the blood of the people staining the landscape. The Jiangning city of Jiangnan province, also known as Jinling City, was once filled with corpses and heads, with brothers and sisters becoming slaves of a fallen country. I don't know why, but I've been dreaming these days of returning to the Jinling of that year, shouting to the heavens and the earth, but receiving no response, where the old, weak, women and children all died under the slaughter of those evil ghosts. I keep wondering, if I were one of the soldiers guarding Jinling City back then, knowing all this later, would I regret not being able to defend Jinling City? If I were a time traveler arriving before Jinling's fall, what would I want to do? My answer is simple. I just want to take all the brothers and sisters of Jinling City away, back home. So the game I want to develop, the first copy I want to create is the Defense of Jinling. Players will take on the role of the soldiers defending Jinling before its fall, and they will use holographic helmets to return to the real Jinling City in the game I develop. What they do and how they do it will be entirely up to them. A woman's gasp came from the other end of the line. This is too risky. If a game with this theme is not done well, do you know what the consequences will be? Lin Yan chuckled softly that I know the online backlash will drown me. I won't be able to repay my small loans, and before my creditors turn me into a cement foundation, they'll kick me a couple of times. Simply put, if I don't do it well, I'm done for. But if I don't do it, I won't be satisfied, and I have confidence in myself. Boss, trust me once, relying solely on Goose, you can forget about being recognized by your father for the rest of your life. Lin Yan heard heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. How long until you can finish this game? Lin Yan turned around and rubbed his holographic helmet behind him a few times. 3 days. In 3 days, the game will launch on all platforms. I need you to release and promote 100,000 internal test slots within these 3 days. That I've calculated that this game needs at least 100,000 players to ensure every player has the best gaming experience. The first batch of players to experience the game will receive the title of Pioneer and will immerse themselves in the most realistic battlefield. They won't have strategies, their paths will be full of uncertainties, and they will face the most brutal beasts hidden. They are the first players. Of course, this is just promotional material for the players. As for game approval, I know you have connections, you can definitely get it approved quickly. Just tell the higher-ups that the core idea of this game is anti-war. It's about love and peace. It's patriotic propaganda. Trust me, we will definitely get approved. At that moment, Lin Yan heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva on the other end of the phone. You better not be falsely advertising in front of me. Fine, I'll trust you this once the future of my investment company, as well as your career and life, all depend on this game. If you die, I want custody of Chio. I hope your production of this game is already in the final stages. But at that moment, Lin Yan smiled, picked up the holographic helmet on the table, and hung up the phone. Sorry, boss. As an employee, it's perfectly normal to occasionally procrastinate, right? So it's also normal that I just started the production of this game, right? But don't blame me, I only just managed to extract all the data for Defense of Jinling from my system today. The game development technology in this world is very advanced, but when it comes to game creativity, I can only tell the industry peers in this world that you don't understand. What a game is, what the ninth art is, what true cultural promotion is, what true love and peace are. Chapter 2. Welcome players to Jinling City. Lin Yan, without hesitation, put on the holographic helmet. At the same time, an electronic female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is connected to the holographic system. You permit the holographic system to access and read the Golden Scale Defense War holographic model you redeemed this morning? Note, this model originally valued at 36,000 emotional points. After using the discount card for the beginner's gift pack, the value of this model set is 3,600 emotional points. After redeeming this model, the remaining emotional points are 28. A glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. The historical war system he had bound needed to accumulate emotional points to exchange for war holographic models. This output could come from players, audiences, or readers' emotional feedback based on the host's own creations like games, movies, novels, etc. A player, audience, or reader could only generate one emotional point when profoundly moved by the host's work, and they could only generate one emotional point every 7 days. Emotional points generated repeatedly within 7 days would not count again. The over 3,000 emotional points Lin Yan had accumulated were all from catching Big Goose. He couldn't even imagine how many times the players providing him with emotional points had played Catching Big Goose or watched 30-second ads to generate points recognized by the system. Regardless, Lin Yan was grateful for catching Big Goose. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Allow the holographic helmet system to connect. Then he lightly tapped his holographic helmet a few times. Start the Nankdream system. In the next moment, Lin Yan felt a wave of tingling throughout his body, and his eyes began to shimmer with a blue glow. He felt as if his brain had opened a door at that moment. An indescribable great power descended into his body through his brain. He exhaled again. Then, in a hoarse voice, he began issuing commands. Start constructing the world framework. The holographic helmet emitted an electronic female voice, repeating Lin Yan's words. Start constructing the world framework. Lin Yan's voice echoed again. Start extracting the world model. The holographic helmet repeated once more. Start extracting the world model. After a while, Lin Yan's complexion turned pale, but he showed no signs of stopping. Start structuring characters. The holographic helmet repeated again. Start structuring characters. Outside the window, the world grew darker, with lights from thousands of homes extinguished, and then a line of brightness appeared on the horizon, marking the arrival of dawn. As the sun rose in the east, the city was bustling with traffic, flowing endlessly. And when night fell, the city's street signs lit up with neon lights. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained seated with the holographic helmet on, as if in deep meditation. This process lasted a full 68 hours. After 68 hours, Lin Yan finally removed the helmet with trembling hands. The moment he took it off, beads of sweat flew off. Lin Yan's complexion was pale, his lips cracked. He was almost in a dehydrated state. He hadn't expected that constructing a game would lead him to such an immersive state. With unsteady steps, he walked to the table beside him and poured himself a glass of water. Then he unhesitatingly dialed Chu Hingyue's number. This moment, it was sunset. The setting sun in the distance was blood red. The evening breeze lifted the gauzy curtains on Lin Yan's balcony, casting a blood red hue on them. Lin Yan looked at the distant horizon, the sunset like blood. Just then, Chu Hingyue answered the call. Hello, boss. On the other end, Chu Hingyue was momentarily stunned. Lin Yan, why does your voice sound so hoarse? I've sent you messages these past few days, but you didn't reply to a single one. I almost thought you ran off with the money. You aren't developing the game to the point of neglecting food and sleep, are you? Lin Yan chuckled dryly. That's not important. How is the game's release promotion going? And how about the 100,000 internal testers? How are they arranged? The woman on the other end exhaled a breath of stale air. It's barely arranged. I've talked to the review department for internal testing. No game license is needed. But the subject you've chosen relates to history. So even if it's an alternate history, it somewhat echoes real history. So passing the review is very important for the feedback. From this internal test at AS for the 100,000 internal testers, that's even more challenging. There are too many shabby games on the market, and players have clearly lost too much patience. I've contacted dozens of game streamers and had them reach out to their fans, just barely helping you gather 100,000 people. The game's promotion time is too short, and there's no way to prepare in time. The only solution I can think of is to use these game streamers to help us promote it. I've even found one of the top 3 streamers in the gaming community. along with several other big and small streamers. They will all enter the game you created tonight at 8 p.m. to experience the golden scale defense war you mentioned. And for all this, the investment I've made is beyond your imagination. So now, tell me, how has the game you've put so much into turned out? Lin Yan's voice remained hoarse. His voice sounded like a traveler wandering alone in the desert. It's done. It can go live on the Crimson platform at any time. The Crimson platform is the gaming platform of this parallel world. It is also the exclusive gaming platform of the Great Xia Alliance. However, in recent years, due to the quality and creativity of game production lagging behind the other side's America, the download volume of the Crimson platform is far inferior to that of America's gaming platform Freedom's Domain. Chu Hingyue's tone on the other end carried a hint of melancholy. Are you really sure, Lin Yan? If I lose this bet, it doesn't matter, it's just some money lost. But if you lose, your life and fortune could all be gone. Putting everything on a single game? Is it worth it? Lin Yan chuckled dryly. I think it's worth it. I'm uploading this game now, so let those streamers and internal testers get ready. In 4 hours, Crimson, Historical War, Golden Scale Defense War will officially go live. And during this time, let me rest for 2 hours. Just 2 hours, and then call me back. As Lin Yan spoke, he put the holographic helmet back on, tapping his index finger on it. Then he heard the familiar electronic female voice from the helmet. The game you created has started uploading to the Crimson platform. Currently uploaded 1. After hearing this voice, he unsteadily stood up. He first walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out a plate of sauced beef, grabbed 2 slices, putting one in his mouth and the other into the mouth of the approaching puppy, Chio Chio. Then he wobbled over to the side of the bed. Before he could fully chew and swallow the sauced beef in his mouth, his body had already collapsed onto the bed, snoring. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Federation, Yanbei City. This is also the capital of the Great Xia Federation. The Weiniwu Academy community is one of the top 20 communities in terms of housing prices in Yanbei City, where only the rich or noble can live. All housing types in the Weiniwu Academy community are large flat floors, with the smallest being 180 square meters at this moment. In Building 6 on the 3rd floor of Weiniwu Academy, there's a classical decorated large flat floor, and one of the rooms has a cyberpunk style. On one wall of the room, there's a neatly arranged row of holographic helmets of various styles, shining with metallic luster under the soft LED light, from the earliest VR Pro 1.0 to the latest Neo X Ultra, fully recording the development of virtual reality technology over the past 30 years. The first-generation helmet looked like a bulky motorcycle helmet, while the latest model was as thin and light as a regular pair of glasses, with only a blue indicator light flickering on the temples to demonstrate its astonishing computational power. That a girl with delicate features, sucking on a lollipop, walked barefoot on an intelligent floor that changed color with pressure with each step she took, a faint pink ripple spread beneath her feet. The oversized shirt she wore had sleeves that hung down to her elbows, revealing her slender wrists adorned with a minimalist silver bracelet, which was currently the most advanced biometric and neural interface device. She blinked at the holographic camera hovering in midair, her eyelashes casting tiny shadows on her cheeks. In her pupils, a live stream screen appeared that only she could see. The girl chuckled softly. Main pack, I'm bored with games. What are you playing tonight? If it's fun, add me in. Whose shirt is that? Be honest. Brothers, let's rally together today to help Xia reach the 3rd position among daily active streamers in the Great Xia Federation. If successful, Xia will be the first female streamer in the Great Xia Federation. Hey, Xia comes from a wealthy family, so she doesn't care about this. Money isn't important to Xia, it's about glory. Do you understand glory? Xia, why don't you stream Interstellar Domination? Although it's made by the Americans, I have to say, the foreign devs do have some skills. Streamers all over the world are playing this Xia. With your looks, wit, and skills, you'll definitely go viral. Although saying this sounds like a traitor, the game development level in our country is indeed not on par with America. What's the hottest game recently? Catching geese. I'm really speechless. While others are conquering the stars and seas, our game devs are making catching geese. Yeah, I think so too. What kind of game is this? I had never heard of it before, and now Xia is playing it herself. The girl in the oversized shirt had a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Hey, I know all of you, my dear friends, are doing this for my sake. However, this friend of mine is also my dearest. She asked me, and I couldn't refuse her. We agreed to a 1-hour trial after 1 hour. If I find it boring, I can exit the game anytime. But this friend of mine boasts that this game will definitely exceed my expectations, so please look forward to it. Oh, by the way, my friend's company developed the last game, which was the sensational Catching Geese. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously glanced towards a photo on the table nearby. The photo was a double portrait where she wore a school uniform and smiled brightly. Next to her, another girl was half a head taller, with an unadorned face that appeared stunning due to her exquisite features. Meanwhile, the comments in her live stream continued to scroll frantically. The new game from the Catching Geese company. That's something to look forward to. What's there to look forward to? Do you want to see Xia stream Interstellar Domination or Catching Geese? I actually want to see Xia do the big swing. What useless thing, although I want to see it too. But by the way, what's the new game that Catching Geese is releasing? I've seen marketing accounts leak info. The new game is said to be called Sheep Got Sheep. If this game is fun, it'll stream washing my hair upside down. I swear, if I know how to play this broken game, before I play, it'll stream eating poop. Almost at the same time as Xia's live stream started, in the suburbs of Yanbei City, a flurry of flashing comments danced across the screen. On the leftmost projection, there was a line of small text. Welcome to the Old Khan Sauerkraut live stream. Dear viewers, our patrons, we go live every day at 2 p.m. In front of 3 holographic projection screens, there were 2 takeout boxes. A young man in a thin shirt, wearing a holographic helmet, was animatedly gesturing. Brothers, this yellow braised chicken rice is absolutely authentic. The young man snapped the disposable chopsticks, with oil splattering onto a bill marked with Nebula Loan. Did you see that? The chef down in my building, Sister Wong, is definitely a master chef. The camera hovered above the takeout boxes, capturing the sauce on the man's chin in sharp detail. The comments on the holographic projection screen exploded like fireworks. The host is eating alone again. What happened to the promised cross-dressing dance for the captain? Old Tan, this is your 8th yellow braised chicken this month. Is the owner downstairs your mother-in-law? Just came from Lightning Sister stream. What happened to the historical war game? It won't be another Reskin StarCraft, right? Come on, you're a host with over 10,000 viewers. Why is it so shabby? Hey, isn't it because there's a money-losing item at home? Throwing money at that loser every day. If it were me, I wouldn't know how easy life could be. Old Tan sucked his sauce-covered thumb, glancing at the comments. Moderator, kick out that guy who said my sister is a money loser. Then the young man looked at the floating camera with a brilliant smile. Dear viewers, let me reiterate the rules of our live stream. All of you are my patrons, and it's fine to joke about Old Tan. Dressing in women's clothes, dancing, playing games, as long as I can entertain you. That's what I should do. Feel free to call me a clown. But my sister isn't. My sister has been my only companion for years. Do you all know what relying on each other for survival means? It means that if one person leaves, the other feels like they've lost their life. Without me, Old Khan, my sister can't survive. Without my sister, I don't even know why I should live. The young man with hair as messy as a bird's nest suddenly choked up. The viewers in a live stream watched as the host's eyes turned red, quickly wiping his face with his sleeve. Damn, the owner definitely added onions to the rice. The comments suddenly fell silent for a moment. Amidst the dense ha-ha-ha, a few purple comments streaked by those were from longtime fans, a special color for premium supporters. Old Tan's sister is currently in the blood department of Yanbei 3rd Hospital. He came to Yanbei for his sister. So please support him. 2 rockets have been sent. Old Tan, treat yourself to something good. Old Tan, keep it up. In the live stream, you may be seen as a clown, but that's your job outside the live stream. Everyone should call you Brother Tan. Today's game should be an advertisement sponsored by the investor everyone. Please support it. I can be a clown, but my sister can't. And just as the comments crazily scrolled across the holographic screen, crimson fireworks suddenly exploded on the rightmost holographic projection screen in golden characters. Gradually emerged, Dear Pioneer, your reservation for the internal test qualification of Crimson. Historical War. Defense of Jinling has been activated. Countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The young man at the table froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he ran to the storage cabinet behind him, pulling out a worn holographic helmet, its back covered with crooked cartoon stickers of a cute mouse wearing a nurse's cap. He returned to the table, his eyes shining brightly. The barrage of comments flooded the screen again. Finally going to stream a new game. Old Tan, you've been catching geese for a whole week in a live stream. Yeah, if you catch another goose today, Even as your diehard fan, I won't be able to watch anymore. Can you play some big games? Like StarCraft Supremacy. All the popular streamers are playing this now. It's fun and has great show effects. Although I don't like America either, I have to admit, their games are really well made. Unlike us, the hottest game recently is Catching Geese. Even my grandpa is playing it. I wonder when our country will finally have a decent, holographic panoramic game. Hey, that isn't the game Old Tan is going to live stream today, claimed to be comparable to StarCraft Supremacy? Haha, do you believe him or believe on Qin Shi Huang? The games made in our country in recent years are all worse than the last. Game planners and developers have all fallen into a money pit. If this game is fun, I will directly send Old Tan 10 rockets. If this game is really good, it'll help Old Tan's sister find a bone marrow match. Old Tan looked at the messy barrage in the live stream. He originally didn't pay much attention to what was being said until the latest 2 comments flashed by, and the smiling Old Tan suddenly stopped smiling. These 2 parents sending comments, don't move. I've taken screenshots of the comments you made. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. I can't be sure if the game is fun, but I can be sure that I will definitely have fun. If it really doesn't work, you can just come play with me. The live stream was filled with cheerful comments again. Only the male streamer in front of the holographic camera had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Time passed second by second. At sunset, at 7:30 in the evening, in Jinling City, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 22nd floor of Building 18 in Shuyunjian Community, the shimmering waves of Xuanwu Lake were fragmented into fine silver. Chapter 3: Why waste words with this Sao? Only we can change our destiny. Qingzhou City, Jinling Jiangshan Community, Building 3, Unit 3, 12th floor, Room 1201. A young man, wearing a holographic helmet, is lying on a rocking chair. A large golden retriever squats beside him, panting and wagging its shiny, fish-like tail excitedly. The holographic helmet worn by the young man glows with a dark red light, and the electrical signals generated by the helmet are intertwining with the brain waves produced by his cerebral cortex. At this moment, Lin Yan is also floating in midair above Jinling City, while utilizing the Nank Dream system to create the game Jinling Defense War. He specifically reserved a spot for himself as an internal tester. He is the 100,001 SD internal tester in this game. However, unlike ordinary players, he reserved a portion of special permissions for himself. In front of him, there is a huge screen displaying lines of small text, which are the names of the internal testers participating in this game. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in Lin Yan's ear. The game is running fine, right? Why didn't you answer my calls earlier? It was Chu Hingyue's voice. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Sorry, boss. I was too tired and fell asleep. I just got up and started the game right away. Don't worry. We're using the built-in green book communication of the holographic helmet, so you don't have to worry about me going offline. Chu Hingyue's voice softened a bit. I'm currently watching the live stream of Summer Lightning. I can see what she sees through her streaming room. What is going on? What is up with that city? Don't cause any casualties. Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. Casualties? How could that happen? As for that city, didn't I just mention it in the public channel? This is Jinling City in the 26th year of the Republic. Chu Hingyue gasped. This is the game scene you created. This scene is just too. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of stale air. Too realistic, right? But if I can't achieve this level, how can I dare to call it a holographic panoramic game? If I can't reach this level, how can I compete with America's interstellar hegemony? Chu Hingyue's voice became somewhat hoarse. The Americans' interstellar hegemony took 30,000 programmers 10 years to develop. And our game? Just a few people? How long did it take? Lin Yan burst out laughing. Boss, I'm not lying to you. I'm the only developer for this game, and it took me 3 days. But don't worry, boss, if you keep me close, I will never let you down. All right, boss, I'm going to talk to the players now, just watch. I will definitely be the best investment you've ever made. Chu Hingyue wanted to say something else, but Lin Yan had already cut off the communication. He stretched his neck a bit, and then switched the communication to the public channel. Dear players, good evening. I'm the developer and planner of this game. Lin Yan, once again, welcome everyone to Jinling City. To help players adapt to the game, I will introduce the game situation in advance. The background of this game is set during a war that broke out in another parallel world. Because it is a parallel world, there will be some differences from the history of the Great Xia Federation many years ago. But what remains unchanged is that the Great Xia in this world has also suffered from an invasion war, with lost territory, shattered mountains and rivers. And the people in the lost lands have become the slaves of a fallen nation. Lin Yan's voice suddenly became hoarse. He exhaled a breath of stale air, looking at the distant mountains and rivers. About 6 years ago, the originally small island nation of evil Japan launched a war for extremely ridiculous reasons, occupying northeast Great Xia with the intention of splitting this thousand-year empire. 6 years after the northeast fell, evil Japan moved south, intending to annihilate our country and destroy our race. In just 1 month, they advanced from the northeast to Jiangnan. A battle that lasted for 2 months broke out in Songhu City, 300 kilometers from Jinling. Great Xia poured almost everything into winning this battle, with the Northeast Army in exile and the Southwest and Central Plains armies continuously providing reinforcements. Regardless of north or south, young or old, everyone defended their land against the war, just to avoid becoming the despicable slaves of a fallen nation. But unfortunately, this war, which was said to be an Eastern meat grinder, ultimately ended in defeat for Great Xia. The devils from evil Japan crossed the Songhu battlefield and headed straight for the capital of Great Xia, Jinling City. The war that is about to break out here is the Jinling Defense War. Lin Yan's voice grew increasingly hoarse. In the original background of the game I designed, this battle also ended with the Great Xia army's defeat and retreat. Jinling City, with hundreds of thousands of citizens, was thus exposed to the slaughter of those evil demons. In the end, nearly 300,000 people were slaughtered in the vast Jinling City. 300,000. But now, I am giving you all a chance to change this predetermined history. After the game starts, each player will randomly draw an identity card. Some of you will become the defenders of the Jinling Defense War, while others will become ordinary citizens within Jinling City. Your tasks are very simple. First, survive. Second, rewrite this history. As long as this history is rewritten, those 300,000 people can live. Lin Yan glanced at the dark sky. The earth has sunk for hundreds of autumns, smoke and blood rolling. Sadness counts the events of the time. Who can take revenge for the same kind? Everyone, the game is about to start. After the game starts, you will lose all means of communication, and the characters in the game will have no special abilities. The game's progress overlaps with real time, from the outbreak of the Jinling Defense War to the end of the war and then to the beginning of the slaughter. A total of 9 days. If players survive for more than 9 days, it counts as personal victory. Saving other compatriots in the game or killing enemies will earn additional points. Completely changing history and successfully defending Jinling City will count as a group victory. The leaderboard can be viewed after players exit the game. After the game starts, there are 2 ways for players to exit. One is to die and exit, and the other is to save and exit. After saving and exiting, the character played by the player will act autonomously according to the player's situation. So here is a little advice. When deciding to save and exit the game, please ensure that your character is in a safe state. Otherwise, there is a high chance that when the player logs back into the game, their character will already be dead. Once the character dies, it is considered a player failure, and players cannot log back into the game until this game ends. After the game starts, I will not and cannot provide any more hints to players. But as the planner of this game, I will enter the game with all of you and become a part of Jinling City. If players can find me, they will also receive additional points as a reward. The countdown to the game is officially starting now. Lin Yan looked at the illusory figures above Jinling City, his eyes sparkling with a ghostly light. 10, 9. At this moment, many of those illusory figures were still in shock. They exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Is the game starting just like this? Is there no beginner's tutorial? Is it really a holographic panoramic game? Domestic game developers have such abilities and skills. Why was the hottest game a while ago Catch the Big Goose? The planner has quite the guts. Talking about parallel worlds. Isn't that just a reference to the disaster that Jinling City faced back in the day? Let's not say anything useless. Give me a Hanyang-made rifle before I die. Those devils won't step into Jinling City, even a single step." Damn, are we serious? I thought the promotion was just a gimmick. Wait a minute. I need to reassure my mom. I want to tell her I'm not a coward. And Lin Yan, who was opposite those illusory shadows, paid no attention to the commotion. He recited the countdown indifferently. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Once again, welcome everyone to Jinling. The illusory shadows that were originally floating above the city all fell into the city at this moment, including Lin Yan, who was the planner. As the summer lightning illuminated the scene again, a rich fragrance rushed towards her. The scent was sweet with a hint of gaudiness, like aged rouge mixed with cheap perfume, combined with a touch of salty sweat. She instinctively wrinkled her nose. The smell reminded her of expired cosmetics she used to find on her grandmother's dressing table when she was a child. Then she raised her head and saw, less than 3 steps away from her, A dozen women with graceful figures, wearing various cheongsams, standing in front of her, forming a circle. The slits of their cheongsams were so high that they almost revealed their thighs, and the peony and peonia patterns shimmered under the lights with a vulgar glow. Some of them had fashionable wavy curls, while others had old-fashioned hairstyles, but without exception, they all wore bright red lipstick, like a row of ripe cherries. A woman in a lake blue cheongsam stomped her foot, and the jade pendant hanging from her earlobe swung in a panic. We can't wait any longer. We can hear the gunfire outside. Those soldiers are running out of the city. The girl beside her, with braided hair, suddenly tore open her collar, revealing a gruesome scar below her collarbone. The mark from last year when old Wong burned her with a cigarette is still there. Does Mom really want us to die here? It was at this moment that Summer Lightning noticed a faded red string tied around her wrist, with a small copper plate and jade ink hanging from it. When she looked down, a strand of curly hair fell over her eyes, and the tips of her hair looked slightly yellow under the light. Just then, a sharp and somewhat piercing voice floated out from the center of the circle of cheongsam women. What are you all yelling about? A middle-aged woman in a bright purple cheongsam, with a jade Buddha pendant around her neck and a waist as thick as a barrel, sat at a round table, banging her water pipe on the table, her gold-capped teeth gleaming coldly. The 1,000-year rule of the Qinhuai River is that business must go on even if the sky falls. She suddenly reached out and twisted the ear of a nearby young girl. Those Easterners are also men. As men, they can't escape, can't avoid this tender place. But before the middle-aged woman's words could finish, a deafening explosion suddenly resonated from outside the window, dust falling from the carved window frames. The graceful women in cheongsams were startled and collapsed to the ground by the sudden loud noise. Only Summer Lightning stared wide-eyed at this scene. She saw a western mirror fall out from the arms of a woman in a bright red cheongsam. Summer Lightning bent down to pick up the mirror, its brass frame polished to a shine. The mirror reflected a strange face, with willow leaf eyebrows above a pair of almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, a beauty mark at the left eye corner, and lips that appeared overly bright due to too much rouge. She instinctively touched her cheek, and the person in the mirror mirrored her action. Just then, the girl in the dark green cheongsam snatched the mirror back. Yuma, why are you in a daze? This is a Western product that Captain Zhang gave me last month. I'm different from you. Captain Zhang and I made a deal. He will redeem me and take me to the West. Once I find Captain Zhang, I will never come back to this hellhole again. The woman in the bright red cheongsam had an oval face, her features exquisite, yet carrying a hint of charm. Summer Lightning stared at the woman in front of her, her eyes sparkling. She was about to say something, but at that moment, another explosion sounded, this one so close that the entire building trembled. The madam suddenly screamed and lunged toward the window. My Western tea set. Her plump body knocked over the tea table, and a set of pastel tea utensils shattered into pieces. And just as that exquisite Western tea set shattered, Summer Lightning suddenly saw several lines of translucent small text appear before her eyes. Dear player, hello. The identity you have drawn is a prostitute from the Zhanshan Lu in Jinling City, Qinhuai River. Your flower name in the garden is Yuma. The character you drew, originally named Zhaoya, was the daughter of Zhao, a wealthy businessman in Jinling City who owned a textile factory. However, a fire destroyed Zhao's factory, and to turn things around, Zhao went to the casino and gambled away his last possessions, ending up with nothing. The Zhao family fell on hard times, and when you were 14, you were sold to a pleasure boat and drifted into the world of vice. Next, you will play this character. The fate of this character will also be determined by you. Commercial women also know the hatred of a fallen nation. A song of Qinhuai tears fills the collar. Summer Lightning blinked twice at this moment. She couldn't help but curse. Damn! But she quickly realized her slip of the tongue and hurriedly covered her mouth. Fortunately, at this time, the surrounding prostitutes were all in shock, and no one noticed Yuma's abnormality. After a brief moment of shock, Summer Lightning exhaled a breath of turbid air. There were no health bars, no mana bars, and no control panels. Hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch were just like in real life, as if she had crossed into a new world and lived another life. This is a true, holographic panoramic game. Summer Lightning felt her heart pounding rapidly. Chu Hingyue, you're really impressive. No wonder I chose you. Summer Lightning took a deep breath again. Without a control panel, she couldn't check the comments from the viewers in the live stream, which also meant that she couldn't understand the situations of other players. Right now, she was a real prostitute in Jinling City. Without mission prompts or directional signs, this meant that whatever she would do next would be entirely in her control. Whatever I want to do, how I want to do it, I can. Although the game planner had just been emphasizing that the game's background was set in a parallel world in the real history of the Great Xia Federation. There clearly was a battle of Jinling, which also ended in defeat for the Great Xia, and Jinling City suffered a massacre. As a prostitute, if I want to survive, there is only one choice: to leave the city as quickly as possible before the war breaks out. But perhaps I can do something more. Summer Lightning raised her head. She saw the fierce-looking madam, with a face full of flesh, holding a piece of broken glass and glaring fiercely at the graceful women in Chong Sams in front of her. None of you can escape. Once those foreign soldiers come in, you all better serve your clients well. Entering the Zhan Chunlu and still wanting to go out? Dream on. Each of you is destined to be a whore for the rest of your life. Whoever dares to shout again, I will let those servants take good care of you. You bunch of bitches those servants can only watch and not touch. I know how much they itch inside. Those graceful women in Chong Sams all look sorrowful. A young girl in a plain white dress, looking no older than 18, suddenly kneels on the ground, her knees hitting the broken porcelain and oozing blood. Tears crisscross her upturned face, like a pear blossom drenched in rain. Mama, please. She speaks with a strong Wu dialect, her slender fingers clutching the brothel keeper's clothing. My father lost money gambling and sold me in here, saying I would only be a courtesan, that he would take me home once the debt was paid off. She suddenly pulls down her collar, revealing a nasty burn on her collarbone. But last month, you let Lord Wong into my room, and he used a smoking pipe to burn me, saying he just loves to hear little girls scream. Her cries suddenly rise, like a sharp pair of scissors cutting through the air. If it weren't for Sister Hong Yu, who heard my cries and barged in, persuading Lord Wong to leave, I would have turned into a vengeful spirit that night. Sister Hong Yu was wrapped in a straw mat and carried out the next day. I saw it with my own eyes. That night, you had her thrown into the Qinhuai River. The little girl suddenly pointed out the window, where the murky river water glimmered with a bloody light in the twilight. They all say that White Egret Al has rippling waters, mooring by the Qinhuai River, a paradise beyond the world. But all I see is a monstrous pit that devours people without spitting out their bones. The girl in the white qipao cried out more and more mournfully. Her cries made others' hearts tremble, and even the nearby prostitutes were moved to tears, one by one. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of weeping. A woman in a magenta qipao suddenly stumbled and knelt down, her crimson-painted nails digging deep into her palms. It's been 5 years. My parents have been gathering money to come and redeem me. But all these years, I haven't even seen a shadow of them. She suddenly lifted the hem of her qipao, revealing countless whip marks on the inner thighs that looked like centipedes crawling over the satin. Mom, do you know how I've been living all these years? Those guests, each one more ruthless than the last. They burn me with copper pipes and whip me with belts. I didn't come here to be a whore by nature. She lifted her bangs again, revealing a 3-inch-long scar, which looked bluish under the gaslight. This scar was caused by an Oriental merchant who smashed a sake bottle on me last year. I was kneeling on the ground, desperately begging him to stop. But he said, "This is how a prostitute should be treated. Mom, after all these years, we've made quite a bit of money for you. So please let us go. Leave us a way out." Next to the woman in a crimson qipao, the weakest one, resembling a drooping willow in a green qipao, suddenly coughed up blood. She gasped for breath, crying as she took out a yellowed photo from her bosom. "Mom, my younger siblings are still in the Jabe shantytown. You know, if it weren't for the little brother and sister, I wouldn't have sold myself. Mom, over the years, I've listened to you the most. I took on all the clients you told me to. Even when I got sick, I endured it. I dare not take a day off. My mother specifically told me before she passed away that I am the eldest sister. I must raise my younger siblings. But now, that group of enemy soldiers is about to enter the city. My brother just sent a letter through someone a couple of days ago, and my sister has had a high fever for 3 days. I won't go out. Without me, how can those 2 little children survive? How can they survive? Not far away, in the summer lightning, or rather, UMO saw the photo tightly clenched in the hands of the woman in the green qipao. 3 thin children like reed sticks were squeezed in front of the oilcloth shed. The tears of the girl in the green qipao splashed onto the photo, blurring the already unclear faces of the 3 children. But the girl in the green qipao spoke with a faltering voice. With a loud slap, the palm of the matron, whose waist was as thick as a barrel, had already struck. In an instant, blood trickled down the corner of the green-robed girl's mouth, dripping onto her pale green silk dress. Then, the plump old madam stood up, lifting her high-heeled foot and kicking towards the green Chongsam girl. "Are you still trying to play the victim? You were so pitiful. In such a large city like Jinling, Are you the only one who is pitiful? Are you the only one who is pitiful? I was in the world of adult entertainment when I was in my teens, and I don't need your pity. Don't pretend to be pitiful again. The madam scolded while picking up a copper water pipe and smashing it against the green-clad girl's forehead. With a loud bang, the girl in the green cheapao was struck, her head bleeding profusely, her face covered in blood. This scene startled the surrounding girls, making them tremble. Then, one by one, they knelt on the ground, trying to grasp the hem of the madam's cheapao. Mama, don't beat her anymore. If you hit Dai Chui again, she will be beaten to death. Mama, have mercy. We won't run away anymore. We won't run away. Please have mercy and spare Dai Chui. Mama, really can't hit her anymore. At this moment, the room was filled with the suppressed sobs of women. Just then, an explosion sounded from outside, shaking the dust from the beams, which fell onto the carefully styled hair buns of those women in kipeos like an early snow. The setting sun shining through the carved window frames stretched their shadows long, the shadows twisting and overlapping on the mottled walls like branches of flowers bent by wind and rain. In the moment when someone's hairpin fell, the loose black hair scattered, reflecting more than a dozen pale faces in a nearby copper mirror, each bearing similar tear stains and despair. Downstairs, the sound of a pipa echoed as the new girl practiced her pipa piece. The singing woman, with her soft and gentle tune, carried an unspeakable melancholy. I have a love story. Sing for the gentleman. All of you, be quiet and calm your hearts. Let me sing a song about the Qinhuai scenery. Let me tell it in detail. Sing for the gentleman to hear. Just at that moment, the plump madam suddenly grabbed the brass water pipe in her hand and smashed it against the brass mirror. The loud crash startled the girls, causing them to huddle together. The madam, panting heavily, raised the brass water pipe and took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke through her thin lips. What else with the long faces? What I usually say is, you all should save your voices for singing. If you each ruin your voices from crying, how will you serve the Japanese gentlemen? Your contracts are all in my hands. I'm telling you, without my approval, none of you can leave. Get lost. Go back and make more powder. Captain Zhang, you still have to come today. The women in kipeos all looked increasingly sorrowful, except for one. That is UMO, or rather, Summer Lightning. At this moment, UMO had one hand behind her back, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the old madam. At the same time, the old madam also raised her head to look at UMO. She chuckled twice, saying, "Look at UMO." Not a single tear was shed. Those who have been educated are different. UMO, in our Zhan Chun building, you're the only one who can speak a few words of foreign language. When those foreign gentlemen come, you must help serve them. Summer Lightning blinked a few times. She let out a sigh. Why won't they let them go? They are all girls born of their mothers and raised by their fathers. If they hadn't fallen into hardship, many of them should still be in school studying. They have been with you for so many years and should have earned you quite a bit of money. You are a woman too, so why can't you stand to see them do well? The plump old madam's expression suddenly changed. I knew you were a bitch, unable to hold back your shit. Relying on having read a few books, you always throw faces at me. If it weren't for Captain Lee always protecting you, you would have been whipped long ago. A stinky bitch dares to teach me a lesson? When I started taking clients, you were still in your mother's womb. Not even born yet. You bitches are all dogs raised by me. If I don't let you go, none of you can leave. Yuma's expression instantly turned icy. She took a deep breath and quickly walked up to the old madam. Then, the hand she had been hiding behind her back suddenly lifted. In her hand, she held a shiny pair of scissors, the handle wrapped in faded red string. Without hesitation, she plunged the scissors into the old madam's chest. The sharp tip pierced into the old madam's thick neck with a soft thud. The old madam's finely drawn eyes widened in shock, and a short gasp escaped between her gold teeth. Blood sprayed out like ink, with a few drops splattering on Yuma's eyelashes, slowly sliding down her porcelain white cheeks. The plump old madam staggered back 2 steps, her purple satin cheapao embroidered with gold thread stained dark red. One hand clutched her neck while the other, fat and desperate, reached for Yuma. Her lips quivered, blood frothing on her golden-capped front teeth. But her body uncontrollably fell to the ground, her heavy frame knocking over the nearby 8 immortals table, shards of teacups mixed with blood flying everywhere. The setting sun slanted through the carved window, casting a long shadow of Yuma. She stood in a pool of blood, the hem of her cheapao already stained red, the blood streaks on her face appearing strangely beautiful in the twilight. The room was eerily silent. Only the raspy sounds from the old madam's throat echoed. Yuma looked down at the bloodied scissors in her hand. Although she had never killed anyone before, the sensation seemed no different from actually having taken a life. This game is truly amazing. Then she turned her head, her cold eyes sweeping over the girls behind her, frozen in place. Sisters? What is the point of talking to this pig? Remember, begging on your knees is useless. In this world, there are no saviors, no deities, and no emperors. The only ones who can change our fate are ourselves. Chapter 4. Back to my hometown. How can this world be without battle songs? At this moment, although Summer Lightning can't see the situation in her live broadcast room or respond to the comments, her live broadcast room has already exploded. Countless comments burst forth like fireworks. What the hell? This game can be streamed? The bloodshed is fiercer than when my uncle slaughters pigs for the new year. Sister Electric's swift and decisive moves are amazing. Is this a prostitute? Which prostitute can stab the madam to death with scissors? Has the Great Xia game really risen up this time? This is a game made by those pathetic developers of the Great Xia Federation. Sisters, hurry and take screenshots. Sister Electric's blood-splattered face is making my legs weak. This physics engine is incredible. Blood splattering on the screen flows down along the wood grain. What difference does this have from a real scene? The live broadcast visuals are already comparable to a holographic movie. I can't imagine how real the players in the game must feel. Sister Electric, you laughed at me for being bad at Goose Goose Duck? Now let's see who the real god is. We're the brothers who said they would eat shit during the live stream. You can start your performance now. Sister Electric looks so elegant, even while wiping off blood after killing. I'm falling in love. Huh, those who are now bragging. Just wait until one day Sister Electric stabs you with scissors, and you'll behave yourself. I just called my dad to watch, and now he's asking me why I'm kneeling to send comments. This is truly the ninth art. Real art. This game should be renamed Rebirth. I am a war god in the Republic. Don't be so optimistic. Didn't you hear what the planner said before? All players in this game have no cheat codes or superpowers, although the game background is set in a parallel world. It also references real wars that occurred in the history of the Great Xia. Sister Electric's drawn character is just a prostitute. Are you sure she can survive and escape from Jinling? Don't talk about negative things. There are now 100,000 players in Jinling City. Can we not change history? The Great Xia failed back then, but this time we will definitely win. If the Great Xia loses this time, I will live stream eating 10 pounds of shit. Stop bragging. The fan who previously bet on eating shit has already canceled his account. Why is everyone so negative? Can't we change the outcome of a game? Even though Sister Electric's drawn identity is just a prostitute, the impact on the situation is limited, but there must be someone who draws a character that is a soldier outside Jinling City. As long as one player draws the identity of an officer, and that player is sane and not a traitor, we are not without a chance in this defense of Jinling. Meanwhile, in Summer Lightning's chaotic live broadcast room, outside Jinling City in the game, in the trench northwest of Tongsu Town, a young man wearing a steel helmet and holding a rifle stared wide-eyed. The pungent smell of gunpowder, mixed with the stench of blood, pierced his nostrils like a rusty knife. The smell penetrated his nose, causing his throat to spasm, and sour water surged up. He gritted his teeth, forcing back the dry heaving, his gums bleeding from the pressure. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from behind, shaking the young man's helmet. The roar of airplane engines filled the sky, like a swarm of frenzied hornets flying close to his scalp. The young man instinctively turned his head, and a shattered skull lay at the edge of the trench. A soldier whose head had been blown apart by artillery. Brain matter splattered like overturned tofu on the scorched earth, his eyeballs still glaring at him. In the distance, scorched earth emitted green smoke, and dismembered bodies froze in various twisted poses along the charge path. A wounded soldier, dragging his intestines, was crawling toward the trench, leaving a 3-meter-long blood trail behind. Further away, soldiers in earth-colored uniforms were charging with bayonets. The cries of the wounded mixed with the rat-a-tat of machine gun fire, cutting through his eardrums like a dull saw. He instinctively shrank his neck, and only then did he realize the barrel of the old rifle he was gripping was burning hot, his palms drenched in sticky sweat. The magazine of the old rifle bore the swastika factory emblem and the words Hanyan. He looked back and saw 7 or 8 corpses sprawled in the trench. A young soldier with his abdomen sliced open by shrapnel was tremblingly trying to stuff his intestines back inside. What the hell? What the hell? He heard his teeth chattering. This is 1,000 times scarier than the survival game I played before, Melika's End of Days. Boss Chu, you never said this game was like this. If I had known this game was so intense, I would have definitely asked you for more money. The promotional fee is going to be less. It's just a game. Does it really need to be this realistic? The young man was Lao Tan's Sauerkraut, another game streamer brought in by Chu Hongyue to promote the game. At this moment, Lao Tan's sauerkraut took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But around him, the smell of rotting innards mixed with the spicy scent of burning gunpowder made his eyes water. The dirt blown up by explosions rained down on his back like a storm, each piece feeling like a red-hot iron. He unconsciously muttered to himself, "Damn it, my legs are still weak. It's hard to even stand up. Do I deserve to save Jinling City? But if I just quit the game now?" The viewers in the live broadcast room, who have always supported me, would be very disappointed, right? Just then, a translucent light screen suddenly flickered in the smoky trench. "Dear player, hello. The identity you have drawn is from the Northeast Army, 112th Division, 214th Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 7th Company, Company Commander. Your name is Li Haiju. Your original self is from Mayan River Town, Jixiang Province. You enlisted at 14, and at 18, you followed the troops to retreat from the Northeast. Your father died at the hands of horse bandits when you were 8, and your mother is often ill. You are the second son in your family. Besides you have an older brother and a younger sister. Your older brother is 2 years older than you and enlisted with you. You have a deep bond. But 2 months ago, he died in the Battle of Songhu, and there are no remains. Your mother and sister should still be in your hometown in the Northeast, but you have lost contact with them long ago. From now on, the fate of this soldier is in your hands." At this moment, Lao Tan Sauerkraut's eyes widened. "What the hell? Fellow townsmen, my hometown is also in Jixiang Province. If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have come to Yanbei. But wait a minute. Who am I? Why should I control someone else's fate? He is a soldier, a hero. The Great Xia Federation was built on their blood and bones. Why should I control him? $10 for 3 keys. What do I get? The game's developers and planners must be crazy to let me draw this character. I won't last 3 minutes. My gunfight gaming skills are average. I'm often scared silly by bloody horror games, and I really scream. I'm not just putting on a show in the live broadcast room. What can I do with a Hanyang-made rifle? What the hell?" Just as Lao Tan Sauerkraut was cursing himself in frustration, a bloody hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Lao Tan Sauerkraut let out a scream. He was startled into a jolt. But when he turned around, he found that the young soldier he had just seen in the trench, the one with his abdomen sliced open, was now crawling in front of him. His blood-stained palm clutched tightly at his own ankle. A hoarse voice drifted from the mouth of the young soldier. "Captain, I can't hold on much longer." The body of Lao Tan Swansai stiffened. In the past, he often flinched at bloody and terrifying scenes during live broadcasts. But at this moment, for some reason, he suddenly bent down and picked up the young soldier. He pressed his palm against the soldier's abdominal wound. He wanted to stop the bleeding, but blood continued to gush out, staining his palm a deep red. "Don't talk like that. You're still so young. Once we win this battle, you'll get married and have children. I'm telling you, you can have 8 kids. The young soldier suddenly laughed. "Captain, you're joking again. What are you talking about? 8 kids. Captain, I miss our hometown. My bag. Give it to you. Inside. There's $2 I saved. You give one to my mom. One for my mom. One for my sister area. Let area. Find a good person. A good family." He saw that the young soldier's crossbody bag was already stained bright red with blood, but he could still see the rough black characters embroidered on it. "Go back to hometown." In that instant, Lao Tan Swansai felt his brain explode, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. "Don't die. You can't die. We still have to go home, right? It's so far from our hometown. You have to go home yourself, understand? We'll fight our way back home. Our hometown is so nice. Endless plains, fields of soybeans, and sorghum. Let us go home together. Please don't die." But the young soldier's breathing grew lighter. The wheezing sounds came from his throat. "Snow, Captain. Such heavy snow. I see the snow from our hometown. Such heavy snow. My dad drove the horse cart to take me home. Home. My mom is on the comm, making me sticky bean buns." Lao Tan Swansai's body froze as he saw the young soldier in his arms, his pupils gradually losing focus. And then there was no more sound. Lao Tan Shalip Chiba Unkontolan. He felt something streaming down the corner of his eye, sour and bitter. He clutched his chest, feeling his heart twitch, unable to breathe. Shouldn't this just be a game? Isn't only an NPC supposed to die? But why does my heart hurt so much? And I can't breathe. At that moment, a familiar shrill whistle grew closer. Another soldier wearing a steel helmet suddenly pounced over, tackling him down. The next second, a shell exploded 5 meters in front of the trench, the shockwave hitting Lao Tan's eardrums painfully. He gasped for breath and turned his head. He only saw a rough man pressing down on him, with eyes as fierce as a Northeast tiger from his hometown. At the same time, Lao Tan noticed that this rough-looking man with a tiger-like expression was not staring at him. but rather at three figures in yellowish military uniforms jumping into the trench not far away. The three figures in yellowish military uniforms emerged from the smoke like evil spirits. They held rifles, and the bayonets glinted coldly in the sunset, their eyes shining with a wolf-like green light, fixated on the two men in the trench. "Bastard!" The leading enemy soldier roared, and three rifles were raised simultaneously. But just then, bang, the gunshot rang in Lao Tan's ears. The rough man's shot was faster than the enemy's roar. The bullet accurately drilled into the forehead of the leading enemy soldier, who jerked backward, his steel helmet flying off as his skull burst open in a spray of blood. His expression froze between ferocity and shock, and his body collapsed backward, crashing into his two companions behind him. "Captain, go!" The rough man squatted down to dodge a bullet that came flying. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. Lao Tan felt all the blood in his body boil. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he let out a howl that sounded inhuman, charging forward with his rifle. The face of the dead young soldier flashed before his eyes. The words go back to hometown, burning his retina. "Little devils, I'll fuck your grandmothers." The second enemy soldier had just pushed aside his companion's corpse when Lao Tan's bayonet had already plunged into his abdomen. The tip of the knife met a resistance that made one's teeth ache, followed by a muffled sound as it buried itself in flesh. Warm blood splattered all over Lao Tan's face, the stench rushing into his nostrils. The enemy let out a piercing scream, and the rifle fell from his hand with a clatter. Lao Tan crazily twisted the bayonet, stirring up the intestines, until the enemy collapsed like a deflated balloon. The third enemy took the opportunity to raise his gun and aim, and Lao Tan could even see the fingers on the trigger tightening. But at that moment, another bang. The rough man's second shot hit the enemy's wrist precisely. The enemy's hand felt as if it had been struck by an invisible hammer. Three fingers snapping off at the root, the rifle falling into the mud. Lao Tan pounced on him and struck his face hard with the rifle, but, hearing the crisp sound of his nose bone shattering, warm blood splattering onto his hands. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Lao Tan mechanically repeated, the rifle but falling again and again until that face turned into a bloody mess. Scalding brain matter splattered onto his lips, the salty and fishy taste finally waking him up. The rough man yanked the limp Lao Tan up, his calloused hand slapping his face. "Li Haiju, what the hell are you going crazy for?" The man ripped open his blood-stained uniform, revealing a gnarled bullet scar on his chest. "Remember, you're the captain. The whole company is counting on you to survive." Distant echoes of shouts rang out, more yellowish figures flickering in the smoke. The rough man spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. "These bastards are really tough to deal with. I'll hold them off for you." Lao Tan suddenly grabbed the man's arm tightly. "Let us go together." Then his voice suddenly turned to a cry, almost pleading. "Please let us go together." The rough man looked at Lao Tan in surprise. "Get lost." He kicked Lao Tan away, dragging a machine gun out from the pile of corpses. "I'm leaving. Who is going to hold them off for you? Remember, Zhuzi, we must fight our way back home, definitely fight our way back home." But before the rough man finished speaking, a soldier covered in blood, with only one right arm and one left leg remaining, suddenly shoved the rough man aside. "Let me come. I am a machine gunner from the 2nd Squad of the 6th Company. Deputy Company Commander, you take the captain and go quickly. I'm definitely not going to make it. You guys who can still live, don't forget to avenge me, even if I become a ghost. I want to let this group of little devils go." The rough man was stunned for just a moment before he turned and pulled Lao Tan back to retreat. Lao Tan wanted to say something, but he heard the rough man's hoarse voice. "Don't let the brothers' good intentions go to waste." Lao Tan felt the world spinning. In a daze, he only remembered taking the crossbody bag off the corpse of the young soldier who had just died and slinging it over his own shoulder. He was being dragged forward relentlessly by the rough-looking man, but he couldn't help but keep looking back. He saw the warrior who had only one arm and one leg, leaning against the highest point of the trench. The right shoulder where the arm was severed resting against the butt of the machine gun, while the other hand pulled the trigger. The flames spewing from the machine gun illuminated half of his blood-stained face, resembling a fierce deity. "Come on, little devils. I'm not afraid of you. Mother, look down from heaven. Your son is the true El Bu, unmatched by 10,000 men." The dull sound of bullets piercing through his body was clearer than the roar of cannons in Lao Tan's ears. Just then, a burly man beside him suddenly slapped Lao Tan on the back. "Squad leader, what are you dazed about? We can't hold the position any longer. Orders from above have come down. We need to retreat from Tongxiu Town. We can't hold Tongxiu Town any longer." Lao Tan stared blankly at the rough-faced man in front of him. "Retreat. Still retreating. retreating from northeast China, retreating from North China, retreating from the battlefield in Songhu. Where else can we retreat to? The man with the rugged jaw rubbed the dirt off his face. Retreating from Jinling. Our commander doesn't want to retreat either. But there's no other way. It's all the higher-ups' decision. Damn it. I have a bad feeling too. Those officials talk a good game, saying they will share weal and woe with the position, never abandoning an inch of land. But in reality, they have already arranged for ships to evacuate from Jinling. The burly man's breathing became heavier. Damn it, the defending troops in Jinling, including the 36th Division, the 87th Division, and the 88th Division that retreated from the Songhu battlefield, plus the commander and 10 divisions transferred from other places. Total of full 13 divisions. 13 divisions, plus the training brigade made up of military academy students, the gendarmerie, and the Jiangning fortress troops. Even if many of these units are remnants, that is still at least 150,000 men. A 150,000 strong army. How can we not stop those devils? So many people. Surely we can't fail to defend the city of Jinling. And at that moment, Lao Tan, or rather Li Haizhu, suddenly gritted his teeth and straightened his body. His legs stopped trembling. In his eyes was only bitterness and an indescribable rage. You're right. Those officials are all cowards. Afraid of death. We can't rely on them. They will. Lao Tan's voice paused. They will abandon the city of Jinling. When that group of devils enters Jinling, the city will be flooded with blood. Inside the city, there will be women being humiliated, the old and young being slaughtered. Those dead are my compatriots, and yours. As soldiers, if we can't even protect the common people, don't you feel humiliated? The rough-faced man stiffened. He realized that Lao Tan was now staring straight at him. That gaze made him feel his scalp tingle. Squad leader. What is wrong with you? Lao Tan, or rather, Li Haizhu waved his hand. His eyes flickered with an uncertain light. It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that relying on those cowardly officials, we can't hold Jinling at all. And I want to save Jinling. Lao Tan gritted his teeth at that moment. The whites of his eyes began to fill with blood vessels. This damn game has provided too little useful information. He knew nothing except for his basic identity and name. There was no control panel, no skill panel, and he couldn't even check the comments from his live stream audience. Right now, he was no different from a real-time traveler. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to save the precarious city of Jinling. It was as if he could succeed this time, he could truly save Jinling, which had fallen into the hands of those evil devils in history. He took a deep breath, turning to the rough-faced man beside him. He asked, "What is your name?" The burly man looked at Lao Tan in shock. "Squad leader. Zhuzi. I'm your fellow townsman, Wang Changhai. I'm your brother Changhai." "Zhuzi, have you been blown silly by the devil shells?" Lao Tan raised his hand and rubbed his crossbody bag a few times. His palm rubbed back and forth over the words going back home. "So it's old Wang. Old Wang, do you dare to do something big with me?" At that moment, Wang Changhai's face was full of shock. "Big? What big thing?" Lao Tan exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Let us gather the troops. Let us defend the city of Jinling ourselves. We can't rely on those dog officials. After they escape with their luxurious cars and beautiful concubines, the leaderless troops will have no choice but to surrender. But you should know what those devils are like. Surrendering is a dead end. To survive, we must fight them to the end. Let us gather all the brothers we can trust and take the arms depot in Jinling first." Wang Changhai gasped. "You're trying to mutiny. You'll be court-martialed." "No, wait. You want to go to court? Those commanders will just execute you directly." Lao Tan's gaze was cold. "I don't care if I get executed. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in Jinling, what does it matter if I'm executed? We must abandon our illusions and prepare for battle. I must defend Jinling. No, I not only want to defend Jinling, but I also want to take this backpack and fight back to northeast China. Old Wang, believe me, in this great battle, we will definitely be the ones who emerge victorious. It will definitely be us. And now, as long as we take the arms depot, it's possible to create a different history. Old Wang, remember, dignity only exists on the edge of a sword, and truth only lies within the range of cannons. Old Wang, will you listen to the commanders and be a coward? Or will you follow me to create a miracle?" Wang Changhai's body began to tremble. Just then, Lao Tan had already grasped his hand. "Let us go. Old Wang, let us do something big. This beautiful land cannot be left to the Japanese devils. This world cannot be without war songs. Surrender leads nowhere. Only fighting is the way. We must fight. If we don't want to become slaves, we must clash with those bastards, fighting with flesh and blood." Chapter 5. Players charge forward while crying. They cannot retreat. Behind them are thousands of lights. Wang Changhai's eyes flickered as he stared at Li Haizhu in front of him. In the trench, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Damn it! Are you sure those dog officials will abandon Jinling? Lao Tan's eyes flickered with a ghostly light. Yes, they will. Just like they ordered the abandonment of Northeast China back in the day. Don't you know what kind of people those dog officials are? Those brothers who defied orders and refused to retreat, who are still staying in their hometown, are being labeled as illegal resistance bandits by those bastards. There's no immoral act that those dogs wouldn't commit. Come with me, old Wang. Only we can save Jinling. Wang Changhai exhaled a breath of foul air. Understood. Let us first withdraw from Tangsu town. I will notify our brothers in the company. I will also try to contact other reliable companies. If those dog officials really decide to flee, the people of Jinling will only be able to rely on us. If the soldiers run away, the unarmed civilians will only become slaves of a fallen nation. At this moment, the strong wind swept through the battlefield, carrying smoke and lifting tattered rags and paper scraps. Those scraps spun in the air, faintly showing slogans to defend Jinling at all costs, now drifting like funeral money. In the distance, a few withered trees stood in the sunset, their branches resembling the gnarled fingers of an old man reaching for the sky. A crow landed at the edge of a shell hole, tilting its head to peck at something, but suddenly an explosion startled it, and the crow flapped its wings. Soaring over the trench, buzzing, 3 enemy fighter planes, resembling plasters, dove down from the clouds, their wings glimmering coldly in the sunset. They circled above the battlefield like vultures, their shadows passing over the scattered corpses. Lao Tan looked at the lowest flying enemy plane, clearly seeing the pilot's face covered with goggles. The bastard suddenly grinned and made a throat-cutting gesture, while the machine gun beneath the fuselage spat fire. Bullets plowing through the edge of the trench, sending dirt flying. Wang Changhai grabbed his rifle and fired 3 shots at the sky, sparks flying from the wings. Damn your ancestors. But Wang Changhai didn't linger in battle. After firing, he turned and pulled Lao Tan back to retreat. The enemy plane quickly climbed higher, dropping a black spot that grew larger above their heads. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Changhai caught sight of the black dot in the sky. Without hesitation, he pulled Lao Tan forward. Get down. Lao Tan was pushed into a water-filled shell hole by Wang Changhai. With a loud boom, a bomb exploded 10 meters away, the shockwave drenching them in mud like a torrential rain. Once the ringing in their ears subsided, Lao Tan looked up to see the enemy plane climbing, its tail marked with a sinister skull. Further away, the sky towards Tangsu town was painted dark red by flames. In the thick smoke, the silhouette of the church tower was faintly visible. It was the tallest building in town, and now the cross at the top was crooked, like a broken bone pointing towards the sky. Wang Changhai was beside Lao Tan, suddenly coughing violently, spitting out saliva mixed with black ash. He pointed at the faint outline of the city wall visible to the west. Do you see that? That is Jinling City. With Tangsu town lost, the enemy will definitely continue to press on Jinling City. It's definitely chaotic in the city right now. If you really want to occupy the armory inside the city, we need to speed up. Lao Tan gritted his teeth and nodded silently. This time, he didn't let Wang Changhai drag him. Instead, he shouldered his gun and slung his bag, retreating towards the rear of the position. An hour ago, he was just a clown who could only entertain in the live stream. Now, he had to force himself to become a soldier. Lao Tan's my fly. Girl, you watch closely in the hospital. Your brother can also be a hero. Then Lao Tan tightened his grip on the sling bag and, together with Wang Changhai, charged into the smoke ahead without looking back. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Lao Tan's sauerkraut livestream room, the bullet comments at this moment were as brilliant as fireworks. Recorded. Is everyone recording? Lao Tan's operation was amazing. Next time there are haters in the livestream, just throw this recording in their faces. I said it. Lao Tan is a real man. Lao Tan. With your operation today, as long as you don't expose overly exaggerated scandals in the future, this recording can secure your wealth for the next few years. It's a disaster. Lao Tan really collapsed this time. ISNT, this man a clown? How can he be so capable? Remember, Lao Tan's most frequently used hero in League of Legends was Angel. Just enter the live stream. Where the hell did this come from? For the first time in the live stream, following the host to the battlefield, my palms are sweating. What is the difference from time travel? When is this game officially released? I also want to stab the enemy. If I had known this game would let me stab the enemy, I would have grabbed one of those 100,000 beta test spots when they were released. Now, is there a way to resell that beta account? I'm willing to buy it back at a high price. The rich guys in the live stream are really strong. I'm different. I've already sent Lao Tan a private message, asking him to directly transfer his current game account to me and give me $2,000. I'm a college student. People in a live stream, stop with the jokes. I just came back from another streamer room. That streamer character has already died. After his character died, I saw the current leaderboard pop up. Out of the 100,000 beta test accounts, there are less than 90,000 still in the game. Over 10,000 game characters have all died during that time. More than 10,000 players have already died. This death rate is too high, right? How'd they die? There are all kinds of deaths, some like Lao Tan, spawned as the defenders outside Jinling City. Before they could figure out the situation, the enemy's shells flew over. It is said that those players only felt a heart-wrenching pain, and when they regained consciousness, they were already forcibly exited from the game. Others who drew soldier characters rushed onto the battlefield without hesitation, charging at the enemy with their Hanyang rifles, but they had no combat experience, and the way to use firearms in this game is completely different from ordinary shooting games. Those players didn't know how to shoot, and almost all perished in a single charge. There were players who were shot in the head, some whose stomachs were pierced, and others swept down by machine guns, but no one retreated. Many players were actually scared to tears, but they charged forward while crying. Of course, how could they retreat? Moving forward, to the left, or to the right is fine, but they cannot retreat. Retreating means thousands of lights. There are also skilled players. I saw a streamer, seemingly a veteran, killed several enemies. What happened to that streamer now? He also died. He ran out of bullets and was shot to pieces by machine guns. But I don't know if it was his holographic helmet malfunctioning or his personal consciousness unwilling to exit the game. Even after he was shot to pieces, he still stood on the battlefield, glaring fiercely at the enemy until a minute later, he was forced to exit the game, after which he cried loudly in a live stream, sobbing loudly, constantly mumbling, "Let me kill one more, let me kill one more." Even veterans are getting wrecked like this? What level of difficulty is this game set at? It is said that this game has no easy mode, only one difficulty level. Looking back from today's perspective, was there really no chance of winning in that great battle back then? So many historical experts online are now completely silent. I just took a look at a military forum, and the posts on the forum have been updating since this game started, with various experts coming out, including even active duty officers. The conclusion drawn by those experts is just one. If the players in the game really have no cheat codes or special skills as the planners claim, then Jinling City can never be defended. How pessimistic. A full 100,000 players. Correction, it's 90,000. This has nothing to do with numbers. At that time, the defending troops in Jinling City had a full 150,000, while the invading Japanese forces exceeded 200,000, and they were all elite troops, the main army. The defending army of Jinling, in terms of equipment and morale, was no match for the Japanese. The only way out should be to evacuate the civilians of Jinling City as early as possible. To make Jinling an empty city, the defending troops could use this condition to engage the Japanese in urban warfare, doing their utmost to hold them back and make them pay the highest price. This is the only way out for the defense of Jinling. The most frustrating part is that damn commander of Jinling City. I remember in history, this bastard refused to evacuate the civilians, saying he was afraid it would affect the morale of the troops, but then he turned around and ran himself. Ugh, disgusting. In any case, relying on just one player will definitely not save Jinling City. Can't the players unite? What are the other streamers doing besides Lao Tan? I just went to Sister Lightning's live stream, and she was in a brothel, killing the madam, and now she's leading a group of prostitutes to the concession. Sister Electric truly deserves to be the #1 streamer in the gaming zone, with both looks and brains. But the identity she drew is just too bad. A prostitute is not going to change history. Is there anyone with a higher rank? It is said that a player drew the role of a colonel in the gendarmerie, but was shot for refusing to carry out the order to blockade Jinling City and prevent civilians from leaving the city. The high-ranking officials in Jinling's army must have had their brains kicked by a donkey. They've all gone stupid. Damn. Is it possible to organize a suicide squad to blow up the Japanese command? Do you think the Japanese are made of dough? Why don't you fantasize about directly assembling a special forces team to airdrop into Jinling City? Cheat if you have to. Which streamer is cheating? If you cheat, we won't blame you. We'll treat you as a hero. The game just started internal testing today. There's absolutely no cheating. Damn it. I can't do anything. This is too desperate. Where's that dog planner now? Can he come out and say a few words? Damn it, dog planner, come out. You made the game so realistic and so good. I have a little local specialty to send you. Just give me your address. Don't say that. The planner definitely wouldn't team with street players. He must be designing a way for players to save Jinling in the game. It's just that this method needs players to discover it themselves. But what if this method doesn't exist? Dog Planner, come out. If Jinling City can't be defended, don't think you can defend your own door. I'll come to your house every day to take a dump. We treat you as kin. Don't treat us like the Japanese. That planner, has he also entered the game? Where's he hiding now? Who can dig him out? A bounty for the Dog Planner's home address across the internet. I must pry the method to successfully defend Jinling City from his mouth. This time, Jinling City, in our hands, absolutely cannot fall. Chapter 6, I also want to save this city. This operation clearly ISNT by a local. Outside the game, players are all excited, eager to find the game planners and learn more about the details of the game. Inside the game, in an ancient Jiangnan alley with white walls and black tiles, where the ground is paved with blue stone slabs, a handsome young man in a black Zhongshan suit is holding a package of crispy sesame pancakes wrapped in brown paper, savoring the delicacy bite by bite. Grease sticks to the corners of his mouth, reflecting in the setting sun. The duck oil crispy pancake, a traditional snack from Jinling, has layers of flaky crust that melt in the mouth, with the aromas of duck oil, scallions, and sesame intertwining, leaving a lingering taste. A traditional snack that is hard to find in reality, yet I found in the game. What an amazing game, and I made it. Who dares to say this ISNT art? Just as the young man is in awe, a large yellow dog suddenly runs over and rubs its head against his pant leg. The young man looks down, raises his hand to stroke the dog's head, and then lets out a deep sigh. The feeling of being in the game is even more real than I imagined. The five senses and the real world are almost indistinguishable. The young man's eyes shimmer with a faint light. He is Lin Yan, the developer and planner of the Jinling Defense War, whom everyone online is currently searching for. But right now, his identity is Liu Yan, a student in the medical department at the National Jinling University. At this moment, Lin Yan squats down, rubbing the face of the large yellow dog. I'm so amazing. I have so much to say. Unfortunately, up until now, not a single player has found me. I don't know who to share all this with. My boss would love to hear it, but I'm in the game right now. The only ability that sets me apart from other players is being able to distinguish which characters in this vast Jinling City are players and which are pre-existing characters in Jinling City. Other than that, I have no other powers. I'm not a savior. In the history of Jinling City's fall, there was no savior. Big Yellow, since there's no one else around, let us chat for a while. Big Yellow, you're so good, just like my Chio. Lin Yan grinned and chuckled twice. At this stage of the game, players should have started to genuinely immerse themselves in their roles. If luck permits, the discussions online should be overwhelming. What will they praise me for? It's so hard to guess. They must think I'm a genius. But just then, Lin Yan's smile gradually faded. Besides praising me, what else will they discuss? Are they discussing how to successfully defend this city? Lin Yan let out a deep sigh. His voice suddenly turned sorrowful. It can't be defended. No matter what, it can't be defended. Without allowing players to use any cheats or hacks, this city simply cannot be defended. At least with my abilities, I can't think of a way to successfully defend this city. Lin Yan was pinching the face of the big yellow dog, his brow furrowed, and his handsome face twisted, as if he was about to cry. I have delayed in my mind for 36 times to find a way to successfully defend this city. 36 times, each time a failure, each time leading to the city's destruction and the death of its people. Even becoming the highest commander is useless. Continuous battles, exhausted troops, and a demoralized populace. The defending troops seem to number over 100,000, but either they are remnants of defeated soldiers or new recruits who have never been on the battlefield, while the enemy has 200,000 elite troops, along with a fleet blocking the waterways. Trying to evacuate the citizens is useless. Over half of the citizens in the city either don't know how to escape or don't know where to go, and many citizens hold on to fantasies, thinking that even if Jinling falls, their lives won't change much. No matter how difficult it gets, it's better than being displaced and becoming refugees. They can't bear to leave their hometown, their homeland, and decide to stay. But they are wrong. They are wrong. Of course, the most detestable are those corrupt officials. They abandon the citizens and escape for their lives. Lin Yan's voice grew more filled with rage and despair as he looked at the distorted face of the big yellow dog he was rubbing, still panting and smiling at him, and let out another deep sigh. No, those scoundrels are worse than dogs. They are evil, while dogs are good. If the city falls, those wicked ghosts won't spare you either. The big yellow dog didn't understand what Lin Yan was saying, just wagging his tail excitedly at him. Lin Yan stroked the big yellow dog's head and suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his nose. before I reached the Crimson platform in the game. I had been trying to help the players find a way to successfully defend this city, but I couldn't find one. No matter what, it would end in failure. Even becoming the highest commander of Jinling City is useless. It can't be defended. It still can't be defended. 100,000 players think I brought Jinling City to them. But how could they know that I also want to find a way to save the citizens within this city through them? They can treat the beings in Jinling City as data streams and NPCs. Only I know that these faces truly existed. They're all my compatriots. My compatriots. Lin Yan's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. I also want to successfully save all 300,000 of them. Even if it's just in a game. Lin Yan let out a soft sigh. I am the designer of the game, but right now, I am also one of the players. What can I do now in the identity of Liu Yan that I have drawn? I am the person with the most information in this game, but the more I know, the more desperate I become. No, that's not right. There's no dead end in this world. What I should do now is to find other players. I had previously released bait, announcing to all players that finding me would yield extra rewards. But this hidden task is too difficult for them. Since that's the case, then I'll go find them. An outcome that I can't change alone, a group of people will always have the chance to change it. That great man once said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Just as Lin Yan was pondering while holding the big yellow dog's face, a figure suddenly ran from behind him and collided with him. Lin Yan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He frowned and turned to look. He saw a clean, simple-looking young girl holding a suitcase, looking at him in a panic. The girl's small frame was wrapped in an oversized indigo qipao, the fabric hanging loosely on her shoulders as if it would fall off at any moment. Sweat trickled down her pale cheeks, hanging for a moment at her pointed chin before dripping onto the dark water stain at her collar. A few damp strands of black hair clung to her smooth forehead, making her skin appear almost translucent. Her eyebrows were very light, like two strokes of ink lightly brushed, beneath which were slightly upturned apricot-shaped eyes, now covered with a layer of mist. Her delicate nose was straight, with a drop of sweat hanging at the tip, gently trembling with her rapid breathing. Her lip color was very light, almost blending with her skin tone, now tightly bitten by her white teeth, leaving a faint mark on her lower lip. The neckline of the qipao revealed a slender neck, with bluish veins barely visible beneath the thin skin. "Brother, help me." Lin Yan frowned slightly. This girl is not a player. She's just an ordinary character in the game. Lin Yan did not recognize the girl. After all, there were several million people inside and outside Jinling City. He could access the information of these millions, but that didn't mean he knew all of them. For instance, the girl in front of him was completely unfamiliar to him. However, at that moment, seeing the panic in her eyes, Lin Yan pushed her behind him without a word, then picked up a bamboo basket stacked in the alley and directly covered the girl with it. The girl immediately understood and crouched down to hide. Lin Yan then sat on the bamboo basket and continued to enjoy the duck oil pastry in his hand. Meanwhile, two tall, thin men wearing coarse linen shirts ran to the entrance of the alley. They turned to look at Lin Yan. One of them, with prominent cheekbones, cursed and asked, "Hey, have you seen a girl in a qipao?" Lin Yan shrugged and rolled his eyes at the two. The big yellow dog beside him growled softly at the two men. The two men glanced at Lin Yan, but did not linger and turned to run away. After the two men had been gone for a while, Lin Yan stood up, lifted the bamboo basket, and looked down at the girl who was curled up, hugging her legs. How could someone so young be chaste? The girl looked up at Lin Yan and gave an awkward smile. "I'm from Jiangchuan Garden. I sneaked out amidst the chaos today and even stole some jewelry from my mother's room." Lin Yan frowned. He knew that Jiangchuan Garden was a famous brothel in Jinling City, filled with graceful Jiangnan women. The girl noticed Lin Yan's frown, and her gaze began to dart around. "But brother, I'm not a bad person. I signed a contract to sell myself to save my grandmother. I originally wanted to become a courtesan, but I had only been in the garden for 3 months when my mother..." The girl did not continue, as her eyes had unconsciously become moist, and tears fell. Lin Yan sighed softly. He knew that in this era, there were many women who were not in control of their own lives. For women from good families who would want to end up in a brothel. "How did you escape?" he asked. The girl raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. "It was Sister Yuma, a sister in the garden. She couldn't stand how my mother bullied us, so she killed my mother with a pair of scissors. Then she told us that there are no saviors or divine emperors in this world, and that only we can change our fate. After that, she set fire to all our contracts and helped us escape from Zhanyuan. She also told us that the Japanese soldiers would soon invade the city and that we must escape no matter what." Lin Yan's expression changed. This move, it was obvious she wasn't a local. Good. The accomplice he was looking for had appeared. Chapter 7. Guardianship? That's right, I'm not a local either. A single spark can start a prairie fire. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly grabbed the girl's frail shoulders. Where is that woman? Where the hell is your Jade Ink's sister? The girl's body stiffened abruptly. She felt that Lin Yan's face was twisted, and he looked like a ferocious tiger ready to devour her. The tears she had just wiped away flowed down her cheeks again in fear. Lin Yan quickly realized his loss of composure. He released his grip on the girl's shoulders and awkwardly cleared his throat. Sorry, I got a bit too emotional. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I'm a student from the School of Medicine at Jinling University. Lin Yan rubbed his own body a couple of times, then pulled out an old student ID. This is my identification. Take a look. The girl blinked a couple of times, and her previously tense expression indeed softened a bit. Lin Yao let out a sigh of relief. In this era, the identity of scholar still holds some weight, especially for the pitifully rare university students. I mean no harm. I just want you to take me to find your Jade Ink's sister. I have important matters to discuss with her that concern the future of the entire Jinling city. The girl looked at Lin Yan with wide eyes, her black pupils swirling in the whites of her eyes. Then she seemed to think of something and hoarsely said, You said you are a student from the School of Medicine at Jinling University. Can you come with me to save my grandmother? If you can heal my grandmother, I will take you to find Jade Ink's sister. Jade Ink's sister has a bad temper. Without me leading you, she won't even pay attention to you. Lin Yan squinted his eyes, staring at the little girl in front of him. He rubbed his temples. Damn it, this seemingly harmless little girl actually has two faces? But she has misunderstood one thing. He is not really Liu Yan, nor is he a medical student. Going to see her grandmother, grandma, is no different than taking a dog to her house. However, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yan nodded. Lead the way. But let me make it clear first. I just got into university and haven't learned much medical knowledge. If I can't save your grandmother, don't blame me. The girl immediately broke into a smile, although a few teardrops still hung on her eyelashes. No. Just having a doctor willing to come to my house makes me very happy. The few reliable pharmacies in the city have closed down because the devils from the Japanese army are about to invade. We don't even have the right to enter the foreigners' hospital. You're the only doctor I can find. The girl smiled up at him like a blooming white jasmine. Lin Yan also managed to squeeze out a smile from the corner of his mouth. By the way, what's your name? The girl wiped her tears. Call me Doko. That's what they all call me. Lin Yan nodded, but before she could say anything else, the girl was already holding the box and running toward the alley ahead. Come quickly with me. My home is in the alley just ahead. Lin Yan no longer hesitated, quickly catching up with the girl's pace. Doko, holding the box, ran ahead, the hem of her indigo cheapao fluttering on the bluestone pavement like a startled butterfly. Lin Yan followed her through the winding alley, with a big yellow dog wagging its tail closely behind. Occasionally, cannon fire could be heard from outside the city, the sound shaking people's hearts. Lin Yan couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he felt the cannon fire from outside the city was getting closer, with every explosion shaking the tiles on the rooftops. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them on the mottled white wall, twisting and distorting as they ran. Turning a corner, Doko suddenly stopped. Lin Yan almost bumped into her small back. At the end of the alley lay a corpse, a middle-aged man in a long gown, with a large dark red stain spreading from his chest, a sharp knife embedded in his chest, while the middle-aged man still tightly clutched half a flatbread in his hand. Lin Yan's brows furrowed tightly. He knew that Jinling City was already in chaos, but he didn't expect that even before the devils entered the city, it had already descended into this level of disorder. Just then, a trembling voice came. Don't look. Doko's body trembled slightly, but she stood in front of Lin Yan. We should go around this way. She led Lin Yan into a narrower passage, with walls on either side pressing in closely, and looking up, he could only see a sliver of dark red sky. An enemy plane roared past, its wings bearing a logo that was glaringly bright in the dusk. At that moment, the crisp voice came again. We're here. Doko suddenly stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden door. The door was cracked, and the inscription peace and prosperity above it had faded to a pale white. The door was not locked. There probably wasn't anything valuable inside. Pushing the door open, a heavy smell of traditional Chinese medicine mixed with a musty stench hit him. Clothes hung in the courtyard fluttered in the wind, like a group of hanged ghosts. The carved window frames of the main room were missing a few pieces, covered with old newspapers, rattling from the shock of cannon fire. Doko, at this moment, ran straight toward the main room without hesitation. Grandma, I brought a doctor. Doko's voice carried a sob. Intense coughing sounds came from inside, followed by a hoarse curse. Who told you to come back? Get out. Get out. All of you get out. The girl I raised will not become a prostitute. Lin Yan saw the girl before him stiffen, as if she had turned from a living person to a corpse in broad daylight. The whole person seemed to shatter. Lin Yan wanted to say something, but he saw the broken girl take a deep breath, forcibly holding back the tears that were about to fall. Then she lifted her foot and pushed open the small door of the main room. Lin Yan followed Doko into the room, and the foul smell that hit him made his throat tighten. It was the unique odor of someone bedridden for a long time, a mix of rotting medicinal residue and excrement, along with the stale scent of the elderly, like decaying leaves. The main room was darker than the courtyard, the only source of light coming from a window covered with oiled paper. 2 wooden plank beds occupied most of the space, and on the bed by the window lay a frail old woman curled up. She was covered with a patched blue cotton quilt. The quilt's head had turned yellow and stiff, stained with suspicious marks. Doko looked at the elderly woman. The tears she had just managed to hold back fell at once. Grandma. Doko had just begun to speak when she was interrupted by a heart-wrenching cough. The old woman suddenly propped herself up, her bony fingers gripping the edge of the bed tightly. She was terrifyingly thin, with high cheekbones, deep-set eye sockets, and her skin exhibited a sickly, waxy yellow, like a piece of wrinkled rice paper that had been crumpled and then flattened out again. Sparse white hair clung to her forehead, trembling with each intense breath. Get out! Get out! The old woman's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. You are asking for death, bringing a living person back. What are you doing coming back after becoming a prostitute? Suddenly, she grabbed the enamel bowl by the pillow and threw it over. The black-brown medicinal liquid splashed in the air. Lin Yan sidestepped to avoid it, and the porcelain bowl shattered against the doorframe. After throwing the porcelain bowl, the old woman's body collapsed, about to fall from the bed. But at that moment, a hand reached out, supporting the old woman's shoulder and helping her back onto the bed. Only then did Lin Yan see that beside the old woman stood a woman with graying hair. The woman was in her 40s or 50s, her face covered in wrinkles. But at this moment, the woman was frowning. The body is like this, yet there's still such a temper. The emaciated old woman on the bed had no good expression for the old man supporting her. Get lost. I don't need your help. The old woman struggled to shake off his hand, her murky eyes bulging from their sockets. I don't have a sister like you. No. Who brought you to Jinling? You were doing fine outside the city. Why come to Jinling? Get lost. You sincerely want me to die. Hurry up and get lost. The old woman's scolding suddenly turned into sobs. She hunched over and started coughing, each cough sounding like she was about to vomit her insides. Dooku rushed over to pat her back, but the old woman suddenly pushed her away, the veins on her bony hand bulging. Don't touch me. Don't touch. You whore. Don't touch me. Dooku's body froze in place, too scared to move an inch. And, because of the sudden movement, the blanket on the bed was lifted. Lin Yan saw that beneath the lifted blanket, the old woman was wearing a garment of indeterminate color, with her pants soaked in a large patch, and the straw mat on the bed was stained with suspicious watermarks. The toilet in the corner had fallen over, and the excrement was winding through the cracks in the floor tiles. At this moment, before Lin Yan could speak, the gray-haired woman who had just been scolded by the old woman could no longer hold back. Enough is enough. You old hag. You can scold me. That's fine. I'm your sister. I lost my parents when I was 12, and you raised me. It's only right that I take care of you in your dying moments. But that little girl is your own granddaughter. If it weren't to take care of you, she a pure and innocent girl, wouldn't he have to become a prostitute? Damn it. But before the gray-haired woman could finish her sentence, Dooku suddenly knelt down with a thud. Auntie, stop talking. I volunteered. For so many years, I have relied on Grandma. And in this life, I am the closest to her. She is sick now. Please don't scold her. The gray-haired woman was taken aback for a moment, then finally sighed helplessly and turned away. Just then, Dooku turned her head to look at Lin Yan. She opened the leather suitcase she had been holding. Inside the suitcase was a pile of gold and silver jewelry. Doctor, these are all stolen from my mother's room in Jianshan Garden. As long as you can save my grandma, I'll give them all to you. Dooku knelt in front of the bed, her voice trembling. Please. But at that moment, the old woman suddenly grabbed Dooku's hair with such force that her knuckles turned white. You little slut. Who told you to steal? What will you do if those scoundrels catch you? You blockhead. You've only brought me trouble since you were little. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Her scolding in Wu dialect came to an abrupt stop, turning into heavy gasps, making sounds like a broken bellows. Get out. Why aren't you leaving yet? I don't want the money you earned from selling your body, and I don't want the money you stole. I find it disgusting. Our Zhao family is clean and honest. Our ancestors produced top scholars, How could we have such a disgraceful prostitute like you? The old woman's scolding suddenly turned into howls of crying, her emaciated chest heaving violently, white foam spilling from her mouth. Dooku hurriedly went to wipe it away, but the old woman gripped her wrist tightly. Lin Yan took a few steps forward and noticed the old woman's fingernails were caked with black dirt, and her wrist was covered with suspicious bruises. There were several empty medicine jars piled at the head of the bed, their labels faded. In the coarse ceramic bowl on the windowsill, the black-brown medicine dregs had grown mold. Dooku turned to look at Lin Yan. "Doctor, can my grandma still be cured?" Lin Yan's eyelids drooped slightly. His voice was unusually hoarse. "Your grandma doesn't just have a common lung disease. If I'm not mistaken, she should have lung cancer. I didn't learn much in medical school, but my grandmother also died of late-stage lung cancer, so I recognize this disease." Dooku's body stiffened. Tears streamed down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground. She wanted to say something more, but the old woman on the bed suddenly raised her head. "You all go out. Everyone get out. Let me talk to the doctor. Alone." Dooku was initially stunned. Then she immediately shook her head vigorously. But at that moment, the gray-haired woman who had turned her back suddenly pulled Dooku up from the ground. "Let us go, girl. If she doesn't want us here, then we want stay, to avoid this ungrateful old hag spouting more unpleasant words. Damn it, when have I ever been scolded like this in my life?" Dooku wanted to struggle, but Lin Yan patted her head. "There are some things I also want to discuss with your grandma alone. At this time, you should trust the doctor." Only then did Dooku stop struggling, tears welling in her eyes as she was dragged out of the room by the gray-haired woman. In the foul-smelling room, at this moment, only Lin Yan and the old woman lying on the bed remained. Lin Yan squinted at the old woman. Before he could speak, the old woman's hoarse voice floated out. "Young man, you're the only doctor my silly girl found who said to my face that I can't live much longer. You are impressive. What you said is the truth. I know my own body. I want to last 3 days." Lin Yan was taken aback, looking at the old woman on the bed in surprise. At this moment, the old woman had her eyelids half dropped, and her expression no longer held the previous sharpness. Only sadness. "My original surname was Zhang. I entered the Zhao family at 8 years old and became their child bride. The Zhao family used to be a scholarly family, but later the master became addicted to opium and the family fell into ruin, ending up like this. I want to bore you with the details of the bitterness. But now, in this vast Zhao family, it's just me and my poor granddaughter left. Dooku is a good girl. She's the best girl I have ever seen in my life. Sometimes I think, what kind of virtue did I accumulate in my past life to have such a good girl as my granddaughter? My girl is unfortunate. Her father was a good-for-nothing, clearly a son-in-law, yet a gambling addict who lost everything in the family and was killed in front of the gambling house. Dooku's mother, unable to bear the miserable life at home, ran off with an opera singer 3 months after giving birth to Dooku, disappearing without a trace. For so many years, we have relied on each other for survival. You don't know how hard life has been. For so many years, without this little girl, I wouldn't know why I should live. My girl, I was the one who delivered her. She was a premature baby. When she came into my arms, she cried like a little kitten, her red little face wrinkled like a frog, so ugly, so fragile. My heart melted at that moment. I knew then that I would love this child for the rest of my life. The old woman on the bed began to sob again. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the little girl who used to call me grandma, like a powdery dumpling, has become a young girl who can wear white magnolias in her hair. I thought I would see her marry into a good family, someone who would love and cherish her. Then I could peacefully close my eyes and rest underground. But fate is always unkind. For months ago, I suddenly fell ill and knew I wouldn't last long, but I worry if I'm gone. What will happen to Dooku? How can she, a girl, survive in this chaotic world? I feel heartbroken for her, worried about her. But I forget that my little girl is also heartbroken for me. She actually sold herself to become a prostitute for this half-buried old woman. I am both anxious and angry, wanting to die several times, but I don't even have the strength to die. My foolish sister, who married outside Jinling City, rushed back from outside the city to take care of me. I can't die anymore. I am truly angry with them because I, this old woman, have caused them to ruin their originally bright futures. I curse them, using the most vicious words to scold them. Only by doing this can they hate me, so that after I die, they will forget even the slightest good about me and can live freely in the future. But you don't know, every time I curse them, I feel my heart bleeding. My girl is a good girl, the best girl in Jinling City. She is definitely not a prostitute. The old woman's voice was torn. Her murky eyes were filled with rolling tears. She raised her withered hand and pointed to a jar in the distance. Sir, that girl Dooku is too bold. The bundle of gold and silver in your hand. How could she, a maid, possibly hold on to it? Sir, please have mercy and help her collect it. In my jar, there are still 3 silver dollars. They're the clean money I've saved over the years. Please don't despise them. I can see your temperament. I know you are from a noble family, a remarkable scholar. Although Duku is now a prostitute, her heart is the cleanest. She is considerate and knows how to take care of others. It will be good for you to take her as a maid. Please don't despise her. Lin Yan was taken aback. He opened his mouth to explain something, but the old woman's palm tightly gripped Lin Yan's wrist, refusing to let go. Please don't despise her. Promise me. Take her away. Anywhere is fine. Just don't leave her in Jinling. Don't leave her alone in Jinling. Those devils are about to invade the city. Don't let them ruin her. My girl is the cleanest. In my eyes, my girl has never been a prostitute. Lin Yan's breathing quickened. He noticed that the old woman's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. If he didn't agree to this old woman, it seemed she would eat him alive. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a pang in his nose. He nodded. The old woman's breathing became even more rapid. And my foolish sister. Our parents passed away when she was 12. When she was 12, she followed me. I raised her. Besides being a crybaby, she has no other faults, and she is very strong, and her cooking is really delicious. Sir, if you are compassionate, please take her away. Also take her away from Jinling City. If you are compassionate, you will be rewarded. Lin Yan didn't know what to say. He could only nod repeatedly. It seemed he could only nod. A hint of a smile finally appeared on the old woman's face. Then I can rest assured. Rest assured, you will be rewarded. Then, she suddenly pulled out a shard of porcelain from somewhere and, without hesitation, stuffed it into her mouth in front of Lin Yan. She endured the pain and swallowed all the sharp porcelain shards. Lin Yan wanted to save her, but it was already too late. Immediately, the old woman began to cough violently. She spat out dark red blood. The blood splattered on the ground, blooming into blood-red plum blossoms. Lin Yan's eyes widened. He felt a dizziness, and then tears unconsciously fell from the corners of his eyes. He heard the old woman's indistinct murmurs. Don't be afraid, my girl. Don't cry, sleep quickly. The cricket is gentle. Rest quietly, the moon is round. You be good, hug grandma. Listening to that murmuring voice, Lin Yan's tears fell instantly. He didn't know why, but he thought of his grandmother from his previous life. That old lady, before she passed away, also had a bad temper, speaking harshly to everyone in the family, but would only slip a piece of orange candy into my palm when I passed by. It seemed she was born old, as if she was born to love me. Lin Yan's body swayed. He didn't even know how he pushed open the door. He didn't know how he walked out of the house, until he saw Duku's shocked face. He saw the girl rush past him into the room, then erupt into a heart-wrenching cry. Outside the house, Lin Yan sighed deeply. He never expected that, although he was the one playing the game, he was now suffering from a heart-wrenching pain. Then he raised his head again, looking at the old woman with white hair outside, her expression confused and helpless. This woman, who was said by the old woman to be the most crying, foolish woman, now hadn't shed a single tear. Lin Yan looked at her and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Hello, friend, or should I call you player? The old woman with white hair's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the young man in front of her in shock. No way, you too. Lin Yan smiled broadly. That's right. I'm not from here either. Do you want to take action with me next? Let us try to defend Jinling City together. I've calculated that it's impossible for one person to successfully defend Jinling, but a group of people might be able to. Even if we can't save Jinling City, we can find a way to protect some of the common people. Are you daring enough, willing enough, to do something big with me? A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 8. Evacuate the people, clear the fields, empty the city. Prepare to fight the enemy to the death. Su Shaoqing stared in astonishment at the handsome young man in a Zhongshan suit before her. She never expected to encounter other players in such a situation. Taking a deep breath, she managed to calm herself down. Meanwhile, the cries coming from the room made her sigh involuntarily. This isn't a competitive game. Of course, I don't mind teaming up, but I want to know, given the current predicament facing Jinling City, what is your plan? I have other friends in the game too. If your plan is feasible, I can bring them along. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Are your two friends high-level players? Su Shaoqing shook her head. They don't usually play games. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Just then, Su Xianjing lifted Herchin. But one of them is a top student in clinical medicine at Jinling University, and the other is a genius from the computer science department at Jinling University, known as a prodigy since childhood, who loves to study military strategy games. His father is an officer in the army, and he has been shooting since he was a child. Do you think they count as high-level players in this game? Lin Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled. They count. They definitely count. They must join us. However, Lin Yan's brow furrowed again. Since your two friends are so impressive, what about you? What is your profession? What are your specialties? Su Xiaoqing's expression stiffened. She blinked a couple of times, her face showing an unusual hint of embarrassment. Ever since she was a child, her only hobby has been playing games. Her parents sent her to extracurricular classes, but within a week, she would cry and beg to go home to play games. Before this game appeared, Su Xiaoqing had always assumed she was a high-level player among gamers. She could quickly get the hang of any game, until the game defense of Jinling logged onto the Qihong platform. The moment she officially logged in, she was dumbfounded. In this game, her previously proud gaming skills were utterly useless. She had become a bona fide waste. Even the identity she drew was that of an elderly woman with gray hair. Thinking of this made Su Xiaoqing feel frustrated. So she coughed twice and then waved her hand at Lin Yan. That's not important. What matters is you. Since you want to team up, you need to give me a compelling reason. Otherwise, why should I follow you around in the smoke-filled Jinling city and drag my two childhood friends into this? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of stale air. Because only through unity can we hope to save Jinling. This game has two possible endings for group victory. The first is to successfully defend Jinling. But that ending is no different from daydreaming. The strength of Jinling's guards and the invading forces is too disparate. In the short term, Daxia has no capability to gather a large army to support Jinling. Even if they could gather troops, it would just repeat the Battle of Songhu. Unless a player uses hacks to bring in modern drones, tanks, and the Beihai fleet. Otherwise, without cheats, there is not a shred of possibility to successfully defend Jinling. In my simulations, it's just wishful thinking. Su Xiaoqing suddenly slapped her thigh. Damn, I knew it. This planner is too ridiculous. How could there be such a ridiculous planner in this world? Once I log out of the game, if anyone can find this planner's address, I swear I will throw poop at their house. Hey, brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you okay? Why does your face look so bad? Brother. Lin Yan waved his hand and coughed softly twice. I think your idea is wrong. You don't understand the planner's good intentions. But right now, that's not important. What matters is the second way to achieve group victory. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. The second way to achieve group victory is also difficult. But at least there is a possibility of success. That is to save at least 250,000 civilians who would die after Jinling falls. Currently, there are approximately 543,600 civilians in Jinling City. After Jinling falls, fewer than 300,000 civilians will remain. Can you guess where those people will go? They will become the victims of the invaders, their bodies thrown into the mother river of Daxia. And now, the opportunity to save them is right in front of us. Lin Yan's gaze was fixed on Su Xiaoqing. Su Xiaoqing felt uneasy under Lin Yan's stare. She couldn't help but nod. Lin Yan's voice grew hoarse. If we save them, after the game ends and the system calculates, if more than 500,000 civilians remain in Jinling City, we will achieve the second group victory ending. But saving the civilians in Jinling City is not easy either. The high-ranking officials of the city's defense forces are still wavering. They claim they want to hold Jinling to the death, but internally they are actually uncertain. What's worse is that those officials, in order to prevent affecting the morale of the troops, have sealed off Jinling City. Several city gates are impassable, and the water routes are controlled by the joint fleet of the invading forces. Trying to use the water route to get civilians out of the city is no different from sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. Therefore, the only option left for us is to tear down all the city gates, clear the fields, evacuate all the civilians that can be evacuated. Those who are unwilling to leave should be sent to the concessions, which will later be turned into a safe zone. The invaders will have to give the foreigners some face. This can ensure that large-scale massacres of civilians do not occur. After that, all the food in the city should be transported out, and all infrastructure such as water plants, power plants, roads, telephones, power lines, houses, and warehouses should be destroyed. All supplies and ammunition that can be moved should be removed, leaving only enough supplies for the military. All that cannot be moved should be made into traps. Only troops should be stationed in Jinling City, with no civilians remaining. Finally, large-scale destruction of various roads inside and outside the city should be carried out, and a succession plan for military officers and defense withdrawal events should be drafted in advance. The troops should be broken down into small groups organized by squads and platoons, defending separately and engaging in street battles with the invaders. The requirement is not high. Each person just needs to hold out for 1 minute on average. With 100,000 people, They can at least hold out against the invaders for 2 months. If the invaders have to attack Jinling for 2 months, the home front of the invading forces will be directly dragged down by the preparations for war. The Battle of Songhu lasted for 3 months, and attacking Jinling will take another 2 months, followed by a whole bunch of cities to conquer. It's impossible for the invading forces to not face turmoil at home. Once the home front of the invading forces is in chaos, they will have to consider whether to march south or north. Regardless of the choice, it will prompt other powers to intervene. This is the best solution I can think of. Lin Yan lowered his eyelids and exhaled a breath of stale air. At that moment, Su Shaoqing stepped forward in 3 strides and directly punched Lin Yan. Dumb, Mun. You really are a genius. This method is feasible. This method is awesome. Let's do it this way. But the next question arises. How will you execute your plan? Lin Yan looked up, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. This plan cannot be accomplished by one person within 9 days. It requires a large number of players to work together. I have calculated that just to tear open all the city gates of Jinling, at least 12 officers of regimental rank or higher need to cooperate. Among 100,000 players, there are no more than 60 who can draw characters of regimental rank or above. In addition, we also need players who can mobilize the resources of the concessions, players who can gather railway resources, and players who can incite the populace and guide them to retreat. Every step in my plan requires the players to work together. If there is a mistake in even one step, it will be a total loss, and there will be no turning back. This cannot be treated as a game. It must be regarded as the real Jinling city of that time. At this moment, Su Shaoqing's breath became uncontrollably rapid. She suddenly knelt down before Lin Yan. Then she took Lin Yan's hand. Boss, I understand now. You are the true expert. Your team must take me with you. Lin Yan, feeling disdainful, quickly pulled her up. What are you kneeling for? No kneeling. There are no slaves in the new daxia. Our most important task now is to recruit teammates. What about your 2 friends? Where are they now? Su Shaoqing scratched her messy hair. Wait for me to log out of the game and ask. If I log out now, it shouldn't affect my character, right? Although I haven't known this character for long, I think she's a good old lady, much better than the old woman in the house. If it were me, taking care of you while you point your finger at me and scold me, I would have quit long ago. Lin Yan looked at Su Shaoqing with a complex expression, his voice hoarse. The old woman in the house is your character's older sister. She scolds her younger sister because she doesn't want to be a burden to her. She hopes that her sister will not care about her and quickly leave Jinling City. After she just sent you and Dooku out of the room, she grabbed my hand and said she had saved $3 silver in a jar, and she gave all $3 silver to me, hoping I could take you and Dooku out of Jinling City. She loved her sister very much even while on her sickbed. She and her sister used to rely on each other and had the best relationship. At this moment, Su Shaoqing's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. She felt a thunderous roar in her mind. Her breathing suddenly became rapid. Unable to control herself, she ran back into the room. But she only saw a thin girl holding a frail old woman, still crying loudly. Somehow, at this moment, she couldn't help but shed tears as well. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, but found that no matter how she wiped, the tears continued to flow down like beads that had broken their string. Lin Yan watched this scene from outside the room and sighed softly. After a long while, Su Shaoqing finally stopped crying. She sniffled and walked back to Lin Yan's side, lowering her voice. What about that girl Dooku? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Take her with you, no matter what. We must get her out of Jinling City. I promised her grandmother, and I must fulfill that promise. Then Lin Yan raised his eyelids again. How much time do you need to recruit your 2 friends? Su Shaoqing raised her eyebrows. Give me 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I will definitely get those 2 to join. It's time for the dog planner of this game to see. He knows nothing about the true strength of daxia players. Chapter 9. Counting heartbreaks in the present. Who among us can avenge the same kind? The one who can save our kin is me. A century later at this moment, Su Shaoqing's gaze suddenly began to drift. Lin Yan knew that Su Shaoqing's consciousness was withdrawing from the game. Her character would be taken over by the preset character ego until Su Shaoqing relogged into the game. The elderly woman before him, with her graying hair and vacant eyes, quickly regained focus. She first looked at Lin Yan in astonishment, but before she could speak, her attention was drawn to the sound of crying coming from the room behind her. It seemed she realized something. She turned and ran into the room. Then, the sudden outburst of crying in the room struck Lin Yan's eardrums like a dull knife. The cry was initially sharp, like porcelain shattering on a bluestone floor, and then gradually sank into a low, sobbing sound, squeezed out from the chest and laced with blood. The elderly woman's wailing mixed with the sobs of a young girl. crashing back and forth in the small room, causing the wall plaster to fall in clumps. Yeah. The elderly woman suddenly let out a heartbreaking scream, a voice that seemed to be torn from her very insides, filled with a bloodied pain. Lin Yan saw her withered fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly, knuckles turning pale, as if she wanted to rip a hole in the coarse fabric. The old woman on the bed had already lost her breath, yet a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if she had finally put down a heavy burden. Her gaunt cheeks sank in, high cheekbones jutting out like two lonely grave mounds. Those hands that once stitched countless layers for her sister now hung limply by the bed, with yesterday's coal dust still stuck on her nails. The elderly woman suddenly lunged at her sister, burying her face in the patched cotton jacket, her cries muffled in the fabric, turning into a strange sound that resembled an animal's lament. Lin Yan saw her hunched back tremble violently, as if an invisible saw was cutting through her bones. "Get up! Get up!" The elderly woman suddenly lifted her head, shaking her sister's shoulder vigorously, her gray hair coming undone like a bundle of dry grass. The young girl knelt beside them, tears dropping heavily onto the muddy ground, creating dark little pits. She suddenly grabbed the old woman's hand and pressed it against her face. The hand was already cold, like ice against her burning tears. The little girl opened her mouth but could not make a sound, only her shoulders heaving as if someone was pulling at her lungs. In December, Jinling City was already quite cold. The last dry leaf finally fell from the plane tree outside. Meanwhile, in the real world, at midnight 12 o'clock, Jinling City. In the esports room on the 22nd floor of Building 18 in the Shuiyuan community, Su Xiaoqing was holding the recently removed holographic helmet, panting heavily, her forehead covered in sweat. She turned to look outside. The city outside was still brightly lit, bustling with traffic. Between the tall buildings, flickering neon lights splashed onto the long streets like blood. The glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers reflected the lights repeatedly, dazzling to the eyes. Unmanned taxis lined up on the street, their top lights forming a flowing galaxy. For a moment, Su Xiaoqing felt a bit dazed. The city outside was indeed Jinling City. She raised her hand and slapped her face hard, forcing herself to perk up. She still had serious matters to attend to. She turned and nudged Chun Mo beside her. "Chun Mo, wake up. It's already midnight. Aren't you supposed to have the strongest self-discipline? Don't you usually look down on me for being addicted to games? How come you turn out like this now?" But at that moment, the young man wearing the holographic helmet only swayed slightly, showing no signs of waking up. Su Xiaoqing's eyes twitched. "Chindog, I've misjudged you. All these years, I truly thought you had strong self-control. Now I see clearly, you just haven't encountered a game you like. Should I forcibly take the holographic helmet off Chindog's head? But doing so might damage the player's cerebral cortex. His only hope in this life is that dog brain of his. If his brain breaks, how will he get married in the future? What girl would be blind enough to like him? Maybe I should try waking up Zhuzi first?" Just as Su Xiaoqing was tangled in her self-talk, with a click, Guiyuzhu, with her high ponytail, had already taken off the holographic helmet. Her eyes were hazy. After removing the helmet, she slumped back in her seat, only straightening up when she noticed Su Xiaoqing's worried gaze. "What's wrong? Did my Xiaoqing baby get scared?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that this game is too realistic. It feels like experiencing someone else's life." Suddenly exiting made me a bit uncomfortable. Su Xiaoqing had already grabbed Guiyuzhu's hand. "Zhuzi, are you really okay? I've never seen you with this expression. What character did you draw?" Guiyuzhu smiled slightly. "In Jinling City, in the concession area, at the Christian hospital, I played a foreign nurse named Audrey Morgan. For the 4 hours I logged into the game, I was in the hospital receiving wounded soldiers sent from the front line. It aligns with my profession." But soon, Guiyuzhu's smile faded. Her eyes suddenly filled with sorrow, and her eyelids turned red, brimming with tears. "In those 4 hours, at least 100 wounded soldiers died before my eyes. Their faces were all very young, coming from all over the country. Many were just 18 or 19-year-old boys. There was one boy the same age as my younger brother. In peacetime, he should have just started high school, but in the church hospital, his thigh was blown to pieces, his abdomen riddled with shrapnel, and he was blind in both eyes. He held my hand tightly and told me he wanted his mother. I couldn't stop my tears at that moment, thinking about how heartbroken his mother must be to see him like this. There's also a young man in his 20s, bloodstains all over his shoulder blades and left leg, his face burned by artillery fire, his teeth exposed. He held onto my clothes, begging me to give him a quick end, saying that at this point in the war all soldiers should die. He had no face to meet the elders back home. I refused to help him, telling him, "You are a hero." He just smiled and shook his head, and then, when I wasn't paying attention, he shot himself in the head. Ah, there was also an officer who had been shot 12 times. When he was brought into the hospital, he was already unconscious, but he kept mumbling Jinling. Later, I found a black and white photo in the pocket of his military uniform, showing a pair of smiling young men and women. The back of the photo was written Taipei and Jinling. It was then I realized that Jinling must have been the officer's beloved. But Jinling didn't know that at the church hospital in Jinling City, at midnight, her beloved was heading towards the afterlife. Just as Guo Yuzhu finished wiping her tears, new ones fell again. She sighed softly. Before entering this game, I specifically set an alarm to wake me up. Normally, it would ring 3 hours after I entered the game. But I didn't expect. I clearly heard the alarm, yet I still refused to leave the game. I delayed for a full hour before finally quitting. Xiaoqing, I was wrong. I never understood why you were so obsessed with games. Sometimes I even thought you were wasting your life, but now I understand the charm of games. Games truly deserve to be called the ninth art. Su Xiaoqing's eyes twitched. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain to Guo Yuzhu that the game she had played before was completely different from the Jinling Defense War they had just experienced. At that moment, with a click, Chinemo also took off his helmet. He shook his hair and let out a deep breath. Su Xiaoqing blinked a few times. Huh, Chun Dog, I thought you wouldn't come out. Is this the Chun Dog god who has been criticizing my lack of self-control? Chinemo lifted his eyelids and glanced at Su Xiaoqing. He really almost didn't come out. I can't imagine that this game is a product of this era. I always thought that it would take at least a century for humanity to create such a holographic panoramic game. The developers and planners of this game are geniuses among geniuses. I must get into this game development company. Su Xiaoqing raised her chin. This is why you're obsessed with games. But Chinemo shook his head. No, I only just exited the game for the first time because of responsibility. Thousands of people need my command. Their lives are in my hands. Su Xiaoqing's expression changed. Commanding thousands of people. Chin-Dog, what character did you draw? The commander of the 88th Division, 2nd Brigade, 4th Regiment. Zhou Chuwang. Su Xiaoqing swallowed hard. At that moment, Guo Yuzhu also hoarsely spoke up. Xiaoqing, you made progress this time. You didn't get lost in the game. What character did you draw? Su Xiaoqing's body stiffened. She recalled the gray-haired old woman and then waved her hand vigorously. It doesn't matter. Birth does not determine destiny. In the game, I encountered another player. This player is definitely a top player among top players. He proposed a plan that could lead the player faction to achieve a collective victory. The reason I exited the game early was to recruit both of you. Zhuzi, Chin-Dog, you must have felt it too. The Jinling Defense War is not an ordinary game. Once you put on the holographic helmet, it's no different from actually traveling back to Jinling City of that year. Don't you want to try to change the history of that time and save our 300,000 compatriots? Now, the chance to save 300,000 compatriots is right in front of us. Do you want to join me in doing something big? A single spark can start a prairie fire. But before Su Xiaoqing could finish, Chun Emo suddenly leaned forward. Are you saying that you want me and Zhuzi to team up with you, and that player who drew the identity of a medical student from Jinling University, to open all the blocked city gates in Jinling City, evacuate the citizens, clear the fields, and finally organize the army to fight a desperate battle against the Japanese in Jinling City? Su Xiaoqing's expression suddenly changed. How did you know our plan? Chen Mo pointed to the holographic projection screen floating nearby. Your livestream chat exposed everything you experienced in the game. But the good news is, you don't have to worry about your thesis anymore, because you have exceeded the assignment given to you by your journalism teacher. You are now a major streamer with over 10,000 viewers in your livestream. It seems this game has completely exploded. If I'm not mistaken, it's not just us saving Jinling right now. The people across the country want to save their compatriots from that time. Su Xiaoqing's expression changed again. She looked at the holographic screen of her livestream. All she could see were dense messages flooding the screen, refreshing continuously like fireworks at a festival. Streamer, we support you teaming up. I asked on the military forum, and this plan is feasible, and it should be the most feasible plan. Go for it, streamer. Don't let those Japanese trample on our compatriots. Now I understand what that game planner said before the game started. After hundreds of autumns of the earth sinking, smoke and blood flow, it's heartbreaking to count the events of that time. Who among the same kind can take revenge? Damn it. Who among the same kind can take revenge? The one who can save our compatriots is actually me from 100 years later. Time may be separated by 100 years, but even if the world turns upside down, we are still compatriots. Only we are compatriots, no matter which streamer it is. As long as they fight the Japanese and save compatriots, I will help. Streamer, go and team up with that medical student for something big. Let's turn Jinling City upside down and let those Japanese see what God-level operations from 100 years later look like. Chapter 10, The Only Way Out. Songhu Gotha. We must take the city gate tonight. In the alleys of Jinling City, Lin Yan watched as crows landed on the sycamore trees. The sky had completely darkened by now. The cries from inside the house had finally weakened. The old woman with gray hair, holding the frail girl, walked out of the house. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just finished crying. Yet her gaze was cold and fierce. She was nothing like an old woman who had just lost her once dependable sister. She looked at Lin Yan with a burning gaze. The girl had cried so hard that she had fainted. In the backyard of the house, there was a pit that the old woman's sister had prepared for herself early that morning. She had instructed that when she died, her body should be wrapped in a grass mat and thrown into the pit, covered with a few handfuls of yellow earth. But Dooku, I must take her out of the city. Now, I am her only family in this world. Damn it, I never expected one day to utter such cliché lines. Even more unexpected was how, in this specific situation, these lines turned out to be anything but cliché. Lin Yan stared intently at the gray-haired woman before him. You are 20 minutes late. You told me you would be back in 10 minutes. It has already been half an hour. The gray-haired woman chuckled lightly. Sorry, I made you wait so long, but your wait has been worth it. Let me tell you, pulling me into your team is definitely the best decision you'll ever make in your life. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, the gray-haired woman quickly approached and shoved Dooku into Lin Yan's arms. Then, she pulled out a piece of grass paper and a pencil that was only as long as a finger and began to write furiously on the ground. Lin Yan watched as the words were written on the grass paper, his eyes widening involuntarily. Player, Su Xiaoqing. ID, Summer has sunny days. Character, Zhonggu Afong. Commoner of Jinling City. Current coordinates, Jinling City, Qinhuai River, Wui Alley, Southwest, number 6 gate. Player, Chen Mo. ID, Silence is Golden. Character, Zhou Chuguang. Commander of the 4th Regiment, 2nd Brigade, 88th Division of Jinling City Garrison. Current coordinates, outside Jinling City, southeast, Tihu Town, temporary command post of the 4th Regiment. Player, Guiyuju. ID, Green Bamboo. Character, Audrey Morgan, nurse at the Concession Church Hospital. Current coordinates, Jinling City, British Concession, St. Mary's Hospital, 3rd floor ward. Player, Lao Tan. ID, Old Tan Pickled Vegetables. Character, Li Haiju, Company Commander of the Northeast Army. Current coordinates, outside Jinling City, Tongsu Town position. Currently leading troops towards Dongxiao Town. Player, Summer Lightning. ID, Thunder and Lightning. Character, UMO, Prostitute of Qinhuai River. Current coordinates, Jinling City, British Concession, St. Basil's Cathedral. Player, Night Owl. ID, Night Hunter. Character, Zhou Masheng, Underground Informant of Jinling City. Current coordinates, Jinling City, Confucius Temple Underground Passage, Dark Outpost. Player, Bailu. ID, Cold Frost. Character, Fong Bailu. Battlefield Reporter of Jinling Newspaper. Current coordinates, Jinling City, Spring Dawn Newspaper, Darkroom Development Room. Player, Blacksmith. ID, Tempered Steel. Character, Wang Taizhan, Technician at the Jinling Arsenal. Current coordinates, Jinling Arsenal, Firearm Assembly Workshop. Lin Yan's breathing became increasingly rapid. It was only at this moment that the gray-haired woman slowly stood up and handed the grass paper to Lin Yan. This is the current list of players we can find with confirmed coordinates who may provide us with assistance. In other words, these players can all be recruited into your team. Including me, this list has a total of 36 people. Lin Yan clenched the list, breathing heavily. How did you get this list? The gray-haired woman rubbed her temples. I chuckled dryly. What do you think I was doing for the half hour I quit the game? Of course, I was helping us gather intelligence. I told you, I'm a pro. But Lin Yan remained unmoved, simply staring at her. Su Xiaoqing felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and waved her hand helplessly. It's information shared by my stream's viewers. I'm not a professional streamer, but due to work, I happen to start a live broadcast. The Jinling Defense wargame has exploded in popularity. Nearly all netizens are focused on the game's outcome. Any live stream of this game has an explosive audience. Those netizens, although they cannot participate directly in the game, are brainstorming ideas just to help the players involved achieve victory. They also want to save Jinling City and the lives of 300,000 compatriots. I still remember a comment in the live chat. The time may be 100 years apart, and we may not meet or know each other. But even if the heavens turn upside down, we are still compatriots. Any conscientious and passionate citizen of the Great Xia who could bear to watch Jinling City bleed. A post on a military forum even included an 80,000-word essay on saving Jinling City, comparable to a thesis detailing step-by-step instructions for players. In addition, Some experts dug up the coordinates of the munitions depot in Jinling City from back in the day, as well as the hidden retreat ships prepared by corrupt officials, docked in the harbor. But soon, someone discovered that the historical Jinling City of the Great Xia Federation and the Jinling City in the game could not correspond geographically. There were many discrepancies, which matched the planner's claims that the game was set in a parallel world. As a result, all those posts on the military forum became useless. To save Jinling City, we still have to rely on the players in the game. The game's planner is a dog. So dogged. He must have never intended for players to achieve a group victory from the start. Thank goodness for you. Lin Yan's eyelids twitched at this moment. He didn't know what to say, so he simply rubbed the grass paper in his hand. None of this matters. What matters is our next step in the plan. Have you contacted all the people on that grass paper? Do they know our plan? Su Xiaoqing gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. The viewers in my stream have already notified major live streamers about your plan. Any streamer who can see the message should respond. What is the first step of your plan? You can tell me. The tens of thousands of viewers in my stream share the same view as I do. When you speak to me, it's as if you're issuing commands to those tens of thousands of viewers at the same time. Since the moment the Jinling Defense War game appeared in the eyes of netizens, saving 300,000 compatriots is no longer just your mission. It is the mission of all of us. So give the orders, comrade. At this moment, Lin Yan felt a pang in his nose. He never expected that after the game was released, the situation would develop to this point. He took a deep breath. The Jinling City in the game is different from the historical Jinling City of the Great Xia Federation in terms of terrain, city planning, and layout. After all, this is a parallel world. The effective intelligence that netizens can collect outside the game is actually very limited. The help they can provide to players is also limited. But an amazing person once said, with a little heat, we can emit a little light just like fireflies, which can shine a bit in the darkness without waiting for a torch. From now on, if there is no torch, we'll be the only light. There are no saviors in this world, no divine emperors. The only ones who can save our compatriots are ourselves. The first step of my plan is to tear open all the block city gates within Jinling City. This plan seems simple and crude, but executing it is not that easy. Unlike the Jinling City in the history of the Great Xia Federation, which only had 4 city gates, the Jinling City before us has 13 gates. Some of these gates need to be torn open, while others must remain sealed to block the enemy's attack. These gates include the Qiling Gate and Kangbo Gate from the Fuqua position, the Daxia Gate, Guanghua Gate, and Zhongshan Gate established during the Ming Dynasty, as well as the newly built Shui Shi Gate, Heping Gate, Yuhua Gate, and Taiping Gate from the Republic of China period. These 8 gates must not be touched. They're the last fortress to stop those devils. The gates that need to be torn open are concentrated in the northwest and southeast of Jinling City, namely Qingliang Gate, Shens Gate, Xuanwu Gate, and Freedom Gate. 4 gates. These 4 gates are now the last lifeline for the people of Jinling City. The game has been going on for nearly 5 hours now. After dawn, the enemy will begin a large-scale attack on the northeast Zhongshan Gate, Taiping Gate, Heping Gate, and the southwest Daxia Gate, Shui Shi Gate, and Yuhua Gate. The enemy's artillery and air force will launch a comprehensive assault on the main frontline positions of Jinling City. The encirclement will tighten, making it even more difficult for the people in the city to evacuate outside. Su Xiaoqing's breathing quickened. This means that from 8 p.m. tonight until before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, within 12 hours, we must tear open all 4 gates: Qingliang Gate, Shens Gate, Xuanwu Gate, and Freedom Gate, allowing the people to evacuate. Lin Yan glanced at Su Xiaoqing and shook his head. No, only one of the 4 gates can be torn open tonight. Su Xiaoqing's eyelids twitched. Why? Wouldn't it be faster for the people to evacuate if all 4 gates were opened? Lin Yan looked coldly at Su Xiaoqing. Do you think the enemy is foolish? If all 4 gates are wide open, will the enemy's scouts not notice? Do you really understand our enemies? Surrounding Jinling City are the elite troops of the evil Japanese army. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. Their equipment is sophisticated, and their soldiers far exceed the remnants outside Jinling City in terms of physical fitness and combat experience. Recklessly evacuating the people of Jinling is no different from sending them into the tiger's mouth. Su Xiaoqing felt a chill at Lin Yan's gaze. She swallowed hard. Then, what should we do? Lin Yan exhaled a deep breath. The 4 gates can only tear open one. The Xuanwu Gate in the northwest corner. The timing for opening the Xuanwu Gate cannot be too early or too late. The best time is about half an hour after the enemy starts a full-scale attack on Zhongshan Gate. During this time, the enemy's attention will be focused on the northeast and southwest fronts of Jinling City. That will be the best opportunity to open the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate leads directly to the land of Jingshu. Upwards it leads to Chang'an, downwards to the southwest. By then, even if those people become refugees, it is still better than staying in Jinling City and becoming miserable ghosts. So what we need to do now is very simple. Before dawn, achieve full control over the Xuanwu Gate. Full control means that the officers controlling the Xuanwu Gate must all be replaced with our people. In the following days, we can secretly evacuate the people in the northwest area of Jinling City. The area in the northwest of Jinling is the farthest from the concession. After the massacre begins, they will be the hardest group to escape into the safe zone. By the way, about 20 miles from the Xuanwu Gate, there will be a small group of ambushing enemy troops. This enemy troop must be completely eliminated. Anyone near the Xuanwu Gate who has taken on the officer role. Listen up, this enemy troop is a big problem. If we don't clear them out, the people of Jinling City won't be able to safely evacuate from Xuanwu Gate. Their lives depend on your shoulders. No matter what method you use, you must clear out this enemy troop, leaving not a single one alive. Lin Yan took a deep breath. He looked directly into Su Xiaoqing's eyes. If what I said makes sense to you, then you may begin to act. I hope everyone can work together. There are no saviors in this world, no divine emperors. The only ones who can save our compatriots are ourselves. Chapter 11. Don't be afraid, comrades. Reinforcements are coming. The city is filled with sorrow and blood, all for the sake of saving the people. Lin Yan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at Su Xiaoqing, who was blinking her eyes. Do I just say get out? Su Xiaoqing shook her head honestly. I don't know. In the game, I can't check the live broadcast, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. There are over 70,000 players in the game. I refuse to believe we can't save Jinling City. Lin Yan was taken aback. 70,000? Weren't there 100,000 players at the beginning? Su Xiaoqing scoffed. We have to thank this game's terrible planning. Less than 5 hours into the game, over 20,000 players have already died for various reasons or been forced to quit. At this rate, we won't have to wait for Jinling to fall. Most players will be dead soon. Lin Yan frowned tightly. How did those 20,000 players die? The enemy's full-scale attack hasn't even started yet. Jinling City is still safe. Su Xiaoqing safe. A large portion of the players were assigned warrior roles. Kids born in the 21st century in the Great Xia Federation. How could they have experienced war? Many players were scared and cried in the trenches. The only commendable thing is that, no matter how scared they are, the number of players deserting is still 0. I heard about a female streamer who drew a soldier role, crying while holding a bomb and running toward the enemy's position. She was rushing to her death while wailing. They all say I'm just a useless edge streamer. They mock me, saying I can only flirt in the live broadcast and nothing else, that I'm just selling myself. But I really love my country. I was born in the mountains. If it weren't for the country's poverty alleviation policy and Hope primary schools, I wouldn't even be able to go to college. I don't want to flirt, but I want to bring my younger siblings out of the mountains. I have no talents. I study hard, but don't achieve much, unable to serve my country. But I donate money to the Hope primary school back home every month. One day, my hometown will have scientists, doctors, and teachers, flowers blooming and oil sizzling. And players like this female streamer are everywhere. Some players only drew civilian roles, but were unwilling to shrink back in the city. They voluntarily signed up to be laborers, to dig trenches, only to have the enemy's artillery strike. None of those players survived. They had no outstanding strategic awareness. They just wanted to save the country and protect their comrades in their own way. Lin Yan sighed silently, looking down at the girl in his arms, Dooku, then quietly walked into the house. Su Xiaoqing was taken aback. But before she could speak, Lin Yan's low voice came. Come and help. Bury Dooku's grandmother. After that, we'll head to Xuanwu Gate. If we're lucky, by the time we reach Xuanwu Gate, the Freedom Gate might already be controlled by other players. Su Xiaoqing caught up to Lin Yan's pace. What if we're not lucky? Lin Yan's footsteps paused. I know where there is an armory near the Freedom Gate. If soft methods don't work, we'll take it by force, armed to seize power. The Xuanwu Gate incident happened in history once, so it can happen a second time. No matter what, we must control Xuanwu Gate. This is the most important part of my plan. It seems tonight will be another sleepless night. Su Xiaoqing blinked, her eyes sparkling in the night. God, were you really? How do you know so much information? You don't seem like a first-time player in this game, do you? Could it be that your real identity is... Lin Yan turned to look at Su Xiaoqing. Did you guess it? Su Xiaoqing slapped her thigh. This game is so complete. It can't possibly be the first internal test. You are the real veteran beta player. Lin Yan was momentarily speechless. He didn't say anything more. Veteran beta player? That guess isn't wrong. In a sense, I really am the first player to come into contact with this game. Meanwhile, outside the game, in Lingshan City, Wanxing Community, room 202 on the 3rd floor. In a dim room, a disheveled young man with a stubbly beard sat in a chair, eating instant noodles. The holographic helmet next to him flickered continuously. While eating, the young man browsed a forum through the holographic projection. Suddenly, a post that went viral caught his attention. He looked at the text and live recording, and his expression suddenly changed. "See Songhu Gota, recruiting officers near Xuanwu Gate from the whole network? ISNT this looking for me?" The character I drew is the commander of the Jinling City Garrison, Lin Yan. But I've only been in this game for 5 hours. I've just had one bite of instant noodles. And I have to work tomorrow. Taking Xuanwu Gate sounds easy. How is this different from inciting a military rebellion? If I cooperate with them, I'll be all in for the night. What about my full attendance this month? The young man quickly swallowed a few bites of noodles, then turned and lay down on the bed. There's so many players in the game. They don't need me. I should think about myself first. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only the ticking of the clock's second hand echoing. About 3 minutes later, the young man, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. Damn it. If there's a rebellion, then let it be. Am I afraid of this as a fourth calamity? What if they just need me? What if they can't take Xuanwu Gate without me? Wouldn't I become a sinner? Boss, it's not that I don't want to work properly. It's all this damn game's fault for being so enticing. I don't want to log in, but they call me comrade. One call of comrade is more important than anything. The young man exhaled a breath of turbid air, then decisively rushed to the table and put on the holographic helmet again. Tonight, we'll take Xuanwu Gate. In Huangshe City lived a Guangling community, building 18, 9th floor, room 902, in a dimly lit rental room. The air conditioning hummed, but couldn't dispel the summer night's heat. A young man wearing black-framed glasses slumped on the sofa, the light from his phone screen reflecting on his tired face. He had just returned from working overtime, not even taking the time to change his shirt, with his tie hanging loosely around his neck. The indicator light on the holographic helmet on the coffee table flickered slightly, and messages from the game kept popping up. He swiped open the screen and saw overwhelming discussions on the forum. Xuanwu Gate operation. All capable players, please report in. He stared at that message, his finger hovering in midair, hesitating to click. Is this game really that fun? It's a pity I only logged in for 15 minutes before the project manager called me to work overtime. I have a project report tomorrow morning. If I log in now, I'll 1T sleep tonight. He rubbed his temples and sighed. But the next second, images from the game flashed through his mind. He drew the identity of a soldier from the Xuanwu Gate, and in the 15 minutes since he logged into the game, he witnessed the wounded being brought down from the front lines, saw the enemy planes howling in the sky, and noticed a frail old man kneeling before him, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading with him to let him take the 2 little girls in the burden basket he was carrying out of Jinling City. The image of that old man, crying and clutching at his clothes, is still vivid in his mind. Soldier, please, let me take these 2 children out of the city. I don't mind dying in Jinling. These 2 kids are innocent. If the enemy comes into the city, they definitely 1T survive. I've worked so hard to raise these 2 children, treating them like precious dolls. If they fall into the hands of the enemy, their lives will be over. For sure. Soldier, you were also born of a father and mother. You have a heart. Please have pity on these 2 girls. Have pity on me. We grew up drinking from the same river. After all, the young man, just starting his overtime, could not shake off this scene whenever he closed his eyes. He gritted his teeth, yanked off his tie, and threw it forcefully onto the sofa. Damn it, what does the project report even matter? If Jinling City falls, I'll never sleep soundly for the rest of my life. He grabbed the holographic helmet and decisively put it on. Player, Zhou Ming, ID, Night Returner. Character drawn, Xuanwu Gate Defense Army, Soldier, Su Yuanshan, current coordinates, Xuanwu Gate, Jinling City. Rongqing City, Jinjing Garden, Building 7, Unit 2, Room 503. In the kitchen, a pressure cooker hissed with steam, and the aroma of soup filled the entire room. A young woman with a ponytail stood in front of the stove, gripping her phone tightly, her brow furrowed. She had just received a voice message from her mother. Daughter, remember to go on the blind date tomorrow. The person's conditions are really good. She didn't finish listening before pressing the screen off, irritably tugging at her hair. The holographic helmet lay on the dining table, and messages in the forum kept popping up. Xuanwu Gate urgently calls for members. Team members needed. She stared at the message, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. She still had to deal with a blind date tomorrow. If she stayed up late gaming tonight, she would definitely be exhausted tomorrow. If this blind date goes wrong, my mom might come all the way from home to kill me. Damn it, can I really decide matters of fate? Can I just keep playing games until I'm old? I really have no common language with men who don't like gaming. But the next second, she bit her thumb, recalling the cries she heard on the streets of Jinling City. Those cries, transcending a century, still lingered in her ears. There were cries from the elderly, from women, and from children. Mom, I'm hungry. Be good, dear. Mommy will go get you a bowl of rice porridge soon. How could such a good country be bullied like this? The mountains and rivers are shattered, and I always thought I had experience enough in this life. But in the end, I became a slave of a fallen nation. They're all dead, all dead. After the war broke out, dozens of men in the family went to the battlefield. All 6 of my brothers, born of the same milk, died. The eldest brother died in Phoenix Town, beheaded by the enemy. The second brother died by the Chu River, trampled into a pulp by enemy cavalry. The third brother died on the snowy plain, so far from home, I don't even know if he was cold. The fourth brother died on bitter Wormwood Mountain. It's said he was tortured to death by the enemy's charms. My fourth brother has always been afraid of pain. I don't know how hard it was for him to fall into enemy hands. Fourth brother, did it hurt? Did it hurt? The fifth brother died on Gatian Mountain. His body was never found. The sixth brother, just a year older than me, has always been my closest companion, took care of me. Let me have everything, but he also died on the battlefield of Songhu, and his letter couldn't even be sent back home. I'm the only one left in the family now. I wanted to go to the battlefield too, but my brothers wouldn't let me. They said I was the youngest, that I had to stay behind to take care of our parents, but my parents are also dead, killed by the enemy's planes. Brother, what should I do? What should I do? She tried to cover her ears, but could still hear those cries. Her body trembled, and a few tears fell. Finally, she took a deep breath, turned off the stove, and ripped off her apron. A blind date? What the hell? There are so many people waiting for me to save them. The city is filled with cries of mourning. All I want is to save the living. She strode toward the dining table and put on a holographic helmet. Player, Zhao Yu, ID. Walking in the rain, character drawn. Dispatcher of the International Red Cross Jinling Branch. Shun Shuaing, current coordinates. Temporary command center of the Red Cross, Jinling City. The woman wearing the holographic helmet was still murmuring softly. The city is filled with cries of mourning. All I want is to save the living. Fellow countrymen of Jinling, don't be afraid. Reinforcements from 100 years later are coming. They're coming now. Chapter 12. Stand up, no kneeling. For those who have sacrificed greatly, dare to call upon the sun and moon to change the heavens. In Jinling City, as dusk fell, the entire city descended into a strange silence. There was no electricity. The streetlights had long gone out, and only a few oil lamps flickered through the cracks of windows, trembling like the breaths of the dying. Flyers scattered across the bluestone road were rustled by the cold wind. The lead type proclaiming the vow to defend Jinling had already been trampled into obscurity. In the distance, sporadic gunfire echoed, muffled, like someone striking a cotton blanket with a stick. With each shot, a brief cry of a baby would rise from an alley, immediately stifled by a mother's hand. The water of the Qinhuai River glistened with a rust color. Floating corpses swayed between the bridge piers. Who knows whose son has jumped into the Qinhuai River again? An old woman knelt by the riverbank burning paper money, the flames licking at the yellow paper, illuminating the deep grooves of tears on her face. Ashes floated up, sticking to the slogans of resistance on the roadside, like unwillingly closing eyes. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from the south of the city, followed by the orderly sound of boots striking the ground. A tailor, hiding behind a door panel, shivered as he looked out through his fingers at the moonlight. The reflection of bayonets flowed along the long street like a silver snake that could bite. That was a troop being dispatched to the southeast. Judging by their direction, they should be heading to reinforce Taiping Gate. Further away, flames rose from the direction of the Shaoguan Dock, dyeing half the sky orange. Under the orange sky, at the Shaoguan Dock, sounds of clamoring and arguing reached the ears. It seemed that two groups of people were fighting over a passenger boat. At this moment, Lin Yan stood atop a clock tower on Xuanwu Avenue, gazing over the entire Jinling City. He then looked down again. The second hand of the pocket watch in his hand had just reached the 12 position, aligned with the minute hand. The current time was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. The cold wind of December tousled Lin Yan's hair. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Directly opposite the clock tower was Xuanwu Gate. He had just heard a burst of dense gunfire coming from within Xuanwu Gate. A gray-haired old woman stood behind Lin Yan, her pupils shimmering with a ghostly light. According to your orders, Xuanwu Gate has already revolted. Xuanwu Gate has been successfully secured by us. When are we going over? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. No hurry. Let the bullets fly a bit longer. The cold wind grew sharper. The wind swept through the clock tower. And in the distance, a few sycamores swayed in the wind, their dry branches resembling the trembling arms of an old man. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. A winding line of people was slowly moving from the end of the long street. They were families fleeing. Most of the men wore patched cotton robes, tightly cinched at the waist with straw ropes. The women wrapped themselves in faded headscarves, cradling infants wrapped in rags. A few half-grown children ran barefoot, leaving bloody footprints on the bluestone. They pushed a unicycle loaded with lopsided bundles, occasionally causing enamel bowls to slip from the gaps, producing sharp sounds in the silent night. The leading young woman was particularly striking. The hem of her black skirt had already torn open, revealing a slip covered in mud. The Red Cross armband, tied to her sleeve, fluttered in the wind like a tattered flag. An old man with a broken leg lay on her back, his bony fingers gripping her shoulder tightly. The woman frequently looked back to urge them on, but her voice was hoarse, far from that of a young person. "Hurry up, we'll be there soon." Just then, standing on the bell tower, Lin Yan saw clearly that the woman was also holding a 3- or 4-year-old girl in her arms. The child's pale face bore dried blood at the corners of her mouth. In the middle of the group, an old woman with bound feet suddenly collapsed. A nearby young man hurried to help, revealing a festering whip mark on the back of his neck. "Mother, hang in there. Eat something? We'll be there soon." The man's voice trembled as he pulled out half a moldy biscuit from his pocket. But the old woman pushed his hand away, her murky eyes fixed on the direction of Xuanwu Gate. Out of the city, Miss Shun said that once we reach Xuanwu Gate, we can be sent out of Jinling City. Once we leave Jinling City, we can have a way to survive. The night wind carried intermittent coughing sounds. Lin Yan saw a boy at the end of the line, wearing student clothes, stuffing paper torn from a textbook into his nostrils. The printed pages on it still bore the lead type on cultivating oneself and governing the country. But at that moment, they were soaked in dark red blood. The boy had to lean against the wall to catch his breath every few steps, blood trickling from his nostrils, leaving a trail of intermittent blood on the ground. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from afar. The common people huddled together like frightened sheep. The woman in black abruptly raised a kerosene lamp, the flame casting deep shadows on her brow. "Don't panic. It's the sound of a truck." Her lips trembled. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will definitely get you all out of the city." A drop of sweat fell from her chin, landing on the forehead of the girl in her arms. The child opened her eyes and reached out a small hand to touch the scab on the woman's face, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Sister, you look like Mulan from the picture book." The woman looked at the girl in her arms and smiled back. "If only I really had Mulan's abilities. If I were Mulan, I would surely help you carve a bloody path." The girl in her arms smiled back. "No, sister, in my eyes, you are even more powerful than Mulan." The woman in black couldn't help but start to sob. At the same time, Lin Yan atop the clock tower turned around without hesitation. The bullets had flown long enough. Let us go to bring those refugees into Xuanwu Gate. The leading woman is Zhao Yu, right? Su Xiaoqing, behind Lin Yan, nodded. "That's right, it's her." The role she drew is Shun Shuyu, a dispatcher for the International Red Cross Jinling branch. Lin Yan nodded, saying nothing further, but quickly ran down to the base of the bell tower, heading toward the group of common people. Suddenly emerging Lin Yan startled the Jinling citizens, who were already like birds startled by the bow. Fortunately, the leading woman in black immediately turned back to calm their emotions. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's our own people." Lin Yan jogged up to Shin Shuyu. He naturally took the old man that Shun Shuyu was carrying on her back and placed him on his own back, then nodded at Shin Shuyu. "Comrade Shin Shuyu, right?" Shin Shuyu nodded. "In Jinling City, I am Shin Shuyu. You are Lin Yan, the one who issued the call? Your plan is actually quite risky. If there is the slightest misstep, these common people will lose their lives. I haven't been in contact with them for long, but in my eyes, they are no different from living people. They are my compatriots. Once we leave Jinling City, I can no longer guarantee their safety. These Jinling citizens will become thorough refugees. Is your plan really feasible?" Lin Yan cast a glance at Shun Shuyu. "No matter how difficult it is to be a refugee, it is better than staying in Jinling City, becoming fish and meat for slaughter. If you did not recognize my plan, you would have brought them here." Shun Shuyu said nothing, while Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, staring at her. "How many people did you bring in total? How many more are coming?" Shin Shuyu raised her head. "Including the children, a total of 362 people, all elderly weak women, and children taken in by the Red Cross Society. There are still over 3,000 people left in the church. If this first batch of common people can be successfully sent out of the city, I will bring the others over as soon as possible. After all, it is not safe in the city. However, these more than 3,000 people are just the current number of citizens sheltered by the Red Cross. And this number is growing every day. Recently, more and more citizens from Jinling have come to seek refuge with the Red Cross. The Japanese planes bomb Jinling City several times a day, and only the concession area is not within their bombing range. To avoid the bombings, the people of Jinling are all rushing to St. Paul's Church, where the Red Cross is located. Father Wilson of the church has decided to clear out 2 warehouses near the church to accommodate the citizens of Jinling. The Jinling branch of the Red Cross has already sent a telegram to the International Red Cross requesting more material assistance. In addition, St. Paul's Church has also received approval from the International Red Cross to establish a safety zone. The safety zone will be established in 3 days, and the committee will set up at least 20 refugee shelters within the safety zone. The Japanese cannot attack the safety zone. If they violate the agreement, they will face condemnation from the international community. Lin Yan shook his head, a complex smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Condemnation from the international community? If the Japanese really cared about such things, they wouldn't have started this war. As for the safety zone, it can only prevent those evil spirits from carrying out large-scale massacres within it. But what about the humiliation of women? What about capturing refugees under the pretext of searches? If those Japanese discover that there are a few beautiful female students hidden in the safety zone, will those beasts forcibly enter the safety zone to capture them? They might threaten you, saying that if you don't hand over those female students, they will pull out 100 people from the safety zone every day and kill them. What will you do then? Will you allow the citizens in the safety zone to be slaughtered, or will you hand over those female students? Shen Xiao was momentarily speechless, staring at Lin Yan in shock. Lin Yan, on the other hand, shook his head with a bitter smile. In the case of lost territory, the safety zone is just a joke. How can you claim to be in a safety zone under someone else's artillery and planes? Shen Xiao lowered her head in silence. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. The safety zone can only serve as a retreat when we are completely powerless. We must not place our hopes on it now. Let's go. Don't waste time. First, let's get these citizens to Xuanwu Gate. Lin Yan stopped speaking, carrying the old man on his back, and quickly walking toward Xuanwu Gate. Shen Xiao followed closely, holding the little girl in her arms. The wind grew colder. Lin Yan already saw a few scattered soldiers stationed outside Xuanwu Gate. When those soldiers saw Lin Yan and his group, they showed expressions of shock. One soldier, wearing a steel helmet with a round face and a stubbly beard, in his 30s, even raised his gun and aimed it at Lin Yan. What are you doing? Stand still. Take one more step, and I will shoot. Xuanwu Gate is closed. Get back. But before the round-faced soldier could finish speaking, the muzzle of a long gun was already pressed against his steel helmet. Another soldier, who was originally responsible for guarding the city gate, slender but upright, had cold eyes. Squad leader, sorry. Xuanwu Gate is now under our control. Also, squad leader, didn't your superior teach you? The gun should be aimed at the invaders, not at your own compatriots. Put down your gun. I'm telling you to put it down. The round-faced soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Juanshan, are you crazy? The slender soldier sneered. An hour ago, the military police unit, the Guard Regiment Commander, Li Song, the 41st Division, 6th Regiment Commander, Qian Xinghua, and the 36th Division, 2nd Battalion 4th Company Commander, Zhang Junyi, all brought troops to garrison the northern camp of Jinling City adjacent to Xuanwu Gate. And then gunfire broke out simultaneously at the northern camp and the city gate fortress of Xuanwu Gate. Do you still not realize what this represents? It has mutinied. Big brother. The times have changed. Xuanwu Gate is now under our control. The round-faced soldier unconsciously widened his eyes. What did you say? The soldier breathed rapidly, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. This is not his fault. The military officers guarding Jinling City are not united. Except for a few elite troops that retreated from the Songhu battlefield, the military police in Jinling City are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. The commanders and captains of the military police often gather to drink, and when it comes to prostitutes or unequal distribution of spoils, they argue fiercely and even draw guns at each other. Even now, with the Japanese at the city gates, the captain in charge of guarding Xuanwu Gate, Captain Zheng, still brought a prostitute into the northern camp. So, although the round-faced soldier had just heard gunfire, he did not take it too seriously. He thought it was just those officers causing trouble while drunk. He couldn't believe that a mutiny could actually happen at Xuanwu Gate and in northern camp. These officers, no matter how ridiculous they usually are, would never dare to defy the orders from above. The round-faced soldier's face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. But at that moment, he heard the sound of boots stepping on the ground behind him, and the creaking sound of the city gate being pushed open. An indescribable sense of oppression rushed at him from behind. Then he saw two officers dressed in brown military uniforms, wearing the rank of major, each leading a team, walking down from the city tower of Xuanwu Gate. They were clearly two officers of regiment level. They ignored Su Yuanshan, who was holding a gun with its muzzle against the round-faced soldier's head, and walked directly towards the young man in a black Zhongshan suit, looking like a student, who was carrying a skinny old man on his back. In front of everyone, the two regiment commanders saluted the young man. This scene left the few scattered soldiers under Xuanwu Gate, as well as the Jinling citizens trying to escape from the city through Xuanwu Gate, wide-eyed. Usually, the military police officers in Jinling City are arrogant. Even a company commander would look down on others with his nostrils, let alone a regiment commander. Yet at this moment, these two regiment commanders showed such respect to the student-like young man. Who was this student-like young man? Could he be the son of some warlord? The soldiers at Xuanwu Gate exchanged glances. The Jinling citizens who followed Shun Xiao from the church to Xuanwu Gate looked astonished, their breaths quickening. Several elderly men with gray hair even weakened at the knees and directly knelt on the ground. As those elderly men knelt down, the other citizens around them followed suit and also knelt down. Great Lord, you are merciful, and you will be rewarded. We will remember your great kindness for a lifetime. But at this moment, Lin Yan suddenly turned around. Stand up. No kneeling. The emperor is gone, and no one is worthy of your kneeling. Lin Yan raised his hand and knocked on his own chest. I'm not worthy of your kneeling either. I am saving you, not so that you can kneel and bow to me. Stand up, everyone, stand up. Remember, no matter how many times you bow, you will still suffer. Those Japanese outside the city will not spare you just because you bow. If I cannot save you this time, don't expect kneeling to earn you a glimmer of hope. Kneeling and bowing is the most useless thing in front of those evil spirits. The only way to survive is to fight them to the end. No matter if you can understand or not, remember one sentence. Those who have sacrificed greatly have the ambition to call for a new heaven and earth. Stand up, no kneeling. Chapter 13, No Longer Kneeling. Vowing to avenge the country. From now on, the war alliance will continue, and our descendants will never bow their heads. At this moment, the cold wind howled as it swept over Xuanwu Gate, tousling the white hair of the elderly kneeling on the ground. Their hair like withered grass, whipped against their weathered faces, stinging like countless tiny whips against the rings of time. The oldest man in the front row was the first to raise his head. He was missing a front tooth, his lips trembled, and the murky tears and mucus froze into ice crystals in the cold wind, clinging to his gray stubble. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Yan, the glow of the torches flickering on the city gate reflected in his pupils. Fellow villagers, rise. Everyone, rise. His hoarse, sobbing rolled from his throat as his cracked palms pressed against the bluestone. The knuckles turned white from exertion, and the frostbite wounds scraped dark red streaks on the stone surface. Beside him, an old woman wrapped in a tattered cotton coat suddenly grabbed his arm. Her twisted feet, which had been wrapped and then released, made a soft crack as she rose, her knee creaking. A strand of white hair clung to her bleeding lips, trembling with each breath. After kneeling for half a lifetime for the first time, a great lord has told me to stand up. Standing up feels good. Standing up is comfortable. I don't want to kneel anymore. Really don't want to kneel anymore. The crowd erupted in intermittent gasps. A woman holding a baby suddenly buried her face in the child's swaddling, her shoulders shaking violently. A sobbing sound emerged. Next to her, a thin, weathered man crouched down, using his calloused hand to dust off her skirt, then gently helped her up. Her husband. The great lord doesn't he want us to kneel? I don't want our son to grow up only knowing to kneel and bow to others. The great lord is right. Bowing doesn't he save lives? Our son cannot live like we have. After we escape from Jinling City, if we encounter the little devils, you take our son and run, I'll fight them. You must tell our son that his father is not a coward. Our home is in Jinling, and one day, we will return to Jinling. The man's palm was missing 2 fingers, the stumps still crusted with dark red scabs. The wound looked like it had been severed by a factory machine. A boy in student clothes struggled to rise unsteadily from the ground. He stood upright, bloodied pages from his textbooks falling from his nostrils. Sooner or later, the boy coughed up blood-tinged spit as he clenched his fists tightly. He bared his teeth, his expression fierce. Sooner or later, No one will ever make us kneel again, insult our families, cut off our heads, or kill our children. Sooner or later, we will take revenge for our humiliation. I, Limuji, swear to avenge my country." At that moment, a torch in the city gate suddenly flared. Amidst the flickering light and shadow, over 300 people helped each other up one after another. The worn cotton clothes rustled like the last wild grass of late autumn. They seemed fragile, but when the spring breeze arrives, they will burst forth with new vitality. Lin Yan watched this scene, finally revealing a hint of smile. He exchanged glances with Li Montsong and Xianxinghua, who had taken on the role of the regiment leader behind him. The two immediately understood. Li Montsong waved his hand. "Take these people to Beidang, then open the granaries and distribute food. Take good care of them. Once these people leave Beidang, I want to concern myself with them. But if anyone in Beidang gets a scratch or loses a piece of flesh, I'll skin whoever it is. I don't care how you serve in the military before, why you enlisted. From now on, remember, you have only two tenets as soldiers. First, protect the home and defend the country. Second, serve the people." Li Montsong looked at the soldiers who had fallen silent, frowning. "Do you understand or not? Answer me." The soldiers behind him immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Understood, Commander." Li Montsong tilted his head. "Understood, what are you still dawdling for? Take these old folks to Beidang." The soldiers immediately sprang into action. Lin Yan watched as a company of soldiers supported over 300 elderly residents of Jinling into Xuanwu Gate, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at Li Montsong. "The Beidang and Xuanwu Gate are confirmed to be completely under control, right?" Li Monkang Nudda. "According to your instructions, my troops have completely taken over Beidang. My troops belong to the Jinling garrison, and Beidang was originally a garrison camp. It's perfectly reasonable for my troops to retake Beidang. Of course, there were some issues during the takeover. Several officers from the troop stationed at Beidang, as well as one of my staff officers, raised objections to the legitimacy of my takeover and even said they would report to command." Li Montsong's voice paused. "I didn't waste words with them. I just shot them and blew their heads off. When the blood splattered, to be honest, my legs went weak for a few seconds, and tears almost soaked my pants. I never expected that a mere company soldier like me would have such a decisive day." Li Montsong rubbed his face. Then he pulled Lin Yan and walked toward the city tower of Xuanwu Gate, while several other players, regiment leader Qianxinghua, soldier Su Yuanshan, Red Cross members Shan Xiao, ordinary citizens of Jinling, Zhang Shui, Su Xiaoqing, followed them up the city tower of Xuanwu Gate. On the tower of Xuanwu Gate, the cold wind of December sliced against everyone's cheeks. Lin Yan squinted his eyes, gazing towards the vast waters to the north. That was the Xuanwu Lake of Jinling City, with Xuanwu Gate built directly to its south. At that moment, Xuanwu Lake shimmered with a cold, iron-gray light in the night. The surface frozen with a thin layer of ice, illuminated by the moonlight like a shattered mirror. On the west bank of the lake stood a cluster of barracks, brightly lit, with dozens of tents crawling by the lakeside like beetles. Shadows flitted about in the camp, and the occasional whinny of horses pierced the night sky. Several military trucks rolled over the frosted grass, their headlights cutting through the mist, casting two dim yellow beams. However, the scene in the southeast corner of the lake was alarming. Over 20 steamships quietly docked at the pier, faint coal smoke rising from their chimneys. These ships, which were supposed to be used for evacuating the populace, were now surrounded by sandbags and barbed wire. Several figures in woolen coats stood on the deck of the largest ship, their cigarette butts flickering in the darkness. Standing on the city wall, Li Montsong pointed at the most luxurious ship with a cold sneer. "Do you see that Jiangnan ship?" The logistics department of Jinling City, Director Wang's sister-in-law, moved in yesterday, bringing 6 boxes of mink fur and 2 cages of carrier pigeons. At this moment, Li Montsong's voice grew increasingly hoarse. "After I took complete control of Xuanwu Gate, I realized why the officers from the original Beidang reacted so strongly to my takeover, insisting on reporting to command. Because behind the blocked Xuanwu Gate, those high-ranking officials of Jinling have long prepared the grand ships for their escape. On the northwest side of Xuanwu Lake, connected to the Jinshuang River, Pearl River, Qinhuai River, and Chu River, when the devils invade Jinling City, those scoundrels with their gold, silver, and beautiful families can directly cross Xuanwu Lake on those grand ships that have long been prepared. Once they enter the Chu River from Xuanwu Lake, they can go wherever they want, return home if they wish. But what about the homes of the people of Jinling City? The common people of Jinling have no home left." Li Montsong's voice tore through the air, his palms slapping against the railing of the city tower. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly echoed from the center of the lake. The cracks in the thin ice spread like lightning, startling the night owl hidden among the dry reeds on the shore. Its shrill cry skimmed over the lake's surface, blending with the distant assembly call from the military camp, creating a strangely harmonious sound. Shun Shuyao suddenly tightened her grip on the city wall parapet. She saw a small boat quietly approaching the bow of the steamboat, where a figure in satin was crouching, tightly holding a gilded jewelry box. When the moonlight illuminated that person's face, she recognized it as the wife of an official who had been delivering a passionate speech in the church that morning. Su Yuanshan coldly observed this scene. They even allocated lifeboats. Su Yuanshan's voice was as cold as ice. Each boat was equipped with 3 machine guns, said to defend against enemy aircraft bombardment. He then pointed to the faint metallic glint visible at the ship's railing. In fact, it was to guard against the people seizing the boats. A sudden gust of wind whipped up the ice shards on the lake's surface, striking everyone's faces painfully. When Lin Yan raised his hand to shield himself from the wind, he noticed a layer of white frost had formed on his cuffs. It doesn't matter. These boats now belong to us. Those bastards want to use these boats to transport their gold, silver, antiques, and beautiful wives. Then we want to let them have their way. Oldly, clear out the junk on those boats. When the time comes, we will use these boats to take the people of Jinling out of the city. These boats need to make continuous trips to transport the people. So the captains must also be our people. With these boats, plus the cooperation of the Red Cross, before the Japanese invade the city, we can at least evacuate tens of thousands of Jinling citizens. Lin Yan exhaled a puff of white breath, his eyes shining brightly. Beside him, the gray-haired Su Shaoqing could no longer contain herself. The reason you prioritized seizing control of the Xuanwu Gate, is it because you already knew there were these steamboats docked on Xuanwu Lake? You must have a strategy hidden in your hands. Lin Yan glanced back at Su Shaoqing. There is no strategy, only the experience of trying to save Jinling City, but failing 36 times. 36 attempts, each time resulting in the city's fall and the people's demise. But this time, I want to succeed. I want to see those citizens take the big boats and fly across the Chuling River outside the city, where the sky is vast and the sea is wide, and no one can slaughter them like pigs and dogs anymore, and no one can easily sever their heads. Lin Yan's breathing began to grow heavy. The others around him looked at Lin Yan with intense gazes, not saying a word. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly frowned. He looked further away. A mountain stood tall in the distance, its silhouette resembling a giant beast lying in the night, with sporadic flickers of firelight at its foot. Is there any news from the Mufa Mountain side? A Japanese infantry squad is stationed on the southwest side of Mufa Mountain. They are well equipped and have mortars. The task of this infantry squad is to monitor Jinling City. Mufa Mountain is adjacent to the Chu River. If we do not eliminate this infantry squad, the ferries on Xuanwu Lake will be detected by this squad before reaching the Chu River. The Japanese have advanced communication technology. Once our ferries are discovered by this infantry squad, the Japanese Joint Fleet will immediately block the Jinchuan River that connects Xuanwu Lake and the Chu River. By then, not a single citizen of Jinling City can be transported out, and the plan to save the people will turn into a pipe dream. Su Shaoqing secretly glanced at Lin Yan. She lowered her voice. I just logged out of the game and checked the forum. The operation on Mufa Mountain should have failed. Mufa Mountain is too far from Jinling City. Most of the players who drew the officer role are concentrated on the northeast and southeast fronts. They cannot privately dispatch troops to the northwest direction of Mufa Mountain. Only a team entirely composed of players, led by a retired veteran, is making a night raid towards Mufa Mountain. But the latest news from the military forum says that this team of over 100 players has been completely wiped out. The Japanese squad at Mufa Mountain is beyond what the players can match in combat experience and equipment. Those players have already done their best. Before Su Shaoqing could finish, Li Monsong beside her exhaled a breath of frustration. Why don't I send troops over? I have a regiment at my disposal. Qianxinghua, who was next to Li Monsong, also lowered his voice. I have a regiment too. In the Beiding, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 36th Division, Zhang Junyi, is also one of us. 2 regiments plus a battalion. Can't we take down a Japanese infantry squad? Lin Yan turned to look at them, his voice hoarse. Can your troops leave the city? If 2 regiments are sent to Mufa Mountain, can we still hide the mutiny at the Xuanwu Gate? And large-scale troop movements will be detected by the Japanese. Won't they also send reinforcements to Mufa Mountain? The defending forces in Jinling City number 150,000, but the Japanese have 200,000, and they are elite troops. Are you going to compare numbers or equipment? We don't have drones, tanks, artillery, or drones. Only Hanyang rifles, Li Song and Qian Xinghua, the two players who had drawn the regimental commander roles, fell silent simultaneously. Su Shaoqing took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yan. So what should we do next? Should I go to the forum and continue posting? Gather players? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of frustration. There's no time. We must quickly eliminate that army squad. Lin Yan gazed at the distant Mufam Mountain. If we take a boat across Xuanwu Lake, we should be able to approach Mufam Mountain within half an hour. Su Shaoqing, you're responsible for contacting nearby players. It's best if we can gather veterans who have served in the military. If not, it's fine. Li Menggan, Qian Zhengwu. You two help me gather the most elite soldiers from your troops, and within an hour, form a small team of about 20 people for me. After that, I will personally lead the team to Mufam Mountain. Remember, these 20 people must be the elite of the elite. If one drags us down, it's all over. I will return before dawn. If I don't come back, Jinling City will be entrusted to you all. Su Shaoqing's eyes widened. You're personally leading the team? But you're the commander. Lin Yan stretched his wrist. There's no other way. Among all the players, only I have dealt with that Japanese squad. I have 36 failures worth of experience. Who do you think is more suitable to carry out this task than me? Su Shaoqing gasped. She honestly shook her head. No. For a task of this difficulty level, I can't think of anyone else besides you. Then I wish you success. After the game ends, let us go blow up that dog planner's head together. Lin Yan coughed awkwardly. Actually, I've always thought the game planner is actually quite good, but that doesn't matter now. The most important thing is to take down that Japanese squad. Only if they are wiped out can the citizens of Jinling survive, and my compatriots can live. Oh, right. Our team also needs a name for future operations. Although we are not locals, we are also part of the Anti-Japanese War and National Salvation Alliance. So, let us abbreviate our team as the Anti-Alliance. The Anti-Alliance will continue from now on, with descendants never ending. Chapter 14, I dreamed of the enemies being driven away. With colorful flags and flowers everywhere, the night was as dark as ink, and a thin mist floated over Xuanwu Lake. A black canopy boat quietly cut through the water, the oars making almost no sound as they entered the water, leaving only a fleeting ripple behind. Under the canopy, about 20 men were squeezed together, all wearing patch-coarse cloth shortcoats. They squatted or sat, their thin frames showing the outlines of their ribs. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the tarp, illuminating their sunken cheeks, yet reflecting pairs of surprisingly bright eyes. Lin Yan squatted at the bow of the boat, gently pushing aside the canopy. The cold wind rushed in immediately, tousling the stray hair falling over his forehead. Behind him, a man was sharpening a bayonet with a whetstone, the sound of metal grinding against stone mixing with the gentle lapping of the lake against the boat. The old boatman at the stern lowered his voice. He was missing a front tooth, and his speech was somewhat breathy. 2 more miles. Up ahead is the reed marsh. We can land there. Suddenly, a faint metallic clinking sound came from the bottom of the cabin. Lin Yan returned from the bow to the cabin, lifting a straw mat to reveal neatly stacked Hanyang-made rifles underneath. The smell of gun oil mixed with the fragrance of straw spread through the cramped space. Next to him, a burly man looked at the rifles and then scanned the group of lean men in the cabin, his voice hoarse. 20 soldiers plus our squad. Only 22 in total. How are these 22 going to wipe out a Japanese squad? Do you know how many are in a Japanese squad? More than a company, close to 200 men. I may not have fought the Japanese, but I participated in several military drills. Even a well-trained special forces unit would struggle to eliminate a company with just 20 men, let alone these 20 on the boat. Look at how skinny they are. Lin Yan glanced at the burly man beside him and chuckled a couple of times. This man was Su Shaoqing, whom he had found through a military forum, the closest player who met his requirements. His name was Su Chengkai, and in the game, he had drawn the character of a coachman named Zhao Yan. The reason for recruiting this player to act alongside him was that he was a retired soldier in real life. He had introduced himself as the cook's squad leader of a secret unit in the southeast region. Now he ran a restaurant. His hobby was to play war-themed games. He had crossed half of Jinling City to reach the Xuanwu Gate. After listening to this brother's self-introduction under the gate tower, Lin Yan immediately decided to let him join this operation. But this brother had been sighing ever since he boarded the boat. He clearly did not have high hopes for Lin Yan's operation. Lin Yan raised his hand and patted Su Chengkai's shoulder. Brother Su, I can't help it. This kind of black canopy boat can carry at most 20 people. If we had another boat, it would increase the risk of exposure. Trust me, I've failed before. The Japanese at Mufam Mountain are more cunning than rabbits. 2 black canopy boats would definitely be exposed. If that group of Japanese figures out our true purpose, that would be the real disaster. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Su Changkai exhaled a breath of stale air and began to clip grenades to his waist, moving with a proficiency that did not resemble a cook at all. Damn it, I'm more nervous than during military drills. But it didn't matter, as long as we could kill the Japanese. After so many years in the army, my biggest regret is not having experienced actual combat. Lin Yan chuckled again. Just then, the lean soldier who had been sharpening his bayonet snorted disdainfully. I thought you were something special. Since boarding the boat, you've been nitpicking. Turns out you've never been in a real fight. Old Su's face stiffened. He looked up at the lean soldier in front of him. This soldier, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, was Wang Shi, the squad leader of the 6th Squad, 3rd Company, 4th Regiment of the 41st Division. His gaze was cold and sharp. Old Su had only seen such a look on the face of his company commander when he was a soldier. His company commander had seen real combat overseas. In other words, he had killed. Su Cheng's eyelids twitched. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. According to the military hierarchy, these people in front of him were the real veterans. He was beginning to lose track of whether this was a game or another real parallel world. Lin Yan squinted at Skinny Monkey. Wang Shi, I heard you were good at shooting and hand-to-hand combat. Have you killed any Japanese? Wang Shi turned around and saluted Lin Yan, reporting to the officer. I just returned from the Shanghai Suzhou battlefield, and all 20 brothers on this boat have killed Japanese, and more than one. Next to Lin Yan, the previously silent Su Changkai raised his head again. Veterans from the Shanghai Suzhou battlefield. He then turned to Lin Yan. You didn't tell me this. You only told me that these 20 men were your carefully selected elites. Lin Yan squinted his eyes. Aren't the best soldiers in Jinling City, the ones who just returned from the Shanghai Suzhou battlefield? If they are not the elites, then who are? Wang Shi's fingers unconsciously rubbed a notch on his bayonet, his gaze suddenly becoming dazed. Elite? That's not the case. We couldn't even hold the Shanghai Suzhou front. What do we count as elite? His voice came out hoarse. But we couldn't hold it. We really couldn't. Our company of 120 men held the position for 3 days, and in the end, only 7 of us were left. The cabin suddenly fell silent. Even the old boatman's rowing became quieter. On the first day, the Japanese planes plowed through our position 3 times. Wang Shi traced circles on his knee with his index finger. Li Lauer was blown to pieces, and he shouted to me, asking for a quick end. His thumb suddenly dug fiercely into his palm. On the second day, the machine gun jammed, and the Japanese charged in with bayonets. Du Xiaoli, only 16 years old, was stabbed in the stomach but still rolled into the trench with the Japanese. The boat swayed suddenly, and the moonlight illuminated Wang Shi's face, revealing a centipede-like scar twitching on his left cheek. On the third day, the company commander divided the last half-pack of cigarettes. Wang Shi suddenly laughed, revealing teeth yellowed from tobacco. He said after this puff, the road to the Yellow Springs wouldn't be lonely. In the end, only 7 of us survived. Damn it, that group of Japanese suddenly withdrew because reinforcements arrived. But what good is reinforcements? Our company was wiped out. The company was gone. The number was withdrawn. Wang Shi couldn't help but roar. Just then, the black canopy boat had already entered the reed marsh, startling the night herons hidden in the reeds. I'd rather rot in the mud with my brothers. The old boatman at the stern suddenly coughed violently, mixed with soft Wu dialect curses floating over. Keep it down. Lin Yan saw a drop of dew forming on the tip of Wang Shi's bayonet, glistening in the moonlight like a tear that was about to fall. Rotting in the mud is useless. Killing the Japanese is what matters. I'm not lying to you this time. You all just heard my conversation with Old Su. Our target of 22 is a Japanese squad, close to 200 men, well equipped. This time we go, it's very likely that none of US will come back. But if we don't eliminate this Japanese squad, the ferries on Xuanwu Lake won't be able to operate. Those ferries were originally meant for the high officials of Jinling City to escape, but I plan to use them to transport the people of Jinling City. I know some of you brave warriors may not be able to write, but if you have any last words, please tell me, or it will be too late. Lin Yan said as he took out a pencil and a stack of rough paper from his pocket. The ship was silent for a moment. Then the soldiers suddenly began to laugh one after another. A soldier missing half an ear opened the canvas with a bayonet, and the moonlight poured in like a waterfall. I am Zhang Taizhu, from Lijiakan, Heishui Town, Liaodong. He touched the gap where his ear used to be and grinned. Tell my mother that her son won't be able to return home. I can't take care of her in her old age. It's the son's unfilial behavior. But the son has not brought shame to the Zhang family. Tell her not to wait for me to come back for the new year. The pickled vegetables she made, her son probably won't be able to eat them again. A rustling sound came from the corner. A tall, thin man with round glasses suddenly took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly on his clothes. Chen Shubai, from Suzhou in Jiangnan. His voice was as soft as singing a ballad. In the third notebook in my drawer at home, there's a letter I wrote to my fiancée, E. The lenses suddenly glistened with tears. Forget it, tell my family not to give her that letter. Just say I died in Songhu. Let her find a good man soon. A dull thud came from the bow of the ship. A stout man with a face full of freckles slapped the deck. Zhou Huanchuan, from Keeman in Sichuan and Chongqing. He took out half a moldy bread. Damn his ancestors. I didn't even get to taste the spicy flavor in my last meal. Suddenly, he broke the bread into more than 20 pieces. Brothers, share it. This was made by my old man. My old man's bread is the best in the world. Old man, your son isn't coming home. As soon as Zhou Huanchuan finished speaking, a small soldier raised his head, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Son Xiaoshuan, from Bianliang in the Central Plains. I have no relatives left at home. All my family has been killed by the Japanese. My village was slaughtered by them, so I have no last words. But I believe that the great Xia will never perish. The moonlight swept over the one-armed man in the last row. He was tying the fuse of a grenade. Guanxi, from the northwest Longyuan region. His voice paused. I have a few words I want to send to my wife back home. Raise our son. If there are any remains to be sent back, bury me higher. I want to see the Chilean mountains. Thank you. I owe you in this life. If there's a next life, you be the man, and I'll be the woman. I'll do the laundry and cook and bear children. The cold-eyed Wang, she also raised his head at this moment. His gaze softened slightly. He actually took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yan. My hometown is in southern Yunnan at Taiji Mountain. This letter is for my younger sister. Tell her not to wait for me. My sister sings folk songs so beautifully, like a phoenix calling. It's a pity I can no longer hear it. And also, I had a dream yesterday. I dreamed that the Japanese were driven away. We rode on horses through the bustling streets. Everywhere there were colorful flags and flowers. Lin Yan's body stiffened. Beside him, Lu Chunkai had already started to sob. No matter how he wiped his tears, they kept flowing. Lin Yan took the letter, almost biting his teeth to pieces. He raised his hand and bowed to the men in front of him. That was not a dream. In the near future, there will definitely be a day. The invaders will be driven away, and you will all be heroes remembered by everyone, with colorful flags and flowers everywhere. Gentlemen, we will meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery. At this moment, the eyes of those men sparkled brighter than ever. They all clasped their fists. We will meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Chapter 15. The brave men bid farewell to their country. No need for a send-off. 20 against 200, but the advantage is mine. The outline of Mufu Mountain gradually emerged in the night, like a giant beast crouching. The cold wind whipped the fragments of reeds against his face, causing Su Changkai to shiver, his palms slick with cold sweat. He lowered his head to look at his palm. The sensation was too real. Even the smell of gun oil stuck in his fingernails was distinctly recognizable. Returning to the bow of the boat, Lin Yan handed over the recently recorded last words of the soldiers on board to the boatman. The crude grass paper glimmered in the moonlight, the uneven handwriting shining brightly. Old Huang, these letters are entrusted to you. The old boatman received them with his bark-like palms, suddenly unbuttoning his worn cotton jacket to reveal an oilcloth bundle hidden underneath. Don't worry. Old Huang slapped the oilcloth bundle, making a loud sound. I've transported salt, delivered medicine, and a few letters. I will definitely get them to you. His toothless mouth leaked wind, but he smiled like a child. After I finish this trip, I'll go to Sichuan and Chongqing to learn how to make pot helmets from the old man Zhou. Lin Yan did not look up. He squatted down again, the tip of his pencil moving quickly across the grass paper. Su Changkai leaned in to look and found that Lin Yan was actually sketching a mountain range on the grass paper. The shape of the mountains matching the shadows of the peaks ahead. The lines drawn by Lin Yan varied in depth, but they precisely outlined the serpentine mountain paths. In one area, he drew a dense cluster. Su Changkai looked at that area and swallowed hard. This area is... Lin Yan's voice was hoarse. It's a minefield. During the retreat of the Battle of Songhu, the 58th Division retreated into Jinling City from the direction of Mufu. At that time, they were being pursued by the evil Japanese army, led by Nakajima Kimitaka of the 16th Division of the evil Japanese army. The 58th Division set up a minefield on Mufu Mountain to intercept the 16th Division. However, unexpectedly, the 16th Division did not land on Mufa Mountain, but instead took a detour to join the evil Mahdi 10th Army advancing westward. Thus, This minefield was left abandoned on Mufa Mountain. Because the 58th Division was also in a hasty retreat at the time, the range of the minefield was not large. But it was more than enough to deal with a squad of the enemy. The enemy's squad has 200 men, while we only have 22. But I believe the advantage is mine. Lu Chengkai inhaled sharply. A minefield? So this is your trump card. No wonder Su Shaoqing calls you a god. I was a bit unconvinced at first, but now I am convinced. You are the second person I admire after my former squad leader. At this moment, Su Chengkai couldn't help but give Lin Yan a thumbs up, his eyes showing a rare glimmer of admiration. Lin Yan did not respond, continuing to sketch on the grass paper. The 58th Division buried bouncing mines. Lin Yan suddenly spoke, drawing a circle on the grass paper with his pencil. This type of mine has a compact structure, is lightweight, and its killing mechanisms primarily include two types, shrapnel and steel balls. When the enemy steps on it, the bouncing mine does not explode, but when the weight is lifted, it will bounce up and then explode about 3 feet off the ground, simultaneously spraying in all directions, destroying everything within 50 yards with almost no dead angles. The pencil tip snapped with a crack, debris scattering on the map. Su Qingsai's throat tightened. He had heard veterans talk about this type of anti-infantry mine that specifically targets the lower body. Those who trigger it often die without a chance of survival. In the moonlight, he saw Wang Shi carving grooves into the soles of his shoes with a bayonet, a measure to prevent slipping while climbing. Also a testament to his resolve to face death. Lin Yan handed the grass paper to the middleman in the black awning boat. The minefield is on the southwest side of Mufa Mountain. At the edge of the minefield, there's a locust tree struck by lightning. Remember, as long as you see that lightning-struck locust tree, you must go forward, holding the grass paper high. Gu Chong carefully examined it in the moonlight, exhaling a breath of foul air. Commander, where is the detonation point of this minefield? Lin Yan raised his head, his voice colder than the night wind. There is no detonation point. The 58th Division buried deceptive mines, a series of traps. He took the grass paper back from Gu Chong, holding it up to the moonlight. The light filtering through the grass paper made the dots connect into a bizarre spiderweb pattern. What we need to do is drive the enemy into this web. Su Chengkai swallowed hard beside him. He pressed down on his wildly throbbing temples. Damn it, this is too real. The smell of gunpowder, the lice in old Huang's cotton jacket, the mold on Zhou Huchuan's pot helmet. What was it that the forum said? The pain sensitivity of players upon death is also 100%. This isn't a game. This is time travel. And just as Su Chengkai was murmuring to himself, the boat suddenly shook gently. Everyone held their breath as the waterfowl, startled from the reeds, took flight into the sky. The old boatman steadied the boat against the rocky shore, his missing front teeth letting the wind through. We're here. Lin Yan nodded slightly to the people behind him. Disembark. Wang Shi was the first to leap onto the shore, landing like a nimble wildcat. Soon, the other soldiers followed one after another, jumping out of the black awning boat. Lin Yan was the last to leave the boat. He turned to look back at the direction they came from. The outline of Jinling City had already vanished into the night. Only the torch on Xuanwu Gate still flickered, like a dying ember. His fingers unconsciously rubbed against the Han Yang-made rifle on his back. For the sake of great aspirations, dare to change the heavens and the earth. Joyfully watching the rice waves rolling, heroes scattered beneath the evening smoke. He raised his head again and saw the boatman Old Huang standing on the black awning boat. His eyes already red, waving at him incessantly. Lin Yan smiled broadly and bowed to the boatman, Old Huang. Go back. Old Huang, I entrust these letters of the brave men to you. No need to send us off. The brave men bid farewell to their country. No need for send-off. Suddenly, the reeds shook violently, and more than 20 shadows shot out like arrows from a bow. Their thin clothes rustled in the night wind. But no one felt cold. Each person had a grenade strapped to their waist, the slight clinking sound as they ran like the tolling of a death knell. The night grew deeper. In the dark blue sky, stars twinkled. The mountain wind of Mufa Mountain cut across Lin Yan's face like a knife. At this moment, Lin Yan lay behind a piece of dark green basalt, his fingers digging deep into the rock crevices. His knuckles had long turned purple from the cold. Yet he felt no pain. In his other hand, he tightly held a pocket watch. The second hand and minute hand overlapped at this moment, indicating that time had reached midnight. Behind him, Wang Shi crawled on the ground like a snake, a bayonet clenched in his mouth, the tip reflecting the cold moonlight. Further away, Gu Chong's arm was pressed against Zhou Huchuan's back, preventing the hand grenade strapped to the Sichuan and Chongqing man from dangling down and exposing their location. The hooting of an owl drifted in and out of the distance. 60 meters away from them, the enemy's camp loomed like a lurking ghost. The barbed wire glimmered coldly in the moonlight, with a lantern hanging every 10 meters, the frost flowers on the lampshades splitting the light into a spiderweb pattern. In the center of the camp, 6 sidecar motorcycles were neatly parked, their gas tanks bearing the emblem of Showa steel glimmering faintly. Even more shocking were 2 Type 92 infantry guns, their canvas coverings already stripped away, with brass shells stacked in the ammunition box like soldiers waiting for inspection. In the southwest corner, the patrol team was ridiculously lax. 5 enemy soldiers leaned carelessly against a pine tree, the red tips of their cigarettes flickering intermittently in the night. The steel helmet hung carelessly on the gun barrel, the belt drooping limply like a few snakes stripped of their bones. Bastard, the leading sergeant, short in stature but with sturdy limbs, puffed out smoke rings while his boots crushed the pine needles scattered on the ground. While the 3rd Division is robbing gold and chasing women in the city, we have to guard this damned place. He cursed as he kicked a stone, which clinked against the barbed wire with a light sound. Lin Yan, hiding behind the rock, felt his pupils contract sharply. The stone rolled away, landing less than 3 meters from his hiding spot. Instinctively, Lin Yan raised his Hanyang rifle, aiming the muzzle at the sergeant's helmet. Another younger Japanese soldier poked at the tree bark with his bayonet, with shavings falling to the ground. We could do nothing but stay here. But just then, another skinny Japanese soldier came over and patted the younger soldier on the shoulder, suddenly grinning lewdly, revealing a missing front tooth. Yamada-kun, don't be so anxious. Once we take Nanjing City, I'll take you to fine women. I've heard the women in Nanjing have skin like silk. Sounds of rustling came from the bushes. The 5 Japanese soldiers turned their heads simultaneously, but only saw the shrubs swaying in the night wind. The leading sergeant suddenly shivered, feeling as if something in the darkness was watching him, making him feel uneasy, like having a gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Continue the patrol, the sergeant yelled sternly, and the footsteps of the 5 men gradually faded away. Amidst the clattering of helmets, a half-complaint drifted in. I miss the moon of my hometown. Today is my mother's birthday. Lin Yan slowly released the trigger he had been pressing. The moonlight illuminated the sketch he had just drawn. Pencil marks connecting the Japanese camp, the minefield, and the patrol route into a deadly geometric figure. He gently pointed his index finger at the position of the 92 Type infantry gun, then traced over to the machine gun bunker where a Japanese soldier was yawning, his bandaged ears peeking out from under his helmet. Lin Yan whispered softly, "The Japanese camp is about 10 kilometers from the minefield. We need to find a way to lure this squad into the minefield. At the same time, we must stop them from communicating with the enemy command. So we need to prioritize destroying their radio. We need to split into 2 teams. One team to lure the Japanese into the minefield, and the other to infiltrate the enemy camp and destroy the radio. Who has the best marksmanship?" Before Lin Yan could finish his sentence, suddenly, there was a rustling sound. A sound of fabric rubbing interrupted him. More than 20 people froze instantly, even their breathing stopped. From the bushes 10 steps away, a Japanese soldier, with his belt tied up, staggered over. The helmet was worn askew, revealing half of his face covered with stubble, mumbling to himself. Damn it! The soldier's lunchbox clattered on his belt. Lin Yan slowly pushed the safety off his handgun. He saw the soldier suddenly stop and loosen his belt. The sound of water splashing followed. This damn soldier had come out to relieve himself. The moonlight shone on his collar with 3 copper stars. This soldier was also a sergeant. As the sound of splashing gradually faded, the soldier's body trembled a few times. Then he tightened his belt, but at that moment, his expression changed, as if he sensed something. His right hand reached for the handgun at his waist, moving closer to Lin Yan's hiding place behind the stone. Suching-sized cold sweat dripped into his eyes. He saw the sergeant's boots were only 3 steps away from Lin Yan's hiding rock, with grass clippings stuck to the cleats. What? The sergeant suddenly bent down. Under the rock, there was a rabbit with a smashed head. That was intentionally placed there by Lin Yan to distract anyone who got too close. Just as the soldier looked down, whoosh, a whistling sound came from behind Lin Yan's head. Wang Shi's bayonet, like a silver flash of lightning, accurately pierced the sergeant's throat, the hilt still trembling slightly. The sergeant's eyes bulged, fingers twitching as he reached for the whistle. But Lin Yan quickly subdued him with a swift move. He then dragged the sergeant's body behind the rock. Hot blood flowed onto Lin Yan's wristwatch, causing the surface to fog up with blood. He stared at the second hand ticking on the watch. The body must be dealt with within 30 seconds. The patrol team was approaching our direction. Get this bastard's clothes off. Hurry, get this bastard's clothes off. Su Changkai had rushed over to pull off the sergeant's coat. Help! Guanxi went to remove the soldier's pants and boots. Lin Yan's pupils jolted 3 times. Then, he quickly put on the sergeant's uniform that Su Changkai and Guanxi had stripped off. Just then, not far away, the 5-man Japanese patrol team was actually walking toward the rock where Lin Yan was hiding. The leading sergeant noticed the bushes swaying behind the rock and immediately raised his handgun. Who goes there? Already donned in the sergeant's uniform. Lin Yan stood up abruptly in front of the shocked gazes of Su Changkai, Guanxi, Zhou Huaqiu, Wang Shi, and Zhang Taizhu. Then he waved at the patrolling sergeant and spoke in fluent Japanese. "It's me. I came out to take a shit." After that, Lin Yan adjusted his belt and swaggered toward the military camp. His steps were incredibly relaxed, strolling as if he were returning home. Su Changkai stared at Lin Yan's back, suddenly remembering what Lin Yan had said before. "We are outnumbered, 20 against 200, but I believe the advantage is on my side." Chapter 16. The way of heaven is just, the great Xia will not let go of any grudge. Shoot. Lead them into the minefield. Under the moonlight at Mount Mufu, the sergeant of the patrol team, not far from the rocks, was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and waved at Lin Yan. "You idiots who don't take turns 1T be stealing sake again, will you?" Lin Yan didn't look back, deliberately staggered a bit, pretending to be drunk, and waved his hand to curse. "Slander. You are openly slandering me. My life has been pure." The patrol team on the hillside erupted in laughter. Lin Yan ignored the group of patrols and instead staggered, but firmly walked toward the military camp. He was glad that during college, he had chosen Japanese as an elective. And because the Japanese teacher was beautiful, he had taken 2 semesters of spoken Japanese. He never expected that the Japanese he learned back then would come in handy here. Indeed, opportunities always favor the prepared. Meanwhile, behind the rocks, Su Changkai and the others stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, hardly believing what they were seeing. Wang Shi poked Su Changkai beside him. "Is this part of the commander's plan? What should we do next?" Su Changkai's eyelids twitched. "You asked me, who should I ask? I'm not the commander. Let's just take it one step at a time. The time to test our tacit understanding has come. Your commander probably wants to deal with the Japanese radio himself. We'll wait for his signal." Zhang Taizhu swallowed, his expression complicated. "The commander speaks Japanese really well, better than the real Japanese." Guanxi pressed down on Zhang Taizhu's shoulder. "You're really filthy with your words. When the commander returns, I will definitely report it to him." Meanwhile, Lin Yan had reached the edge of the military camp. There were no soldiers guarding the camp. This was good news for Lin Yan. This squad seemed to have become somewhat lax after being stationed at Mount Mufu for a long time. The previous player-formed team, due to their weak combat power, also failed to raise the alarm of these Japanese. Su Shaoqing had told him earlier that the last team responsible for the surprise attack on Mount Mufu was entirely made up of players who deliberately disguised themselves as deserters during the attack. Coupled with the players' weakness, the Japanese wiped them out too easily. This Japanese squad mistakenly believed that the garrison in Jinling City consisted of such rookie soldiers who struggled even to shoot, and thus became even more complacent. This serendipitously provided Lin Yan with the opportunity to infiltrate. Lin Yan's gaze first locked onto a military camp about 20 meters away, where wires spread out from one corner of the tent. The telegraph machine connecting this squad to the outside world was most likely hidden in that camp. Lin Yan did not act rashly. Not far away was a sentry post where a soldier was on night watch. Walking straight to the camp that hid the telegraph machine would alert the enemy. So Lin Yan walked straight towards the tent closest to him. He vaguely remembered that the Japanese sergeant they had killed came out of this tent. At this moment, Lin Yan gently lifted a corner of the tent flap, and a damp, musty smell mixed with a heavy body odor hit him. The moonlight seeped through the canvas seams, illuminating a dozen Japanese soldiers lying in disarray, snoring in unison like a group of sleeping wild ghosts. Their rifles were neatly propped at the entrance of the tent, and the bayonets glinted coldly in the moonlight. A sergeant with a neatly trimmed mustache was using a steel helmet as a pillow, cradling half a bottle of sake, with the liquor dripping down his chin onto his dirty uniform. Lin Yan's breathing quickened, and his fingers unconsciously moved to the grenades strapped around his waist, the fuses coiling together like snakes. His gaze swept over each sleeping face. These faces appeared so peaceful in their dreams, even somewhat youthful. A young soldier who looked to be under 20 was curled up, mumbling, "Mama." In the corner of the tent, several open cans attracted a few rats that were nibbling away. Lin Yan's boot stepped on a half-rotten rice ball, the sticky sensation transmitting from his foot. He slowly crouched down, his fingers reaching for the safety pin of the grenade. Matsumoto-kun? A drowsy voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Yan's back instantly tensed. Cold sweat soaking through his undershirt. A short, stocky Japanese soldier stood at the tent entrance, rubbing his eyes, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, exposing his calves covered in mosquito bites. Did you go to the bathroom? The Japanese soldier yawned, scratching the eczema on his belly. Lin Yan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly picked up the sake bottle from the ground and shook it. I want to look for sake. We're out of it. The Japanese soldier's eyes lit up, sneaking over quietly. Give me another sip. Before he could finish, Lin Yan swung the sake bottle and smashed it hard against his temple. The dull thud was drowned out by the snoring, and the Japanese soldier collapsed like a felled tree. As Lin Yan caught his limp body, he felt a family photo tucked in his lower back. In the picture, an elderly woman in a kimono smiled kindly. Lin Yan let out a strange, sneering laugh. You miss your family too, huh? But my compatriots, many of them no longer have families because of you. Lin Yan unfastened the grenades strapped to him. He then distributed the grenades like handing out candy, placing them in the arms of the sleeping Japanese soldiers one by one. Next, he pulled the safety pins from the last 5 grenades one by one. Lin Yan took one last look at the young soldier, mumbling in his sleep, and gently rolled the last 5 grenades into different corners. If this were in the real world, it would at least earn him a first-class merit. Damn it, the way of heaven is just. The great Xia has its reasons. The hearts of the people are compliant, and no one fails to avenge their grudges. Japanese, you deserve what you get. You still have the face to think of your mother. When you humiliated women, did you ever think of who their sisters and mothers were? When you killed children, stabbing them, choking them, throwing them into pots to cook, did you ever think of their mothers? When you slaughtered the remains of my compatriots, did you ever think that my compatriots were born and raised by their mothers, that they were all living beings? You miss your mother? How many people have lost their mothers because of you? Mother? I curse your ancestors. The hissing sound of the burning fuses was like a snake spitting venom. Lin Yan no longer hesitated. He ran out of the tent without looking back, and, as he turned to dash out, he heard someone mumbling behind him. What sound is that? 5 seconds later, the entire tent erupted into a fireball in a series of explosions. The shockwave overturned the nearby telegraph tent, and several Japanese signal soldiers rolled out, clutching the burning telegraph machine, their screams tearing through the night sky. At that moment, a figure crawling nearby suddenly took advantage of the chaos to strike. That figure, amidst the confusion, lunged toward the toppled telegraph, stabbing the key with a bayonet, the sparks singeing his eyebrows. That figure was Lin Yan. Behind the rocks, some distance from the camp, Su Changkai looked at the soaring flames and suddenly slapped his thigh. The opportunity has come. Wang Shi had already bitten down on his bayonet, the moonlight shining on his grimacing face. It's time to take action, fire a cold shot, and lead that group of devils into the minefield. The commander said, not a single one should be left alive. Only when they are completely dead will the people of Jinling have a chance to survive. And our compatriots can escape from this hell. Brothers, the time for revenge has come, for our national grievances and family hatred. Chapter 17. Am I the spy? Let the enemy die neatly. The explosion lit up the entire camp like daylight, with burning tent fabric dancing wildly in the night wind, resembling dying firebirds. Thick smoke rolled up into the night sky, obscuring the moonlight. A few shirtless enemy soldiers scrambled out of the tents, not even wearing their helmets, clutching their rifles haphazardly, their faces still bearing traces of sleep. A sergeant with a charred face shouted while pulling up his pants. Enemy attack. All personnel on alert. Lin Yan huddled in the shadows of the radio tent, quickly smearing dirt across his face and tearing a few rips in his military uniform. The original owner of this uniform had been stabbed in the neck, and the blood and mud mixed on the fabric made Lin Yan look like a severely injured soldier. He deliberately let out a painful groan, his voice piercing through the chaos. Help me. Sure enough, a disheveled but well-armed squad seemed to have heard Lin Yan's cry and approached. Among them, a bespectacled enemy soldier stumbled over and squatted down to check Lin Yan's injuries. But Lin Yan suddenly grabbed his wrist, his tone fearful. Be careful. The enemy is wearing our uniforms. His trembling finger pointed to the other side of the camp, where a squad of enemy patrol soldiers was rushing over, their faces flickering in the firelight beneath their helmets. The bespectacled soldier's pupils suddenly constricted. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yan used all his strength to scream. It's them. They attacked our barracks. They are from the Great Xia. Shoot. The panicked enemy soldiers had no time to think. They instinctively obeyed Lin Yan's command and raised their rifles. In the darkness, gunfire erupted suddenly. The patrol squad's sergeant hadn't reacted yet when a blood bloom exploded from his chest. As he stumbled down, he saw his soldiers behind him hesitating, unsure whether to fire back. A corporal wearing a helmet was desperately looking for cover while shouting, "Stop! It's our own people!" But the response he received was an even denser gunfire from the opposite side. Amidst the gunfire, sharp screams could be heard. "Bastard, do you think you can fool us? The enemy is from Great Xia, and all Great Xia people are liars. Shoot! Shoot!" The helmeted corporal's face turned pale. But just then, a sergeant covered in blood and dirt, wearing a helmet, crawled over from the side. He looked at the helmeted corporal, his voice tearing through the chaos. "The ones over there are actually from Great Xia. They are wearing our uniforms and can speak Japanese. Counterattack quickly. Do you want to die here? Don't you want to go home?" The bloodied soldier's words pierced the heart of the corporal like a bayonet. The helmeted corporal's face twisted, his eyes revealing indescribable anger. The cunning Great Xia had exploited their bonds. "Counterattack!" The corporal immediately raised his rifle and started shooting, and the other soldiers beside him also began to return fire. Gunfire erupted wildly in the camp. The entire battlefield boiled over like hot coals splashed with oil. Two groups of enemy soldiers, wearing the same uniforms, crazily exchanged fire across a distance of 20 meters, the sharp crack of their rifles creating a continuous sound. A machine gunner who had just rushed out of a tent hadn't even set up the Type 92 heavy machine gun when a bullet from the opposite side blew off his head. A mixture of red and white splattering onto the hot barrel with a sizzling sound. Amidst the flames of war, the helmeted corporal's pupils reflected the fire. "Bring the machine gun." Just after the corporal shouted, he suddenly widened his eyes as he saw a familiar face peeking out from behind the opposite cover. It was Private Tanaka from his hometown. This discovery made his blood run cold. "Wait, that is..." Puff, puff, puff. 3 bullets simultaneously pierced his chest, one of which came from behind. It was the sergeant who had just crawled over, his face smeared with black dirt. The sergeant's gaze was cold. After firing, he immediately slipped into the gap between 2 tents using the shadows. In the chaos, no one noticed that the severely wounded soldier had suddenly disappeared, and even fewer realized that a few grenades were missing from this chaotic battlefield. Inside a collapsed tent, Lin Yan, dressed in a blood-stained sergeant's uniform, wearing a helmet and covered in black dirt, gasped for breath. He was indeed the wounded soldier who had misled the corporal. He was also the one who shot through the corporal's heart. This so-called wounded soldier was Lin Yan infiltrating the enemy camp. At this moment, Lin Yan could feel his heart pounding wildly. Adrenaline coursed through his body, pushing his physical capabilities to the limit. Killing. The first time killing. It was different from the simulations in his mind. The sensation of blood splattering before his eyes felt more real, as if he had truly killed someone. Even though I know that bastard deserved it, I still feel my heart racing. Clearly, it was a game I created. Now I can hardly distinguish what is real and what is not in this world. Deep down, do I also have a sliver of hope, hoping that this world is real? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He raised his hand to pat his cheek. Damn it. Now is not the time for sentimentality. I have more important things to do. Lin Yan poked his head out again. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Beneath the moonlight was a camp burning more spectacularly than the one stationed on the hillside. An 800-mile-long burning camp? Lin Yan took a deep breath and shouted hoarsely from the shadows. "There are traitors." He deliberately altered his tone to distinguish it from his previous voice. He was not a professional voice actor, but in this chaotic battlefield, those enemy soldiers had no time to distinguish carefully. At this moment, Lin Yan shouted that there were traitors. Don't trust those around you, while simultaneously pulling the safety pins from one grenade after another. He delayed 2 seconds before throwing them into the crowd he could see. Boom, boom, boom. The blast sent shockwaves of dirt into the air, and several enemy soldiers were blown to bits. Amidst the thick smoke, Lin Yan lowered his body, ghosting along the edges of the battlefield, occasionally shouting contradictory commands in precise Japanese. Enemies coming from the east. This side is our own people. The group from the northwest is disguised Great Xia. Don't trust them. His voice shifted left and right, deliberately mimicking accents from different regions. The already tense soldiers completely fell into madness, with some even firing at shadows. A certain new soldier fired wildly, and a bullet even struck the thigh of the sergeant not far from him. The night wind swept through the battlefield, mixing screams and gunfire into a chaotic symphony. The explosive shockwave overturned 3 tents, and the burning canvas fluttered through the sky like fire butterflies. Chaos erupted everywhere. At this moment, Lin Yan had managed to reach the fuel depot. After throwing 2 grenades into a gasoline barrel, he turned and ran. Amidst the towering flames, he saw the entire camp transformed into a hellish battlefield. Some were kneeling on the ground bandaging their comrades, only to be shot in the temple by stray bullets. 2 sergeants were shooting back to back until one of them had their brains splattered on the other's face. A bespectacled medic, cradling a severed leg, murmured to himself, only to be trampled by a runaway military horse in the next moment. Lin Yan couldn't help but smirk. He had numerous burns on him and wounds from shrapnel. These minor injuries were not fatal, but under the surrounding flames, they still stung fiercely. Yet at this moment, Lin Yan seemed to feel no pain. He felt exhilarated. He remembered volunteering at a nursing home during college, where there was an elderly lady in her 80s, lonely and withdrawn, who found her only joy in sitting by the window, basking in the sunlight. On his 3rd visit to the nursing home, that lady had smiled at him. It was also that day when a television crew came to film a documentary. They found that lady and wanted to interview her because she had been captured by the Japanese as a military prostitute. He watched as she sat in the sunlight, silent for a long while before starting to answer the reporter's questions. She said she was from Jiangnan, Suzhou, and when the Japanese came, she had hidden at home. Witnessing the street turned into a scene of devastation, filled with vultures. A little girl dragged her mother, who was covered in blood and unrecognizable, desperately searching for a hospital, unaware that her mother had already passed away, along with the fetus in her mother's womb. That same night, the little girl was captured by the Japanese and thrown into a large pot, cooked alive for their dinner. She was too frightened to make a sound, praying to the gods that the Japanese wouldn't find her. But the gods were of no help. The Japanese kicked down her front door. She was taken away, and what followed was a hellish experience. By the time she was rescued, she was covered in wounds, unable to bear children, and had a limp, spending the rest of her life alone. The interviewer asked her how she had endured it. The old lady just smiled and said, "This world is truly beautiful. I must survive to see it." On Lin Yan's 4th visit to the nursing home, the old lady gave him a piece of cake and praised him for being a good boy. On his 5th visit, the old lady had passed away. Before she died, she had meticulously combed her hair and lay on the bed, basking in the sunlight. So at this moment, Lin Yan felt no pity for these beasts. He only felt that he hadn't killed enough. He wished he could kill a few more. But just as Lin Yan reached for an ammunition box and pulled out a grenade, an officer in a khaki wool coat, leading a group of men, climbed to the highest building in the camp, where 2 machine guns were stationed. The machine guns spat fire into the sky. The rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire momentarily drowned out the chaotic sounds of the camp. At the same time, the officer in the wool coat, a young man with a long face and unshaven beard, shouted hoarsely, "I am Yanagawa Haisuk. Stop shooting, you fools." Under his hoarse roar, the chaotic gunfire in the camp actually began to cease. At this moment, Lin Yan had just crouched next to the ammunition box. He frowned as he looked at the nearby stronghold. This damned Yanagawa Haisuk was presumably the captain of this squadron. He initially wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to inflict more casualties on this squadron, but now it seemed there was no chance left. Worse still, the officer in the wool coat suddenly drew a katana from his waist, pointing in Lin Yan's direction. "The spy is over there. Catch him." Lin Yan, hiding behind the ammunition box, broke out in a cold sweat. He had been discovered. The enemy didn't fire immediately because they were afraid of accidentally igniting the ammunition box and injuring their own men. He was going to die. Was he afraid of death? Not afraid. For him, death now was not real death. But was he willing? Absolutely not. He wanted to kill more enemies. He wanted to return to Jinling City, to see the people escape the city. He wanted to have a good drink with Wang Shi, Zhang Taizhu, and Zhou Huchuan. This thought felt a bit too extravagant, but to him, they were all living, breathing people. He still had many things he wanted to tell Wang Shi about the steaks he had eaten before. They could enjoy them freely in the future. In the future, Jinling City would be filled with skyscrapers, and the sacrifices of the soldiers would be meaningful. The Japanese would be driven away, and soon there would be no one to casually behead their compatriots or humiliate their sisters and mothers. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Lin Yan sighed helplessly. He took out a grenade, intending to blow up the ammunition box in front of him. Even if he died, he wanted to drag those Japanese down with him. He just didn't know if he could withstand the pain of certain death. But just then, outside the camp, gunshots rang out one after another. The sound of gunfire was not clear, like the last roar of a man whose mouth and lungs were filled with blood. It was the unique sound of the Han Yang Zhou rifle. The gunfire was dense, with dozens of bullets fired towards the stronghold. Wailing came from the stronghold, and at the same time, Yanagawa Haisuk's hoarse roar rang out again. There are enemies outside the barracks. Concentrate fire. Prioritize eliminating the enemy forces outside the camp. Kill all those cunning daxia people. At that moment, the remaining Japanese forces in the camp began to gather and aim their fire towards the source of the flames outside the camp. Lin Yan, hiding behind the ammunition box, saw a glimmer in his eyes. He knew it was Wang Shi, Old Su, Zhou Huchuan. They were helping him draw fire. He was not fighting alone. If he could survive, Lin Yan certainly wanted to live. By surviving, he could play a bigger role. Lin Yan stuffed several grenades from the ammunition box into his pocket. Then, taking advantage of the surrounding Japanese attention being drawn to the gunfire outside the camp, he unhesitatingly slipped into the shadows. There were probably still about half of those Japanese forces left in the camp, around 100 men, according to the agreement with Wang Shi and the others. The next task was to lure these Japanese into the minefield. Only in this way could they be completely annihilated. In addition, someone had to be responsible for sniping to ensure that none of them escaped. Just then, the gunfire outside the camp indeed began to diminish, and in the shadows outside the camp, more than a dozen figures moved and retreated toward the southwest side of the Mufa Mountain. On the stronghold, the officer in the wool coat stood up again, his left arm soaked in blood, clearly wounded. Yanagawa Haisuk's face was filled with rage. He raised his katana and pointed towards the fleeing figures. Chase them. Kill all those summer pigs. At that moment, the soldiers in the barracks rushed out, and the injured squad leader, Lu Chuan Pingzu, jumped onto a military motorcycle, personally leading the chase towards the southwest direction of the Shogunate Mountain. The once vast barracks was now left with only smoke, corpses, and scattered flames. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of foul air and emerged from the shadows. He was contemplating his next plan, but just then, a gunshot rang out from behind Lin Yan. A bullet grazed his left temple. In an instant, Lin Yan's left face was covered in blood. He jerked his head back and realized that there were still 7 or 8 soldiers left in the barracks. The leading sergeant, filled with rage, raised his gun and charged towards Lin Yan. Kill him. Among all the summer pigs, this spy deserves to die the most. The gunfire continued. The tent where Lin Yan was hiding was instantly riddled with bullets. But just as the soldiers charged in, 2 grenades, already pulled, were thrown out. The 2 grenades exploded mid-air. The powerful blast and shrapnel tore apart the 2 soldiers at the front, scattering their remains into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the leading sergeant could only see a figure slipping into the bushes under the cover of night. He shouted in anger, "Chase him!" The squad leader ordered that we must not let this damned spy escape. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Lin Yan was running frantically. Damn it! I knew that sergeant wouldn't let me off so easily, pretending that all the soldiers rushed out, but in reality, leaving a squad behind, just waiting for me to show my face. My shooting skills are mediocre. Well, to be precise, I have almost no shooting skills except for pulling the trigger, since I'm good at throwing grenades, having practice shot put during college sports events. Given my exposed identity, my best choice right now is to run first and then find an opportunity to deal with them. And the best way to deal with them is to lead them into the minefield. A good brother from the squad should die in an orderly fashion. Chapter 18, Death? No fear. Because I want to defend my country, I would rather die than let my country perish. The moonlight shone silver-white on the hillside. On the top of the Bakufu mountain, tonight's moon looked like a white disk hanging in the sky. Under the white disk, a figure was panting heavily, crazily weaving through the bushes. Lin Yan felt as if his lungs were clamped by a red-hot iron pliers, each breath carrying a metallic taste of blood. His military boots were already filled with mud, and with each step, he sank to his ankles in the pile of decaying leaves. The rustling of the bushes behind him sounded like the relentless drumbeats of death, and occasionally bullets whizzed past the tree trunks, leaving a scarlet trail in the darkness. That way, there are footprints. The sergeant's roar came almost right against his back. Lin Yan suddenly lunged to the right, and 3 bullets immediately blew off the bark of the tree where he had just been. Using the momentum, he rolled into a shallow ditch, pulling out the last grenade from his pocket, its safety pin already bitten off by his teeth. Enjoy the big sweet potato. The grenade arced in a parabola and landed among the pursuers, exploding with a thunderous blast. A Japanese soldier was lifted into the air by the shockwave, hanging like a rag doll on a pine branch. However, the remaining enemies became even more furious. Gunfire intensified, and bullets sent dirt and stones flying from the edge of the ditch. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yan darted out of the shallow ditch. only to freeze in place in front of a deep ravine. In the moonlight, he could see the valley bottom about 10 meters deep, with jagged rocks like canine teeth. He hurriedly took out his compass, but the glass on the dial was shattered, and the magnetic needle was shaking violently, making it impossible to discern the direction. Damn it! Which direction is the minefield? Cold sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully. The footsteps of the pursuers were getting closer, and he could even hear the click of the sergeant attaching a bayonet to his rifle. Lin Yan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Now, he had two choices: either jump off the cliff and risk his life, or fight those Japanese soldiers. Lin Yan took a deep breath, just about to make a decision. But at that moment, boom! The earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from the southwest, shaking the entire forest. The fireball rising in the distance turned the night sky orange-red, and countless startled birds flew over Lin Yan's head. Following, there were the second and third explosive sounds, the continuous rumbling making the ground undulate like ocean waves, with shock waves carrying debris and branches crashing against the surrounding trees. Lin Yan's eyes widened. The minefield? The minefield has been detonated. Was it Wang Shiha and the others? The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Well done. Truly impressive. I knew it. The veterans who withdrew from the Songhu battlefield are all talents. Meanwhile, behind him, those pursuers were also thrown into disarray by the sudden explosion. The sergeant's hoarse shouts pierced through the echoes of the blasts. Stop! Retreat! That direction is where the company commanders are. Lin Yan slowly turned his head. Retreat? Did I allow you to run? From this moment on, the roles of attack and defense have reversed. None of you will escape. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Yan leaped into the bushes at the edge of the cliff. If those Japanese company commanders really died in the minefield, the Japanese soldiers would definitely go check it out. Wang Shiha and the others should also be near the minefield. So what I need to do next is simple. Join forces with Wang Shiha and eliminate the last few Japanese soldiers. Then I can march triumphantly back with them. After the victory, I will enjoy hot pot with them. Under the night sky, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled. Like a nocturnal bobcat, he silently pursued the group of Japanese soldiers from behind. Whenever they showed any sign of relaxation, he would poke his gun barrel out from behind the tree shadows. Bang! A bullet accurately knocked off the steel helmet of the last Japanese soldier in the line, and that soldier fell into the bushes, clutching his bleeding ear. The rest immediately panicked and returned fire in the direction of the gunshot, bullets causing leaves to fall, but only startled a few night owls. Damn it! The sergeant gritted his teeth as he dragged the wounded and continued to advance. They clearly no longer cared about pursuing Lin Yan, mechanically moving toward the direction of the explosion. Lin Yan followed their footprints, suddenly noticing that the decaying leaves underfoot were becoming increasingly damp. After passing through a grove of cedar trees, a silver stream appeared in the moonlight. The water gurgled among the rocks, reflecting the starry sky. Just as he was about to crouch down to wash his face, he suddenly heard a hoarse voice. Sir! This faint call made Lin Yan's hair stand on end. He rolled behind a rock in a flash, aiming his pistol at the source of the sound. A clump of reeds by the stream began to move without wind, faintly revealing half a head. Lin Yan's eyes widened. He suddenly dashed to the riverbank, and when he pushed aside the reeds, the moonlight illuminated a pale young face. He recognized that face. It was Zhou Huqiuan. Zhou Huqiuan, what happened to you? Why are you in the river? Swimming? Zhou Huqiuan stared blankly at Lin Yan. Sir, I've been injured. Lin Yan's expression changed. He reached out to pull Zhou Huqiuan up, wanting to lift him out. Injured? No fear. Being injured is nothing to be afraid of. The minefield has already exploded. Those Japanese soldiers should be mostly dead. Our mission is already accomplished. What's there to worry about being injured? I will carry you. I'll carry you back to Jinling. The Japanese haven't broken in yet. The church hospital is still operational. They will definitely be able to treat you. I really love hot pot. Once we win, you take me to your house for hot pot. Lin Yan's face grew increasingly pale. He suddenly realized that he had pulled up a little leg from the river. Zhou Huqiuan was bare-bottomed, no pants. It was shattered. His lower body had been blown apart. Both legs were gone, and only half of his body remained. His right thigh was completely gone, and the left thigh still had a small half left, with flesh and tendons hanging out. His half body was stuck at the edge of the river, struggling in agony. Tears fell from Lin Yan's eyes for no reason. He carried Zhou Huqiuan on his back and began to walk towards the shore. Zhou Huqiuan's head hung on Lin Yan's shoulder. Sir, I'm not going to make it. Don't waste your effort. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Don't say useless nonsense. I will definitely carry you back to Jinling. Zhou Huqiuan slightly shook his head. Sir, I know my own body. Sigh. I don't want to be like this either. But those Japanese are very cunning. If you don't get hit by their bullets, they won't chase after you. I was swept by a machine gun, and then I watched helplessly as their grenade exploded beside me. Zhou Huchuan's hand suddenly gripped Lin Yan's shoulder tightly. Sir, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. If I die, what will my old man do? I'm not afraid of death. It's just that there is really no one left at home. We are 4 brothers in total, all sent to the battlefield by my old man. My elder brother was the first to leave Sichuan, and he died. Died in Chilu-Daesan. My second brother left Sichuan, and he died in Zhongyuan, Jinliansi. My third brother left Sichuan with me. He died in Qingyang village on the Songhu battlefield. There are no remains. My old man is left with me as his only son. I don't want to die. Sir, I have never wanted to die. But Captain, the captain asked us in front of the barracks. When he asked who would step forward for this operation, I raised my hand. I don't even know why I raised my hand. The captain asked us, do you know what you're going to do this time? We shouted from below, all shouting. We know, we're going to fight the Japanese. The captain looked at us and asked again, are you afraid to die? I should be afraid. I'm the only child left for my old man. I have to take care of him in his old age. I should be afraid. But I shouted at the top of my lungs. Not afraid. Everyone was shouting, not afraid. The captain's eyes turned red, and he asked, why are you not afraid? My mind went blank. I could only hear my own voice. Because I want to defend our country. At that moment, Zhou Wuqian's voice suddenly rose high, but in that high pitch, there was a sob. It was like the last mournful cry of the mysterious bird. I'm not afraid of death, because I want to defend my country. When I left my hometown, the commander said, if my country is destroyed, I will die for it. My old man also said when he sent us out of Sichuan, our Zhou family is not afraid of being left behind. Being left behind is not a big deal. Even if all the sons die, it doesn't matter. But the great Xia cannot perish. The children of my hometown cannot become enslaved to a foreign power. He is too old, not useful. We must serve our country for him. We are all willing to die on the battlefield, so that the great Xia will not perish. The children of my hometown will not become enslaved to a foreign power. Commander, if my country is destroyed, I will die for it. I will die for it. Commander, I beg you, no matter how many times we are defeated, do not surrender. Please do not surrender. Do not let my fellow countrymen of Great Xia, do not let the children of my hometown become the enslaved beggars on their knees. Chapter 19. Old man, live a long life. Give a silver dollar to my sister. The moonlight, like water, spills over the pine forests of Mount Mufu. The stream still tinkling, but it sounds like weeping strings. The distant explosions gradually extinguish, leaving only wisps of blue smoke drifting in the silvery moonlight like departed souls. He feels the hot breath that had once been exhaled on his neck slowly fading away. The hand that had been resting on his shoulder is chillingly cold. Lin Yan's body trembles. Zhou Huchuan. Lin Yan's voice is choked in his throat, like being ground with sandpaper. Lin Yan feels his legs go weak. His heart is heavy, unable to breathe, tears uncontrollably sliding down from the corners of his eyes. His body slowly crouches down. He gently places the half-body of Zhou Huchuan on the ground. The night wind sweeps over the hillside, the pine needles rustling. A withered leaf spirals down onto Zhou Huchuan's face, covering his half-open eyes, which still reflect the moonlight, but will no longer sparkle. Lin Yan's fingertips tremble as he gently brushes away the fallen leaf. His tears fall onto Zhou Huchuan's face, mixing with the still damp bloodstains. Winding into the soil of Mount Mufu, the distant mountains stand silently, like a group of giants in mourning. The stream nearby reflects the starry sky, each star shattering and reassembling on the water's surface like countless tear-filled eyes. Lin Yan bites down hard on his wrist until he tastes the metallic tang of blood. He cannot cry out loud. The enemy might still be nearby. All his sorrow transforms into the violent trembling of his shoulders. Under the moonlight, he sees the jagged bayonet at Zhou Huchuan's waist, which he had confiscated from a Japanese corpse on the battlefield of Qingyang village. The hilt is crookedly engraved with a few words. Old man, live a long life. Those words have already been soaked dark with blood. Lin Yan slowly unfastens the bayonet, suddenly discovering that Zhou Huchuan's left hand is still tightly gripping something. He gently pries open the already stiff fingers, and it turns out to be a black-red dried chili pepper. A bite has been taken out of the dried chili. The remaining half is soaked with water. Lin Yan can no longer hold back. He begins to sob, but as the sob escapes, he swallows it back down. He pries Zhou Huchuan's stiff fingers apart, and the bitten half of the chili rolls into his palm. The chili skin has become pale from soaking, yet he can still smell its pungent aroma. He suddenly remembers Zhou Huchuan, sitting on the black awning boat, had told them. The chilies here in Jinling aren't tasty. The chilies in my hometown are as red as the evening glow over the Langling River. Every family's eaves are hung with strings of them, swaying gently in the wind, like red lanterns hung during the New Year. Under the moonlight, Lin Yan seems to see that Sichuan boy sitting in the courtyard with curling smoke rising. Rows of bright red chilies swaying gently in the wind. In the distance are the lush green mountains, and the Langling River winds like a silver ribbon around the foot of the mountains. The old man of the Zhou family squats on the threshold, smoking a pipe, while his 4 sons wrestle and play on the drying ground, their laughter startling the sparrows in the bamboo forest. But such scenes will never exist again. The surroundings are desolate and uninhabited. The last son of the old Zhou has also gone to the underworld. The distant mountain shadows are dark, like they were splashed with ink. Lin Yan recalls before they ascended Mount Mufu. Zhou Huchuan's eyes were bright, looking at him. After the battle, I'll take the commander to my home for hot pot, using freshly picked chilies to make the oil. It will be delicious. The corn wine my old man brews will make you feel the heat all the way to your belly button. The night wind disperses the mist before Lin Yan's eyes. He looks down at Zhou Huchuan's calm face and puts the remaining half of the chili into his mouth. The spiciness bursts open in his mouth, the burning pain scorching from his tongue to his throat, making tears flow freely. He picks up Zhou Huchuan's body again and hides it in the nearby bushes. Wait for me, Xiao Zhou. I'll find Wang Shi and Old Su. Then come and take you back to Jinling. Don't worry, we won't surrender. The children of your hometown won't become slaves of a fallen nation. Lin Yan's voice is as soft as the leaves of this season. The night wind suddenly grows fierce, stirring the pine trees like a storm. Lin Yan stands up, placing Zhou Huchuan's bayonet at his waist. His tears have dried, leaving only the burning fire in his eyes, brighter than the distant flames of war. Then he resolutely continues to stealthily move southwest. The Japanese soldiers that had pursued him are down to 5. If Wang Shi and the others have led the other Japanese soldiers in the minefield, then the 5 pursuing him are the last enemies. He must annihilate all 5 of those Japanese soldiers. Time moves into the deep night, and the wind on Mount Mufu grows even colder. Lin Yan carefully advances toward the southwest. The mountain path is uneven, his boots sinking into the mud, making creaking sounds. The moonlight stretches his shadow long, like a drawn sword. He bends down to examine the footprints on the ground. 5 people's tracks extend chaotically forward, and one person's stride is noticeably shorter, indicating a leg injury. The 5 Japanese soldiers should be about 200 meters away. His current mission is to catch up to them, annihilate them, and then rendezvous with Wang Shi and the others. Lin Yan follows the trail of footprints, heading west, climbing up a peak, where a stream winds down to the foot of the mountain, likely the upstream of the small creek Zhou Huchuan had drowned in. Lin Yan crouches down, climbing up the slope. According to his previous coordinates, crossing this peak should lead to the minefield. At this moment, the moonlight spills down like water, and as Lin Yan continues upward, an abandoned mountain village appears before him. Among the broken walls and ruins, wild grass stubbornly sprouts from the crevices, swaying gently in the night wind. The collapsed thatched roofs resemble opened wounds, exposing dark wooden beams. Lin Yan steps on the moss-covered stone steps, each step stirring up fine dust. These stone steps have been trodden by countless generations, but now only the footprints of wild rabbits and mountain mice remain. A crooked archway stands at the village entrance, its inscriptions long faded, with only the words that still faintly discernible. The night wind passes through the empty window holes, emitting a weeping sound. A few relatively intact thatch houses stand like elderly people, hunched over under the moonlight. The door panels have long since disappeared, leaving only dark door frames, resembling mouths that silently scream. Further away, in several abandoned fields, withered crops stand like corpses, pointing stiffly toward the night sky. An old, broken plow leans at an angle on the ridge, its iron blade rusted to a dark red color. The watermill in the center of the village is the only building still in operation. The wooden water wheel creaks and turns, driving the stone mill to produce a dull, grinding sound. Moonlight filters through the broken roof, casting fragmented shadows on the water surface. Lin Yan cautiously approaches the watermill. The footprints of the Japanese soldiers become scattered in front of the water wheel, then reconvene about 20 meters away from the water wheel. Lin Yan turns around, about to cross the watermill and continue following those footprints. But at that moment, Lin Yan's body suddenly stiffens, every hair on him standing on end. because he hears an eerie sound. Da, da, da. The voice is hoarse, like the cry of some unknown creature. Lin Yan's body goes rigid with fear. He barely suppresses a scream. He unconsciously tightens his grip on his weapon. What is it? A ghost? No, it shouldn't be. This is a game of his own making, and in his game, there are no such creatures as ghosts. The one making this peculiar sound, apart from ghosts, is most likely the enemy. Behind him, the water mill continues to operate, the water still flowing. Gudda gudda. Lin Yan takes a deep breath. He suddenly turned his head, raised the rifle he had been carrying, and was about to shoot. But soon, he saw two figures lying on the ground next to the still operating water wheel in the mill. The moonlight shone on the two people, making their bodies appear pale. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. However, he did not immediately turn around and leave. Instead, he held the gun and stealthily approached. In a place like this, two corpses would definitely not appear for no reason, and he had to get closer to investigate clearly. Just as Lin Yan stepped into the watermill, a hoarse voice floated out from inside. Who is it? Lin Yan's body stiffened. This was the dialect of the Dali province in the Great Xia. Lin Yan's lips trembled. It's me, Liu Yan, a medical student from Jinling University. Beneath the water wheel, the hoarse voice, sounding ghostly, came out again. A university student. Is that you, Commander? Lin Yan quickly took a few steps forward. Only then did he see clearly that beneath the water wheel lay two figures. One was a young Japanese soldier wearing a khaki military uniform and a steel helmet. But there were two bullet holes in his body, and his neck had been slashed, blood flowing everywhere, some of which had already dried up. Next to the Japanese corpse lay a young man dressed in coarse linen, who was now grinning at Lin Yan, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. For a moment, Lin Yan felt his mind go blank. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat felt as if it were blocked by a fishbone, painful enough to render him speechless. Old Wang Shi. Lin Yan took a few more steps forward and knelt on one knee on the ground. He wanted to help Wang Shi up, but didn't know how to do it. What's wrong? The Wang Shi lying on the ground didn't speak, and his originally dark and rough face appeared terrifyingly pale in the moonlight. He raised his bloodied hand and lifted his shirt. Lin Yan's body stiffened again. He saw that Wang Shi, lying on the ground, had his stomach ripped open by someone. His intestines were pulled out, glistening white in the moonlight. The blood had already drained away. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, raised his hand to help Wang Shi stuff his intestines back in. But he didn't dare to touch the white innards, fearing he would worsen Wang Shi's injuries. For the first time, he felt a sense of hatred for not being a real medical student. Just then, he heard Wang Shi's hoarse voice. Water. Lin Yan looked up and saw Wang Shi's cracked lips. He knew that this man was suffering from severe dehydration and wanted water. But Lin Yan glanced at the water wheel beside him and shook his head. No. If you drink water now, it will wash away the blood, and you'll be completely lost. I can't give you water. Wang Shi stared blankly at Lin Yan. Gun. Give me the gun. Lin Yan's eyes turned red again, his mouth drooping, tightly gripping the gun in his hand, shaking his head uncontrollably. I can't give you the gun either. Shooting will attract the Japanese back. As he spoke, he bent down, extending his arm under Wang Shi's neck to lift his head a bit, hoping it would help Wang Shi regain some consciousness. Old Wang, hold on. I'll take you back to Jinling, okay? Don't die. Your sister is still waiting for you back home, right? But Wang Shi's head suddenly began to shake left and right. Bang, 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 bang. He was madly banging his head against the ground, trying to hit the stones with his skull. He was in so much pain. He wanted to die. He was hitting the ground with such force that he was bleeding. Lin Yan saw bright red blood flowing down his arm and into his palm. He raised his hand to hold down Wang Shi's head. Old Wang, don't do this. Don't do this. Your sister is still waiting for you. Wang Shi, whose head was being held down by Lin Yan, suddenly stopped speaking. Then he raised his hand, rummaging through the pocket of his coarse linen shirt. After a moment, he pulled out a silver dollar. He grasped the coin tightly and raised his hand. The silver dollar glimmered in the moonlight, shining brightly like a white jade plate. Sister. Lin Yan lowered his head, trembling as he took the silver dollar. For your sister? Wang Shi in his arms nodded vigorously. Lin Yan's expression grew increasingly sorrowful, and his voice began to choke. How will you give it to your sister? Where's your sister? Can't you go home and give it to her yourself? Wang Shi in his arms stared blankly at Lin Yan, shaking his head with the last of his strength. Then his hoarse voice floated out again. In Yunnan, at the foot of Taiji Mountain in Kaiyun Village, Lin Yan began to breathe heavily, as if that was the only way he could avoid crying out loud. Yunnan, at the foot of Taiji Mountain in Kaiyun Village. I remember, Old Wang. Don't worry, Old Wang. I will definitely deliver this silver dollar to your sister. No matter what it takes. Old Wong, hold on a little longer. Think of your sister. Don't close your eyes. Please, don't close your eyes. I've just gotten to know you all. I need you. I need you to help me guard Jinling. I can't do it alone. Please help me. Old Wong, don't die. Okay, Old Wong. But the man in Lin Yan's arms was still breathing more shallowly. With the last of his strength, he clutched Lin Yan's hand. His voice was torn. I'm not lying. My sister sings mountain songs the best, like a phoenix calling. My hometown is beautiful. At the top of Taiji Mountain, you can see colorful clouds. I went to the battlefield to prevent the Japanese from invading my beautiful hometown. Commander, kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Drive those damn Japanese out of our country. Commander, do you think our sacrifice is meaningful? Will my dream come true? It was the best dream I've ever had. The Japanese were driven away, and we rode on horseback through the bustling streets. Everywhere were colorful flags and flowers. Lin Yan could no longer hold back his tears. He saw Wang Shi at that moment, his eyes wide open, filled with rage, but ultimately his breath ceased, dying with unclosed eyes. He raised his trembling hand, trying several times to close Wang Shi's eyes, then began to sob. It is meaningful, your sacrifice. Of course, it is meaningful. Let me tell you a secret. I come from many years in the future. This war, because of you, our motherland achieved final victory. The invaders were driven away, and no foreigner can bully us on our land anymore. There are many tall buildings in the city, cars running around without needing drivers. And the neon lights in the city are as beautiful as a dream. Our children will study in classrooms without bayonets. And the people's rice bowls will be filled with rice, while your names will be inscribed in the martyrs' cemetery. Every holiday, many people will visit you. They will bring you flowers, candy, and wine, and sing for you. Hey, actually, I can sing reasonably well too, but definitely not as good as your sister. I'll sing you a song. You get up and take me to find your sister, okay? If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. I and my motherland cannot be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows out. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river, the curling smoke, the small village, a track on the road. Chapter 20. The only privilege is not to fear the explosives. Only I have seen victory. Let me die. The moonlight filtered through the broken roof of the watermill, casting mottled shadows on Lin Yan and Wang Shi. The water wheel still creaked as it turned, splashing water that soaked the cuffs of Lin Yan's pants, but he remained oblivious. My dearest motherland, I will always cling to your heart. Lin Yan's singing echoed in the watermill. Each word seemed to be squeezed out forcefully from his chest. His voice was sometimes choked, sometimes hoarse, yet stubbornly continued to sing this song from the future. Water droplets fell from the rotating wooden wheel, mingling with the tears on Lin Yan's face, crashing onto the bluestone slabs. In the moonlight, those water stains resembled broken pearls, silently flowing between the stone cracks. You tell me with your mother's pulse. Lin Yan dared not sing too loudly. He lowered his voice, ensuring that the song would not escape the watermill. But Wang Shi, lying quietly in his arms, had the moonlight shining on his dark face, making it look as if it were coated in silver. A slight smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he had truly heard that beautiful future. The sound of the water wheel gradually merged with the song, like a peculiar requiem. Lin Yan's hand unconsciously brushed over Wang Shi's forehead, and when his fingertips touched the wounds, he suddenly trembled violently. Wreathed in smoke, a small village. The song abruptly stopped. Lin Yan's throat felt blocked, and he could no longer produce a sound. He could only hold tightly onto Wang Shi's already cold body, burying his face in the blood-stained coarse linen shirt, his shoulders shaking silently. Outside the watermill, a wild rabbit poked its head out from the grass, its bright eyes gazing toward the direction of the singing. The moonlight adorned it with a silver edge, making it look like a little sprite, witnessing this farewell that transcended time and space. The distant mountains stood silently. The creek continued to babble, but it seemed to be keeping rhythm for the unfinished song. The night breeze swept over the water wheel, stirring up a spray of mist that formed a small rainbow in the moonlight, fleeting. But at that moment, a sudden roar erupted outside the watermill. Lin Yan jerked his head up, tears still hanging on his cheeks, but instinctively reaching for the gun beside him. In the distant valley, a burst of orange-red flames shot into the sky, dyeing half the sky blood-red. The shockwave from the explosion made the wooden beams of the watermill tremble, causing a layer of aged wood chips to fall. Lin Yan took one last look at his comrade's face. Old Wang. He quickly hid Wang Shi's body in the shadow behind the water wheel. Water droplets splashed on Wang Shi's face like the last tears of the night. Lin Yan wiped his face fiercely with his sleeve, wet and unsure if it was the creek water stirred up by the water wheel or his own tears. He checked the magazine. Only 3 bullets remained, but he still had Zhou Huqiuan's chipped bayonet tucked at his waist. The inscription on the hilt, wishing the old man a long life, glimmered with a dark red light in the moonlight. The explosion's glow gradually dimmed, replaced by sporadic gunfire. Lin Yan pressed against the wall and crept to the window, seeing several dark figures fleeing in the firelight along the mountain road to the southwest. One person dragged an injured leg, leaving a long, staggering shadow in the moonlight. Lin Yan's breathing gradually steadied. He turned one last time to look at the shadow behind the water wheel, where it was so quiet that time seemed to have frozen. Only the water wheel continued to turn tirelessly, its axle creaking like some ancient timer. Lin Yan looked back at the water wheel. Wait for me to come back. His voice was drowned in the sound of water. He crouched and slipped out of the watermill, the moonlight casting his shadow on the bluestone slabs, stretching it long. Like a drawn sword, the night wind suddenly became fierce, rustling the thatch in the desolate village. Lin Yan's figure quickly merged into the darkness. Only the bayonet at his waist occasionally reflecting a bit of moonlight, like a star unwilling to extinguish. But just as he reached the edge of the abandoned village, he saw a staggering figure emerge from behind a house. Instinctively, Lin Yan raised his gun, the dark muzzle pressed against the shadow's forehead. But soon, Lin Yan's expression froze. The figure before him was familiar. A sturdy man with a beard. It was old Su Changtai. At that moment, Su Changtai held a gun in one hand, and with the other, he pressed against his abdomen, blood gushing from the gaps between his fingers. At that moment, when Su Changtai realized that it was Lin Yan holding the gun against him, he let out a long breath. Damn it, are you treating me like a Japanese soldier? Lin Yan lowered the gun. He pulled Su Changtai behind the thatched wall, both leaning against it. Lin Yan was on the outside, keeping an eye on the outside movements. The earlier flash was. Su Changtai's voice was hoarse. The grenade I threw. That group of Japanese soldiers were too cunning. They already guessed there was a minefield and wouldn't advance. I had to use the grenade to trigger the minefield and then turn back. Lin Yan was taken aback. Turn back? Su Chenti e salet hivili. Of course, I led those few isolated Japanese soldiers away from here. Enough of that. Quickly go to the watermill, save old Wang. He was injured before and then encountered an isolated Japanese soldier. But before Su Changtai could finish his sentence, Lin Yan's hoarse voice came out. Old Wang Shi, has already passed away. In his final moments, he gave me a silver dollar, asking me to deliver it to his sister back home. Su Changtai's body stiffened. He lowered his eyelids, nodded, then instinctively raised his hand to feel his pants pocket, but it was empty. Damn it. This world doesn't even have a cigarette. At that moment, the night wind blew across his abdominal wound. He grimaced in pain. Damn it, I never got shot during my service in the army. Is this 100% pain experience? This is too real. Damn it, I really can't tell whether this is a game or if I've really crossed over. Lin Yan turned to look at Su Changtai, and he saw Su Changtai's eyes had unknowingly reddened. Old Su, what on earth happened? I still saw Zhou Huqiuan's corpse earlier. Where are our people? Where are the 20 brothers? Su Changtai raised his eyes to look at Lin Yan. If old Wang has also passed away, then it should mean they're all dead. All dead. That group of Japanese soldiers are too cunning. Their firepower is fierce. Out of 20 brothers, more than half had already died before reaching the minefield. The remaining 7 were supposed to have one person go up the mountain to cover, while the other 6 acted as bait, leading those Japanese soldiers to the minefield. But the best shot, old Wang, was injured in the leg and needed someone to carry him. They chose me. I certainly refused, because I'm the only one who has crossed over. I know the ending, so I'm the least afraid of death this damn. I can no longer distinguish whether this is a game or the real world. My only privilege is to carry the explosives with the awareness of certain death. I've already seen the dawn, but they have not. So let me die. Let me die. But they refused to agree. They said I'm not a soldier. If anyone is to die, it must be these old veterans who fought in the Battle of Songhu first. They took away the explosives I was carrying and pushed me up the mountain. Let me take good care of old Wang. It doesn't matter what I say, they won't agree with me. I've damn well said it. I'm a player, a time traveler, someone from the future. I'm not afraid of death, but they just won't agree. They want me to live well. Why? Why on earth? Why won't they let me die first? I'm the least afraid of death among 40 million people, because only I have seen victory. I should sacrifice myself, and then my bones will turn to dust in the soil. That was in the past and will be my homeland, but I'm still alive now. I can't tell the difference anymore. I really can't tell the difference between whether this is a game or reality. I can't believe I'm here, protected by them once again. I've been protected by them once again. Su Changkai began to sob painfully. Lin Yan was beside him, not knowing what to do or having time to comfort him, because he saw shadows moving behind the thatched house, for enemies were approaching at that moment. Lin Yan had just raised his gun, but at that moment, Su Changkai pressed down on Lin Yan's shoulder. In his other hand, he held a grenade. Brother, it's my turn to die now. It's time for me to sacrifice myself. My body can't hold on in this world anymore. But you can't. You are a great god. I can't tell whether this world is real or fake anymore, but I've treated it as real. So please, no matter what, defend Jinling City. I'm begging you. Protect Jinling City well. Don't let those enemies bully our compatriots. Don't let our compatriots become slaves of a fallen nation. Chapter 21. Mother watches from the heavens. Her son is the true El Bu, unmatched by thousands. This difficulty is akin to the moonlight dancing on Su Changtai's bloodied face back in the day, his eyes shining frighteningly bright, like two burning flames. The hand pressing down on Lin Yan's shoulder had bulging veins, its strength astonishing. Su Changtai's lips trembled, but his voice was exceptionally clear. In my eyes, at least in my eyes, he is truly. The common people of Jinling City, in my eyes, are our compatriots. To be able to fight alongside Wang, Shi, Zhang Taizhu, Zhou Huqiuan, and the others, is my fortune. I am not afraid of death. If I die, I will have no regrets. Lin Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. He reached out to grab Su Changtai, but only grasped a handful of damp air. Su Changtai had already rushed out, like an arrow released from its bow, pouncing towards the 4 Japanese soldiers behind the thatched cottage. Lin Yan's roar shattered the night sky. Lao Su, come back. At that moment, gunfire erupted suddenly. Su Changtai's body shook violently as a bullet pierced through his shoulder, blood splattering in the moonlight. But he did not stop. Instead, he ran faster, the hand covering his abdominal wound loosening, allowing blood to trail behind him in a dark red path. At that moment, Su Changtai's eyes were filled with rage. Come on, you sons of bitches. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Sooner or later, our country's tanks will crush your skyscrapers, making you pay for your blood debts in blood. Su Changtai roared, his voice tinged with tears. Return the lives of my ancestors. Another 2 gunshots rang out. Su Changtai's left leg suddenly weakened, but he stumbled and straightened up again, continuing to charge forward. Lin Yan saw his silhouette swaying in the moonlight like a tattered flag, yet refused to fall. At that moment, Su Changtai clenched his teeth, blood flowing from his eyes, mouth, and nostrils. He felt a burning pain all over his body, worse than when he carried loads and ran dozens of kilometers in the army. But at this moment, he cared for nothing. In his mind, there was only one thought. Let those Japanese soldiers pay the price. Su Changtai continued to advance. When a bullet pierced his lung, he remembered how his brothers had turned into pieces of meat in a minefield one by one. First was Chen Shubai, that pale-skinned scholar with round glasses, who had been carrying 2 bundles of explosives running at the front. The Japanese machine guns shredded his cotton-padded jacket like a torn fishing net, blood oozing from dozens of holes. He collapsed to the ground. It showed a mouthful of white teeth, turning to smile at the approaching Japanese soldiers. In that moment of distraction, he suddenly tore open his collar, revealing that the explosives had already been ignited, flames licking at the sweat on his chest. He smiled brilliantly. Stupid Japanese. What he shouted should have been in his hometown dialect. Come with me to see the king of hell. With a loud bang, 5 Japanese soldiers flew into the air with him, and when they fell, only half of Chen Shubai's hand remained. That half hand could no longer put a ring on his fiancée-Yi's finger. Su Changtai thought at that time, Chen Shubai must have loved his fiancée Yi very much. Otherwise, why would he write his last letter to her? If there was no war, this young couple would surely have been a happy and loving pair. But the world is unpredictable, and their country had endured half a century of war, an unending humiliation, too much death happening right before their eyes. And the fate of the nation had to rest on such innocent young men and women. If life were only as it was at first sight, those autumn afternoons where they only needed to debate whether their makeup was beautiful or not would be the only gifts they left for each other. The second person to die before his eyes was Xiao Yanjing, whose real name was El Yan, only 17, who had joined the army 2 years ago, making his way from the north to Jiangnan. This little brat always claimed to be a descendant of El Bu, insisting that he should not be called El Yan, but El Fengxian. Su Changtai had ignored him, only referring to him as Xiao Yanjing along with Wang Shi and the others. But while luring the Japanese towards a minefield, he took a bullet in the stomach, his intestines dragging on the ground like a flower snake. But he did not fall. He crawled, crawling for 20 meters through a blood-soaked path, just to lead the Japanese another 20 meters. This clever kid knew that those Japanese wanted to capture him alive. So he wanted to lead that group of Japanese to the minefield. It was he, the youngest warrior among them, who, after crawling for 20 meters, triggered the first landmine with his head, yelling for his mother in heaven, saying, "You look. Your son is the true Elbu, unmatched by thousands." When the minefield exploded, the flames engulfed the Japanese, and Su Chingtai could not count them. But there must have been dozens. It was at that moment he realized this kid was not lying. He was the true Elbu. If he had known he was so brave, he should have called him El Fengxian. Who else was there? There was also that northeast soldier, Zhang Taizhu. After Xiao Yinjing detonated the minefield, Zhang Taizhu had already moved outside the minefield. But he turned back and saw 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers supporting a squad leader in a wool coat, cautiously sneaking back along the footprints. This northeast man exploded with rage. He first fired his rifle in bursts, and when the bullets were gone, he threw grenades. When the grenades did not annihilate that squad of Japanese soldiers, this seemingly simple-minded northeast man grinned and charged at them. When he rushed forward, he was filled with rage. The Japanese invaded the northeast. Due to orders from above, my brothers and I fled our hometown. The Japanese invaded Yanbei, and we could not hold it, so we ran, abandoning Yanbei to the common people. The Japanese invaded Huabei, and again we could not hold it, so we left. Today I, Zhang Taizhu, will not run anymore. Mother, I can't go back home. Brothers who are still alive, help me fight back to my hometown. He roared as he lunged at the Japanese soldiers, directly engaging them in hand-to-hand combat, kicking and biting. Su Chingtai witnessed with his own eyes as that northeast man bit off the ear of the Japanese squad leader, while other Japanese soldiers stabbed him in the waist with bayonets. He roared while dragging his intestines towards the minefield. "Kill the enemy!" He shouted so loudly that the entire valley shook. "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" The hatred of home and country, little Japanese. For the dirty and filthy things you did in my hometown, I want you to pay for your blood debts and blood. Blood debts and blood. The explosion was particularly muffled, like someone screaming underground. Those images flashed vividly before Su Chingtai's eyes. Su Chingtai now understood that when a person dies, they really do see a revolving lantern. Before him were the faces of those brothers, one after another, resolutely facing death. And now, Su Chingtai rubbed the hand grenade in his hand. It's my turn. His vision had long since blurred, but he still saw his bullet-riddled knee plowing 2 furrows in the ground. He saw the Japanese soldier in a steel helmet retreating in fear, somehow stepping on his own spilled intestines. Su Chingtai then noticed the scene before him beginning to flicker. He heard the crackling sound of electricity, and he saw the chandelier of his home. He really was about to go. No, I have to hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. He gritted his teeth, using his last strength to pull the fuse. At the same time, he remembered not long ago, when logging into the game, a message popped up reminding him that the pain simulation of this game was 100, and players should prepare psychologically in advance. It was only now that he understood the meaning of that reminder. Even the feeling of death, this game seemed to simulate it. It turns out that those who died on the battlefield really can smell the gunpowder mixed with the stench of blood, really can hear the sound of their teeth chattering, and really can taste the saltiness of tears. Boom! In the next moment, flames completely engulfed him, along with 2 enemy soldiers. The real world, Lanlian City, Jinxiu Garden Community, Building 7, Room 902, in the dark bedroom. Only the indicator light of the holographic helmet flickered faintly, like a coal ember that was about to go out. It was raining outside. Raindrops tapped against the glass, making a soft sound, as if someone were gently knocking at the door. Suddenly, bang! The holographic helmet was violently ripped off and smashed onto the floor, rolling twice. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a slightly plump figure gasped for air, as if he had just been fished out of water. His pajamas were soaked with sweat, clinging to him, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably, as if still retaining the burning sensation from the explosion. He looked around in confusion. The familiar bedroom. The messy bed. On the bedside table was half a cup of cold coffee, next to a half-eaten box of blood pressure medication. The electronic clock on the wall displayed 2:23. The holographic projection screen floated in the air, with cold system prompts flashing. Character has died. You have exited the game. Pain simulation has been released. The bearded middle-aged man stared at the lines of text, motionless. Besides this, a floating camera was also flashing blue light. On the holographic screen, in addition to the cold lines of text, there were dense barges of comments scrolling by. The bearded middle-aged man suddenly remembered that before entering the game for the second time, he had casually started a live stream. But at that time, there were only a few people in stream, and now it had surged to over 100,000 viewers. The viewers' comments flashed crazily on the holographic screen. Good job, Old Su. You didn't embarrass us veterans. It's cruel, too cruel. This damn planner doesn't treat people as human, just by opening a crack in the blockade of Jinling. So many people have sacrificed. Where's the damn planner? Can you come out and say something? I've got something to discuss with you. Damn it. The latest news is that there are currently less than 60,000 players left in the game. In less than 24 hours, nearly half of the players in the game are gone. Is this game meant for people to play? The damn planner is deliberately making things difficult for the players. I don't know how to evaluate it, but it could also be that this game is too realistic. Someone on the forum has compiled statistics on the causes of player deaths in the game. Players who drew civilian roles thought they could safely leave the city first, but some tried to swim across the Chu River without the skill, and were drowned by a wave. Those that didn't die continued swimming to shore, only to be shot by enemy planes. One guy dove underwater to avoid the plane's fire, finally reached the shore, only to be bombarded by enemy warship artillery, dying from an explosion nearby. Some avoided the shells, took off their white pants, and waved a branch while running towards the Jinling defenders, only to be shot by a Jinling soldier who mistook them for enemy marines. The ways to die were bizarre, but all were logical. In this game, drawing a civilian role is a disaster. Drawing a soldier role is even worse, with one foot directly stepping onto the road to the underworld. Some players who drew soldier roles charged with the main force and were covered by fierce enemy fire, dying just 3 minutes after logging into the game. Even if you had incredible luck, passing through the fire and encountering the enemy, fighting hand-to-hand with the enemy, and losing still meant death. Even if you were quick-witted and killed an enemy, just as you were about to celebrate, you could be ambushed by other enemies and die. Encountering enemy tanks without heavy weapons means death. Attacking enemy bunkers while being machine gunned means death. Avoiding machine gun fire only to step on a landmine means death. Discovering a landmine in advance, pulling out a bomb, and it doesn't ignite. Turning back to look for another bomb only to be discovered by the enemy means death. Pulling a bomb that ignites immediately means death. Death, death, death. Today I've seen dozens of streamers perish. With such difficulty, can Jinling really hold out? This difficulty is just like back then. Old Su Chunkai, say something. What does it feel like to exit the game? Your state doesn't seem right. At this moment, in front of the holographic camera, Su Chunksai's gaze was numb, his chest heaving violently. His throat felt like it was blocked by a piece of red-hot coal, both burning and painful. A few seconds later, he slowly raised his hand to touch his face. Dry, no blood, no buritoles, no scorch marks from the explosion, but his fingertips trembled. Chun Shu Bai, he muttered, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Xiao Yinjing, Zhang Taizhu, Wang Shi, Zhou Huan. These names cut at his throat like knives. He suddenly remembered Chun Shu Bai's last shout. The phrase stupid dame monkey, remembered Xiao Yinjing crawling with his intestines dragging behind him. Calling for his mother, remembered Zhang Taizhu shouting to kill the enemy as the bayonet pierced his waist. These NPCs, these data, these codes that should have been lifeless. But their blood is hot. Their tears are salty. Their lives are real. Su Cheng's breathing became more and more rapid, and the images before him began to blur. He suddenly grabbed the blood pressure medication on the bedside table, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it dry. But the pills got stuck in his throat, making his eyes redden. He stumbled into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and buried his face in the cold water. Water droplets dripped down his chin, splashing onto the sink, resembling the broken pearls in the water mill when he dragged Wang Shi to the water cart. Su Cheng raised his head and looked into the mirror. The man in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, a scruffy beard, and looked as disheveled as a stray dog. He stared at himself for a few seconds and suddenly punched the mirror. Bang! The glass shattered and blood flowed down his knuckles. But he felt no pain, compared to the pain of a bullet piercing his lung, compared to the pain of his intestines spilling out, compared to the pain of watching his comrades die one by one before his eyes. This little injury is nothing. He slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the cold tiled wall, finally, sobbing uncontrollably, like a child who has lost everything. He cried heart-wrenchingly, shaking all over, as if he were going to vomit out his very soul. Outside the window, the rain fell heavier and heavier. The sound of the rain drowned out his cries, drowned out the cannon fire in Jinling, drowned out the moonlight in the watermill. But it could not extinguish those blood, those tears, those roars that would not cease until death. Those battlefields he could never return to. On the holographic projection screen in the bedroom, the comments were still flashing. What is that sound, Old Sue? Are you crying, Old Sue? Don't cry, streamer. If you cry, I want to cry too. I don't want to cry anymore. I've lost count of how many times I've cried today. There are still 50,000 players in the game. There is still hope. No matter what the cost, we must save our compatriots. What is the situation at Mufa Mountain? I don't know. That guy named Lin Yan ISNT live streaming. He can't die. Although other players in the game are also working hard, Summer Lightning is trying to communicate with the foreigners to expand the safe zone. Old Tan Sauerkraut is still scouting the location of the armory. But Lin Yan is currently the only recognized commander in the game. The lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens in Jinling are on his shoulders. He has to rise up. Chapter 22, Dog Thief. Don't even think about running. The flag is fluttering. The horses are whinnying, and the good men serve their country today. In the game, beneath the dark blue night sky of Mufa Mountain, the remnants of explosions are still smoldering, and severed limbs lie scattered on the charred ground. Su Qingsai's body is sprawled in a pool of blood, half of his body blown to a pulp, with ribs protruding from the charred flesh like broken branches. His right hand is still tightly gripping the pin of a grenade. His knuckles twisted and deformed from the heat of the explosion, skin carbonized and sticking to the metal. If his face can still be called a face. It is now just a charred outline, with his left eye taken out by shrapnel, while his right eye remains open, frozen in the moment of final determination. Blood spreads from beneath him, seeping into the soil and staining the wild grass, like a meandering dark red stream. Not far away, the bodies of two Japanese soldiers are equally tragic. The first one is blown to pieces, with a leg flying 3 meters away into a bush, the boot still intact. But the part above the knee is nowhere to be found. His upper body is facing the sky, with a large hole torn in his chest by shrapnel. Innards spilled everywhere, intestines dragging in the mud like broken ropes. His steel helmet rolls nearby, half full of blood, reflecting the faint morning light like a bowl of undrunk poison. The second Japanese soldier is in a worse state. He was not killed instantly by the explosion, but was thrown by the shockwave and crashed against a sharp rock, his spine broken, his body folded in half like a toy broken by a naughty child. He makes a wheezing sound from his throat, fingers spasming as they claw at the ground, filled with dirt and bits of grass. His abdomen is sliced open by shrapnel, intestines slipping out like a gray-white snake, twitching slightly in the morning breeze. His eyes are wide open, pupils dilated, yet they are fixed on Su Qingsai's body, as if he cannot believe until death that he would die at the hands of a great Xia person. The wind sweeps across the battlefield, carrying smoke and the smell of blood. Lin Yan crouches behind a thatched hut, breathing heavily, his rifle trembling slightly in his hands. He sees Su Qingsai's body, sees the tragic state of the two Japanese soldiers, sees the scorched craters and broken weapons scattered on the ground. His throat tightens, his eyes burn, but not a single tear can flow, because his tears have long been burned dry by anger. He slowly raises the gun barrel, aiming at the Japanese soldier who is still gasping for life. But he grits his teeth and lowers the gun again. He has 3 bullets left in his rifle, and he just saw 4 Japanese soldiers in total. This means that there should still be 2 Japanese soldiers capable of action. His marksmanship is poor, and he cannot act rashly. This injured Japanese soldier is a good bait. He does not think of himself as cruel. To have goodwill towards these soulless beasts before him is to be cruel to his fellow countrymen. Meanwhile, not far away on the slope, dry grass rustles, and 2 earth-colored figures are pressed close to the ground. The older sergeant holds down the trembling shoulder of the young soldier, eyes glinting coldly under the steel helmet in the moonlight. Baka, Ugokuna, damn it, don't move. The sergeant squeezes the order through clenched teeth, fingers digging deep into the shoulder of the young soldier beside him. Tekiwamata Hizand IRU. The enemy is still lurking outside. The new soldier's eyes are bloodshot, lips bitten so hard they bleed. He stares fixedly at the figure writhing in the pool of blood not far away. Demo or wa ani disu. But that person is my brother. The young soldier's voice sounds like it's being forced out from his chest, tinged with a sob. Kirwamata Akite IRU. He is still alive. The sergeant's palm slaps hard across the new soldier's face, knocking the steel helmet askew. Teikoku wunfi no afukasi. The shame of the imperial soldiers. The sergeant growls, pointing at the wounded soldier with intestines spilling everywhere. Arwamau damda. Yes, beyond saving. The new soldier suddenly laughs. This smile sends a chill down the sergeant's back. It is a precursor to mental collapse. He He has seen too many such smiles on the battlefield in Songhu before. Anatatachi wa mina akomada. You are all demons. The young soldier takes off his steel helmet, revealing his youthful face. In the moonlight, his mouth twitches, tears mixed with dirt carving out several grooves on his face. Ani dvoite vea. Nanjinji, oishi mono tabezazete kureruchi. My brother said. He would take me to Nanjing to eat delicious food. His voice grows quieter, eventually turning into a whimper. His fingers dig into the soil, nails filled with roots and dried blood. The sergeant reaches out to grab his collar, but misses. The young soldier has already crawled out, like an injured wild dog, using all fours to drag a trail of blood across the charred ground. He has long lost his gun, and his steel helmet has rolled behind him. But he remains oblivious, fixated on the writhing figure ahead. Ani, Isho and I, Keru. Brother, let us go home together. His voice is hoarse, as if squeezed out from broken lungs. The sergeant's pupils constrict suddenly. These fools, if it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have shot him dead. Bakiru, Mador, fool, come back. The sergeant's roar is scattered by the night wind. The young soldier is deaf to it. He crawls to his brother's side, trembling hands cradling that blood-stained face. His brother's intestines are already spilled everywhere, but his eyes are still moving, making wheezing sounds from his throat like a fish stranded on land. Daijubu, Suganeru. It's okay. It will be all right soon. The young soldier grins, but tears continue to fall uncontrollably. He frantically tries to stuff the slipping intestines back in, but the more he stuffs, the more blood flows out. His palms are dyed bright red, nails filled with sticky clots of blood. Anya dvoite vea watashi ni yakusokushita. Watashi o Nanjing and I tsurit. Manatsu no onna and I tsuka. Watashi o Hantu no otoko and I shite. Ani, Nanako-san, Mata koki to Matsu. Brother promised me. You would take me to Nanjing, to let the women of Great Xia serve me, to make me a real man. You have to keep your promise. Brother, Miss Nanako is still waiting for you at home. His voice grows lower, eventually turning into a murmured sob. Meanwhile, behind the dilapidated thatched hut, a dark gun muzzle slowly rises. Lin Yan's eyes flicker with a ghostly light. His previous restraint was correct. This bait has attracted the first prey. His marksmanship may not be good, and he does not seek a quick kill. His goal is simply to incapacitate this soldier. To completely end the lives of these beasts, he can use his bayonet. His index finger rests on the trigger, breathing steady to a terrifying degree. Bang! The gunshot tears through the night sky. The young soldier's body jolts violently, a blood flower erupting from his abdomen. He slowly lowers his head, seeing a hole in his belly, blood gushing out like a fountain. He opens his mouth but can no longer make a sound. His body falls forward, landing directly on top of his brother. Their blood mingles together, seeping into the soil, indistinguishable from each other. The sergeant stands frozen in place, face pale. He sees a shadow flicker behind the thatched hut. That figure does not rush to take another shot, but waits quietly, like a patient wolf. The sergeant's hand reaches for the grenade at his waist, but stops at the last moment. He suddenly remembers when he left home. His daughter hugged him and told him to come back safe. Kono Yurusai, Nanjin, no Ninjen. Omira Wakamonada. Damn Great Xia people. You're all beasts. The sergeant cursed and turned to run down the hillside. His boots splashed in the pool of blood, leaving dark red mud splatters. Lin Yan, who was behind the thatched cottage, was taken aback at first, then widened his eyes. He ran away. You bastard, don't think you can escape. Lin Yan stood up from behind the cottage, grabbed his gun, and began to chase the last sergeant. He could not let this sergeant live. If he did, the situation at Mufa Mountain would be exposed, and if the enemy's warships came, all the sacrifices and efforts of so many people would be in vain. As he passed by the two soldiers, he noticed that the one he had just shot was still sobbing, his younger brother's hand tightly gripping his older brother's collar, as if afraid he would run away. The night wind swept across the battlefield, rustling a few charred blades of grass. Lin Yan drew out the jagged bayonet. The words "Long Life" etched on the handle, standing out sharply in the moonlight. He then hesitated not for a moment, as the blade fell twice, cleanly severing the necks of the two enemies. The splattering blood dyed Lin Yan's face and uniform a deep red. But Lin Yan's gaze was cold. Brothers? How dare you claim to have brothers? Because of you, my brothers are dead. You too. Go to the 18 layers of hell and be brothers there. Covered in blood, Lin Yan wasted no time. He raised his head and looked toward the dark mountains ahead, continuing his pursuit without hesitation. You dog, don't even think about running. I will definitely take your life. The nation is destroyed. The family is broken. Disaster is imminent, and the salvation of the fallen relies on my compatriots. How can I not avenge the hatred of heaven? If I do not kill the enemy, my hatred will not dissipate. The flag flutters proudly, the horses whinny mournfully. A true man, a true man, a true man serve his country today. Chapter 23. This is a national grudge and personal hatred, where only one of us can survive, overcoming all difficulties, just to fight for victory. The night was as dark as ink, the silhouette of Mufum Mountain undulating in the moonlight like the back of a giant beast. Lin Yan's breath formed white mist in the cold air, and his army boots crushed the gravel and dead branches beneath him, each step heavy as if he wanted to stamp his burning anger into the ground. The mountain wind wailed through the dead pine forest, and a half-torn piece of cloth, shredded by cannon fire, hung between the branches like a soul-calling banner. In the distance, the sound of river waves crashing against the shore faintly echoed, intertwining with the cawing of crows in the woods to create a funeral song. Ahead, the figure of the sergeant flickered in and out among the bushes, his earth-colored uniform appearing particularly glaring under the moonlight. He ran very fast, but his left leg seemed to be injured, his steps somewhat staggered, each landing leaving a deep footprint in the muddy ground. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, estimating the distance to be 30 meters, at most 40. Not close enough. He couldn't fire recklessly. He only had 2 bullets left. He had only 2 chances. Even if he couldn't kill with 1 shot, he needed to effectively deplete the enemy's combat power. The sergeant ahead obviously knew someone was chasing him. He dared not look back, only desperately burrowing deeper into the forest. Try to use the terrain to shake off the pursuer. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. 20 meters. The sergeant suddenly made a sharp turn and dove into a dense pine forest. Lin Yan followed closely, the pine needles whipping against his face, leaving fine bloodstains. His lungs burned with pain, but he did not slow down. 10 meters. The sergeant finally glanced back. In the moonlight, his face was twisted with fear. He suddenly pulled out a grenade from his waist, bit off the safety pin, and threw it back. Lin Yan's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively lunged to the side. Boom! The blast wave overturned the dirt. Shrapnel grazed his shoulder, and sharp pain spread instantly. He felt shrapnel lodged in his shoulder blade, but he couldn't afford to check his injury. He gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and continued the chase. If he let this sergeant escape, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The sergeant took this opportunity to gain some distance, but Lin Yan had already seen his flaw. His left leg was more severely injured, limping as he ran, and his speed had noticeably decreased. The distance that had just opened up was quickly closed back to 10 meters by Lin Yan. He continued to pursue. 8 meters. This distance was enough. He raised his rifle. The moment the gun's muzzle was raised, Lin Yan saw the sergeant suddenly turn around. The barrel of a Type 14 pistol gleaming coldly in the moonlight, the dark muzzle aimed at his forehead. Bang! The first bullet grazed Lin Yan's temple, the scorching airflow carving a blood mark on his skin. He smelled the burnt scent of his hair, but didn't even blink, his index finger squeezing the trigger. Bang! The sergeant's thigh exploded in a spray of blood, staggering back, yet still desperately pulling the trigger. The second bullet penetrated Lin Yan's shoulder blade, bursting forth with a plume of blood mist. Lin Yan grunted, but did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and pulled the rifle's bolt, the action steady as a machine. In this moment, retreating was tantamount to seeking death. The more one feared death, the more likely one was to die. In a narrow encounter, the brave wins. This is a national grudge and personal hatred, where only one of us can survive. Although the rifle's caliber was smaller than the pistol's, it was more powerful, meaning that if he and this enemy hit the same part of each other, the enemy's probability of death was greater than his own. Click! Bang! Lin Yan's Hanyang rifle spat fire. When a second bullet drilled into the sergeant's abdomen, the enemy's pistol was still spewing flames. A bullet grazed Lin Yan's neck, tearing a visible gash. Hot blood flowed down his collarbone, soaking half of his clothing. Gah! The sergeant collapsed to the ground. The sound of his empty pistol's slide locked crisp and audible. He futilely pulled the trigger, brass casings bouncing out from the ejection port, rolling into the pool of blood. Lin Yan's rifle was also empty. He tossed the gun aside and drew out the bayonet with a notch. The moonlight flowed along the blade, reflecting the characters wishing long life. Now those characters were soaking in Lin Yan's blood, each stroke writhing. The sergeant on the ground gasped for breath. He spoke in broken Chinese, hoarsely. Let me go. My daughter is still waiting for me to come home. Lin Yan stared coldly at him. He could even speak Chinese? What talent! but letting you go, in your dreams. How many of my compatriots have you killed, and you still want me to spare you? When you slaughtered my compatriots, did you think about sparing them? Did you think about their wives, children, and elderly? Lin Yan's eyes burned with hatred. He hadn't understood this blood feud before, but ever since he gained the historical war system, he understood. Once he put himself in the perspective of those common people, he realized why the elderly who experienced the war hated these enemies so deeply, even to the point where they wished to skin and bone them when mentioning people from that country. From the perspective of those commoners, it was like one day you went out to work and returned to find the enemy had invaded your home. Your wife, daughter, and mother were all insulted to death. Your youngest son was stabbed in the abdomen, his intestines spilling all over the yard. Your father was skinned and hung on the courtyard gate. And your childhood dog that had grown up with you, saved your life, and guarded your home was stewed into a pot of good meat along with its pups. The streets were filled with the corpses of neighbors, your good brothers who shared pants with you, the aunt who gave you candy, the uncles who taught you skills, your wife's friends who often visited your home, your father-in-law and mother-in-law who crawled to your doorstep, dragging bloodstains, trying to warn you, the children who called you uncle, and even distant relatives you hadn't contacted in 800 years, your rivals with whom you had minor conflicts, just strangers passing through your village, villagers from the other end of the village whom you might not have even seen. So, as a common person, do you want to blow up the island of the enemy's hometown? Even if that island hasn't killed your family, although they might have slaughtered other villages. They haven't killed your family, but do you want to blow up that island of the enemy's hometown? Lin Yan's eyes surged with killing intent. But just then the sergeant, who was originally kneeling and begging for mercy, suddenly erupted. He let out a beast-like roar. He drew his military dagger and lunged at Lin Yan. Lin Yan quickly lifted the bayonet in his hand. The two knives clashed in midair, sparks flying. Lin Yan's tiger mouth went numb from the shock, and the bayonet nearly slipped from his hand. The sergeant seized the opportunity to headbutt him on the nose. He heard the crisp sound of soft cartilage breaking, warm liquid rushing into his throat. The two tumbled to the ground, dead branches and leaves crackling beneath them. The sergeant's nails dug into Lin Yan's neck wound, causing him to see black before his eyes. He stabbed back with a knife into the sergeant's ribs, but it felt like stabbing into wet wood. The blade stuck between the ribs and not moving. The sergeant's scream startled the birds into flight. He released his grip on Lin Yan's throat to cover the wound under his ribs. Lin Yan took the chance to roll over and pin him down, raising his fist to smash into that twisted face. The first punch hit his chin. The second punch broke his nose. The third punch landed, and he felt his own finger bones crack. The sergeant spat blood and suddenly grinned. Cough, cough, cough. Something glinted between his blood-stained teeth. It was the safety pin of a grenade. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. He quickly grabbed the sergeant's throat with one hand and frantically tore at his military uniform with the other. Amid the sound of fabric tearing, a grenade rolled to the ground. The safety lever already popped off, the time delay, fuse igniting. For seconds, he grabbed a grenade and threw it into the distance. But the sergeant held tightly onto his waist. The grenade bounced off a rock wall 5 meters away, arcing back to land not far from them. 3 seconds. Lin Yan kicked the sergeant away and turned to run. The other party bit into his calf like a dying crocodile, its fangs sinking deep into his muscle. He swung the bayonet and pierced the sergeant's shoulder, but the grip only tightened. 2 seconds. The grenade was smoking in a pile of fallen leaves. Lin Yan twisted the knife handle viciously, and the sergeant's shoulder blade made a sickening, grinding sound. He finally let go, but with his last ounce of strength, pushed Lin Yan towards the grenade. 1 second. In the moment Lin Yan fell, he saw the sergeant crawling in the opposite direction. He reached out and grabbed the sergeant's ankle, yanking him back. At the same time, he rolled to the side. Boom! The shockwave hit his back like an invisible hammer. Lin Yan felt countless steel needles pierce his back, and the hot shrapnel danced joyfully within his flesh. He was knocked over by the blast and crashed into a pine tree. The trunk snapped with a crack, and the crown slowly tilted, with needles raining down like droplets. Tinnitus, a sharp ringing in his ears. The world spun. The moonlight turned into a blurry white vortex. Lin Yan tried to move his fingers and found they were still attached to his hand. He spat out the dirt and broken teeth from his mouth, using his elbow to push against the ground and crawl forward. 5 meters away, the sergeant lay on his back with a broken pine branch sticking out of his abdomen. Both of his legs had vanished, with burnt smoke wafting from the stumps. Yet his chest still rose and fell, making a rasping sound from his throat. Perhaps due to luck, this sergeant's injuries were far worse than his own. When Lin Yan crawled beside him, he discovered the devil's eyes were still open. The moonlight flickered in those murky pupils, like two dying will-o'-the-wisps. He didn't know where the bayonet had fallen. Lin Yan found a sharp-edged rock and lifted it with both hands, causing the wound on his shoulder blade to burst open, warm blood trickling down his spine. The sergeant's lips moved, as if trying to say something. Lin Yan could hear his faint breath. Shajizi. Shajizi. A glimmer flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Shajizi must be the daughter this devil could not forget. Lin Yan did not stop. As the rock came down, he saw tears glistening at the corner of the sergeant's eye. The first hit shattered the cheekbone. The second crushed the eye socket. The third, fourth. Until that face became a blurry mass of flesh and blood. Until the rock surface was smeared with brain matter and broken bones. Lin Yan gasped like a broken bellows. Ha ha! He staggered to his feet, realizing there was a piece of shrapnel lodged in his left leg. Each step sending a piercing pain through him. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The patches of light rippled in the pool of blood. Like many little moons, he bent down to pick up the bayonet, dragging the tip on the ground, tracing a winding line of blood. After walking a dozen steps, he suddenly knelt down, vomiting a mixture of blood and bile onto the fallen leaves. An owl called from the treetops, flapping into the sky. Lin Yan's breathing was heavy. He felt his consciousness blurring more and more, but the system's prompt had not sounded. This indicated that his character was not dead yet, but likely would fall into unconsciousness. According to his previous settings, once a player's character fell unconscious, the player would be forced to exit the game and would be unable to log back in for half an hour. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. His current body was covered in wounds. The shoulder area was a mess of blood, flesh rotting. There were bullet grazes on his temples and neck. A piece of shrapnel was stuck in his left leg. The wounds, especially the one on his shoulder, were bleeding profusely. Lin Yan's vision began to sway, like water being stirred up. The moonlight shattered into millions of silver flakes, floating across his retina. He reached out to grab something, but only grasped a handful of damp soil. Blood. It was everywhere. The blood pouring from his shoulder had soaked half of his military uniform, appearing in eerie purplish black under the moonlight. The shrapnel in his left leg trembled slightly with each breath, like a dull knife scraping between his bones. He couldn't fall down. He bit his tongue, the taste of rust spreading in his mouth. The pain brought him a brief clarity, but in the next second, the dizziness surged back like a tide. He saw his blood winding across the fallen leaves, like a dark red stream flowing towards the distant riverbank. If this body fell unconscious and was forced to exit the game, it would likely die here from blood loss. He cannot die. He must not die. He cannot witness his compatriots in Jinling survive in this world. He was unwilling. He did not want the people of Jinling to have their heads casually chopped off by the devils. He did not want the female students of Jinling, like jasmine flowers, to fall into the hands of the devils, suffering nightmares like hell. He did not want the children of Jinling to see their parents die, tragically, only to have bayonets stab into their chests in the end. He had to help those who were unwilling to leave Jinling to leave. He had to let the desperate compatriots know that the final victory belonged to them. His plan had only completed the first step. He could not die yet. Crawl. He must crawl. Crawl to the riverbank. According to the agreement with Lao Huang, after the minefield was successfully detonated, he would come to the reed marsh to pick them up. To the reed marsh. Lin Yan drove the bayonet into the ground, dragging his body inch by inch forward. The rotten pine needles stuck to his wounds, and every movement felt like rolling on the tips of knives. His nails dug into the soil. His fingers filled with dried leaves and insect eggs. An ant climbed up his wrist, lost in the blood scab. He vaguely heard the sound of the river lapping against the shore in the distance. Lao Huang, the old boatman who always held a pipe in his mouth, should be squatting in the reed marsh waiting for them. Lin Yan seemed to see his wrinkled face illuminated by the tobacco bowl, could smell the mixed scent of fish and tobacco on him. Lin Yan's lips cracked and bled, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Back to Jinling. Back to Jinling. His forehead pressed against the cold soil, his breathing became heavier. Liquid flowed into his eyes, unsure if it was blood or sweat. The shadows of the trees under the moonlight began to twist, turning into clawing ghosts. He heard Su Changkai laughing in his ear, heard Xiao Yanjing shouting to kill the enemy in a childish voice, heard Zhang Tieju's northeastern accent echoing in the wind and snow. The hallucinations grew clearer. Lin Yan saw himself standing in the ruins of Jinling City, surrounded by wailing civilians. The devil's bayonets glinted coldly in the sunlight, while his hands were empty. No! He shook his head violently, causing the wound on his neck to burst open again. Warm blood flowed down his collarbone into his shirt, making him a bit more alert. Keep crawling. 5 meters. 10 meters. The river wind grew clearer, bringing with it the smell of water. Lin Yan's fingertips touched something cold. Water. A small puddle reflected the broken moonlight, floating his distorted reflection. That face was unrecognizable. His left eye was swollen to a slit, and his right eye was filled with blood vessels. Dried blood clots stuck to his face like a mask, and his lips cracked open in several places, revealing blood-stained teeth inside. Huh, he actually laughed. The laughter aggravated the wounds in his lungs, coughing up a mouthful of blood foam. There were still 300 meters to the riverbank. The thought sent a chill through him. 300 meters felt farther than 3,000 miles to him now. His left leg had completely lost feeling, and the muscles in his right leg were twitching uncontrollably. Lin Yan suddenly remembered that he had read in a book that people on the verge of death would see the things they most wanted to see. At this moment, what appeared before his eyes was the streets of Jinling City. The soybean milk stall in the early morning was steaming. A girl in a blue cloth shirt walked past with a basket of vegetables on the bluestone road, and the sound of string music from the tea house filled the air. A vendor selling malt sugar was clanging metal pieces. The jingling sound startled the sparrows under the eaves. These scenes, which he had never seen before, were now heartbreakingly clear. I can't sleep. He fiercely pinched the wound on his thigh. The pain shot through his spine like lightning. Taking advantage of this brief moment of consciousness, he untied the cloth around his leg and tightly bound the artery in his shoulder. The cloth was soon soaked with blood, but the flow had indeed slowed. Keep going. His elbow was scraped, exposing stark white bone. The places he crawled through left a trail of blood, attracting a few night owls that circled overhead. 200 meters. Lin Yan's vision began to darken, as if someone was slowly pulling down the curtains. He heard the sound of the river ebbing and flowing, sometimes seeming to be right beside him, and sometimes drifting to the horizon. There was light, not moonlight, but a warm, orange-red light. Lin Yan struggled to focus his vision and saw a flickering fishing light deep in the reeds. The light swayed in the wind, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but stubbornly refused to go out. Lao Huang! He wanted to shout, but only managed a faint groan. His fingers dug deeply into the mud, dragging his body forward 1/2 meter. Blood was about to run dry. Every inch of movement felt like it was draining the last of his life. Lin Yan felt himself getting lighter, as if his soul was leaking out of his battered body. In a daze, he heard footsteps, heavy, staggering footsteps. A pair of rough hands suddenly cradled his face. Officer Lin? Officer Lin? Lao Huang's voice seemed to come from far away. Lin Yan wanted to respond, but found he couldn't make a sound. His lips moved, but only blood bubbles escaped. Hold on, I'll carry you. Lao Huang's hands were trembling. This usually taciturn old boatman now had a voice tinged with tears. He tried to lift Lin Yan, but found that there was hardly a whole part left on his body. Kill all of them. Lin Yan used his last bit of strength to grab Lao Huang's collar. Muffa Mountain, save. The moonlight suddenly brightened, illuminating the river with shimmering silver waves. Lao Huang's tears fell onto Lin Yan's face, mixing with blood and flowing into the soil. In the distance, the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds. It was almost dawn. Meanwhile, 2 figures emerged from Lao Huang's black canopy boat. They were the silhouettes of 2 women. One was a middle-aged woman with graying hair. The other was a beautiful foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a beige coat. At this moment, the 2 women quickly stepped forward to meet Lao Huang. The middle-aged woman gasped when she saw the wounds on Lin Yan's body. How could he be hurt like this? Zhuzi, you must save him. Next to the graying-haired woman, the blonde woman had a solemn expression. He needs surgery urgently. The only place in Jinling City that can perform surgery is the foreigners' St. Mary's Hospital. He must be hospitalized quickly, but I can't guarantee he will survive. He is a player, right? For players, death only means quitting the game. Just then, the blood-soaked Lin Yan suddenly lifted his eyelids. He grabbed the blonde woman's arm with great force. Save me. I can't die yet. I can't quit the game. I promised many people that I would protect Jinling City. Next to St. Mary's Hospital is the Jinling Women's Academy. If my plan fails and Jinling City falls, all the female students in the academy will be doomed. I have failed to save Jinling 36 times. No one understands this city better than I do. This time, I am determined, unafraid of sacrifice, to overcome all difficulties just to fight for victory. Chapter 24. Take the foreigner shipyard and send my fellow countrymen out of Jiangnan. The blonde, blue-eyed woman stared blankly at the man in front of her. She couldn't understand why this person was so obsessed with saving Jinling, as if saving the city could truly change history. But she nodded at Lin Yan. Don't worry, your life is in my hands. Only then did Lin Yan slowly close his eyes. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, Jinling Jiangshan Community, Building 3, Unit 3, Room 1201. Lin Yan suddenly took off the holographic helmet, sweat dripping from his chin onto his knees. He gasped for air, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, as if the bloody scent of the battlefield still lingered. The room was pitch black, with only the blue light from the computer screen casting flickering shadows on the wall. Outside, the sound of rain pattered, and occasionally car headlights swept across the ceiling, flashing like searchlights. He sat there for a full 3 minutes before staggering to his feet, his knee hitting the corner of the coffee table, the pain bringing him back to reality. He reached for his glasses on the table, put them on, and then staggered toward the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. The light was blinding. Lin Yan squinted, mechanically boiled water, grabbed 2 bowls of instant noodles, tore open the packets, and poured hot water. The steam fogged up the lenses, and he took them off to wipe them with his shirt, only to find blood on the lenses. It was his own nosebleed, which he didn't know when it had started. He quickly used a tissue to stop it. Then, holding 2 bowls of instant noodles, he walked to the living room. The 2 bowls of braised beef noodles were steaming on the coffee table. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the floor, tears streaming down his face as he stuffed noodles into his mouth. The scalding broth burned his tongue, but he felt nothing, merely chewing and swallowing mechanically. The holographic projection screen unfolded in front of him, and a game forum page appeared in midair. Emergency! The Mufa Mountain minefield has been detonated. Latest battle report. Player casualty rate has exceeded 50%. Player's latest gathering point. Jinling Women's Academy. Title shot into his eyes like bullets. Lin Yan swiped at the virtual interface with his noodle soup-stained fingers. He suddenly saw a recording video in the forum, where about 20 men dressed as civilians were crammed onto a black boat, heading towards Mufa Mountain. The title of the recording was Old Soldiers Never Die. Mufa Mountain Battle Recording Review. Lin Yan stared at the video. The steam from the noodles had blurred his vision, and when he raised his hand to wipe his eyes, he realized his face was covered in tears. At that moment, the forum's private message icon suddenly flickered. Lin Yan raised his hand to pat his face. Very few people knew about his account on this game forum. Apart from his boss, Chu Hingyue, he had only told one person, Su Xiaoqing, who was the first player he encountered in the game. She had drawn the character of an elderly woman in her 50s with graying hair, Aunt Duku, Zhang Guifang. Lin Yan clicked on the icon. Message after message jumped in front of him. Summer has sunny days. Great God. Juzi has used connections to get you into St. Maria Hospital. Summer has sunny days. Don't worry, Juzi said that your injuries are all superficial, and you could be saved. If you're lucky, you might wake up before dawn. Summer has sunny days. Great God, what is your next plan? Do you need me to help gather people in advance? Lin Yan stared at the screen, his fingers rapidly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Steam bun with red bean paste. Yes. Steam bun with red bean paste. My next plan is to open up a second waterway from Jinling City to the outside. Steam bun with red bean paste. 300 meters east of the old Qinhuai River dock, there is a shipyard called Li Weilian Shipyard. Through this shipyard, a ship worker named Ma Shiyuan can provide a layout of the Li Weilian Shipyard. And through this ship worker, I can contact the owner of the Li Weilian Shipyard. Steam bun with red bean paste. This shipyard is built and invested by German foreigners, and inside the shipyard, there are still 6 small ferries docked. If all these ferries are used to carry people, each ferry can carry 2,000 to 3,000 people. 6 ferries, if used properly, can carry at least 12,000 people. Steam bun with red bean paste. The plan for the second waterway is very simple. Before the Japanese invade the city, we let these 6 ferries carry at least 10,000 compatriots across the Chu River. Those 2 ferries are 4 merchant ships. And if the paperwork is complete and they're disguised as cargo ships, the Japanese warships will not stop them. So this plan is very simple. Take down the foreigner's shipyard and send my fellow countrymen out of Jiangnan. The only thing to note is that this action must be quick. Once the Japanese take Taiping Gate, their combined fleet will work with the army to tighten the encirclement. And it will be too late. After sending the message, he tilted his head back and drank the last sip of noodle broth. The salty liquid mixed with his tears slid down his throat. The wall clock showed 3:17 in the morning, and outside, the rain was still drizzling. Qingzhou City was also raining tonight, the raindrops tapping on the glass like countless tiny footsteps. He rubbed his temples and drew a rough map on the holographic projection screen. The Li Weilian shipyard was built by British merchants, and its geographical location is adjacent to the Zhongliang dock. Using these 6 ferries to exit the city is the easiest route. I've discovered in my 36 previous failures. The 36 failures were all for this one success. The Japanese want to kill 300,000 of my compatriots? Then I will send all 300,000 compatriots out of Jiangnan. After that, I can clear the fields and confront those Japanese in Jinling City, face to face. Chapter 25, Let S grow bigger and stronger. Let the foreigners know who the real master of this land is in front of the holographic projection screen. Lin Yan murmured to himself while continuing to sketch the map. But he could feel his eyelids getting heavier and the text on the screen began to blur into a mass. He struggled to stay awake, but his fingers no longer obeyed him. The plastic fork from the instant noodles slipped from his fingers, bouncing twice on the floor with a clattering sound. The sound of rain outside gradually turned into a lullaby. In a daze, he seemed to see Wang Shi, Zhou Quan, and Su Chengkai standing at the door, their lips moving as if they were trying to say something. Lin Yan wanted to reach out to grab them, but he found his arm felt as heavy as lead. Wang Shi, Xiao Zhou, old Su, he murmured, resting his forehead on the cold coffee table. His eyelids grew heavier and finally closed completely. The blue light of the holographic projection cast mottled shadows on his face, like flickering torches on a battlefield. The sunlight sliced through the gap in the curtains like a sharp knife. Lin Yan suddenly jolted awake, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He blinked his sore eyes and found that it was already bright outside. The wall clock showed 7:15, and the holographic projection screen automatically lit up, indicating unread messages. Sunny Summer, Master, your character's surgery is complete. Sunny Summer. Zhuzi says the surgery was very successful. You can log in again now. Sunny Summer. According to our investigation, there is indeed a person named Ma Shiyuan at the Lee Williams shipyard, but we currently can't find his whereabouts. The owner of the Lee Williams shipyard, that old William, is completely unreachable. Lin Yan's throat felt parched. He grabbed the half bottle of mineral water left from last night and drank it in one go. The cold water slid down his throat, slightly clearing his muddled brain. Outside the window, the sunlight after the rain was particularly dazzling. Lin Yan squinted at the window and noticed a few sparrows perched on the cherry blossom tree below, pecking at the petals that had fallen during last night's rain. Such an ordinary morning was in stark contrast to the bloody world in the game. Lin Yan took a deep breath and opened the real-time battle updates on the game forum. Latest news. The Japanese Army's vanguard has reached Taiping Gate. The front line is critical. Is there any player who can reinforce? In the southwest direction, Daxia Gate and Shuishi Gate are in dire straits. We need a tactical master. Lin Yan frowned as he read those headlines. Even with the addition of players, they still couldn't stop the advance of the Japanese troops. The gap in equipment and readiness wasn't so easy to bridge. But it's all right. It's only the second day. If my plan goes smoothly. In terms of time, there's still enough for the garrison in Jinling to clear the area. Then we can have a final showdown with those Japanese devils. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of stale air. He lifted his eyelids, and his fingers lightly touched the virtual screen in front of him. He began to restore Su Shaoqing. Mantido Shabao. Received. I'm logging in right away. Mantido Shabao. Don't act rashly. Wait for me to log in. I'll handle the Lee Williams shipyard. Mantido Shabao. No one knows the shipyard better than I do. I know how to make that damned old William comply. Also, notify Li Monsong to come to the hospital to find me. After sending these messages, Lin Yan glanced at his phone again. His phone screen was filled with a dense array of message notifications, all from his boss, Chu Hingyue. Lin Yan. Our company is on fire, completely on fire. I can hold my head high in front of my old man. Today, I knew you were a talent. Lin Yan. ISNT, the difficulty of your game, too high. In less than a day, the player loss rate has exceeded half. The difficulty must be lowered. Otherwise, players won't have any gaming experience. Lin Yan, call back when you see this message. You handle the game balance. I'll take care of the game license. We will definitely grow bigger and stronger. Lin Yan looked at the dense messages and just smiled faintly. He briefly replied to a few messages from Chu Hingyue. Then he staggered to his feet, his legs numb from sitting for too long. He dragged his feet towards the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. The man in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, stubble on his chin, and looked as haggard as a patient. I can't rest yet. I also want to see if there's any possibility of clearing the Jinling Defense Battle. Lin Yan muttered to himself as he returned to the living room, picked up the holographic helmet, and put it back on. The next second, the sharp smell of disinfectant mixed with the stench of blood filled his nostrils as Lin Yan slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His blurry vision gradually cleared, and what came into view was a yellowed ceiling with a long crack winding its way across the corner of the wall. Sunlight filtered through the blinds. casting a barred shadow on the hospital bed, with tiny dust particles floating in the beam of light. He tried to move his fingers, but a tearing pain shot through his left shoulder. Beneath the blood-soaked bandages, the wound caused by shrapnel was stitched with coarse thread, resembling a centipede lying on his skin. The iron-framed hospital bed beneath him pressed painfully against his back, and the thin sheet was already soaked with sweat. Meanwhile, a low, soft female voice with a wound-knowing accent came from the right side. "You're awake?" As Lin Yan turned his head, he heard a cracking sound from his cervical spine. 3 meters away from his hospital bed stood a blonde nurse in a loose white dress. The nurse was bent over, counting the medications on a tray. Sunlight filtered through her wispy hair, casting fine shadows on her pale cheeks. Before Lin Yan could respond, a chorus of groans suddenly filled his ears. He then noticed that he was in a large ward. More than 20 hospital beds were densely arranged under the stained glass. He heard the sounds of painful groans coming from all around. He turned his head. On his left side, he saw a wounded soldier whose entire head was wrapped in bandages, with only his right eye staring blankly at the ceiling. His legs were amputated at the thigh, the gauze-wrapped stumps still oozing blood, staining the gray-white sheet printed with St. Mary S. Hospital. He turned to look to his right, where a young soldier curled up on the bed had lost both arms. The charred skin showed beneath the remnants of his uniform, and every time someone passed by, he would suddenly convulse violently, slamming his shoulders against the bed like a fish thrown ashore. "My machine gun. Give me my machine gun." But what shocked Lin Yan the most was the bed opposite him. On that bed lay a body burned all over, wrapped in bandages soaked with medicinal liquid, the occasionally moving outline barely discernible as human. The nurse was using a dropper to drip water into its rotting lips, but the charred mass suddenly let out a hoarse roar. The 81st Division and the position perished together. The shattered vocal cords made every word spray blood and foam onto the bandages. Lin Yan's nails dug deep into his palms. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass of the Virgin Mary, casting a strange purple hue over these bodies. In the distance, the sound of an organ echoed. Not music, but the aftershocks of artillery exploding outside the city walls. The blonde nurse exhaled a breath of stale air. The Japanese are launching a strong attack on Taiping Gate. I don't know how much longer the defenders in Jinling can hold on. Lin Yan glanced at the blonde nurse. Not for long. The first line of defense on the outskirts of Jinling City will be breached in 3 days. We don't have much time left. The blonde nurse was taken aback. You know this kind of intelligence? No wonder you're the master in Su Xiaoqing's eyes. It seems that it's really necessary to bring you back to life in the game. Lin Yan stared at the blonde, blue-eyed nurse. You are. The nurse smiled brightly. Audrey Morgan. Of course, that's my character name in the game. My real name is Guiyuju. The message you posted on the forum. Su Xiaoqing has already related to me. So now the question is, how do you plan to handle the Lee William dockyard? Before Guiyuju finished speaking, the sound of boots suddenly echoed in the large ward. A man in olive-green military uniform and a graceful woman in a purple-black cheongsam entered together. Lin Yan recognized the man. He was Li Montong, the commander of the garrison from the military police. He was also Lin Yan's ally, the player Yi Jiming. The woman was someone Lin Yan had never seen before, but he had seen her on the forum. Her name was Umo. Her identity was that of a prostitute. However, like Li Montong, she was also a player and the most popular streamer among all players, Summer Lightning. His boss, Chu Hingyue, had told him that to hype up the defense of Jinling, they specifically invited a prominent streamer from the gaming community. This prominent streamer was Summer Lightning. Lin Yan looked at the graceful woman and smiled. First meeting. Hello, Miss Umo. Umo slightly nodded. First meeting. Commander of the Anti-Japanese Alliance. I saw your performance at Mufa Mountain on the forum, very brave. If nothing unexpected happens, the waterway at Zuanshimen should be cleared. The boats docked at Xianshu Lake will start transporting refugees at noon today. Your first step plan is indeed feasible. So I want to know, what is your second step plan? Lin Yan did not respond immediately, but looked at Guiyuju beside him. Bamboo. I need paper and a pen. Guiyuju was taken aback for a moment, but nodded and turned to leave the large ward. About 3 minutes later, she returned to Lin Yan's bedside with paper and a pen, handing him an old-fashioned fountain pen and a rough piece of paper. Be careful when writing. Don't strain your shoulder. Your shoulder is the most seriously injured, with 9 shrapnel wounds. Lin Yan waved his hand. We only have 9 days in total. The first day's 24 hours is about to pass. Time waits for no one, comrades. As Lin Yan spoke, he had already picked up the fountain pen and was writing rapidly. After a while, he handed the piece of paper to Li Montong. Li Montong took the paper and was stunned. He saw that the paper had an address written on it. Number 12, Iha Road, Gula District, William Howard Mansion. Li Montsong stared at the address, swallowing hard. This is. Lin Yan pointed to a grease stain on the piece of paper with the pen. The place where old William, the owner of the Li William dockyard, keeps his mistress. Lin Yan pointed to a grease stain on the paper again. He goes here every Wednesday morning to meet his mistress, carrying all the keys to the dockyard. Today happens to be Wednesday. This mistress has been with him for many years and has given him an illegitimate son, who is also living here. Before Lin Yan finished speaking, a sharp air raid siren suddenly sounded outside the window. Yumo's Chong-sam fluttered as she hurried to the window, and in the distance, 3 black dots were approaching on the horizon. Japanese reconnaissance planes. Her nails dug into the window frame. It seems that taping men really can't hold out much longer. Lin Yan suddenly coughed violently a few times, but he quickly suppressed it. The fountain pen was suddenly snatched away by Guiyuju, her green eyes flashing with a strange light. You even know the address of old William's mistress? How many times have you played this game? Lin Yan smiled. 36 times. But each time I failed. But this time I want to succeed. Li Montsong stared at the address on the paper. What do you need me to do? Gather troops and block this old William? But can we make old William cooperate with us just by using force? Lin Yan scoffed, his expression suddenly darkening. Of course, relying solely on force won't work. Old William is not an easy target. He served in the Navy in Germany when he was young. But who said we need to rely on force? We need to grasp his weakness. Lin Yan's voice paused. His mistress and his son are his weaknesses. We can directly kidnap his son and mistress as hostages, making him realize who the true master of this country is. Chapter 26. The Rules of the Underworld. Why waste words with this old foreigner? Can we talk or not? At this moment, the air in the hospital room suddenly thickened. Sunlight slanted through the Venetian blinds, illuminating the floating dust particles. The distant burn victim began to moan again, his intermittent cries particularly jarring in the silence. Li Montsong's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the scrap of paper in his hand made a faint rustling sound. Yuma's nails unconsciously scratched the buttons on her chi-pao, producing a delicate clicking noise. Guiyuju's golden hair looked like a burning flame in the sunlight, her emerald eyes wide open, resembling a startled cat. Li Montsong swallowed, the collar of his uniform soaked with sweat. This is the rule of the underworld. Disaster does not strike the wives and children. Suddenly, Lin Yan on the hospital bed laughed out loud. Rules of the underworld? The city of Jinling is like this. And you dare to talk to me about the rules of the underworld? Did those foreign devils talk about rules while they were rampaging in our city? Did they mention rules when the devils invaded Northeast and North China? At this moment, Lin Yan's laughter pulled at the wound on his shoulder, causing him to grimace. Outside the window, the air raid siren suddenly changed its tone, shifting from a long wail to a sharp shriek. The hem of Yuma's chi-pao brushed against the iron bed frame, producing a light metallic sound. Her manicured fingers lightly tapped on the scrap of paper. But I think this plan is feasible. The country is already like this. Why still cling to those outdated rules? Is it because those rules make you feel comfortable? Or do they soothe your heart? Our people are like this, not afraid of death, just afraid of discomfort. They would rather lose their lives than lose comfort. That's their flaw. For so many years, this has been a deadlock that has nailed us down, hit the nail on the head every time. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Moreover, Germany is an ally of the evil Japanese. These foreign devils, over the years, have been tyrannizing our people on our land. They're not good people either. I support this plan. Guiyuju lifted her head, her doll-like exquisite face breaking into a radiant smile. I support it too. Li Montsong exhaled a breath of foul air. Since you all agree, then I have no objections. But it won't be easy to enter the foreigner-s residence. Charging into the foreigner-s mansion with troops. What if the superiors hold us accountable? Could this incident provoke greater unrest? In the current situation, it is hard to guarantee that no one will exploit it for their own ends. Lin Yan raised his eyelids and glanced at Li Montsong. Old Li, you're doing well. You've learned to think from a macro perspective. But I've thought this through. Once we successfully control old William, let him immediately send a telegram to the German embassy, stating that he has invited Commander Li Montsong to his home for a visit. Tell his country not to worry. In any case, I must acquire those 6 ferries at the William shipyard. Yuma stood beside the hospital bed, slightly nodding her head. So when do we set off? Lin Yan forced himself up from the bed. Just this small movement made him grimace, his face pale. There is no time to lose. It's best to do it now. Guiyuju, watching Lin Yan, saw beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the recent action. For this operation, it's enough for old Li and Sister Yuma to act. You need to stay here to recuperate. Your body doesn't allow you to act recklessly anymore. Lin Yan suddenly glared. Recuperate? If I need to recuperate here, I might as well die in the Mufa Mountain directly. I must participate in this operation. I don't trust anyone else to do it. It's fine. This body, even if it falls apart in the end, it doesn't matter. It won't affect my physical body in the real world. But if so many people have come this far and still can't save Jinling, I will regret it for life. Give me 2 shots of painkillers. I want to continue the operation. Just relying on you all won't be enough to deal with old William. The mansion of William Howard is located in the quietest corner of the Iho Road Mansion district, the red brick European style, building hidden under the dense shade of French sycamores. With iron railings covered in ivy, a pair of stone lions at the entrance were washed shiny by the rain. At this moment, Lin Yan stood in front of the mansion, the wound on his shoulder still aching slightly under the numbness of the painkillers. He looked up, and the curtains on the second floor swayed slightly, clearly indicating someone was peeking at them through the gap. A squad of armed soldiers had gathered outside the mansion. The soldiers all carried rifles, but their expressions were somewhat awkward. It was their first time surrounding a foreigner's residence. Their commander was truly audacious. Meanwhile, Li Song, outside the European-style building, rubbed his hands, nervously watching Lin Yan. Are we really going to break down the door? Or should we first show some courtesy? Lin Yan snatched the rifle, but from a soldier beside him, and slammed it hard against the ornate oak door. Courtesy my ass. The city of Jinling is about to fall, and you still want to be polite to the foreigners? Bang! The sound of the door lock bursting startled the sparrows perched on the treetops. The soldiers surged in, their military boots crushing the Persian carpet laid on the marble floor. The living room was filled with the luxurious scent of cigars and perfume, crystal chandeliers swaying gently in the draft, casting mottled shadows on the oil paintings on the walls, depicting old William in a naval uniform standing proudly on the deck of an ironclad. Just then, a roar echoed from the top of the spiral staircase. A rotund, middle-aged German man, holding a Mauser rifle, with gold-rimmed glasses askew on his flushed cheeks and a bathrobe loosely tied below his beer belly, looked like an enraged lion, his trembling hand causing the gun to shake. Poor Chinese came out of his mouth. You are invading. This is an atrocity. I will complain to the consulate. I will file a complaint with the League of Nations. Lin Yan squinted. The painkillers made his vision somewhat blurry, but the stubborn golden hair on old William's shiny bald head was strikingly clear. He did not respond but raised his hand, pushing Li Song forward. He then stepped back, slipping into the villa's hallway. Li Song, pushed out, nervously watched the enraged old William and waved his hand. Mr. William, don't misunderstand. We are here to discuss cooperation with you. At the staircase, the rotund old William still resembled an enraged lion. Cooperation? Is this how you come to discuss cooperation with me? Is this the hospitality of you Daxiao people? Get lost. Get out. I won't discuss cooperation with robbers. You shameless bastards. But at that moment, Lin Yan's figure emerged from the shadows of the hallway, dragging a golden-haired boy by the collar with one hand, while the other hand held a Browning pistol pressed against the child's temple. The boy was about 7 or 8 years old, his pale face covered in freckles, his blue eyes wide with terror, tears welling in his eyes but not daring to fall. This was the German boy who had just been playing with train models in his room, his pajama collar still stained with half a piece of chocolate he had time to swallow. The once enraged old William stiffened at the sight, his previously furious eyes revealing fear. Lin Yan then looked up, his voice cutting like a dull knife through frozen meat. Old Li, why waste words with this old foreign devil? Old man, I'm asking you right now, can we talk or not? Chapter 27. Your son is a child, but child laborers are not children. Is she usually this brave? At this moment, the boy kidnapped by Lin Yan was breathing rapidly like a frightened young beast, his chest heaving violently, the collar of his pajamas twisted and deformed by Lin Yan's grip, revealing the faint blue veins on his neck. His lips trembled continuously. Wanting to cry but too afraid to make a sound, he could only squeeze out weak whimpers from his throat, with snot and tears mixing together, dripping onto Lin Yan's hand. His blue eyes were filled with fear, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, reflecting Lin Yan's cold and hard expression. His fingers instinctively scratched at Lin Yan's sleeve, the nails scraping against the rough fabric of the military uniform, making a faint rustling sound. Meanwhile, old William's face quickly turned from a flushed red to a pale white, the veins on his forehead bulging like a few twisted earthworms. His lips trembled. the gold-rimmed glasses crooked on his nose, his eyes behind the lenses nearly bulging out. You dare? He shouted in broken Chinese, his voice trembling. If my son loses even a hair, the German Empire will never let you go. You barbarians. Damn beast scum. His fingers gripped the stair, railing tightly, the knuckles turning white, his plump body shaking with anger, the belt of his robe completely loosened, revealing a wrinkled silk shirt underneath. His breathing was heavy like a bellows, his chest heaving violently, but his gaze was fixed on the gun in Lin Yan's hand, fearing it might go off. Let him go, he roared, but his voice already carried a hint of pleading. He's still a child. Aren't you people from the Great Xia, the ones who value righteousness and morality the most? Lin Yan sneered, his fingers tightening slightly, causing the boy to emit a short, sharp sob, tears streaming down his face. Righteousness and morality? How much is that worth per pound? Why don't you sell me a few pounds? Lin Yan's voice was deep and dangerous. You German Empire is an ally of the Japanese devils. In my eyes, in this era, you are no different from those devils, in cahoots, a bunch of scoundrels. Your country knows that Great Xia lacks weapons, so it finds ways to sell us a bunch of outdated junk from your country at inflated prices. The so-called German equipment is actually your discarded goods. As for you merchants, you are all genuine capitalists. The factories you run seem to help build my motherland. But in reality, you are exploiting and oppressing my compatriots in every way. Those emaciated laborers, those female workers suffering from various diseases, those child laborers busy in the factories, enduring whips. Who are they working for? What do their hardships yield? It yields your ferries, transporting the ore and gold of my country to yours. That ore and gold eventually turn into shells dropping on the heads of the people of Great Xia. Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Flames began to burn within them. Your son is a child, but those child laborers working in your shipyard are not children? Oh, by the way, how many child laborers died in your shipyard last month? 3? No, that's wrong, it was 5. What about the month before last? The month before last, it was 3, and the month before that, countless. Lin Yan suddenly tilted his head, staring at old William's shocked face. Old man, are you shocked at why I know all this? Because I've damn well seen the accounts of your shipyard. Last month, your shipyard incurred an extra expense of $15, and the month before that, it was an extra $3. These dollars were compensation paid by your shipyard to the families of those child laborers. If one child laborer dies, you only need to pay $3 and the month before last because there were 2 child laborers whose parents had died, leaving only younger siblings at home. You didn't even pay them that $3. What kind of life are those child laborers living in your shipyard? Those 7 or 8-year-old children start working at 3 or 4 in the morning and can only finish at 7 or later in the evening. They have 30 minutes for meals and no days off. Some of them are not even as tall as a barrel, yet they have to stir molten iron. Some children work more than 10 hours a day, with molten iron splashing and burning their skin, and the iron shavings filling their noses, ears, eyes, and mouths. They are weak and pale, yet still suffer beatings from foreign foremen, injured on the head by a copper spoon, with torn ears, or simply because they were too exhausted and dozed off, they were beaten to death by the foreman. Aren't they children? Were they not born of parents? Just because they are from Great Xia, they deserve to be bullied by you foreigners? When those children suffer and endure, don't you think they are also children? And what is your son doing? He is here in this castle-like foreign house, wearing a silk pajama, playing with a tin train model shipped from Germany, with a piece of burned chocolate in his mouth and stepping on a Persian carpet. His toy room is filled with custom tin soldiers from London, mechanical music boxes imported from Valdemar, and piano sheet music airlifted for Vienna. Lin Yan's gaze suddenly revealed a hint of desolation, while your son lies on a soft bed, with lavender essential oil lit at the head of the bed, listening to the maid read him bedtime stories. The child laborers of Great Xia are curled up in a drafty grass hut, shivering under ragged burlap. Their dinner is a thin porridge mixed with sand, with a few rotten vegetable leaves settling at the bottom of the bowl. The sounds of the foreman's whip and the sobs of companions fill their ears. Some children are so exhausted that they close their eyes and never wake up again, their bodies rolled up in grass mats and thrown into a mass grave, without even a grave marker. Lin Yan gripped the palm of the blonde, blue-eyed child, unconsciously tightening his hold. The child's face turned red from the grip. He whimpered. The soldiers around them, at this moment, each tightened their grips on their rifles, their knuckles turning white. Their gazes, initially filled with fear and unease, gradually became sharp as knives, fixed on old William's plump body. Some began to unconsciously rub the butts of their rifles against the ground, producing a harsh screech. Others swallowed hard, the sound of their atoms, apples moving particularly clear in the dead silence of the living room. Li Matsang's fists cracked with tension. This man who had always mocked himself as a laborer now had red eyes. He remembered his uncle back home, a migrant worker in his 40s whose arm was crushed by a machine, who became disabled after working in a textile factory for half a year. And his aunt still hadn't managed to claim compensation from the factory owner. 100 years later, workers in the world still live poorly, let alone the children during this tumultuous time. A rustling sound of silk came from the doorway. Umo, who had been following the army, was now leaning against the intricately carved door frame of the villa, her calf exposed from the slit of her qipao, glistening like pearls in the setting sun. The cigarette in her fingertips had a long ash that floated away with a sigh in the wind. The church bells in the distance chimed, startling a flock of white doves, their flapping wings brushing past the jade hairpin that was about to fall from her hair. She sighed softly. A weak country means that the common people have no dignity. She said softly, her voice like it was soaked in aged yellow wine. Her manicured nails dug deep in her palm, leaving crescent-shaped red marks on her fair skin. At the stairway, old William unconsciously took a few steps back. He could feel that the atmosphere in the villa had changed. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop suddenly, and the fear in the eyes of those soldiers had vanished. Those once timid soldiers of Great Xia now looked at him as if he were a corpse. The young soldier in the front row even unconsciously took half a step forward, the tip of his bayonet glinting coldly in the dusk. In this situation, if that young man ordered these soldiers to fire, they could really shoot and turn themselves into a sieve. But old William still refused to back down. The dignity of having once been a naval lieutenant did not allow him to show fear in front of these Daxia people. My shipyard operates legally and in compliance with the law. Is it in accordance with your Daxia local laws? But before old William could finish his sentence, a beautiful blonde woman rushed down the spiral staircase, her silk nightgown billowing behind her like waves. Her blonde hair was disheveled, her green eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, and her fingers, painted with scarlet nail polish, spread like eagle claws. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows, knowing that this woman was old William's mistress. At this moment, the foreign woman was like an enraged lion, cursing in the worst possible Chinese. "You filthy pigs," she screamed, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. "You lowly human monkeys dare to touch my child." Her snow-white neck was bulging with veins, the expensive perfume mixed with spittle spraying everywhere. "The German warship will crush you filthy bugs into meat paste." Her lace-trimmed skirt swept across an antique vase, shattering it into a pile of porcelain shards. The pearl necklace broke during her frantic movements, and the rolling pearls were crushed under her high heels. "You lowly monkeys are only fit to wipe our toilets. My husband opened a factory for you, yet you repay kindness with malice. Without my husband's factory, those lowly workers would starve to death. Do you know why your country is trampled upon? Because you can't even stand up straight as slaves. You were born to be slaves. There is no race more suited to be servants than you. Get your dirty hands off my dear Liam." That foreign woman grabbed the silver teapot from the coffee table and hurled it at Lin Yan. The teapot arced through the air, splashing hot red tea like brown rain. The beautifully shaped eyebrows of the woman shot up in excitement, and her nostrils flared as she breathed heavily, her expensive silk nightgown already stained with the tea she spilled. But before the silver teapot could hit Lin Yan, bang! The gunshot drowned everything out. The bullet pierced the upper part of the German woman's left thigh. The silver teapot clattered to the floor, and the scorching red tea spread darkly on the Persian carpet. The German woman's high heels made sharp sounds against the floor. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the air as she collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its bones pulled out. The silk nightgown rolled up as she fell, revealing the rapidly expanding crimson on her lace undergarments. Blood gushed from her snow-white thigh, pooling into a sticky puddle on the floor. Old William's gold-rimmed glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and the gray-blue eyes behind the lenses trembled violently. His thick lips moved a few times, but only produced gasping sounds, and the knuckles gripping the stair railing turned pale from exertion. The entire living room fell into dead silence. Limunkang Gaspat. This honest man's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and the color drained from his dark face in an instant. He unconsciously raised his hand to touch his left leg, as if the bullet had hit him. The jade hairpin of Yuma fell to the ground with a clink. She pressed her lipstick-painted fingers tightly against her lips, breathing rapidly. The soldiers seemed to be frozen in place. The young private in the front row swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing, the tip of his rifle's bayonet trembling slightly, reflecting fragmented silver in the sunlight. Someone began to breathe rapidly, and dark sweat stains gradually soaked through the back of their uniforms. The beautiful woman began to cry out in agony. Her blood-stained fingers clawed at the air. Her meticulously styled curls were stuck to her face with cold sweat, and her diamond ring scratched her skin as she struggled. She tried to press her hand against her wound, but blood continued to spurt through her fingers, soaking her lace undergarments dark red. The boy held by Lin Yan, with tears welling up in his blue eyes, finally broke down, starting to wail, tears streaming down his pale little face. But that wasn't the end. Lin Yan unexpectedly pulled the trigger again. Bang! This time, but that wasn't the end. Lin Yan raised his pistol and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The bullet accurately tore through the German woman's silk nightgown, exploding a second blood flower on her snow-white right thigh. Blood gushed forth like a spring, forming a symmetrical crimson spray with the wound on her left leg. Her long legs twisted into strange angles, the lace undergarments soaked dark brown, and droplets of blood dripped down her calves, merging into a winding stream on the floor. The flesh around the bullet hole bulged out, revealing the yellowish texture of the fat layer. Blood from the ruptured artery spurted out, dyeing the Persian carpet in a radial pattern. The remnants of the pearl necklace soaked in the pool of blood, reflecting an eerie sheen. Her convulsing fingers clawed at the floor, her nails filled with blood and with chips. Her legs twitched violently like butterflies with torn wings, the expensive silk gradually soaking up the blood, turning into a heavy scarlet shroud. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Damn it, I clearly aimed for the chest. Is my marksmanship this bad? After that, he turned his head to look at old William, who was at the corner of the staircase, now pale and lacking his previous arrogance. He pointed his gun at the German woman nearby. She, your mistress, doesn't she know who the true master of this land is? Is she always this brave, cursing us as slaves on our own land? Truly tired of living. And you, old William. Lin Yan retracted his pistol and tapped the head of the German child he was holding with the butt of the gun. Did you think all along that I wouldn't dare to shoot? Or did you think I wouldn't shoot your son? You foreign foremen can whip Daxia's children and stab their eyes with scissors. What makes you think I wouldn't shoot your son? In this chaotic time, I don't understand what kindness or morality is. I only know an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whoever humiliates my compatriots, I will repay them tenfold. We are not slaves. We are madmen willing to do anything for our country in peril. Old William, now. Lin Yan's voice was as cold as ice. Do you want your son and mistress, or do you want the 6 fairies of William's shipyard? Look me in the eye and answer me. Chapter 28, I want the foreigners dead. Everyone, work hard. In the future, governing the country and bringing peace to the world depends entirely on us. At this moment in the villa, old William's lips trembled violently. His gold-rimmed glasses askew on the tip of his nose. His plump body seemed to have the bones sucked out, slowly sliding down the staircase railing to the ground. The belt of his robe was completely undone, revealing a silk shirt soaked with cold sweat underneath. Oh God, he murmured, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. The gray-blue irises behind his lenses trembled wildly, his gaze shifting back and forth between his mistress and son in the pool of blood. He saw his mistress's legs twisted at a grotesque angle, her expensive silk nightgown now a garment of blood. He saw his son's face purple from being choked, his blue eyes reflecting his own disheveled image. A drop of murky tear rolled down his thick cheek. This once proud naval captain now buried his fingers deep into his thinning blonde hair. He smelled the stench of blood mixed with the odor of soiled urine. He couldn't tell if it came from his mistress or himself. With a thud, the gun in his hand fell to the ground. He slowly raised both hands, surrendering. I will cooperate. He squeezed out fragmented syllables from his throat, his chubby face, marked by a ruddy nose, twitching. But I beg you, spare my child. Lin Yan's gun remained steady, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The copper buttons on his military uniform reflected the blood pool not far away. Like a few scarlet eyes. You have no right to negotiate. At this moment, every word Lin Yan uttered sounded like nails being hammered into a coffin. I know that the 6 fairies are loaded with steel, tungsten, ore, and antimony ore. These minerals are crucial military materials, especially tungsten and antimony. Without tungsten, hard armor-piercing shells can't be made. Without antimony, weapon alloys can't be durable. The reason you established a shipyard in Daxia was to facilitate the transport of these minerals back to Germany. 50% of Germany's tungsten comes from Daxia, and the reliance on antimony is even more shocking. Nearly 90% is imported from Daxia. These 2 minerals are simply the lifeblood of your German military industry. Therefore, Your identity is very special. The ferries leaving your shipyard have the most complete procedures and the highest permissions, even in the current situation. Because of the alliance, the Japanese warships will not intercept ferries departing from your shipyard. If necessary, with just one phone call, you can even have the Japanese warships escort your ferry. Lin Yan paused, a smile breaking across his face. So my demands are very simple. Throw out all the steel, tungsten, ore, and antimony ore loaded on your ferries, and have all 6 ferries completely emptied by tomorrow morning. Prepare all the sailing procedures for the 6 ferries. If one ferry is not arranged according to my requirements, I will gouge out one of your son's eyes. If 2 ferries are not arranged properly, I will gouge out both his eyes. If more than 3 ferries are not arranged properly, just wait to collect your son's and mistress's corpses. Old William trembled all over. He looked at the young man with black hair in terror, involuntarily murmuring, "Demon." Lin Yan sneered at this. Demon? If being a demon could save Jinling, I would be more than willing. Old William's breathing quickened. He looked at Lin Yan with a dark expression. 2 of the 6 ferries are damaged and cannot set sail at the moment. Lin Yan glanced down at his wristwatch. Then have a shipwrights fix them. Your shipyard originally had 4 senior shipwrights. After the fighting in Songhu began, 3 ran away, leaving only one, Ma Shiwan. He was half-beaten by the foreman for trying to smuggle people onto your ferry and is now locked in your shipyard's basement. You know what to do, right? Old William, you need Ma Shiwan. You have to beg him to help you fix the ships. Do you know what the price of missing 2 ferries is? Your son will lose 2 eyeballs. You have less than 24 hours left. Lin Yan let go of his wrist, exhaling a breath of foul air. He gestured to Li Monsong, pointing at the mistress lying on the ground not far away. Li Monsong immediately understood, directing his soldiers to wrap the woman up with a Persian carpet. This mistress is also an important hostage. Lin Yan then fixed his gaze on Old William. We will temporarily take your mistress and son away. I also need you to call the German consulate and explain the gunfire in your villa. I do not wish for today's events to affect Germany's attitude towards Dacia. You Germans still have good people, but you're not one of them, so you deserve your fate. Old William remained silent. At this moment, the mistress, who had originally collapsed in the pool of blood, was wrapped up in the Persian carpet by the soldiers. The foreign boy was also covered over the mouth and nose and taken away by the military police. Lin Yan walked to the door of the villa, pausing for a moment. Oh, right, the rest one more thing. The wages you deducted from those Dacia laborers, and the compensation for the deceased child workers, make sure to make it up to me. No dollars. Dollars are useless at this time. Exchange for food. And notify the laborers still in Jinling to come and collect. Old William did not respond. Lin Yan suddenly raised his voice. Do you understand or not? Old William shivered, quickly nodding. I understand. I get it. Lin Yan then nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the villa. Waiting outside was Umo, who looked at him with an odd expression. You really can be ruthless. Lin Yan glanced back at Umo. You were quicker with the scissors when you killed that old madam. Umo smiled. That old madam deserved to die. Lin Yan nodded. These foreigners also deserve to die. I want the foreigners dead in this era. The foreigners who invade my country deserve to die. Umo looked deeply at Lin Yan, her beautiful eyes shining brightly under the midday sun. The ferries are arranged. So who do you plan to put on the ship next? Lin Yan grinned, showing 8 teeth. Good question. I thought about this before. Proximity principle. Let's first arrange the female students from the Jinling Women's School, shall we? If the Japanese invade the city and hear the words female students, their eyes will shine with greed. They're still young, educated. The most important point is that the Jinling Women's School is very close to the Lee Williams shipyard, making it convenient for transfer. As for others, they will spread out from the Lee Williams shipyard as the center. As long as the willing citizens, we will strive to arrange them to board the ship. This requires a large number of people to mobilize. Do we have enough people? Yumo suddenly lifted her head. Enough. Definitely enough. Besides the members of the anti-Japanese coalition composed of players, my sisters can also help. They are also at the Jinling Women's School now. Sister Sylvia from the Jinling Women's School has taken us in. There are good people among the foreigners too. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow with an odd expression. Your sisters. Are you talking about those prostitutes? Umo frowned. Prostitutes. If they willingly became prostitutes, that would be one thing. But the women of Qinghua in this era, which one of them wasn't forced by their families and circumstances to become one? In my eyes, they are not prostitutes. They are just unfortunate women. Lin Yan was taken aback. He recalled the cardamom he had encountered before, remembering her pure face when she smiled. Like a little daisy by the roadside. He didn't say anything more, just nodded. Then they walked side by side, heading southwest. Li Monsong was taking 2 hostages back toward Xuanwu Gate. Around 1 in the afternoon, The Jinling Women's Academy under the sunlight seemed to be covered with a layer of gray. Lin Yan stood in front of the iron gate, looking up at the cross standing on the Gothic spire. The iron-cast statue of Jesus bowed its head in the twilight, as if mourning for this land. The Jinling Women's Academy was built with joint funding from the Northern Baptist Church of America and the Christian Church, so there were many church-like buildings on campus. UMO crossed in front of Lin Yan. Her carmine-stained fingers knocked on the copper door ring, startling a few gray pigeons from the eaves. Bang, bang, bang. A small window on the iron door creaked open, revealing a pair of sea-blue eyes. A smile immediately appeared on Yumo's face. Sister Sylvia. The nun behind the iron window nodded. A few strands of her flaxen hair peeked out from under her white headscarf, and flour dust was still on her nose. Lord. The nun's Chinese carried a soft foreign accent, and her expression visibly relaxed when she recognized UMO. Miss UMO, you finally. Her words came to an abrupt halt. Her gaze crossed over UMO, landing on Lin Yan's blood-stained military uniform. The nun's fingers unconsciously drew a cross on her chest. UMO's voice was hoarse. Sister Sylvia, this is my friend. He has important matters to discuss with the principal. The nun hesitated for a moment, then still opened the heavy iron door. The moment Lin Yan stepped in, the scent of wisteria mixed with the sound of a piano rushed toward him. On both sides of the cobblestone path in the front yard, late-blooming camellias trembled in the wind. The singing of girls could be heard in the distance, like nightingales. The nun walked ahead, her black robe sweeping over the scattered petals on the ground. The keys at her waist jingled as she walked, and the silver cross flickered with fragmented light in the sunset. They sang hymns in the chapel, but now with the smoke of war. Children, in recent days, have rarely sung hymns. They sing whatever they want to sing. At this moment, Lin Yan couldn't help but stop. He gazed at a small chapel built of red bricks in the distance. The stained glass windows filtered the twilight into magnificent colors, and a few sparrows perched in the folds of the Virgin Mary's robe. The singing came from the chapel. Somehow, the sound made Lin Yan feel a pang in his nose. Time flowed like water, and soon after class, we think carefully for a moment. Did we understand today's lessons? Did the teacher's words go against anything? Parents look forward to their children returning. We did not wander along the way. In the future, governing the country and bringing peace to the world relies on our generation. Everyone work hard. Classmates, see you tomorrow. In the future, governing the country and bringing peace to the world relies on our generation. Lin Yan unconsciously hummed along. In the future, governing the country and bringing peace to the world relies on our generation. He raised his head, looking at Sister Sylvia ahead, his voice hoarse. How many female students are still in the Jinling Women's Academy? Sister Sylvia's footsteps suddenly halted, and she turned her head, watching Lin Yan warily. And Lin Yan was staring directly into Sister Sylvia's azure eyes. I want to take all these female students away. Take them out of Jinling City. Soon, Jinling City will become a hell on earth. They must be sent away, out of Jinling City. Chapter 29. Every step for the invaders is a path to the underworld. The earth fire has ignited. National war. The bayonet is red at this moment. Sister Sylvia's fingers tightened around the cross on her chest, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her blue eyes suddenly constricted, her body tensing like a startled feline as she took a half step back, the black robe sweeping down and scattering camellia petals all around. Who are you? Her voice suddenly sharpened, the American accented Chinese piercing through the air like an ice pick. I don't believe you soldiers. Your hands are stained with blood, and you won't get me to hand these students over to you. Lin Yan saw her flaxen hair under the white headscarf tremble slightly, the flower on her nose appearing eerily pale in the sunlight. The distant singing from the church had stopped at some point, leaving only the lingering sound of the organ echoing under the wisteria trellis. Lin Yan sighed softly. I know what you're worried about. The war rages outside, and you're uneasy about letting these female students out. You think this place is the only sanctuary for them. Suddenly, Lin Yan stepped closer to Sister Sylvia, an intense smell of blood emanating from him, making him appear like a bloodthirsty tiger. But I tell you, you're wrong. You know nothing of the brutality of those invaders. If I give you a live fish, would you dare to gouge out its eyes? The invaders dare to treat us, the people of Daxia, like this. If I give you a live chicken, would you dare to throw it into boiling water? The invaders dare to do this to the children of Daxia. If I give you a puppy, would you dare to disembowel it while it's still alive, taking out its organs one by one? The invaders dare to do this to my compatriots. If I give you a pregnant cat, would you dare to cut open her belly and throw the kittens on the ground, or hang them up? The invaders dare to treat pregnant women of Daxia like this. If I give you a sheep, Would you dare to tie it up and stab its vital points with a knife repeatedly? That is how the invaders train their soldiers to use bayonets on my compatriots. Sister Sylvia staggered back 2 steps, her black robe snagged by a camellia branch, tearing a gash in it. She shook her head frantically, her flaxen hair spilling from her headscarf, shimmering like broken strands of gold in the sunlight. Impossible. Her voice quivered with a sob. The flyers dropped by the Japanese clearly stated. She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her robe, the ink printed in both Japanese and Chinese glinting in the sunlight. They said that upon entering the city, they would sheath their swords, extend hands of compassion to check and heal the sick, provide food to the hungry, and offer medical services to the ill. They even stamped it with the commander's seal. Lin Yan stared at the flyer with intense focus, his breathing becoming heavier, gasping for air, then scoffing disdainfully. He snatched the flyer, the bloodstains from his military uniform smudging the paper, perfectly covering the bright red seal. Then he suddenly raised his hand, pointing into the distance, towards the bell tower adjacent to the Jinling girls' school. Do you believe the invaders' nonsense? Or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? I have several brothers who are veterans from the Battle of Songhu. They described the battlefield to me 3 months ago. The streets of Songhu were also filled with such guarantees. But what was the result? Songhu is still a river of blood, strewn with the corpses of my compatriots, the severed heads of my compatriots, children who lost their parents, wailing in the ruins, and ultimately meeting their own death. Oh, by the way, there's also a girls' school in Songhu, but it was much smaller, far less than the scale of Jinling Girls' School. My comrades said that when the invaders entered Songhu, they retreated to that school, only to find it had already turned into a wasteland, where they discovered 72 female corpses, all of whom had suffered inhuman torment, barely clothed. Do you know what those invaders did to them? Lin Yan moved closer to Sister Sylvia, whispering a few words into her ear. Her pupils suddenly constricted like needles. She took a few steps back, then suddenly began to gag violently, her fingers gripping the wisteria trellis tightly. Her glasses slipped from her sleeve, falling to the ground, the lenses cracking with spiderweb-like patterns on the cobblestones. Lin Yan lowered his head, gazing at Sister Sylvia. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what those invaders did in Songhu. Have you ever smelled the scent of charred human flesh? Lin Yan stepped closer, crushing the glasses under his boot. It smells like overcooked pork, mixed with the stench of burning hair. In Xinluodian, the invaders locked over 300 villagers in a barn and set it on fire. At that moment, the nun suddenly screamed, "Stop it!" The cross necklace she wore swung violently on her heaving chest, her azure eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if she saw something horrifying through Lin Yan. "My God!" She suddenly murmured in English. "I saw these reports in the newspapers in South Carolina, but the next day, they published new news saying they were all rumors. Please, God, bless these students." Lin Yan was now closing in on the nun. "God won't save Jinling. God? How many divisions does he have? Can God withstand the invaders' planes and artillery? Can God send all the female students here to safety?" Lin Yan's voice was colder than the shadows cast by the stained glass windows of the church. "But the ferry can. I have 6 ferries. At the very least, they can transport 10,000 people. Now, whether these female students at Jinling Girls' School can survive depends entirely on whether you are willing to trust me." A gust of wind swept through, causing the key ring at the nun's waist to jingle. Her lips trembled. The principal of this institution, Ms. Wu Yifang, has already moved a portion of the faculty and students to Hanpu 10 days ago. The current person in charge of the school is Sister Wei Silin. I need to discuss this with Sister Wei Silin. Wait for me 10 minutes. Lin Yan said nothing, merely nodding indifferently. Sister Sylvia, like a startled deer, turned and dashed towards the dormitory building. Her black robe fluttered in the wind, revealing the white skirt underneath, stained with flour. The keys at her waist jingled, casting silver arcs in the sunlight. She ran so hurriedly that one of her leather shoes got stuck in a gap between the cobblestones. But she didn't dare to look back, continuing to charge forward with one bare foot. Lin Yan squinted, watching her frantic figure disappear at the end of the wisteria trellis. The collar of his military uniform fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing the bandage on his shoulder. Sunlight cast fragmented light spots on his sharply defined profile, yet could not penetrate the depths of his eyes. At that moment, a low, husky female voice rang out. "You scared her." Umo had somehow appeared beside Lin Yan, her silhouette breathtakingly beautiful against the backlight. Sunlight filtered through the jade hairpin at her ear, casting shimmering green patterns on her cheek. The split hem of the Chong Sam was gently lifted by the wind, revealing her ivory-like delicate calves. She held a lit cigarette between her fingertips, wisps of blue smoke rising and overlapping with the cross atop the church steeple. Lin Yan glanced at Umo and extended his hand. "Give me one." Umo shrugged. "It's the last one. The cigarettes from the Republic of China era are better than I imagined." Lin Yan retracted his hand, looking down as he kicked the pebbles on the ground with his military boots. Umo squinted, her voice hoarse. "After 6 ferries have left, how many more people from Jinling need to be evacuated?" Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. "None." Umo's eyes widened suddenly. "None? Didn't you say you were going to evacuate 300,000 people?" Lin Yan gave a bitter smile. 300,000? In the case of the Japanese surrounding the city, do you think they're blind, or do you think I'm a deity? Jinling City is wrapped by the Chu River, surrounded on 3 sides by water. Before the Japanese attacked, they had already surrounded the city on 3 sides, leaving only the north side unblocked. And the north side is precisely where the Chu River flows wide and the waves are fierce with high winds. Without a boat, you cannot swim or fly across. As for the boats, there are simply not enough. To show determination in the war of resistance and to avoid being captured by the Japanese for their use, the command of the Jinling garrison directly sank most of the boats. Only a few were left for the retreat of the officials in the Jinling garrison. At that time, the civilians could try to use bamboo rafts or other small boats to cross the river, but the success rate was too low. The ferries on Xuanwu Lake, along with the large ferries from the Lee Williams shipyard, are all the effective ferries currently available in Jinling. There might be some small boats left in the city, but there is no need to requisition them. Combined, those boats might not even be able to transport 1,000 people. Roughly calculated, with the ferries on Xuanwu Lake making round trips, plus the 6 ferries we can deploy from the Lee Williams shipyard. Before Jinling falls, we can probably transport at least 50,000 compatriots, and if we're lucky, it could increase to around 80,000. Umo remained silent beside him, taking a deep drag of her cigarette. The sunlight suddenly became glaring. Umo raised her hand to shield her brow, the emerald bracelet sliding down her slender wrist to her elbow. A strand of hair at her temple was stuck to the side of her neck by sweat, resembling a fine ink painting. The shadow of the clock tower fell perfectly between the two, dividing their figures into 2 worlds of light and dark. After a brief silence, Lin Yan continued to speak. In Jinling, all the civilians who wanted to run but couldn't escaped the city, probably around 50 or 60,000. In the history of this parallel world, among the 300,000 who were massacred, there were also more than 80,000 soldiers. They were abandoned by their own commanders, deceived by the Japanese, laid down their arms, and surrendered, only to end up dying at the hands of the Japanese, dying a cowardly death. So, excluding the civilians who could be evacuated from Jinling and the soldiers who shouldn't have to die such a cowardly death, in the established history, there are still 150,000 innocent civilians who will be slaughtered. They're stranded in Jinling for various reasons. Even if the opportunity to leave the city is placed before them, they will hesitate. Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the cigarette Umo was holding, his voice growing hoarser. When the Battle of Songhu broke out, Jinling had already suffered air raids. Under the threat of war, those with money and capability fled the city, while many of the civilians who remained thought the war was only temporary, believing that the army of the Great Xia could hold out. After the Songhu battle ended, panicked soldiers mixed with refugees surged into the city, and the atmosphere in Jinling started to tighten. Just a few days ago, the sound of cannon fire could already be heard in the city. At this time, those who could escape had basically hidden in the countryside. What remained were the old, weak, sick, disabled, and small business owners who were reluctant to leave their properties. Umo's voice suddenly tore through the air. Then go persuade them. Persuade them one by one. Didn't you say you've reincarnated 36 times in this world? Then you should know that the people in the city are not ordinary NPCs. They have their own consciousness, emotions, and even past. They are living, breathing individuals. My compatriots, it was you who said you wanted to take these 300,000 people away. It was you who vowed to save Jinling. It is because of your promises that so many players are wholeheartedly following you. In their eyes, you are a deity, the only one in this despairing world who pointed out a way out. Yet now you tell me that only 70 or 80,000 can be evacuated, and the remaining 100,000 are soldiers who need to be evacuated. When Jinling is cleared of the enemy, they will directly become the death warriors fighting to the last against the Japanese. What about the remaining tens of thousands? Will we just abandon those tens of thousands of compatriots? At that moment, Umo seemed to be bursting with fire in her eyes, her whole being resembling an enraged mother leopard. Lin Yan lifted his eyelids, his voice hoarse. Then tell me, what about the remaining tens of thousands of civilians? They're all elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Every ordinary civilian abandoning their jobs, homes, and belongings, taking only their cash and valuables, leaving their homes behind. Even if they escape Jinling, where will they live? How will they deal with the bandits and robbers along the way? Will refugees like you, who are a bit stronger, not rob them of their things? Once they reach a safe place, where will they stay? What will they eat? How will they make a living? Many wealthy people lost a lot of their businesses during the escape. The middle class who fled to the southwest are even worse off. As for the poor, they die along the way, which is called dying on the road. They escape and die all the way. The 50,000 who were sent away wanted to leave the city because they had confidence that once they left Jinling, they could still live. The remaining 150,000 do not want to escape because they know that escaping from Jinling may not be better than staying. For the poor, the elderly, women, and children, does fleeing really offer a greater chance of survival? Not necessarily. Staying at home, in their eyes, at least they have a place to live, a place to hide, something to eat, and their own land. For those who cannot move, staying behind might actually offer a greater chance of survival. If you truly regard them as compatriots, have you really considered them as humans? Do you really want them to live? Or do you just feel that sending everyone out of Jinling is enough to complete your task? Yumo's body stiffened. She was momentarily speechless, staring at Lin Yan in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's hoarse voice echoed softly. Also, did I ever say that I would abandon the remaining tens of thousands of compatriots? They themselves do not wish to leave the city. And we also do not have time to persuade them one by one. Therefore, the only way to save their lives is to expand the safe zone, to enlarge the originally designated safe zone that could only accommodate 200,000 Jinling civilians to at least accommodate around 350,000, to ensure that the remaining Jinling civilians can all be moved to the safe zone. And to achieve this, we need foreign help. Although I previously said that the foreign powers exploiting and oppressing my compatriots should all die, there are still some foreigners who are good people. In the established history, the safe zone was originally applied for by foreigners, establishing 25 refugee shelters within less than 4 square kilometers of land. But this is far from enough. We need to expand the safe zone to 8 square kilometers and set up at least 50 refugee shelters. This requires negotiation with the foreigners. Of course, even if the safe zone is expanded, it is still not enough, because there is no guarantee that those devils will truly refrain from invading the safe zone. Therefore, the garrison of Jinling City absolutely cannot retreat. If they must retreat, they can only withdraw partially. The rest must hold the line and engage the enemy in urban warfare, fighting fiercely. To achieve this goal, we need to control the command center of the Jinling garrison. The good news is that those high-ranking officials who originally planned to escape once Jinling fell. Now, none of them can run away. Lin Yan paused for a moment, grinning with a somewhat sinister smile. The boats they prepared for their escape are now in my hands to be used for transporting refugees. To coexist with the position and share its fate is no longer just a slogan. They have no choice but to fight to the death. Umo inhaled sharply. You exerted so much effort to occupy Xuanwu Gate just for this. Lin Yan chuckled a couple of times. Then his expression gradually darkened. Of course it was for this. However, there are too many cowardly high-ranking officials in the command center. Even if we cut off their escape route, it will be very difficult to get them to cooperate with us, so, if necessary, we must kill a few traitorous officials as sacrifices, and armed seizure of the command center's control. As the old saying goes, power comes from the barrel of a gun. All brothers in the anti-Japanese Allied Army, especially those in the military, remember, you must survive. You cannot die. You cannot lose your life in vain like before. The subsequent struggle for power needs you. As long as the Jinling garrison does not surrender, even if Jinling falls, the invading devils will be too preoccupied to disturb the safe zone. Every street in Jinling City could become their road to hell. I want that group of devils to tread on thin ice, step by step, into their doom. With courage and strength, we will be resolute and unyielding. The flames of war have ignited, and in this national struggle, we vow not to retreat. Comrades, there was no chance before, but now, the opportunity to serve our country and avenge our shame is right before us. Chapter 30 in our flower world, though the profession is humble, patriotism is unified. What have you done for the country? At this moment, Umo felt her scalp tingle under Lin Yan's intense gaze. She swallowed hard. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to the viewers of my live stream? Lin Yan ruffled his messy hair. Both. My original plan was to announce my strategy after the first day. Once all the players have adapted to this world. You are the largest streamer in this world. Through you, I can save the time of logging into forums, posting plans, and finding people to promote. Time is of the essence in this world. Every minute and second is precious. Lin Yan paused for a moment. He looked up at the sky, the blue sky. It's so nice to have a sky without fighter jets flying over. Even if there's just a tiny chance. I want to save Jinling City. Yumo lowered her head, just about to say something. But at that moment, hurried footsteps came from beneath the wisteria trellis. Sister Sylvia stumbled over. Her white headscarf had come undone, and her flaxen hair was matted with sweat against her flushed face. The hem of her black robe was covered in mud, and her bare foot was bruised by the cobblestones. Sister Weilin. She leaned on her knee, gasping for breath, the cross on her chest swaying violently. Something happened over at the dormitory building. Sister Weilin is handling it, and she wants you to come over. Lin Yan and Mo exchanged glances. Mo quickly extinguished her cigarette, and as she turned, her emerald hairpin left a trail of green light. The three of them passed through the ivy-clad corridor, startling a few sparrows pecking at berries. After rounding the chapel, a three-story building made of red bricks stood abruptly beside a ginkgo tree. The top floor featured traditional Chinese eaves, and a few kipeos made of silk were hung on the wrought iron balcony railing. Running ahead, Sister Sylvia looked worriedly at the dormitory building. After the outbreak of the Songhu War, the principal of Jinling Women's School, Principal Wu, decided to relocate the school's faculty and students in batches to Hanpu, dividing them into 3 groups. The students remaining in the school were originally supposed to be part of the 3rd batch to be relocated to Hanpu. But before we set off, the soldiers of the evil Japanese had already surrounded Jinling City. Sister Weilin had written to the command post guarding Jinling, hoping to evacuate the female students of the school, but those letters fell into silence. Now, there are fewer than 600 students left in Jinling Women's School. Lin Yan squinted slightly and nodded. Sister Sylvia quickened her pace. She was the first to reach the dormitory, pushing open the large door. Following Sister Sylvia, Lin Yan and Mo heard the chaotic noise coming from inside the dormitory. The scene inside the dormitory was like a boiling pot. As soon as Lin Yan crossed the threshold, he saw a graceful woman in a deep purple qipao with large waves in her hair. A beauty mark at the corner of her left eye, tugging and shoving with a female student dressed in a gray-black long cotton robe with ear-length hair. The woman in the deep purple qipao was pulling the studentess' hair and kicking at the student's waist. "Where's my jewelry box? You're not fit to stay in that room. Just because it's empty, why shouldn't I stay? Think I'm dirty? You're clean? You just had a good birth and a good father. While I was hanging lanterns on the Qinhuai River, you were still in your mother's womb, sucking your fingers. If it weren't for my gambling father, I wouldn't be in a brothel. Disdain me for being dirty? Today, I'll skin you alive and see how clean you really are." The female student didn't back down either, though her hair was being pulled. She raised both hands like a wildcat, scratching at the face of the woman in the deep purple qipao. "That's my senior Qin Ling S dorm. You're not allowed to stay there. Senior Qin Ling will be back. Who knows if you have any diseases?" Behind a female student, a group of similarly dressed students with gray-black long robes and ear-length hair were also trying to push the woman in the deep purple qipao away, shouting in unison, let go of Fong Ting. You filthy woman. You prostitute. What right do you have to hit people? If it weren't for Sister Sylvia taking you in, you'd still be sleeping on the streets of Jinling." Behind those female students stood a middle-aged nun with glasses, blonde hair, and blue eyes, continually pulling the students back. "Enough. Everyone back to your dorms." But behind her, more and more female students were crowding at the staircase. "Sister Weilin, we don't want to live in the same building as these prostitutes." "Yes, Sister Weilin, why should we live with these prostitutes? They're shameless whores. Who knows if they have any diseases? Get them out of here." Sister Weilin, trapped at the staircase by the students, looked pale. She wanted to say something, but couldn't suppress the voices of the students. Just then, a girl in a dark blue qipao, with a plain face, suddenly emerged from somewhere. She rushed to hug the waist of the woman in the deep purple qipao who was fighting with the student. "Sister Ziju, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, you'll hurt them. They're students." Ziju, still clawing and scratching, retorted, "What is wrong with the students? I'm hitting these girls who think they're superior just because they read a few books. Duku, you're young, you don't know. These so-called educated people are the most cold-hearted and ungrateful. They're not good people." And the female student being pulled by Ziju looked even angrier. "Bah, don't act like a good person. You're just a whore like her. She's a big whore, and you're a little whore. Get lost. Everyone get out. Get out of our school." Behind that female student, the others were equally fired up. They cursed while throwing a pile of suitcases, kipeos, and jewelry boxes at Ziju and the girl in the dark blue cheapao. Get out. Filthy women, get out. A group of filthy women from the pleasure quarters. What right do you have to stay in the dormitory of Jinling Women's University? Do you deserve it? Get out. Lin Yan, standing at the door, was dumbfounded by the scene before him, his gaze fixated on the girl in the dark blue cheapao. Duku? What's she doing here? Su Shaoqing had said she temporarily placed Duku in a safe place. Could that safe place be here? Lin Yan unconsciously took a step forward. But before he could greet Duku, a pearwood jewelry box suddenly flew in, hitting Duku on the head. With a bang, Duku fell back. Her originally snow-white forehead was instantly bloodied. Blood quickly dyed her plain face red. Lin Yan's pupils constricted sharply. But before he could scream, a fragrant breeze swept past him. Umo dashed past Lin Yan, deftly pulling the gun from his waist. Then, she aimed the gun at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Bang! The female students who had just been arrogant were immediately frightened, their faces turning pale, each one crouching down and screaming. Meanwhile, Umo, with a graceful posture and an unpleasant expression, walked in front of Ziwan and Doko, protecting the two like a female eagle guarding her chicks. You female students, after reading so many books, is it to throw jewelry boxes at your fellow countrywomen? In our flower industry, though our profession is humble, patriotism is one. During the battles in Songhu, the so-called cheap women you speak of have donated money to the front lines. What about you? What have you done for this country? On what basis do you think you are noble while we are lowly? Chapter 31. If God can't save, then I will. May the world be at peace and tears cease. In the dormitory building, the female students huddled together like a group of frightened chicks at the corner of the stairs. The echoes of gunfire still reverberated in the high-ceiling hall, shaking the dust from the crystal chandelier. In the front row, Fong Ting sat slumped on the ground, the hem of her cotton robe stained with the blood of Duku. She mechanically wiped her face, the blood droplets in her palm glistening like rubies in the sunlight. The girl who had just been so articulate was now trembling, the sound of her teeth chattering audible. In the corner, 3 girls clung to each other, shivering. One of them, wearing a hairpin, was using an English version of the Bible to cover her face, the gilded pages soaked with tears and curling at the edges. Her companion buried her face in a handkerchief, retching violently, her meticulously manicured nails scratching white marks into the oak floor. The smallest one had already wet her cotton robe, the light gray fabric spreading dark stains and giving off a foul odor. In the center of the hall, several girls stood frozen in place, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been drawn away. Their hands unconsciously clutched at the edges of their clothes, books, or the sleeves of their companions. But they didn't know what they were doing. A girl with short hair stared down at her toes, her lips trembling slightly, as if she were silently reciting something that might be a prayer or a curse, but ultimately not a word escaped her lips. The girl next to her mechanically flipped through her Chinese textbook, the pages rustling, but her eyes weren't on the words. She just repeated the motion, like some kind of meaningless ritual. They weren't unafraid, nor were they not angry. Rather, their brains had momentarily stalled under the immense shock. Fear, shame, regret, confusion. Too many emotions surged in their chests but found no outlet, ultimately solidifying into a dead silence. In the corner, a girl with black-framed glasses, though her legs trembled, suddenly grabbed the fallen anatomy textbook, the thick spine slamming down beside Yumo's feet. The pages spread open, the illustration of the human nervous system just covering the bloodstains. You people. Her lips trembled violently, her eyes behind the lenses bloodshot. Lower class. Umo glanced at her, but did not respond. It was at that moment that Sister Wei Silin finally passed by the sobbing female students. Her emerald green eyes fixed intently on Umo. Her palm pressed down on Umo's hand that held the gun. Her voice was hoarse. Umo, no matter what, do not point the gun at these students. They're your compatriots. Sister Wei Silin's silver cross hanging from her wrist fell to the ground, wedged into the floor's crevice, pressing down on the pool of gradually congealing blood. Sunlight streamed in through the stained glass, elongating the shadow of the cross into the shape of a sharp sword, lying between the two groups of people. But just then, Fong Ting, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly hugged the nun's thigh. Sister Wei Silin, you see, right? These whores brought guns into the school. They want to kill. Before she could finish, Yumo's gun barrel was already pressed against her chin. The emerald bracelet slid down to her elbow, revealing an old scar on her wrist. Little sister. Yumo's voice was as light as a feather brushing against the gun barrel. Guess how many bullets are left in this Browning? Fong Ting's body instantly stiffened. Sister Wei Silin quickly grasped Yumo's wrist, pulling her gun away from Fong Ting. "You Montauk!" At that moment, Lin Yan hurried over. He took off his military uniform and pressed it against Dooku's bleeding forehead. Then he looked up at Yumo. "The wound isn't deep, but it needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." At this moment, Yumo broke free from Sister Wei Silin's grasp. She turned around and directly picked up Dooku by the waist, not looking back as she walked out of the dormitory building. "I'm taking Dooku to the hospital. You and Sister Wei Silin talk first. My only demand is that the sisters I brought from Zhanshan Garden must get on the boat. The female students are our compatriots, too. After the war broke out, these despised whores donated just as much as those merchants." Yumo's silhouette in the backlight created a breathtaking profile. Her steps and high heels remained graceful, the rhythm of her swaying waist revealing glimpses of her snowy skin at the slit of her Chong Sam. Yet her straight back resembled a drawn sword. Dooku's blood stained half of her indigo Chong Sam, blooming into a stunning peony on the fabric. The female students widened their eyes. They had seen the graceful courtesans on the Qinhuai river boats and the dignified nuns under church icons. But they had never seen anyone blend the dust of the world with such passionate bloodshed so strikingly. The emerald hairpin at Yumo's ear refracted a cold light in the sunlight, piercing into the pupils of the female students with each of her hurried steps. The girl with black-framed glasses suddenly relaxed her clenched fist. She instinctively touched her short hair, then looked down at her gray cotton robe. A vague, indescribable emotion surged within her chest. Fong Ting remained in a slumped position, her fingers unconsciously digging into the silver cross stuck in the floor's crevice. Sister Wei Silin's hand hung in midair, eventually slowly falling to her heart. Her blue eyes gazed in the direction Yumo had left, where only a faint trail of blood footprints remained, winding from the center of the hall to the fiercely lit doorway outside. The old nun suddenly began to cough violently, the silver Virgin Mary pendant hanging around her neck swaying gently with her cough, casting fragmented shadows on her black robe. As Lin Yan's military boots stepped on the anatomy book, the pages flipped to the diagram of the heart. He bent down to pick up Sister Wei Silin's cross, the metal surface still stained with the blood that had flowed from Dooku's forehead. "Sister." His voice startled the dazed female students. "Can we talk about the boat now?" Sister Wei Silin suddenly looked up, staring at the young man before her with a gloomy complexion. She turned to glance at the pale Sister Sylvia not far away, then nodded. "Come to my office. How should I address you?" Lin Yan nodded slightly. "Call me Liu Yan." Sister Wei Silin nodded. Her face appeared particularly aged in the sunlight. Her gray-blue irises seemed to be shrouded in a mist, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes trembled slightly with her breath. At this moment, she pressed her lips together, and the nasolabial folds sank deeply into her skin like knife cuts, giving her face, which should have been kind, a touch of sternness. As she turned to lead the way, her black robe swept over the bloodstains on the floor, the hem instantly soaking a dark red. Sunlight filtered through her graying hair, casting a web-like shadow on her profile. As they passed through the corridor, Lin Yan noticed her steps were steady, but her right hand remained tightly gripping the silver Virgin Mary pendant at her chest, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. When Sister Wei Silin stopped in front of a wooden door, Lin Yan saw a simple wooden sign hanging on it, with Principal's office written in both Chinese and English. When they pushed the door open, a sudden chime of wind chimes rang out, made from fragments of shell casings, hanging on the window frame and gently clashing in the breeze. Sunlight slanted through the checkered curtains, casting diamond-shaped light spots on the oak floor. On the windowsill sat a pot of white camellia flowers, the edges of the petals slightly yellowed, yet still stubbornly blooming. The desk was piled high with documents, a brass inkwell pressing down on several yellowed photographs, one of which was clearly new, featuring a group of female students at the school gate. In the corner of the room, a large-nosed foreigner in a gray suit sat on the sofa, leaning down to read the Bible, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, the lenses reflecting the light from outside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he closed the gilded Bible, and the pages made a soft snapping sound as they shut. Sister Wei Silin's voice suddenly softened when she saw the foreigner. "Bell, this is Mr. Liu Yan." The foreigner, named Bell, stood up, and Lin Yan noticed that his left leg was slightly lame. His eyes were a rare light brown, resembling amber mixed with gold powder. When he extended his hand, the cuff of his sleeve revealed a Swiss watch, the Roman numerals on the dial already somewhat blurred. "Hello, Mr. Liu Yan." The big-nosed foreigner's Chinese had a strange accent, but among foreigners, his Chinese was considered quite good. "I am John Bell." Lin Yan, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly narrowed his pupils to a pinprick upon seeing the big-nosed foreigner, but he quickly returned to normal. John Bell? The big-nosed foreigner was also taken aback. He blinked a few times. You seem to know me, Mr. Liu. Just then, Sister Wei Silin walked into the room. She approached the coffee table, picked up the teapot, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed them to the 2 men. Bell, you're now the head of the International Safety Zone. It's not surprising that Mr. Liu knows your name. Lin Yan took the teacup, and his previously rapid breathing gradually calmed. In the 36 cycles he had experienced before, he had interacted with this big-nosed foreigner several times. He knew that this big-nosed foreigner was a true humanitarian. According to the common people, calling him a living bodhisattva would not be an exaggeration. In the established history, it was he, as the president of the International Committee, who established the safety zone in a hell-like history, saving 200,000 citizens of Jinling from slaughter. If saving a life is truly more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, then this foreigner, after passing away, should be surrounded by glorious light, sitting on a lotus throne. At this moment, Lin Yan raised his hands in a fist salute. Mr. John, no matter what, thank you for everything you have done for the people of Jinling. I know that you have been working on establishing the International Safety Zone since last month. This is a great grace for my Daxiao people, and I have no way to repay you. I can only thank you in advance here. Our Daxiao values karma. You and your descendants will be rewarded. The big-nosed foreigner was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly waved his hand, wanting to say something. But at that moment, Lin Yan's voice, hoarse, continued. But that's not enough. The safety zone you are planning is too small. It's not big enough. And the shelters you can build are not enough. The stored food is also insufficient. And once Jinling falls, this food could be plundered by those devils at any time. John Bell blinked a few times. But before he could speak, Lin Yan's voice tore through. There is no but. I know what you want to say. You want to say that you have already done your utmost to establish this safety zone. Not just you, but also your partners, those foreign ambassadors, priests, teachers, and doctors from all over the West, have almost pooled their efforts to establish the safety zone, especially you, coordinating between Daxia and the wicked Japanese military. You have sent countless telegrams, expended immense effort, and endured so much suffering. Only you know how much you have sacrificed. But it's still not enough. You don't understand how utterly inhumane those devils are. They have killed their way from the northeast to Jiangnan. I am a Daxia person, and I fled from the northeast to Jiangnan. I know how inhumane those devils are. I have witnessed them robbing newlywed couples, beating the groom nearly to death, and dragging the bride into the fields to be violated in front of the groom. 2 people who were like celestial beings moments ago were instantly tortured beyond recognition. They chopped off the groom's head, which rolled several meters away, with his eyes wide open, refusing to close. The bride suffered even more. After enduring the devil's torment, the bride, on the brink of death, was dragged next to her husband, whose body was dismembered. Before she could even cry, the devils tied her to a tree on the ridge. A new recruit, holding a bayonet, practiced his skills on her. The recruit couldn't bring himself to do it, so the sergeant stepped in himself. That damned sergeant, with the first stroke, chopped off the bride's jaw, and only on the second and third strokes did he hit her neck. Blood and broken bone fragments splattered, and the bride met a tragic end at the hands of the devils on her wedding day. I have also seen them throw a child from an ordinary family onto the train tracks, letting the child be run over by the train. I have seen them force monks to humiliate women, witnessed them indiscriminately slaughter the villagers, seen them chop off the heads of my compatriots, sparing not even infants. How many civilians can the current safety zone accommodate? At most 200,000. There are at least 500,000 military and civilians in Jinling City right now. What will happen to the remaining hundreds of thousands of civilians? Just watch them fall into the hands of those beasts. At this moment, Lin Yan told a small lie. He had not fled from the northeast to Jiangnan, but he had read relevant historical books, seen those photos that were clearly black and white, yet seemed to ooze blood, and heard the testimonies of the elderly who had lived through that history. So when he recounted these events, every word was filled with blood and tears, because those events had brutally occurred to his compatriots. Those suffering civilians were his own people, so he seemed to empathize deeply. John Bell was now staring blankly at Lin Yan. Mr. Liu, your purpose is... Just then, Sister Wei Silin, who had not spoken up until now, suddenly lifted her eyelids. He just wants to save his compatriots. Mr. John, just this morning, the captain of the Lee William Dock Factory, who had been unwilling to cooperate with us, was reported to have had a squad of soldiers burst into his villa. It is said that several gunshots were heard coming from Old William's villa. Shortly after, Old William hurried to his dock factory. and gathered a batch of laborers to load and unload goods. I had been trying to figure out what had happened in Old William's villa, but when this young man suddenly appeared at the Jinling Women's Academy and declared that he wanted to take all the female students away, I understood. This young man must have learned that the Lee William Dock factory still had fairies hidden away, so he must have found a way to make Old William, this old stubborn man, relinquish control over those few fairies. Now, those fairies at the Lee William Dock factory should be under the command of this young man in front of us. I see sincerity and courage in his eyes. Mr. John, perhaps we really should heed this young man's suggestion. To double the area of the safety zone, we are not Daxia people, but we have all lived in this country for many years. We know that these black-haired, yellow-skinned people are not much different from us. They are even more hard-working, more honest, and kinder. Many people in this city are my friends. Grandma Zhang, who sells plum blossom cakes, Mr. Li from Minrantang, who has done acupuncture on me, and Ah Fu, who delivers vegetables to the Jinling Women's Academy. They're all good people. I can't watch them die before my eyes. I have pleaded with God countless times to bless these people, to bless my friends. But God has never responded to my pleas. So I'm thinking that for some things, pleading with God is useless. We have to do it ourselves. My previous wish was for God's glory to shine upon the world, but my current wish is world peace, no more tears. Chapter 32. There are our comrades among foreigners. The enemy knows nothing of our strength. John Bell began to pace back and forth in the room, the sound of his polished shoes echoing dully on the oak floor. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden rays on his gray suit, shifting positions as he moved. His left hand unconsciously stroked the gilded cover of the Bible, while his right hand constantly adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. After a few steps, he would stop, staring at a spot on the floor as if the answer were written there. 200,000, 500,000. He murmured in German, his voice tinged with evident anxiety. As he passed the windowsill for the third time, a petal from the camellia fell just as it landed on his shiny shoe. He bent down to pick it up, his fingertips trembling slightly. Lin Yan noticed a corner of a telegram peeking out from his suit pocket, with the words "Evil Japanese Command" faintly visible. Bell seemed to suddenly remember something and pulled out a pocket watch, the snap of the cover echoing sharply in the quiet room. 3.86 square kilometers. He suddenly spoke in Chinese, his voice hoarse. The military of the evil Japanese only allows us to designate a safety zone of 3.86 square kilometers. If we expand it further, they will not agree. Even now, they refuse to acknowledge the safety zone, only stating that as long as there are no Daxia troops stationed in the safety zone, they will not attack. There is no way to expand the safety zone any further. After finishing the sentence, he seemed drained of strength and collapsed onto the sofa, the Bible slipping from his lap, and its pages flipping open to the chapter of Revelation. Sister Wei Silin quickly walked over to him, her black robe sweeping across the Bible on the floor. Her veined hand gently rested on Bell's shoulder, and the two exchanged a heavy glance. Bell took a deep breath, grabbed a teacup from the coffee table, and drank it all in one go, tea dripping from his beard onto his tie. But if we don't expand the safety zone, what about the people of Jinling? They have never participated in the war. They are innocent. I have heard of the atrocities committed by the evil Japanese troops, and I have even witnessed them myself. Bell's voice grew increasingly hoarse. He stood up and hurried to the desk, pulling out a map from the drawer, stirring up a cloud of dust as he unfolded it. The outline of Jinling City was circled in several areas with a red pencil, and Bell forcefully pointed at one of the red circles with his index finger. If we were to expand the safety zone, here originally was the western boundary of the safety zone, but 2 kilometers to the west is St. Paul's Church. He picked up a pen from the desk and drew a new red line on the map. If we include the church, we can accommodate at least 50,000 more people. The eastern boundary was originally set at Zhuke Street, but if we extend it further east, using Chuxiang Road as the boundary, we can also include the Ministry of Transportation building, which can also become a new refuge. The originally square safety zone can be expanded into a rectangle. However, that would nearly double the area. The evil Japanese command would definitely not agree. Absolutely not agree. Lin Yan noticed that when Bell said this, his Adam's apple rolled several times, as if swallowing something bitter. This motion made his beard tremble, shimmering in the sunlight like a bunch of golden wheat. Lin Yan took a deep breath and stepped forward. He also reached the desk. His eyes sparkled with determination, fixed on Bell. No, they will agree. I did not come here to throw the problem at you. I came with a solution. Lin Yan's voice paused. He turned to Sister Wei Silin beside him. I do not believe in God. I do not think God can save my compatriots. I only believe in myself. There is no God in this world, no savior, and the only ones who can save our compatriots are ourselves. Lin Yan took a deep breath. After the outbreak of the Shanghai Suzhou War, America and Germany began to evacuate their citizens. But as of now, there is still a very important batch of American and German citizens who have not been evacuated from Jinling City. They were originally scheduled to leave Jinling City tonight from the Jiangsu port. This group of expatriates is not large, less than 200 people. But an important point is that most of them belong to major newspapers from America, Britain, France, and Germany. They are all journalists. If nearly 200 journalists are forced to stay in Jinling City for various reasons, do they not have the right to have the safety zone in Jinling City expanded by another half? The evil Japanese place great importance on their international reputation. They certainly do not want the world to know what they are doing in Daxia. Sister Wei Silin blinked a few times. But how will you keep these journalists here? Reporting news is merely their job. They will not risk their lives to stay in Jinling City for a job. Lin Yan lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. They will have to stay. Some things are not up to them to decide. Belle's formerly murky eyes suddenly lit up. What do you have in mind? How long do you need? Lin Yan chuckled dryly. To keep them here, it doesn't require any complicated means. To be honest, it's a matter of minutes because we care about our dignity. Lin Yan's voice paused. I plan to blow up their ship. At that moment, the air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. The wind chimes outside suddenly fell silent, and the fragments of artillery shells hung in midair, no longer making the crisp, clanging sound. The sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains seemed to stop casting its dancing spots on the floor. Sister Wei Silin's fingers tightened around the silver Virgin Mary statue on her chest, the metal edges digging deep into her palm. Her lips trembled slightly, but no sound came out. John Bell's gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose, the lenses reflecting a blinding light that traced a fleeting bright mark on the map. His right hand remained poised as if still holding the pen, the nib leaving a large blot of ink on the paper. Blooming like a black flower at the edge of the safety zone, Lin Yan could clearly hear the sound of the second hand on his watch ticking. Outside, a petal from the camellia was blown away by the wind, lightly tapping against the window glass, making a sound that was almost inaudible. This subtle sound caused Bell to shudder, his light brown pupils contracting sharply, his gaze shifting from the ink blot on the map to Lin Yan. You are crazy. If the troops inside Jinling City take action against those expatriates, how could those journalists help us expand the safety zone? Sister Wei Silin's body swayed slightly beneath her black robe, her hand resting on the edge of the desk, the faint blue veins clearly visible. Sunlight shone on her gray-white temples, where fine beads of sweat had begun to form. Oh God! But Lin Yan raised his chin defiantly. Who said that the troops in Jinling City must take action? It must also be foreigners who blow up these journalists' ships, right? But these foreigners are all our comrades. Bell felt his heart racing faster than ever. Comrades? You are not fighting alone? What is the name of your organization? Lin Yan nodded slightly. Of course. I'm not fighting alone. One person cannot save Jinling. As for our organization, you can call it the Anti-Japanese United Army. Bell's eyes widened in shock. The Anti-Japanese United Army? I have only heard that there is such an organization in the northeast of the Great Xia. You all. Lin Yan lowered his eyes. It's not exactly an organization, but we are engaged in the same cause. Because the anti-Japanese allied forces have been going on, and their descendants continue the fight. You too can rest assured. My comrades will definitely complete the mission. That group of little devils currently knows nothing about our anti-Japanese allied forces' strength. Chapter 33, Why Don't You Go Live Yourself? Where are you hiding? A comrade's voice is louder than the sky. When Lin Yan returned to St. Maria Hospital from Jinling Women's School, it was 2 in the afternoon. He staggered as he pushed open the iron gate of St. Maria Hospital, and the world in front of him suddenly began to spin. He had to brace himself against the door frame, his fingertips digging deep into the mottled paint. The effect of the painkiller had worn off. He felt his shoulder starting to get wet, unsure if it was due to his earlier activities causing the wound to reopen. He could only feel the wound on his scapula being ground down as if pressed by a hot iron, every muscle fiber protesting sharply. The wound on his left leg, caused by shrapnel, burned like a piece of red-hot coal, continuously searing the nerves with each pulse. Damn it! Lin Yan cursed unconsciously. He gritted his teeth, but felt the taste of blood filling his mouth. Only then did he realize he had bitten the inside of his cheek. The game's 100 simulated pain made cold sweat instantly soak through his shirt, the fabric sticking to his back like another layer of skin. After the painkiller's effect wore off, The real pain surged like a tidal wave, making even breathing feel like a torture. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He desperately needed another painkiller shot. He staggered forward. The hospital corridor was filled with the acrid smell of disinfectant, mixed with the stench of blood and rotting flesh. Nurses in white coats hurried by, pushing medical carts. The wheels rolled over bloodstains on the tiles, leaving faint red trails. Beneath a silent notice board on the wall, a wounded soldier was wailing, clutching his rotting right leg, pus leaking from the bandages, dripping to the floor with a faint plop. Meanwhile, two orderlies rushed by carrying a stretcher. Make way! Make way! As Lin Yan sidestepped, he caught a glimpse of an officer lying on the stretcher, his chest and abdomen wrapped in bandages. The intestines peeking out from under the bandages had an eerie, grayish-blue color. The officer's hand hung limply, and the chain of his watch snagged on Lin Yan's belt. With the watch chain loose, the watch fell directly from the officer's wrist, hanging on Lin Yan's belt. The watch, unknown in origin, had a cracked glass face, the hour hand forever stuck at 9 o'clock. Not far away, on a bench around the corner of the corridor, 3 bandaged soldiers were sharing a spit bowl to vomit. The youngest one tore open his collar, revealing a gory shrapnel wound on his neck. The 4 doctor gave me a shot. The needle was all bent. Damn it. His voice abruptly stopped, turning into a violent cough. Blood spattering onto the oil painting of the Virgin Mary on the corridor wall. Lin Yan dragged his injured leg to the nurse's station, which was equally busy. Foreign nurses and local nurses came and went, the brass countertop piled high with blood-stained gauze. The registration book was open, the latest page noting, December 7th, amputation surgeries, 7, shrapnel removal, 23, sutures. The words further down were blurred by iodine. In one corner of the nurse's station, sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, casting a colorful halo around a blonde, blue-eyed nurse who was bending over to bandage a pale-faced girl's forehead. Her long fingers skillfully wrapping the gauze, the bloodstains on her white coat, sleeves appearing a strange rose red in the sunlight. A graceful woman in a purple-black cheongsam leaned by the window, her silhouette outlined dramatically against the light. The long leg exposed by the cheongsam's slit glimmered like ivory under the light, and her jade earrings swayed gently with her head's movement, casting tiny green shadows on her neck. The cigarette pinched between her fingers emitted curling blue smoke, tracing a spiral path in the beam of light. At that moment, the blonde nurse gently stroked the girl's forehead. Does it hurt? The eyelashes under her blue eyes cast butterfly-like shadows on the girl's delicate face. The girl shook her head, the indigo cheongsam collar already soaked with cold sweat. Her pale lips trembled, but managed to smile. Much lighter than the slap from Wang Mama at Zhanshuan Garden. You, Mo suddenly snuffed out her cigarette, the jade hairpin slicing through the air as she turned. She looked toward Lin Yan, who stood at the nurse's station door, his face pale. How did you find your way here? Lin Yan took a few steps forward, his lips twitching. I stepped out of this world for a bit. I found your live broadcast room on the streaming platform. After confirming you were at the nurse's station, I came over. UMO nodded slightly. The plan to expand the safe zone. Lin Yan chuckled dryly, raising a hand to brace against the wall beside him. I ran into John Bell from the International Committee in Sister Wei Silen's office. The proposal to expand the safe zone has already gained their agreement. However, some operations need us to take action ourselves. Lin Yan endured the pain, pulling UMO to a secluded corner, then stared into her eyes. Comrades, to ensure the people of Jinling can be spared from the Japanese devil slaughter, we urgently need to expand the safe zone, and to increase the safe zone's coverage. Relying solely on those foreigners from the International Committee is not enough. I need to keep some foreign journalists currently stranded in Jinling here. Among our comrades in the anti-Japanese alliance, there should be some who have taken on the roles of foreign journalists. You should have received the coded message about withdrawing from Jinling tonight. According to the original historical timeline, tonight at the Daguanyuan Wharf, Western countries will withdraw the last batch of overseas Chinese and journalists from Jinling. But we cannot let these journalists leave. Expanding the safe zone requires the strength of these journalists. If these journalists stay in Jinling, it would mean that major Western news outlets have left an eye in the city. With these eyes present, even if Jinling falls, those devils won't dare to be too reckless. Those devils care about their reputation in the international community. So these foreign journalists who are supposed to leave Jinling tonight need to stay. Then how do we keep them? I don't have any particularly good ideas. My method is simple and crude. That is to blow up their ships, making it impossible for them to leave. But the ones blowing up the ships cannot be from Daxia, because if these foreign journalists discover this, they will hold a grudge against the Daxia military and civilians. and will not cooperate with John Bell to negotiate for expanding the safe zone. So the ones who blow up their ships must also be foreigners. Understand, comrades. For those who have taken on the roles of foreign journalists, the people's test of you has come. Next, the lives of 150,000 compatriots in Jinling rest on your shoulders. Explosives and grenades, comrades from the military will provide for you. Before dark, go to Xuanwu Gate to collect the explosives. Whether or not we can successfully double the safe zone depends on you. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with a ghostly light. UMO looked at him with an oddly strange expression. Are you using me as a loudspeaker? Lin Yan chuckled dryly, but his complexion turned even paler. Don't mind it. Who told you that you're the biggest streamer among all comrades? We are comrades now. After all, a comrade's voice is louder than the sky. The corners of UMO's eyes twitched a few times. Can't you go live yourself? What's wrong? Is your identity so mysterious? Can't be exposed? Lin Yan blinked a few times. He recalled the posts in the forum, those players posting. Dog Planner bounty notices, Dog Planner wanted ads. Posts offering 30,000 for the residential address of a Dog Planner. He shook his head firmly. For personal reasons, I can't go live. At 8:30 tonight, I'll leave the mission to blow up the foreigner ferry to you all. Comrade UMO, I need to log off for now. My body can't hold on any longer. Please ask the nurse here to give me another shot of painkiller. I will log back in 2 hours. Lin Yan was already sweating coldly on his forehead. UMO saw Lin Yan's pupils gradually dilate, and then he suddenly collapsed forward, falling directly onto UMO. UMO's expression changed. It was then she noticed that Lin Yan's shoulder was already soaked with blood. His wound had opened up at some point, and blood was flowing continuously. UMO immediately turned and shouted, "Nurse! Where's the nurse? Come help him." Then she turned back, staring at Lin Yan's pale face. In this world, with 100% pain simulation, the effect of the painkiller should have worn off long ago. How did he hold on until now? Indeed, the players still immersed in this world no longer regarded this place as a game. In everyone's eyes, this was the city of Jinling in 1937 of a parallel world. The only ones who can save our compatriots are ourselves. This is a redemption separated by 100 years. Chapter 34 this time, I come to save you. When will the family feud and national hatred end? How can an inch of land belong to others? At the same time that UMO murmured softly, in the real world, Yanbei City, on the 27th floor of the Alphabet Jump Technology Building, in the conference room. The holographic projector in the conference room projected the quarterly report's holographic chart into the air, with blue numbers flowing like a waterfall. A plump product director was passionately explaining the user growth curve, his lips flapping up and down, and the spittle sparkling in the projection beam. Zhang Mingyuan sat at the end of the conference table, pretending to type on a holographic keyboard. But in reality, his portable computer was hidden under the table, and the screen displayed the interface of a red forum. Just then, a highlighted post suddenly popped up, urgently calling all comrades who drew the foreign journalist role. His finger trembled violently, and the virtual keyboard emitted a soft beep. The product director's gaze swept over like a searchlight, and Zhang Mingyuan quickly lowered his head to pretend to take notes. But after the product director shifted his gaze away, he hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but click on that post, because he was also a closed beta player of the Jinling Defense War. And the character he drew was a German journalist named Adolf Bernhard. The content of the post made Zhang Mingyuan's temples throb. He had always thought that this character he drew was just a slacker role, but he didn't expect that suddenly the lives of 150,000 compatriots would rest on his shoulders. He blinked uncontrollably. Memories suddenly flashed back to his childhood. His grandmother's rough palm rubbed his head, and the old woman's murky eyes reflected the anti-Japanese war drama playing on the TV. Little Mingyuan, his grandmother's Jinling accent always trembled like ripples. Today's TV dramas are too fake. When Grandma was young, she really experienced the Japanese. It was nothing like what was on TV. At that time, he didn't know his grandmother's suffering. He could only blink his innocent eyes. Did Grandma, like the warriors on TV, beat those Japanese devils to the ground? Grandma was momentarily stunned, then suddenly cried out loud. No, no, I was still a child. Our family of 3 was about to eat the wontons my mom made when that group of Japanese kicked open our front door, guns in hand. They shot through my mom's thigh with one shot. My dad stood up, and before he could say anything, they dragged him out. In the yard, they beat him, stabbing him with bayonets. I knelt and begged them not to kill my dad, not to kill my dad. They hit me. One slap made me deaf in one ear. My mom crazily lunged at them, then turned and told me to run. I was so scared I froze. But I still listened to my mom and ran onto the street. But on the street, the road was full of blood, everywhere blood. I didn't know where to hide. I could only run into the reeds by the river. But even in the reeds by the river, there were corpses floating. I was not even 10 years old then, but I no longer had my dad and mom. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my cold that never got better, my dad and mom, worried I couldn't handle the journey, would have escaped Jinling long ago. In the conference room, with a thud, a thermos cup was accidentally knocked over and rolled to the ground. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the fallen thermos cup. They all looked at Zhang Mingyuan, who had somehow knocked over the thermos cup. The plump product director pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses at this moment. Xiao Zhang, what do you think about the user retention rate in the third quarter? Zhang Mingyuan raised his head. He first awkwardly stood up, then his stomach let out a perfectly timed gurgle. Manager Wang, I have no opinion on user retention, but I have a strong opinion about our company's cafeteria hygiene. Manager Wang, I might have to leave early today. You can deduct my attendance. I really can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom, and after that, I need to go home. I want to see my grandma. I miss her so much. In the conference room, everyone looked at Zhang Mingyuan incredulously. This usually the most honest and obedient customer operations person actually dared to leave early in front of the product manager. When did he become so bold? But Zhang Mingyuan didn't say another word. He clutched his portable computer and strode out of the conference room. He couldn't help but touch his pocket. The talisman his grandmother gave him before she passed away felt like it was burning in his pocket. Grandma, don't be afraid. Grandma, don't cry. The tragedy of that year was not your fault. It was never your fault. This time, let me save you. Guangnan City, the rooftop of a self-built house in an urban village. Li Xingtong flipped over the laundry basin, splashing soapy water onto the balcony. She rubbed her wet hands on her apron, then turned to look behind her. She had saved up for 2 months' salary to buy the holographic projector. The holographic projector was projecting the live broadcast of a summer lightning storm. In the live broadcast room, a woman in a qipao, gliding gracefully, returned to the hospital window, pulled out a cigarette, but upon catching sight of the wounded nearby, she put the cigarette away. Then, the beautiful woman in the qipao spoke in a hoarse voice. I don't know if there are comrades who have drawn the foreign journalist role watching my live broadcast. If you can see this, please log in as soon as possible. Anyway, I can no longer tell what is real and what is fake in this world. Damn it, Mom, I really can't tell anymore. Right now, I just want to save every compatriot here. Li Xingtong blinked a few times. Just then, a scolding voice came from downstairs. That dead girl is splashing water downstairs again. Why aren't you at the factory working? Aren't you going to support your sister? Li Xingtong did not respond. In her pupils, only the graceful woman in the qipao was reflected. The sunlight suddenly became dazzling, and Li Zhaodi squinted her eyes, seeing the school uniform hanging on the clothesline dripping water, forming small puddles on the ground. She suddenly remembered that many years ago, she went to Jinling with her mother, and in the dim exhibition hall of the memorial, she had seen a photo taken by a foreign journalist of a girl her age curled up in a corner, the hem of her qipao stained with blood. Her mother gently patted her head at that time. Daughter, don't be afraid. Such things will never happen again. Our country is no longer a poor and weak nation. Mom knows that Xingtong, your dream is to be a soldier. Being a female soldier is very hard. But my Xingtong is both smart and brave. If you become a soldier, you will definitely not be worse than the boys. At that time, her dad had not divorced her mom yet, and her mom had not passed away. That beautiful family of 4 had not fallen apart. Little her was full of hopes for the future. Li Xingtong bit her lip at that moment. Mom, it's been so many years. The daughter you had high hopes for didn't get into the military academy. Didn't become a female soldier, and now can only work in the factory screwing bolts every day. Mom, you must be very disappointed. Mom, growing up is really unhappy. Just living has already exhausted all my strength. But Mom, I suddenly found that in another world, it seems I can become a hero, although I don't even know the meaning of doing this. But I still want to give it a try. You know, my childhood wish has always been different from others. I don't have a specific career I want to pursue. I just want to be a hero. A heroine who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Li Xingtong smiled broadly. She no longer hesitated and rushed down the stairs in 3 steps at a time. She ran to the somewhat old holographic helmet. She raised her hand and stroked the holographic helmet in front of her. Mom, I miss you so much. Mom, you're watching from above. Let your daughter be a hero for once. Meanwhile, in the landlord's room downstairs, the sound of an old record player could be heard. The old record player was playing a melodious opera. The booming drums and the sound of horns stirred up my lofty ambitions. In those days, the peach blossoms were majestic, and the enemy's blood splattered on the pomegranate skirts. In my lifetime, I must fulfill my duty. How could I let the land belong to others? What is the worth of the foreign king's clown? I can block 1,000,000 soldiers with one sword. In Yanbei City, in the old alleys of Shiqing District, in front of a shop that specializes in selling live fish, Wang Ziheng dropped the fish-slicing knife in his hand with a clatter onto the chopping board, the bloody blade causing the fish bladder to jump twice. He didn't have time to wipe the fishy smell from his hands, and, trembling, picked up the ultra-thin phone propped up on a stand beside the chopping board. The phone's mini projector displayed a holographic projection screen that was also broadcasting a summer lightning livestream. Wang Ziheng blinked a few times. The bulb above the fish stall swayed in the cold wind, casting his shadow on the wet cement ground, resembling a puddle of melted ink. Wang Ziheng's lips trembled slightly. 150,000. He turned around and ran back into shop. Behind a shop filled with fish tanks, there was a back room. On the wall of the back room hung a black and white photo. In the photo was an elderly man with a stern smile. Below the memorial portrait, in addition to red candles and offerings, there was also a book. At this moment, Wang Ziheng picked up that book. The cover of the book had 4 large characters. Wang Family Genealogy. He opened the genealogy, stroking the names on it. 14 years of resistance. My old Wang family, members dwindling. Second grandpa, great-great-grandfather. The village chief of Ling Mountain Village, Chuiyang County, Chilu Province. Cause of death. Captured and killed by the Japanese. Grandpa, great-grandfather. A Chinese medicine doctor, died in prison after being captured by the Japanese for treating soldiers of the anti-Japanese Allied forces. Aunt, my grandfather's aunt. A member of the anti-Japanese Allied forces, sacrificed during a Japanese sweep. Older aunt, a women's rescue committee worker, captured and insulted to death by the Japanese during a retreat. Cousin, the eldest daughter of my second grandpa, a student during the Fuyang anti-Japanese war, sacrificed in battle against the Japanese. Uncle, the son of the second grandpa, killed in the snow on the battlefield against the Japanese, at the time already a squad leader. Grandma's younger sister, a civilian, was taken by the Japanese to Songhu as a military prostitute, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide by hanging. The granddaughter of the second grandpa, aged 8, was killed during a Japanese sweep of the village. My grandfather's first wife, a civilian, age 17, was stabbed to death by the Japanese for protecting my great-grandfather's whereabouts. Third uncle, a militia member, sacrificed while attacking a Japanese stronghold. Third aunt, the District Women's Association president, also sacrificed during an encounter with traitors after killing one, suspected to be pregnant at the time, resulting in the end of their line. My cousin, age 5 months, was smothered to death by my great-aunt during a Japanese sweep while fleeing due to crying. My mom's aunt's husband, a militia squad leader, was captured and skinned alive by the Japanese. My mom's great-uncle, an instructor in a certain company of the resistance, had his head chopped off by the Japanese. My great-grandfather swore an oath with 13 brothers, also recognizing my grandfather as a godfather. The 13 brothers fought together against the Japanese. By the end of the war, all 13 brothers except for my grandfather had died, all sacrificed. In my family, not counting distant relatives, 14 people were killed by the Japanese. The youngest was 5 months old, and the oldest was 51. 7 males and 7 females. One household was left without heirs. One person was suspected to be pregnant. Wang Ziheng stroked the genealogy. He then looked up at the black and white memorial portrait in front of him. Grandpa, you said that your biggest wish in this life was to see our country take revenge. To be honest, that wish is too grand. Even I don't know if I will see that day. But now, there is a world where it's hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood, where Jinling City is surrounded on all sides, and my compatriots are suffering. They need me to save them. What do you think, Grandpa? Wang Ziheng looked up at the portrait. Grandpa, I know what to do. Just then, a woman's scream came from outside the shop. Old Wang, where are you? Aren't you selling fish? Wang Ziheng turned his head. Not selling. We're closing early today. Outside came the sound of cursing. Hey, what's this? There's business, and you're not doing it? Are you out of your mind? Wang Ziheng was neither angry nor annoyed. He turned and pressed a button in the back room. The shop's rolling shutter door automatically descended. He took off his apron and picked up a blue holographic helmet placed on the table in the back room. Earlier, he thought he had drawn a foreign devil. But now looking at it, damn it, this is a hidden character. Wang Ziheng grinned while putting on the holographic helmet. He took out his phone and posted a reply in the Crimson Game forum. Comrades, American journalist John Smith is ready. Let us meet at Xuanwu Gate. Those foreign reporters shouldn't even think about leaving. The flag is flying high, the horse is whistling, good men, the time to serve the country is now. Chapter 35. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. United, we shall forge our new Great Wall. When Lin Yan logged into the game again, the first thing he smelled was a strong metallic scent of blood. The rusty smell clung to the back of his throat, making him feel as if he were holding a rusty blade. He opened his eyes. The moldy stains on the ceiling swayed in his vision, and the stretcher beneath him jutted painfully into his spine. Impatient shouts came from behind. Make way! Make way! Chaotic footsteps approached, and 4 orderlies rushed past him, carrying a stretcher overhead. The person on the stretcher had only half of their left leg remaining, and the bandages wrapped around the stump were already soaked, with drops of blood splattering onto Lin Yan's face like broken strings of red coral beads. Suddenly, the wounded man convulsed, a wheezing sound escaping his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the wall, staining the white surface with a mark of crimson. Lin Yan struggled to prop himself up. He looked around and realized he was lying in a hospital corridor, but the corridor had transformed into a hell on earth. Stretchers were lined up in 3 rows, all occupied by the wounded. Some had only received rudimentary bandaging and were left here. Others had cracked lips, desperately wanting a sip of water but unable to make a sound, while some had ashen faces, their weak moans resembling the wails of tormented spirits. The sputum containers in the corner were already full, yellow-green vomit oozing into the cracks of the tiles, mingling with the blood into a bizarre purple. Nurses' screams echoed. The 7th amputation saw is broken. Bandages. Who saw the last roll of bandages? Hold it down. His intestines are coming out. A big-nosed foreigner burst out of an operating room. His expression was frantic as he kicked over a cart of instruments blocking his path. The shattering of glass silencing the corridor for half a second. The doctor, clutching his sweat-soaked blonde hair, shouted in English, "There's no anesthesia. There's nothing left." His white coat was stained with some unknown red and white liquid and fragments of bone, with blood still dripping from his sleeves. Lin Yan staggered to his feet, using the wall for support, and noticed that his left shoulder had been rebandaged. However, dull pain still radiated from beneath the bandages, as if a blunt knife were slowly sawing through his bones. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the end of the corridor. A dozen smoke-stained soldiers rushed in carrying a door panel, on which lay a person covered with a military blanket. The leading sergeant, dressed in military uniform, had the insignia of a major on his uniform, but the officer's face was covered in blood, and the corner of his forehead appeared to have been grazed by a stray bullet, his vocal cords seemingly burned by gunpowder. "Where's the doctor? Doctor, come out quickly." The enemy has launched a full-scale assault on the front line. The Qishao mountain position has fallen. The reinforcements sent by the higher-ups to our regiment are a training company, and all the soldiers in that training company are damn college students. The sergeant's voice faltered. He pulled back the military blanket covering the body on the panel, revealing a young man in his 20s, with several gunshot wounds scattered across his shoulder blades, thighs, and forearms. The wounds had been simply bandaged, but blood was still gushing out, staining the wooden board beneath him red. This training company now had only this one survivor left. "Quick, someone save him." A blonde nurse rushed over. She glanced at the wounded man on the board and decisively shook her head. In broken Chinese, she spoke, "The blood bank has long been empty. Even anesthesia is gone. Several surgeons have not rested for over 48 hours. Your comrade has lost too much blood. God has not protected him." The major first froze, then suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. His trembling hands clutched the hem of the nurse's white coat, his knuckles turning white from the grip. "Damn God, they say you foreign doctors and nurses are amazing. How come you can't save a child?" The officer's voice seemed to squeeze out from shattered lungs. "He is a college student. A college student. Do you know how many college students there are in the entire Great Xiao?" The officer held onto the nurse's clothing, refusing to let go. He began to cry uncontrollably. "Our 103rd Division is a local ragtag army. The difference between us and the regular troops is vast. The brothers in the unit, though they're all fighting, each have their own agendas. Throughout this battle, from soldiers to officers, everyone thinks fighting is fine, but risking their lives to fight for you officials is out of the question, even with the enemy surrounding Jinling City. Our ragtag army never intended to fight to the death with Jinling City. But damn it, the command post in Jinling City, for some reason, sent a training company made up of college students from various other provinces to our regiment. This training company was supposed to serve as a propaganda unit in Jinling, but the college students in that training company were unwilling and managed to persuade the company commander and even the regiment commander pushing their way from the city to the front lines. These college students are the pride of heaven, the elite of knowledge. The officials in the command post, no matter how crazy they are, would never really throw them into the front lines. I know the reason they were sent to our regiment. Because our regiment is a battlefield veteran unit, lacking in everything. But we have the best survival and situational awareness skills in the entire division. Even on the front lines, if the enemy attacks, we can take these college students to the edge of the battlefield to shoot a few rounds. Then, at the right moment, we can use trucks to send all these college students back to the rear for propaganda. These college students are treasures. They cannot really die on the battlefield. The task of guarding the Qisha Mountain position did not fall on our regiment. Our regiment's task was to intercept the enemy's small reconnaissance units. We encountered that group of enemies at the southern foothills of Qisha Mountain. There were about several hundred of them when our regiment's reconnaissance company discovered them. They also noticed us, and the two groups faced off across a small creek. But soon, that group of enemies brought out their light machine guns, and the regiment commander panicked at the sight. If we chose to encircle them, there was only this one crossing point nearby. If we took the long way around, the enemy reinforcements might arrive. If we charged directly, we feared that few would survive under their fire. Our regiment was willing to fight the enemy, but did not want to risk our lives. The commander attempted several attacks, a few men died, and after being repelled, he was basically ready to cool off that zeal and prepare to retreat. But then the college students suddenly came over. They questioned the commander about why he wasn't organizing an attack. We haven't even gone yet. The commander told them that our regiment was preparing to retreat, and guarding the Qisha Mountain position was not our task. Upon hearing about the retreat, the college students exploded, shouting about every inch of mountains and rivers being worth an inch of blood, declaring they would not retreat. Among those college students, there was a clever leader who said he could help the commander control the situation, but they could not just retreat like that. They were a group of young men, full of vigor. If they retreated like this, they definitely wouldn't be able to swallow their pride. A group of people leaving the team privately to take revenge can easily lead to trouble. It's better to have a commander leading us in a battle and then retreat afterward. If we don't truly fight, we might just fire a few shots. The regiment commander slapped his thigh at that moment, thinking he had found someone who understood. But he wasn't completely at ease and sent the deputy commander and several staff officers to keep an eye on things. When the situation seemed off, they immediately retreated. But just 5 minutes after the deputy commander and staff officers arrived, gunfire erupted from the position of the company where those college students were. The regiment commander and several officers were shocked to see some of the staff officers following the college students who had taken the lead, shouting, "I die for my country. I die with honor," charging straight into the enemy's fire. The regiment commander was almost driven mad with anger, disregarding his troops and leading us directly into the fray. When we got there, we found the deputy commander being watched by 2 students. The other students had formed small teams, taking turns charging to the front lines. The regiment commander's eyes were blazing with anger, and he pressed the muzzle of his pistol directly against the deputy commander's forehead. Later, we learned that the students had heard from scouts about how their compatriots had been insulted and killed by the enemy. They had heard about some events in the occupied areas. So when the deputy commander and staff officers arrived, they were immediately threatened with guns, and the students, with red eyes, told them they wanted to avenge their compatriots, unafraid of death, declaring that they were citizens of Daxia in life and ghosts of Daxia in death. They had all enlisted, fully prepared to die for their fellow countrymen. If you officials are afraid of dying, then please stand here for a few minutes and don't obstruct us from avenging our compatriots. The staff officers were furious, cursing loudly. Are you really Daxia people? We've been soldiers for so many years, and we can't compare to you young kids. The staff officers grabbed their guns and charged to the front, shouting, "Let me show you what real veterans are like. A bunch of rookie kids." The deputy commander almost led the charge too, but thought someone needed to report to the regiment commander, so he stayed behind. Those damn little brats. The major officer had bloodshot eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, tears streaming down his face, and then he suddenly slapped himself several times. Those little brats knew nothing about warfare. This battlefield was not where they should be. They should be doctors, engineers, teachers, not on the battlefield, running like wooden poles, afraid that others would miss them. They shouted for Daxia, but how could they not consider that when the gunfire erupted, a row of people fell down in droves? Just like that. No one showed any sign of cowardice. They hesitated for a moment, and then yelled about serving the country and rushed forward again. A company of college students managed to reach the enemy's position in less than a minute. The major officer, in a frenzy, gripped the nurse's clothing with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, pounding the ground in fury. Those damn kids, slow down. Live a little longer. You bunch of college students, you shouldn't be dying here. You little ancestors, damn it, do you want me to never forgive myself for the rest of my life? Damn your ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it, a bunch of little brats, over 100 of them, and a large portion just fell down. Damn it. Their pants were wet, tears streaming down their faces, terrified college students, and yet they ran to the enemy's position, crying and wetting their pants. Out of a company of college students, fewer than 30 managed to cross the fire line, and those 30 students, together holding grenades, charged at the machine gun position. They charged. I never expected they would rush toward the enemy's machine gun position. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Students who hadn't trained much couldn't even throw grenades well. Their shooting skills were poor, and they barely hit anyone. The only tactic they could think of was to charge forward with grenades, using themselves as human bombs. The enemy was stunned. They had never seen such ferocity. These weren't people fighting out of desperation. How could they not care for their lives? Several enemy firing positions were silenced by the students' grenades, and those who were still alive basically charged into the enemy's ranks. Originally, the regiment commander and deputy commander were organizing a retreat. Veteran soldiers were already prepared to regroup. Seeing this scene, we and the regiment commander, without thinking, felt our eyes redden, and the commander led us and the guard company directly to the front. The remaining veteran soldiers in the regiment also didn't organize themselves. Upon learning about the students, they charged forward as a whole regiment. At 2:32 p.m., the Chisha Mountain position fell, but the enemy we faced was annihilated. This was the first major victory for our regiment since the outbreak of the war. The first victory, but the cost was that an entire company of college students was almost wiped out. In the end, we only saved one. He was hit during the charge, but not fatally, and we dragged him back. For a nurse, I don't know any god. I only know that your hospital is the best in Jinling. This child behind me, named Yuan Shao, is a third-year medical student at Jinling University. If he studies well, he should become a doctor in the future. Those hands should heal and save lives. Not hold a grenade in one hand and a gun in the other on the battlefield. But the country has reached such a point that these students have been forced to the battlefield. Well, he wasn't unconscious. He told me that when we students decided to charge, we never thought we would come back alive. Everyone was ready with a grenade. And as long as we had breath left, we wouldn't let the enemy take our lives for free. Even if we perished together, the enemy couldn't outlast us. You don't want us on the battlefield. But we are also Daxia people. We want to avenge our compatriots, and we want to fight the enemy with you. Why is it only allowed for you to meet the king of hell? What is wrong with being a college student? A college student is a person. And are you not people? At least we can carry guns with you and walk the road to the underworld with you. We are all compatriots. The officer's voice was torn. His wailing echoed throughout the hospital, his cries like a rusty saw being pulled back and forth in the hospital corridor. His forehead pressed against the cold floor tiles. His cap rolled aside, revealing a bleeding wound on his forehead. Tears mixed with blood pooled on the ground, reflecting the swaying light bulb on the ceiling. His throat emitted a choking sound, and his fingers scratched 5 bloody lines on the ground. He cried out, "We are all compatriots. We are all compatriots." These children should have been in school, continuing their studies, studying well. If they studied well, they would all have great futures. But they all died. All of them died. We barely brought back one. Please save him. Please save him. I bow to you. The officer, while crying and wailing, kept bowing to the foreign nurse. Behind him, a group of men covered in smoke and blood who had charged into the hospital also knelt on the ground, bowing to the nurse. The foreign nurse was immediately flustered. But just then, the foreign doctor who had just kicked over the equipment cart came over. He pressed down on the foreign nurse's shoulder, his voice hoarse. "Take him to the operating room and tell these soldiers that I can save him, but there is not enough blood in the blood bank. I need their blood." The foreign nurse was momentarily taken aback. Then she raised her hand and pulled up the officer who was kneeling on the ground. Dr. Norman said he could save this young man, but the blood bank is out of blood. Who among you can donate blood? The officer, pulled up by the foreign nurse, rolled up his sleeve without hesitation. "I can. Take as much as you need." Then the soldiers behind him followed suit. Those battle-hardened veterans also rolled up their sleeves one by one. "Take mine. I have plenty of it. Damn it, I may not have anything else, but I have a lot of blood. Take mine. I'm young. My blood is fresh." Before the foreign nurse could speak again, there was suddenly a commotion behind her. In the entire corridor of injured soldiers, every conscious soldier at that moment rolled up their sleeves. "Blood? I have some too. Save our college student. It's not easy for our country to produce a college student. My life is strong. Take mine first." I'm coming. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not worried about my body being drained. Take mine first. In the corridor, among those rolling up their sleeves, was also Lin Yan. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, united as one. We will forge a new great wall with our flesh and blood. Chapter 36. 100,000 youths, 100,000 troops. Passion ignites the spirit of battle. Hope entrusted to the young today. The sunset time in Jinling City is much earlier than usual. The setting sun is like blood, dyeing the entire corridor a deep red. Outside the window, the roar of the Japanese bomber draws closer, shaking the stained glass windows, causing shards of glass to fall from the frames. In the corridor, countless arms are raised high, like a forest forged from steel. Those arms, marked with traces of gunpowder, bulge with veins clearly visible. Some bite through their bandages with their teeth to lift their immobilized arms, exposing unhealed wounds. Others struggle to prop themselves up from stretchers, trembling as they extend their emaciated arms. The blue-eyed foreign nurse's eyes glisten with tears. She takes a deep breath, clasping her hands in front of her chest, her voice trembling. No, we don't need so many, just a few. She turns to the officer in front of her. In his current condition, he can't move. Can someone help him to the operating room? The blood-soaked officer wipes the blood and tears from his face, turns around, and shouts hoarsely. Class 3, continue to lift the wounded. Everyone else, make way. The 4 soldiers, already carrying the stretcher, immediately move forward. And in the corridor, the injured, able to move, all prop themselves up. As the stretcher moves forward, the wounded in the corridor lean forward like waves of wheat blown by the wind. They all want to catch a glimpse of that young college student's face. An old soldier with a severed right arm uses his left hand to prop himself up, stretching his neck, with blood crusted on his stubble. He takes one look and quickly turns his face away, his Adam's apple bobbing as if swallowing a piece of red-hot coal. Beside the stretcher, a young soldier with his abdomen wrapped in bandages suddenly sits up. He stands on tiptoe, his gaze following the blood-stained stretcher, his lips trembling but unable to make a sound. Drops of blood seeping through the gaps in his bandages fall one by one onto the ground. In the corner, an old soldier with graying hair slowly raises his hand. His frostbitten fingers hover in the air, as if wanting to touch that young face through the air. His hand finally falls back to his empty trousers, fingers digging deep into the stumps of his thighs, causing the bandages to ooze blood. My country, he murmurs to the spittoon in the corner, half a chewed bandage floating inside. It will never perish. As the stretcher disappears behind the operating room door, the entire corridor becomes silent, allowing the sound of dripping blood to be heard. The setting sun stretches everyone's shadows long, intertwining like an ever-living forest. Lin Yan stands not far from the old soldier, leaning against the wall. His voice is hoarse. This country will never perish because of you. At that moment, Lin Yan hears the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The setting sun slants through the corridor, casting a golden-red hue over the mottled bloodstains. A woman in a purple-black peony cheapao stands at the junction of light and shadow, the purple of her dress dark and blood-like in the slanting light. Strands of hair fall from her bun, resting against her ears, like ink stains spreading on rice paper. She raises her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, the jade bracelet on her wrist clinking against the wall tiles with a ringing sound. Lin Yan stares at the rolled-up sleeves of her dress. You've been here all along? Why are your sleeves rolled up too? Are you planning to donate blood for that college student as well? You must weiß Swiss Gentvi. She walks beside Lin Yan, her eyes like hidden autumn waters, showing a hint of fatigue. I went back to Jinling Women's College to have the sisters at Jianshan Garden pack up the luggage, but I hurried back an hour ago. I've been in the hospital this whole time. That college student, naturally, he must be saved. In this era, a college student is extremely precious. They could very well become the pillars of the nation in the future. So, you didn't enter my live stream after you logged out of the game? Lin Yan shakes his head. In 2 hours, I spent 10 minutes eating, and the remaining hour and 50 minutes were all spent catching up on sleep. The situation in Jinling City is urgent. There isn't much time for me to rest. Have the comrades who drew the foreign reporter roles contacted you? UMO rubs her temples. I just logged out of the game about 20 minutes ago. I checked the live stream comments and the forums. Currently, at least 5 comrades who drew the foreign reporter roles have gone to Xuanwu Gate to collect grenades and explosives. None of the foreign reporters stranded in Jinling City will be able to escape. They have no choice but to cooperate with us. Everyone come here to save Jinling. Even if you don't want to, you must help. A glint of coldness flashes in Yamo's eyes, but this coldness quickly turns to worry. Outside Jinling City, The enemy's attacks are becoming increasingly fierce. The latest news on the forum states that our comrades have lost about 2,000 people and have all been forced offline. Now we have less than 50,000 comrades left. How much longer can the outer defenses of Jinling City hold? Lin Yan raises his eyelids, glancing at UMO. 5 days. To be precise, it should be less than 5 days. In 5 days, Jinling City will completely fall. UMO gasps. 5 days. We have less than 5 days left. Lin Yan then rubs his temples. After blowing up the foreign reporters' ferry tonight, we will begin preparations to gather the 6 ferries from the Williams shipyard to evacuate personnel from Jinling. John Bell and Sister Wei Silin have agreed to help. The citizens currently in the safe zone can be prioritized for transfer. About 18,000 people. The 6 ferries will set sail together. Although this will increase the risk of exposure, with old William personally accompanying the boats, even if we encounter the enemy's warships. The likelihood of safely crossing the Chu River is high. However, to be safe, we still need to place our comrades on each ferry. At this moment, Lin Yan's gaze is intense as he looks at UMO. UMO frowns slightly. What do you mean? Do you want me to come aboard? Lin Yan nods. Old William was once a German naval lieutenant. To negotiate with him, someone who can keep him in check is necessary. Someone who has strategy and means. I can't think of anyone more suitable than you. UMO contemplates for a moment. After going aboard, can I return to Jinling City? Lin Yan raises an eyebrow. If you want it, it should be possible, but it will be very difficult. You will need to break through the enemy's encirclement from the outside. You Montag Smedes boldly. As long as I can come back, then I accept this mission. I won't feel at ease unless I see these civilians safely leave Jinling City. So, what are your plans for tonight? Are you going to blow up the ships at Shaoguan, or are you going to shelter to evacuate the civilians? Lin Yan's eyes flash with a mysterious light. He turns to look towards the southeast side of the corridor, where the operating room of the college student lying on the stretcher is located. Neither. I plan to put the coup on the agenda. The biggest problem with the defending troops in Jinling is that they have lost their morale. The Battle of Songhu dealt a heavy blow to those predecessors. Yet I just clearly saw a group of veterans transformed into a fearless and valiant army. I know that the spirit of the Great Xia still exists. The Great Wall of Steel still stands. What ignited the battle spirit of this veteran army is a group of passionate youths, scattered across the various legions. Those fearless comrades, charging forward while crying, ultimately died without a complete corpse, without a place to be buried. Who among them is not a passionate youth? The time is almost up. You just said that in this world, the comrades we have left number less than 50,000, which means in nearly a day, we've lost 50,000 comrades. The sacrifice of these 50,000 comrades is not without meaning. The meaning of the dead's death is given by the living. Their sacrifice will ignite the battle spirit of the Jinling Guard army. The current Jinling Guard should truly have the thought of coexisting or perishing with Jinling. Once the soldiers' morale has been successfully consolidated, the next step is to deal with the officers. To successfully mutiny, relying solely on our comrades in the army is not enough. We need greater support. I have investigated. In the Jinling Guard army, besides the various legions, there is also a special team composed of university students and military academy students, the Instructional Corps, totaling over 12,000 people. All of them are passionate youths. There are also our comrades in this team. And the Instructional Corps is stationed in a barracks adjacent to the command center of the Jinling Guard army. As long as we can incite these 12,000 passionate youths, the mutiny can be said to be well within our grasp. An inch of mountains and rivers is an inch of blood. With 100,000 youths, there are 100,000 armies. The world belongs to the powerful, and it also belongs to the youth, but ultimately, it is the youths. Young people are full of vitality, flourishing like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Hope should be placed in the youth. Chapter 37. The war has turned out this way. All soldiers are guilty. The life of a soldier is intertwined with the nation's suffering. The night is like a piece of tattered cloth soaked in blood, heavy and dark over the city of Jinling. Lin Yan walks on a long street, stepping on the rubble scattered everywhere. This street is called Yunhu Street, once one of the main commercial streets of Jinling. Before the war broke out, both sides of the street were lined with shops, some selling rare foreign goods, but now, the street is empty and desolate. With each step Lin Yan takes, he even stirs up fine dust. He gazes into the distance and can hear the rumbling sound coming from the southeast. That must be the sound of heavy artillery from the Japanese invaders firing. Following Yunhu Street eastward is the group of enemies currently launching an assault on Taiping Gate. Lin Yan can even see flames flickering in the direction of Taiping Gate, like the last gasp of a dying person. The smell of burnt flesh mixed with gunpowder invades his nostrils, and taking a breath makes his lungs ache. Ahead, an old man squats at the street corner with a carrying pole. On either end of the pole are bamboo baskets, one filled with a moldy quilt, and the other carrying a 3- or 4-year-old girl. The girl clutches a piece of bread as hard as stone, with saliva mixing with crumbs dripping down. The old man's straw sandals have holes, revealing his frostbitten, purple toes. Yet he only looks lovingly at the girl in the basket. Lin Yan instinctively takes a few steps towards the old man. Old man, go northwest. The foreigners have set up a safe zone there, Lin Yan hoarsely reminds him. The old man, startled like a quail, quickly pulls his neck in and presses the girl down into the basket. The bamboo basket creaks, startling the crows pecking at the debris nearby. Seeing the old man's terrified eyes, Lin Yan doesn't speak again, but continues forward. Ahead is a burnt 2-story tea house. As Lin Yan walks past the charred tea house, he almost collides with a mother and child. The woman has tied her baby to her chest with hemp rope, and on her back, she carries a bulging blue cloth bundle. The corner of the bundle reveals half a copy of the 3-character classic, its pages stained with muddy fingerprints. She takes a few steps and looks back, as if something is chasing her. But it is only a limping, stray dog licking the blackened flesh on a utility pole. But what shocks Lin Yan the most is a family of 5 at the intersection. The father drags his stroke-afflicted mother on a door plank, the plank scraping over the bluestone and leaving faint blood marks. The eldest son carries an ancestral tablet, while the little girl clutches a cloth tiger with a broken leg. As they pass a dark alley, a disheveled madman suddenly jumps out, snatching the cloth tiger and laughing as he stuffs rotten vegetable leaves into its belly. The little girl cries out, and her mother immediately covers her mouth, turning the cry into muffled sobs. The night wind blows a flyer into Lin Yan's face. The lead type declaring a vow to coexist with Jinling has been soaked by the rain, looking like lines of black tears. He raises his hand to throw the flyer on the ground, but notices a message written sloppily on the back with charcoal. Father went to Taiping Gate to fight the Japanese, and the girl is following her mother. Lin Yan sighs. At that moment, the cannon fire from the southeast suddenly intensifies, illuminating half the street. On the dilapidated Yunhu Street, cries suddenly erupt. Those refugees, trying to escape to the safe zone under the cover of night, quicken their pace. Lin Yan sees his shadow cast against a broken wall, stretched long as if reaching for the backs of those fleeing. Lin Yan lowers his head to glance at the wristwatch he is wearing, the dial already cracked. The hour hand points to 7:46. According to the previously established plan, there are still 14 minutes left. At the Dawang dock, the role of a foreign journalist has been assigned, and the ship will soon be blown up. Whether the safe zone can be expanded depends on this decisive moment. This time, Lin Yan chose not to go personally. The foreign ships must be blown up by the foreigners themselves. The plan has already been laid out. The only thing he needs to do next is to trust his comrades. UMO and Su Shaoqing are now coordinating with Sister Wei Silin and John Bell to transfer the refugees who have escaped to the safe zone onto the ferries at Li Weilian Dockyard. The 6 ferries will transport these refugees to safety, and the vacated shelters can receive new refugees. Everything has been arranged. Lin Yan only hopes his plan goes smoothly, without any mistakes or accidents. Any slight error could lead to the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of compatriots. The lives of hundreds of thousands rest on his shoulders, and he now deeply feels what it means to walk on thin ice. Lin Yan's breathing grows heavier as he continues forward. The night is as dark as ink, and the silhouette of a building surrounded by high walls appears especially eerie under the illumination of the cannon fire. It is a European-style complex with spires and arched windows, its gray-white stone walls covered in withered vines. 2 Roman columns stand on either side of the main entrance, the bullet marks on the columns resembling some eerie relief. The iron gate is tightly locked, and the brass school badge hanging above the door sways slightly in the wind. The words Jinling Army Officer School blackened by smoke yet still exuding a sharp and lethal aura. Lin Yan's footsteps startled an owl resting on the gate tower. The creature flapped its wings and flew up, brushing against the school badge, which emitted a vibrating hum. In that sound, he saw a young man in military uniform standing straight in front of the gate. The young man was like a drawn dagger, standing firm, with shiny boots and a tightly cinched belt. The moonlight cut across his brow from under his military cap, casting a hard shadow on his nose. He had his left hand resting on his gun holster, and his right hand hung by his side, fingers clearly defined, gripping a wrinkled telegram. The night wind whipped up the gravel, rustling the hem of the young man's uniform, the sound of fabric rubbing mixed with the crisp sound of metal clashing. Lin Yan squinted to see the insignia on his epaulette. He was indeed a regimental officer. Another round of cannon fire roared from a distance, and the flash of the explosion suddenly elongated the young man's shadow. That shadow slashed across the bluestone slabs in front of the military school, extending all the way to Lin Yan's feet. He seemed to be waiting for someone, or perhaps waiting for an answer. The fingers pressing against the holster unconsciously tapped the leather, the rhythm oddly matching the faint sound of machine gun fire from the southeast. When Lin Yan's footsteps stopped 5 meters away, the young man suddenly looked up. His eyes, bright and frightening, seemed to absorb all the light from Jinling into his pupils. Lin Yan's gaze also brightened at that moment. He quickly stepped forward, and the young officer came to meet him, not waiting for Lin Yan to speak before grasping his hand. "This is our first meeting. Our commander. My name is Songhu, the artillery chief of Jinling Army Officer School, with the rank of colonel. Of course, this is just my role in this world. My real name is Dai Muyun, ID. Send you a little carp." Lin Yan grinned. "Lu Yan. As for the real name, it doesn't matter. What a joke. Once the identity I planned is exposed, I probably won't be able to survive in this world." Songhu nodded. He didn't care about the details. "I learned about your plan from the live broadcast of Summer Lightning. Your judgment is very accurate. The students at the university are the most passionate and easily incited. They have long been dissatisfied with many of the current decisions made by those in power. As for holding Jinling at all costs, most students at the school actually support that. However, they mostly hold doubts about whether the high-ranking officials in the command can truly fight to the end. Most of the students in the school come from distinguished backgrounds and have a deep understanding of the temperament of the current rulers. Many students doubt that if the enemy truly breaches the city of Jinling, those generals who shout about fighting to the death with Jinling will simply flee at the first sign of danger." Lin Yan couldn't help but scoff. No wonder they are top students at a military academy. Their judgment is not without reason. "So, what do you think is the likelihood of inciting these students to join us in a military coup?" "To be honest, although I have attempted to save Jinling 36 times, this would be my first military coup." Songhu suddenly raised the telegram that he had been clutching in his hand, before intercepting this telegram. Even if the students at the military academy and the university students who signed up for military service had grievances against the high-ranking officials in the command center of Jinling, I didn't think their willingness to stage a coup would exceed 30%. After all, the commander of the command center shouted that they would fight to the death for their position and would never give up an inch of land. This is quite stirring. The students at the military academy all believe that this General Tang, a first-class general, is a rare and valiant commander in these times. But after intercepting this telegram, I believe the possibility of these students in the military academy joining us in a coup can be raised to 90%. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. "Who is the telegram in your hand addressed to? What does it say?" Songhu grinned. "It is a telegram sent from the highest authority of the current Great Xia to General Tang. It states, if the situation cannot be maintained for long, one may withdraw at the appropriate time to regroup and prepare for a counterattack." This telegram was sent to the Jinling Command Center a few hours ago. According to established history, we all know what General Tang ultimately did, right? The general who shouted about fighting to the death for their position was the first to abandon the city and flee, causing the once prosperous ancient capital of Nanjing to become a ghost town filled with countless bones and a chilling atmosphere. Hundreds of thousands of compatriots died, tragically, and this General Tang cannot escape blame. Songhu expression suddenly darkened. Under the night sky, his eyes flickered with a cold light. The safety of Jinling should never have been entrusted to such a person from the very beginning. My duty is also that of a soldier. To say something unflattering to you, that general named Tang deserved to die. The fate of a soldier is intertwined with the nation's suffering. In this era, with the war going this way, no soldier of the Great Xia can be considered innocent. Our country is vast, and our military has not faced such defeat for thousands of years. The soldiers of this era owe too much to the common people of this era. So, Songhu throat moved, and he swallowed hard. The control of the military in Jinling must be in our hands. I don't know how well we can do, but we will definitely do better than that General Tang. At least we are not afraid to die in Jinling. The saying remains. The fate of a soldier is intertwined with the nation's suffering. Chapter 38. To live as a coward or to die as a hero. Twilight snow and morning frost never changed the spirit of a hero. At this moment, the sounds of cannon fire in the distance gradually diminished. The silver-white moonlight illuminated Songhu stern face, half in light and half in shadow. His brow bone was sharp as if chiseled by a knife, but under the shadow, his eyes burned with an almost obsessive flame, as if wanting to burn through the blood-soaked night. Lin Yan's pupils slightly constricted. He raised his hand to take the telegram that Songhu handed over. His fingers rubbed back and forth on the somewhat crumpled paper. Where was this telegram intercepted? Songhu grinned. It was intercepted from Song Qingwei. Songhu paused for a moment. Song Qingwei was the chief of staff beside General Tang, and also the biological father of the character I, Songhu, am playing. He came to find his son, wanting him to leave Jinling by boat as soon as possible. The garrison in Jinling would eventually abandon the city, but he didn't expect that his son, that is, I, would directly have him disarmed, and locked him in the office, and found this telegram in his briefcase. Lin Yan nodded. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes, but he was not overly surprised. Well done. He pressed his hand on Songhu's shoulder, feeling the rough texture of military fabric, yet underneath it radiated a hot body temperature. The sounds of cannon fire echoed again not far away, casting the overlapping shadows of the two men, elongated by the cannon fire, slanting against the mottled wall of the military academy, like a suddenly raised battle flag. How many people in the military academy know the contents of this telegram? Songhu exhaled a breath of turbid air. Currently, only I know, but if we want to spread this news within the military academy, it's not difficult. There are about 200 of our comrades in the academy. 2 section chiefs of the troops, including me, 12 instructors, and more than 100 students currently stationed on campus. If we want to spread this news within the academy, a few hours will be enough. Lin Yan nodded, his eyes shining even brighter. You really are a talent. Old Song, you've done a great job. Songhu shook his head. It's not a great job. Saving Jinling is more important than anything. In the current situation, inciting the students in the academy is not difficult. But even if we control the entire teaching corps of about 10,000 troops, there is still a long way to go to gain control over the entire Jinling garrison. The forces of the Jinling city garrison are mixed. That General Tang commands various leaders, many of whom have retreated from the battles in Songhu. Their troops only listen to their commander's orders. Songhu furrowed his brow tighter and tighter, pondering how to forcibly seize control of the Jinling garrison. But at that moment, Lin Yan's hoarse voice floated out. If the forces are mixed, then we can sweep them all. We can try to control all the commanders at once. Songhu was taken aback, looking at Lin Yan in astonishment. How is this possible? Lin Yan raised his hand again, pressing on Songhu's shoulder. It is possible, but this requires you. Or rather, your father's cooperation. Songhu was stunned. My father? My father is a worker. Lin Yan's, I twitched a few times. Not your biological father, but your father in this world. The chief of staff of the Jinling command, Song Qingwei. As long as we can incite him, we will have the chance to arm and seize control of the Jinling garrison. Songhu's expression stiffened. He raised his hand to rub his temples. This is not easy. You haven't seen that old man. He is very stubborn, a staunch supporter of the current rulers, getting him to defect. Lin Yan's face, illuminated by the moonlight, was also half bright and half dark. It is indeed not easy to incite the chief of staff, but your father can? Whether it can succeed in inciting him depends on you. Old Song, take me to meet this chief of staff, Song. Songhu stared into Lin Yan's fiery eyes, without hesitation, grabbed Lin Yan's arm, and walked toward the military academy. The main gate of the military academy had been sealed, but a small door beside it was still open. As the artillery chief of the military academy, Songhu could enter and exit freely, and the sentry dared not stop him. He took Lin Yan straight to the campus, to a building that resembled an ancient Roman church. In front of the building's door stood a row of white marble columns. That was the office building within the academy. Songhu took Lin Yan directly to the 3rd floor of the office building. He then stopped in front of a wooden door on the 3rd floor. He first knocked 3 times, then pushed open the door. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of sandalwood rushed into Lin Yan's nostrils. He was astonished to see dozens of young faces holding guns inside. Those young faces were all staring intensely at Lin Yan. Songhu glanced back at Lin Yan. Some of these are our comrades, and some are students in the academy. Lin Yan nodded, remaining silent. Behind these people, a middle-aged man with a big belly, stripped of his military uniform and only wearing a white shirt and military pants, sat in a chair. He was tightly bound, and even a white cloth was stuffed in his mouth. At this moment, at Songhu's gesture, a young soldier beside him pulled the white cloth out of the middle-aged man's mouth. After the stuffing was removed, the middle-aged man gasped for air, then raised his head, glaring angrily at Songhu, his eyes seeming to spit fire. He then directly cursed. You bastard. You dare treat your father like this. Damn it. I wasted my life raising you, such a bastard. Even crows know to repay their parents. Lambs know to kneel, to suckle. It would have been better to raise a beast than you. Songhu frowned, remaining silent. Lin Yan, at this moment, stepped forward, standing beside Songhu. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. Old man, please understand Song's brother. The bound Song Qinghui was first taken aback, then glared at Lin Yan. Who the hell are you? I see. It's you who has incited my son. Lin Yan sneered. Incited? Not really. We just want to save Jinling. The bound Song Qinghui became even more agitated upon hearing this. His wrinkled face turned red at this moment. Save Jinling? You've bound the chief of staff of the Jinling command and still say you want to save Jinling? You're talking nonsense. Expecting you bunch of brats to save Jinling? Lin Yan took a few more steps forward, his gaze coldly fixed on Song Qinghui. Don't expect us brats. Do you expect you old bastards who are about to abandon the city and flee? Song Qinghui was taken aback by these words. His forehead bulged with veins as he angrily glared at Songhu not far away. Bastard, did you show the telegram to him? That was a confidential document. You actually let others see it. Songhu still said nothing, even turning his head away. This small action, however, made the originally reddened face of the bound Song Qinghui turn pale in an instant. Lin Yan's voice was hoarse. That telegram, not only did I see it, the contents inside, before long, all the students in the military academy will know as well. Knowing that the high-ranking officials of the Jinling City Guard are about to abandon the city and share the fate of Jinling is nothing but a joke. The young faces in the room, holding guns, changed their expressions in an instant upon hearing this. They all involuntarily tightened their grips on their weapons. Some wanted to say something, but were stopped by Songhu's gaze. The already somewhat overweight Song Qinghui was gasping for breath, his face devoid of any color. Retreat is also a temporary measure. It's all for the war of resistance. For future victory. Do you know how difficult the current war of resistance is? Every step is like walking on thin ice. Lin Yan took a step forward, raised his hand, and with a loud slap, struck Song Qinghui's chubby face. Song Qinghui was utterly stunned. Although he had been disarmed and bound, no one had hit him until now. At this moment, he was filled with grief and indignation, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Lin Yan grabbed his few strands of hair, forcing him to look up. For the war of resistance? What is it really for? Old man, you know better than anyone. The current rulers, what are they really fighting for? You know, too. It's not difficult to gain external support for a foolish war of resistance, to invest all resources into the military, to formulate practical military strategies, to continuously deplete the enemy's effective forces, to mobilize all resources, to establish a relatively reasonable recruitment mechanism, and to ensure that when the front line is tight, the rear is less strained. Is any of this difficult? In fact, none of it is difficult. There are countless feasible plans for reference in the general staff. But conducting a smart war against Japan is very difficult. Once aid is received, how to spend it becomes a headache. How to allocate money, how to give less to so many military leaders below, how to make them contribute more, how to deplete the miscellaneous troops as much as possible, and where to fight to achieve the greatest international exposure and gain sympathy from the international community. How to conscript while ensuring the war of resistance and allowing generals to fill their pockets, to make a bit of money, to cut military salaries, or whether to defend Jinling or abandon it outright seems unreasonable. So we might as well defend it a bit, at least to maintain the leader's reputation. But we can't hold on too tightly, we can't risk everything. So we allow you, the commander, to retreat and run away. It's really too hard. Every choice requires maintaining a balance point, requires exhausting one's brain to balance all parties. This difficulty is truly exhausting. Sometimes it's not just about worrying about the battlefield, but also about bank interest rates, such as the money for buying planes. The lady thinks that planes are updated too quickly and would rather keep the money in the bank, so it's deposited in a foreign bank account. Just think, while worrying about the war, one also has to pay attention to the foreign economy and the rise in bank interest rates. Isn't that difficult? The affairs of smart people are incredibly hard. How many nights are spent racking their brains, scheming, and losing sleep? It's hard. Those in power have it hard. And you officials have it hard too. Those destitute refugees, however, are not hard off. When their own country's army comes, they want to rob. When the enemy comes, they want to kill. Starving with their stomachs pressed against their backs, they're also conscripted. If lucky, they don't die on the road and end up bound in the army. To prevent escape, they are all so hungry they are dizzy, yet still have to be stuffed with a gun. Officers in high-end wool military uniforms climb up from the bellies of concubines to preach to you about national righteousness, shouting at you to resist and defend the homeland. Those conscripts, starving and desperate, are driven to the front lines and soon get shot. Why do they get shot? There are many reasons, such as a troop that should have come to the rescue, but upon seeing the situation, they just stand still. Yes, they just shout from the sidelines and don't come at all. Thus, the common people die. And again, the officers, fists clenched, vow to fight to the death with the enemy. But when the battle starts, the officers run away. They run away. Well, the troops have lost all order. The conscripted common people die again, dying without a complaint. Old man, you are the chief of staff. You are a smart man, tell me. Is it harder for you officials or for those soldiers, for those common people? Bound tightly, Song Hui was momentarily speechless. He noticed that the young man before him had. He didn't know when, turned red around the eyes. The young man pointed at his own chest, poking at it again and again. Each poke was like a bullet piercing his heart. This country belongs to the common people, to us, but also to you. If you abandon the city and flee, the hundreds of thousands of compatriots in Jinling will be directly exposed to the enemy's slaughter. I don't believe you don't know the situation in the occupied areas. How many massacres has the enemy committed? How many mass graves are there in the occupied areas? I don't believe you don't know either. The war has reached this point. How many places have already been lost? The places I've been to, the places we've lost. The royal city of Yanbei with its hot pot, the dry noodles and dumplings of Jinling, the seductive Qinhuai scenery, the fried pancakes of Songhu, the dazzling world I saw, the fried dough twist of Tonggu, the salted fish pancakes and forts of Shizuku, the 3 fresh northeastern dishes and sauerkraut with pork noodles. All gone, all gone. The war has reached this point. Half of Daxia is gone. But you soldiers still want to abandon the city and flee? You really have restraint. So many compatriots have died, and you feel no pain, no urgency? When will you feel pain? When will you feel urgency? Will it be when all your compatriots are dead? What a vast land, so many places I haven't been to, and they're already gone. Guojia Tuner, Wanquan, Baiha, Sangan River, Jin, Zinabeo, Liqing, Daoku, Yangxiu. The few words I say represent a piece of land and the people of that land, represent a great defeat and astronomical numbers of lives lost. So many defeats, so many lives lost, and you feel no pain, no urgency. With a war this far gone, every soldier in Huaxia should be shot, and those thinking of abandoning the city and fleeing deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Your son just wants to save his compatriots, and you still scold him as a beast. If he is a beast, then what are you? At this moment, Song Hui gritted his teeth. He remained silent, yet his face was frighteningly pale. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and spat out a few cold words. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Lin Yan stared hard at Song Hui. A soldier's life is intertwined with the nation's fate. If the nation is gone, what duty do you have left? Who are you really fighting for? Who are you defending for? Old man Song, our path forward has already been decided. We will never abandon the defense of Jinling. We bind you here just to ask you one question. Do you want to live and be nailed to the pillar of shame 100 years later, or die and become a hero lying in the cemetery of martyrs? At this moment, Song Hui felt an unusual numbness in his scalp, his mind blank. He could only stare fixedly at Song Buing, looking at his son. Song Buing also raised his head, his voice hoarse. In the face of national calamity, I will share the fate of Jinling. Don't let me look down on you. Originally bound, Song Hui suddenly became agitated. You little bastard, who do you look down on? I too was a man who fought on the edge of the knife, rolling in piles of corpses, a top-notch man who made it through. What gives you the right to look down on me? If you don't leave, then I won't leave either. I've lived this long. Am I afraid of dying in Jinling? I know what you want to do. You want a mutiny? You reckless little brats. I do not believe you can save Jinling. But there is one thing I can be sure of. Jinling is better in your hands than in the hands of those decayed and corrupt individuals. The people's livelihood often recalls the strong winds after a storm, while worldly affairs are often contemplated before the gentle rain. With the moon over the mulberry trees south of the window, I bow down and dedicate myself to the cause of the people. The evening snow and morning frost should not change the spirit of a hero. Chapter 39. You can't save Huaxia, but they can. If you want to kill my fellow countrymen, you have to step over me. The wind outside suddenly grew stronger, howling as it slammed against the old window frames of the office building. The sound resembled war drums, each beat more urgent and heavier than the last. The shattered glass from the cannon fire of the past few days trembled in the window frame, emitting a faint, sorrowful moan. Song Qinghui's chest heaved violently. His military shirt, soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his plump body. The wrinkles on his face appeared deeper under the dim light, like grooves carved by a knife. Yet, his murky eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if a flame burned deep within his pupils, something that had long been extinguished by the passage of time and the political arena. Lin Yan stared at him and saw this man in his 50s swallow hard, the veins at his temples throbbing. Song Qinghui's lips trembled, seemingly wanting to say something, but was overwhelmed by a heavier emotion. His fingers unconsciously scratched at the armrest of the chair, the sound of his nails scraping against the wood mixing with the wind, making one's teeth ache. "Let me go." Song Qinghui suddenly spoke again, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Song Buiyuan did not move, just fixed his gaze on his father. The young soldiers in the room tightened their grips on their guns, their knuckles turning white. "I said." Song Qinghui raised his voice suddenly. "Let me go. I agreed to cooperate with you." That shout seemed to exhaust all his strength. After the roar, his shoulders slumped down, and he looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. But the fire in his eyes burned even brighter, reflecting the flickering cannon fire outside, giving off a sharpness akin to a moment of clarity. Lin Yan nodded at Song Buiyuan. Song Buiyuan stepped forward and drew a dagger to cut the ropes. The moment the hemp rope fell to the ground, Song Qinghui stood up from the chair like a wounded old bear. He moved his wrists. The red marks left on his skin were shocking under the light. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of the wind and distant sporadic cannon fire remained. Song Qinghui walked to the window, turning his back to everyone. His silhouette in the moonlight appeared extraordinarily lonely, the hem of his shirt lifted by the wind, revealing an old scar on his waist from the northern expedition. In the 16th year of the Republic, he suddenly spoke, his voice soft, as if he were talking to himself. "I was shot twice outside Chizhou City. One bullet hit my waist, the other hit my leg. The medic said I was done for, and left me in a pile of corpses to wait for death." He turned around. The expression on his face reminded Lin Yan of those rusty swords and knives in the museum, dull yet still capable of cutting flesh. "I crawled for 3 days and nights, drinking rainwater and eating wild grass, and was finally rescued by the locals." Song Qinghui grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "At that time, I thought this life was retrieved, so I must live like a person." His gaze swept across every young face in the room, finally resting on Song Buiyuan. "But later, I often dreamed back to the wilderness I crawled through at midnight. Each time, I was in despair. A blurry shadow would appear, like a hand reaching out to pull me from the wilderness. Suddenly, I realized this life of mine was not retrieved. It was pulled back from the road to the underworld by the locals. You little rascals, you were right." Song Qinghui's voice suddenly choked. "With a war like this, us soldiers deserve to be shot." Outside, the rumbling of cannon fire sounded again, the artillery in the southeast casting a bloody red light across the room. In that moment of brightness, Lin Yan saw tears on Song Qinghui's face. This old soldier, who had navigated the political realm for half his life, raised his hand to wipe his face, straightened his back, and the aura of a soldier suddenly returned to him. The telegram came from Yuzhou. Each word from Song Qinghui was pronounced heavily. "Commander Tang is still deciding. He hasn't made up his mind, but from what I know of him, the probability of him choosing to retreat is over 80%. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, General Tang will convene a meeting of all the commanders at the Jinling Command Center to discuss the retreat. Whether to retreat or not cannot be determined in one meeting, but the first meeting will definitely have the most people present." He walked to the desk, looking at the Jinling map laid out before him, and his calloused fingers traced along the Qinhuai River on the map, finally striking heavily on a mountain's location. Fuguay Mountain, a nondescript little mountain on the western extension of the Purple Gold Mountain, north of Jinling City, once called Wanshui Mountain during the Ming Dynasty, with a height of less than 80 meters. But no one would have thought that the Jinling Garrison Command is hidden in the tunnel beneath Fuguay Mountain. Not only the Jinling Garrison Command, but also the officers of various armies are concealed here, to avoid the bombing of enemy aircraft. The location of the command center is a closely guarded secret. Entering and exiting the command center requires strict checks by the guards. But I can arrange for your people to go in. However, the number is limited, not exceeding a platoon. If you really want to seize control of the Jinling commands, this is the best opportunity." Song Qinghui looked up. The flames in his eyes had turned into a calm sharpness. "You little rascals, I can only help you to this point. The rest depends on whether you have the ability to capture all these old-timers in the command center." The wind outside grew even stronger, shaking the entire building. The sound was no longer just the wind. It sounded like thousands of souls wailing, urging, and shouting. Lin Yan knew that at this moment, the wheels of history were finally about to turn. He suddenly turned around and looked at Songhu. Old Song immediately sent a message. Gather our comrades nearby. Those who have served in the military and can shoot should be prioritized. We need 50 people. Whether we can successfully save our fellow countrymen in Jinling City depends on this step. The flames in Songhu's eyes also flickered. He nodded solemnly. I'll go right away. But just then, Song Qingwei's tone suddenly rose. Comrades, what did you just say? Comrades. He glared at Lin Yan and Songhu, his eyes seeming to shoot fire. I should have thought of that. How could you little rascals suddenly have the guts to tie me up? It turns out that. Song Qingwei raised his eyelids, staring intently at Songhu. You little brat. When did you join them? Why? Songhu raised his eyelids. He had no real feelings for his father. But looking at the panting middle-aged man, he hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Because you have no way to save this country. Songhu's voice paused. He saw the face of the overweight middle-aged man turn red again, the veins at his temples bulging once more. But his gaze remained indifferent. I know someone, a child born into a peasant family, whose mother died during childbirth. Yet his father went to great lengths to borrow an acre of land and 10 caddies of grain from the landlord to feed him, just because he was a son. But even though his father worked desperately, the son still couldn't get enough to eat and grew very thin, while the rent owed to the landlord kept increasing. By the time the child was 6 or 7 years old, he was sold by his father to the landlord to tend cattle. As there was simply no extra food at home, his father, though only in his 30s, had already exhausted most of his energy from years of hard work, looking gaunt and pitiful. Although the family was poor and could barely afford enough food, at least they were not subjected to beatings. In contrast, the wealthy family had nothing to do with the 6 or 7-year-old child, who was given only a bowl of scraps that even pigs would refuse. In addition, he had to endure the humiliation and beatings from the long-term workers and others. Thus, he managed to survive in the wealthy household until he turned 10, when his father finally succumbed to a small cold after a long period of malnutrition and hard labor. Consequently, all of his father's debts fell onto the shoulders of this mere 10-year-old child. He was not only required to tend to cattle, gather firewood, feed pigs, and carry manure, but he was also forced to work the fields and do miscellaneous tasks, which was undoubtedly a death sentence for a child not even as tall as a hoe. After enduring for a month, this 10-year-old boy ran away to the city to beg. However, being a beggar was not an easy task either. The food he begged for each day had to be given first to the big beggars on the street, and he often suffered beatings. Fortunately, he remained healthy and did not fall ill, allowing him to barely survive until he was 12. At this point, he was sold to a factory as a child laborer by the local gangsters, a place even worse than the wealthy household. He had to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning and work until 7 or 8 at night, with no days off. However, compared to those who were sent to coal mines, his chances of survival seemed a bit better, and he worked there for 3 years. But good times did not last long. 3 years later, the enemy troops invaded, and the factory was to be relocated south. Just when the boy thought he was going to be freed, he was forcibly conscripted by 2 local thugs and a hat-wearing boss, chained with iron and dragged along. Along the way, he was kicked and beaten with gun stocks, and there was no food. Many people collapsed along the route. Some starved to death, some died from illness, and others were caught trying to escape and had their limbs hacked off and skinned. After a difficult journey, he finally arrived at the so-called front line, where he was immediately taken by armed officers to do labor. In addition to more than 10 hours of intense physical work, he also had to participate in drills. It was nothing like what he had heard from students in towns, with promises of 24 ounces of rice and a pound of meat each month. Instead, he received less than 350 grams of sand-mixed brown rice daily and continued to endure beatings and humiliation. However, especially fortunate for him, despite the lack of bathing facilities, the presence of many infectious disease patients, and the combined construction of kitchens and toilets, he somehow did not contract malaria or any other diseases. Thus, he became one of the very few in the camp able to keep up with the drill instructor, which saved him from being beaten to death for not keeping up. However, just as he was waiting for the officer's orders to shoot the enemy, the front line retreated. Before he could even begin the so-called retreat, he was sold off by a portly commander as a laborer to the enemy. Once again, he was shackled and led like an animal to carry goods. He worked like a beast for the Japanese, still unable to fill his stomach and subjected to humiliation and beatings. A few days later, due to losses on the front, he was assigned to a so-called combat unit. When he first held a gun, he didn't know who to shoot. He just followed the officer's command to shoot in a general direction. But soon after the battle began, his officer was killed, and seeing others of similar age drop their guns and flee, he didn't understand and followed suit. However, he didn't manage to run far before being caught by soldiers in different colored uniforms. Like the others, he thought it was the end for him. Surprisingly, the soldiers who captured them not only did not kill them, but also did not beat them. Instead, they gave them steamed buns and bread. He and the others couldn't believe it, trembling as they reached for the food. But eventually, hunger overcame their fear, and they recklessly took the food and began to eat. After a night filled with anxiety, the next day, a man who appeared to be an officer came. Unlike those who had beaten them in the past, this officer did not randomly shoot at them. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with the captives and even talked about being beaten by landlords and long-term workers during his childhood, which brought everyone closer together. Many people began to cry. This officer did not stop them from expressing their grievances. Rather, he encouraged them to share their unfortunate experiences. Encouraged, all the captives recounted their past experiences of beatings and humiliation. Influenced by those around him, he also shared his misfortunes over the years, pouring out everything without reservation, to the point of tears streaming down his face, nearly fainting from the emotional strain. This session of grievance sharing lasted 3 whole days. It was the first time anyone had listened to him and acknowledged his tragic experiences. For the first time, he felt he was seen as a fellow human being. After the grievances were expressed, the officer asked him and the other captives several questions. Why was everyone in such a miserable state? Why was there no land? Why could they not fill their stomachs? Like the others, he pondered these questions, not truly understanding why, as it seemed to have always been this way since he could remember. At that moment, the officer provided the answer. It was not just because of the invaders, but also because of the landlords, the blood-sucking capitalists, and because there were always those who wanted to stand on the heads of the people. He suddenly understood. The officer said they could each receive $2 silver to return to farming, no longer needing to fight. But he did not leave, because he knew that as long as those landlords and gentry were not eliminated, they would never be able to fill their stomachs. So he voluntarily enlisted in the Army of the Poor, a unit he had never seen before, where there was no beating or abuse. Everyone worked together, and they even taught him to read and write. He finally felt like a human being. Though he had not yet learned the saying about a soldier dying for those who understand him, he felt he should fight for this army's victory, even if it meant dying for it. This farmer was originally named Dida. Because his father was illiterate, he could only give him such a name. His later name, Dai Bang, was given to him by his officer. You do not know him, but I am very familiar with him. He is my beloved friend. This country is in your hands, and everywhere there are Dai Das. Your army robs the people's belongings no less than the enemy. You do not see the common people as human, but this country, in the hands of that army, will be filled with Dai Bangs. You tell me, how should I choose? I just want things to be as they should be. I cannot do what you want me to do, turning bad habits into virtues, transforming lies into rules, calling the eradication of conscience wisdom, labeling selfishness as patriotism, turning shamelessness into performance, claiming base behavior as integrity, portraying the bullying of the weak as justice, converting people into cannon fodder and cannon fodder into honor. Song Qingwei was momentarily speechless. He stared blankly at Songbun, and finally, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, he slumped back into the chair that had just bound him. The brat has grown up and has his own ideas. Song Buiyuan, as a major general and chief of staff, I am destined to walk a different path from you. But as a father, I hope your choice is the right one. Go. Song Qinghui's voice was hoarse. He raised his head and looked at his son. Go gather your comrades. After gathering them, we need to discuss the specifics of the mutiny. There are many preparations to be made, and it is already close to 9 in the evening. We do not have much time left. I will cooperate with you. The country has come to this point. What faction is no longer important. But I have prepared a will. If your comrades can leave the city, please take it to Yuzhou for your mother and ensure she takes good care of your younger siblings. She has followed me her whole life and hasn't enjoyed much happiness. I owe her that. I hope she takes good care of her health. As for you and me, we are both soldiers. Soldiers have the duty to defend their land. If we cannot protect Jinling City, we will never compromise our lives. A man who wishes to repay his country's kindness must die honorably on the battlefield. Song Buiyuan took a deep breath. He didn't say anything else, just saluted Song Qingwei. Then he turned away and rubbed his eyes. Lin Yan patted his shoulder. Old Song, that man Dai Bang. Song Buiyuan lowered his voice. He is my biological grandfather. But in this world, as Old Song said, what faction one belongs to is no longer important. I can no longer distinguish what is real and what is false in this world. But the truth or falsehood no longer matters. One should live as a hero and die as a gallant spirit, whether the city survives or falls. That group of devils wants to slaughter my compatriots. They must first step over me. Chapter 40. The old soldiers assemble. Forward, forward, forward. Our troops towards the sun. As night deepened, the distant cannon fire flickered like the last gasps of a dying beast. Outside the walls of the Jinling Army Officer School, darkness surged like a tide. It was torn apart little by flickers of firelight. Initially, there were sporadic torches appearing and disappearing among the ruins. The flames were weak, as if they could be extinguished by the night breeze at any moment. But gradually, more and more torches came together from all directions, like fireflies summoned by some invisible force. A man in a coarse, short jacket emerged from the rubble. His pant legs were caked with mud, and his straw sandals were worn out, exposing toes covered in blisters. Yet the torch in his hand was held steady, its light illuminating his rough face, and his eyes shone remarkably bright. "Is this the place?" he asked quietly to the person beside him. "Absolutely," replied a tall, thin man in faded military uniform, the insignia on his collar torn off, leaving only a shallow imprint. "See that plaque? The Jinling Army Officer School is right here. I've seen pictures on the forum." In the torchlight, more and more figures emerged. Some carried old Hanyang rifles, rags tied around the stocks. Others had hatchets at their waists, their blades glinting coldly in the firelight, and some were barehanded, with only a coarse bundle slung over their shoulders. They silently gathered outside the school gate, their torches forming a flickering galaxy. The night wind stirred the flames, shadows dancing across their faces, each face different, some young, some old, some dark and rough, others still carrying an air of scholarship. Yet their eyes were strangely similar, all burning with a certain fiery intensity, brighter than the torches in their hands. The sentinel at the gate tightened his grip on his rifle, his throat bobbing. "Halt! Everyone stand still. This is not a safe zone. What are you doing here?" The man at the front grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Boss, don't be nervous. We're here to enlist." The sentinel scrutinized the group with suspicion. "Enlist? At this hour? And this is a military academy. Do you know what kind of people can enter here? We don't need any draftees or riffraff. Get lost." But the people at the gate did not move. They stared intensely at the sentinel. Sweat seeped from the sentinel's palms, making the rifle stock slippery. The gaze of those people was too intense, like glowing coals, sending chills down his spine. The night wind wailed as it swept by, causing the torches to crackle, sparks flying onto the bluestone pavement, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, the cannon fire from the direction of the city gate intensified, the flashes of explosions casting shadows of the group against the walls of the military school. Those shadows twisted and elongated, resembling a marching formation. The sentinel's throat bobbed again. He wanted to shout, to fire a warning shot, but the words turned into a dry swallow, and even the muzzle of his gun trembled slightly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the depths of the military academy's stone path. Two tall figures crossed the torch-lit corridor, their military boots clicking sharply against the bluestone. The sentinel turned around and saw two figures walking one behind the other, the firelight dancing on their sharply defined faces, as if gilding their hard lines with a layer of gold. Behind those two figures, there was a rotund man, following at a distance of about 5 meters. The two figures in front were, of course, Songhu and Lin Yan. The plump man following them was Songhu, chief of staff of the Jinling Command. Upon recognizing the three figures, the sentinel snapped to attention. "Sir!" He instinctively straightened his back, the rifle but thudding against the ground with a dull sound. Songhu waved his hand, but his gaze passed over the sentinel and landed on the group outside. Behind Songhu, Song Qingwei gasped, his pupils narrowing. "So soon? How many people have you hidden in Jinling, you brats?" Lin Yan did not respond, but stepped forward to the gate. His eyes sparkled frighteningly. "How many people have come?" One man at the entrance, looking like a farmer and missing part of an ear, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. When I saw the news on the forum, over 80 people had already signed up. Everyone who signed up showed their non-commissioned officer certificates. But some comrades are far away and probably won't team make it. The ones coming now are about 40. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. There are still about 10 old soldiers in the military school. Old Master Song said we can only arrange for a maximum of 50. First come, first served. The number is already full. Please let those who are free notify others that comrades who Haven Tea arrived, yet don't need to rush here. Those outside immediately responded. Don't worry. We'll notify them right away. Huh. Good thing I'm close. Otherwise, I would have missed such a great opportunity. Damn it. Thinking of those cowardly officials in the command center makes me furious. If I don't shoot a few of those dogs, I wouldn't be honoring the souls of Jinling. Song Qingwei shot Lin in a strange glance. Lin Yan turned back and smiled at Song Qingwei. Don't worry, old Master Song. They didn't mention you. At this moment, the Sentinel's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had heard. Just then, Song Buyin had already pressed his gun against the Sentinel's forehead. Put down the gun. Then, open the door. The Sentinel's pupils contracted like pinholes. Sir, you. Song Buyin had already taken the rifle from the Sentinel's hands. Don't ask what you shoot. Everything we do is to save Jinling. At that moment, the night wind suddenly changed direction, carrying the smell of gunpowder from the city gate, causing the torches to lean to one side. In the flickering firelight, Lin Yan slowly pushed open the gate of the Jinling Army Officer School. The figures holding torches immediately streamed in. Lin Yan stood aside, his gaze cold. Everyone, what we are about to do, I believe you all understand clearly. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Since you all have been soldiers, you can still pick up a gun, right? One thin man stopped in front of the iron gate. Don't worry, no one is treating this operation as a joke. Anyone who has entered this world knows it's not a game. On the forum, there are dedicated personnel reviewing non-commissioned officer certificates. Those who pass the review will come here with torches to assemble. If we encounter a few scoundrels who aren't holding torches, we chase them away. A mutiny is no joke. Isn't this place, Jinling? Those figures that have walked past us, aren't they our compatriots? The thin man paused, suddenly standing up straight and saluting Lin Yan. Former Northeast District, Army 36th Division, 7th Regiment, 2nd Company Commander, Hu Lianqing, reporting for duty. I hope to protect my motherland once again. With the thin man's shout, those who had originally streamed and holding torches stopped one by one, straightened their backs, and saluted Lin Yan. Former Southwest District, Special Operations Brigade, Falcon Special Forces, 2nd Lieutenant, Zhang Yunian, reporting for duty. My only regret after years of military service is not being able to avenge my ancestors. Now I finally have this opportunity. I will not miss it. My only purpose is to kill the enemy and serve the country. Former armored soldier and retired driver from the Northern District, Sun Jiong, reporting for duty. I am a tank soldier, but unfortunately, we have no tanks. However, it's okay without tanks. We will use our bodies as armor and vow to guard the gates of Jinling with our lives. Former missile operator from a rocket force base, Li Jiangguo, reporting for duty. It's fine if we don't have Dongfeng missiles. A Hanyang-made rifle is enough. Besides operating missiles, I also excel in heavy-load cross-country training, ranking first in the entire army. My grandfather was also a veteran. He once told me, the sons and daughters of Daxia must be heroic, unafraid of death, not greedy for life, sacrificing their lives to save the nation and the people, striving to kill the enemy. The night wind howled, swirling up the dry leaves and dust on the ground, rising in front of the military academy. The flames of the torches were pressed low by the wind, yet stubbornly refused to extinguish, leaving trails of crimson in the darkness. Song Qingwei stood on the steps, his plump body swaying slightly in the wind. He widened his eyes, his pupils reflecting those ragged yet upright men. The shadows of the torches danced on their faces, revealing expressions both weathered and youthful. Yet their gazes were surprisingly uniform, fierce, resolute, and fearless. Their salutes were not in sync. Some hands were rough and cracked. Some fingers were missing, but those pairs of eyes were sharp as blades, piercing his heart with tremors. The wind howled, mixed with the muffled sounds of distant artillery. Suddenly, Song Qingwei felt like an outsider standing here, out of place. He had seen soldiers, seen defeated refugees, and seen arrogant elites. But he had never seen soldiers like these, clearly dressed in rags, clearly lacking proper weapons, yet standing there like a wall of iron, as if not even death could shake them. The night wind grew stronger, bringing the smell of gunpowder and blood right to his face. Song Qinghui's chubby face twitched. What startled him even more was hearing someone from this group start humming. The humming merged with the howling wind, making him, at first, only one or two voices hummed, but soon everyone joined in. Even his own son, Song Buyin, hummed along. The singing grew more harmonious and louder. Song Qingwei felt that in front of him, it was not just a few dozen people, but like an army of thousands, invincible and undefeated. The resounding song even made him want to hum along. Forward, forward, forward. Our march is towards the sun, stepping on the soil of our motherland, carrying the hopes of our nation. We are an invincible force. We are the children of workers and peasants. We are the armed forces of the people, never afraid, never yielding, fighting bravely until we completely eliminate the invaders. The bloodstained banner flies high. Listen, the wind howls and the military horn sounds. Listen, how resounding is the people's song. Comrades, march in unison towards the battlefield of resistance. Comrades, march in unison towards the borders of our motherland. Forward, forward, forward. At this moment, the wind surged, the flames of the torches elongated like a blood-red banner, crackling in the darkness. Chapter 41. The Sun and Moon. Mountains and rivers still exist. Friends, do not cry. Friends, move forward, move forward, move forward. At the same time, in Songhu, the veterans gathered at the Nanjing Army Officer School were shocked beyond measure. The wind at the Jiangsu Wharf carried the smell of the river, charging through the crowd. A ferry boat floating on the water was ablaze, flames licking at the white-painted hull, consuming the 4 gilded characters of the Yi Shipping Company. The mast groaned under the strain of the flames, suddenly snapping and crashing into the river, sending up a cloud of steaming mist. More than 200 foreigners stood stunned at the wharf, the firelight casting flickering shadows on their pale faces. Women tightened their handkerchiefs beneath their silk gloves, and men clenched their canes, knuckles whitening. Their expensive leather shoes sank into the muddy wharf. Crocodile-skin suitcases toppled to the side, kicked around by the surrounding crowd. A woman wearing an ostrich feather hat suddenly covered her mouth, her pearl necklace swaying violently on her heaving chest. Tears filled her blue eyes, reflecting the blazing ferry. My God, there's my typewriter on it and all the negatives I took in Beiping. A man beside her, dressed in a pinstriped suit, suddenly slammed his cane down on the ground, the metal tip clashing against the stone slabs with a piercing sound. Verdammt, wie kann ich nicht nach Hause? His golden beard trembled as he shouted madly in German. Der Wahnsinnige weiß nicht, was getan hat. Das ist unsere einzige Chance, Li zu verlassen. In the distance, a red-haired foreigner tugged at his sparse hair, then revealed a strange smile on his face as he raised the camera hanging around his neck, continuously pressing the shutter towards the burning ferry. As the flash of magnesium flickered, his freckled face twisted. He actually murmured in broken Chinese. Perfect, too perfect. This could definitely be the cover of Life magazine. The last hope of the civilized world sinking in the Great Xia. Not far from those foreigners, a group of garrison soldiers in Great Xia uniforms stood rigidly. Their rifle stocks rested against their shoulders, expressions wooden. The faded military uniforms clung tightly to their bodies in the river wind, resembling a row of gray scarecrows. A young soldier, watching the hysterical, nearly mad foreigners, suddenly grinned, revealing tobacco-stained teeth, but quickly glanced at the commanding officer not far away, swallowing the smile and turning it into a light cough. In the middle of the foreigners and the wharf, a disheveled blonde foreigner was bound and kneeling on the ground. His gold-rimmed glasses were cracked, the frame crookedly hanging on his nose. An expensive camel coat was caked with mud, and one of the exquisite mother-of-pearl buttons on his cuff had fallen off, revealing threads. An elderly man wearing a top hat poked at his shoulder with a cane. In a hoarse voice, he spoke in Chinese, as if chanting a scripture. Traitor, why did you do this? How much did the evil Japanese give you? You dare to plant explosives in the hull? If we die, those Japanese will be able to do whatever they want in this city, without supervision from the international community, right? The bound blonde man lifted his head, the blue eyes behind the lenses glinting with a strange light. You fools have no idea who will be the ruler of this world in the future. His Chinese was surprisingly fluent, even with an authentic Yanbei accent. After Nanjing fell, the army of the evil Japanese, you won't even leave a whole corpse behind. And I will be enshrined in the shrine of the evil Japanese. Long live the emperor of the evil Japanese. A woman in a mink coat suddenly rushed forward, smashing her diamond-studded handbag against his face. The leather collided with bone, producing a muffled sound, and blood immediately gushed from the man's nostrils, dripping onto his fine silk tie. My husband is seriously ill. The woman's scream shattered the mist over the river. Because of you, beast, he can no longer get penicillin. The river wind suddenly shifted, bringing with it the smell of burning paint and charred leather. The main mast of the ferry collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing into the river, the splashes soaking the nearby crowd. Women screamed and stepped back. Men pulled out handkerchiefs to wipe the mud splatters from their suits, and in the chaos, no one noticed that among the foreigners, a few were surprisingly calm, even exchanging glances, and the bound foreigner displayed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Distant cannon fire suddenly intensified, like a series of dull drumbeats. The river water was stained blood-red by the flames, crashing wave after wave against the wharf, as if countless wronged souls struggled below, trying to crawl ashore. With the sound of cannon fire, the psychological defenses of the foreigners on the shore were completely shattered. The foreigner screams rose and fell, mixed with curses in English, French, and German, like a flock of startled birds exploding from their nests amid the gunfire. A British journalist wearing round glasses and a sharply tailored suit rushed to the garrison commander, his face flushed, bow tie askew, his voice nearly a scream. "We need another ship. Now!" A French woman clutched the cross around her neck tightly, tears smudging her makeup. "Mon Dieu, nous allons tous mourir ici." A middle-aged German businessman waved his fists, shouting in Chinese, roaring at the garrison soldiers. "Your damned war shouldn't involve us." Meanwhile, in the garrison line, the garrison commander, a middle-aged officer with sunken cheeks and weary eyes, slowly removed his military cap and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. His voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from a great distance. "Friends, the garrison has resolved to live or die with the city. All ships will either be requisitioned or destroyed. There are no more ships. No more ships." His English pronunciation was very stiff, but every word was clear, like a dull knife, slowly cutting off the last hope of the foreigners. A few foreigners stood frozen, their lips trembling, as if unable to comprehend the meaning of this statement. Others completely broke down. A foreign journalist with a camera still hanging around his neck suddenly grabbed the garrison commander's collar, his golden hair tousled by the river wind, his blue eyes burning with anger and fear. "Liar, you're leaving us to die." The garrison commander did not resist, just calmly looked at him, his gaze filled with a near-pitying weariness. Just then, a piercing scream came from the center of the crowd. Several angry foreigners had surrounded the bound blonde traitor, fists, canes, and leather shoes raining down on him like a storm. "Traitor, you sold us to the Japs. Murderer." The blonde man's camel hair coat was torn apart, revealing a blood-stained shirt underneath. His gold-rimmed glasses had long been knocked off, his left eye swollen shut, his nose crooked, and a cut opened at the corner of his mouth. Yet his expression was bizarrely strange. He was smiling. Not a cold smile, not a mocking smile, but a smile of near ecstasy, as if the beating he was enduring was not torture, but some kind of sacred ritual. Blood oozed from his split lips, dripping down his chin, but he laughed more heartily, even letting out a low, hoarse chuckle. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." A middle-aged journalist in a vest was infuriated by his laughter, raising his cane and smashing it hard against his temple. "Shut up, you devil." At the moment the cane broke, blood splattered. In the crowd, a few foreigners suddenly changed their expressions, and they rushed forward. But at that moment, the beaten foreigner suddenly let out a voice that tore through the air. His voice, mixed with blood foam, squeezed out from deep within his throat. "Don't forget our mission. Jinling has come to this point. Someone needs to sacrifice. Without sacrifice, we cannot achieve our goals. Someone has to die. I am a reporter from the German Springer newspaper, which openly supports the Japs. No one is more suited for this than I am. No one, for the sake of great ambition, dare to change the heavens and the earth. The mountains and rivers are still here. Everyone, do not cry. Everyone, forward, forward, forward." His last scream was soon interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. An old foreigner with a wrinkled face and a big nose had pulled out a revolver at some point. He pulled the trigger directly, hitting the blonde foreigner in the abdomen. "Kill him. Kill this traitor. It is because of him that we have been forced to stay in this hell." The other foreigners who had just surrounded the blonde man looked increasingly ferocious. Their blows became heavier. Fists, canes, leather shoes, raining down on the blonde man's body. The sound of his ribs breaking was like dry twigs being crushed, crisp and cruel. A tooth flew out, landing in the muddy ground, covered in blood and mud. "No, no." His throat squeezed out a hoarse voice, but it was not pleading for mercy. He was laughing. "More, more." His face could no longer be recognized, his cheekbones sunken, his nose completely crooked to one side, his left eye swollen to a slit, but his right eye was wide open, gleaming with an almost insane light. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears, dripping onto the torn camel hair coat, spreading a dark red stain. An old man wearing a top hat jabbed the tip of his cane fiercely into his shoulder, twisting it as if trying to dig out a hole. "This is for my daughter." The old man screamed, his voice trembling. "She was in Nanjing Hospital. Now she'll die because of you." The blonde man's shoulder was a bloody mess, but he tilted his head back, squeezing out a few words with his broken lips. "Worth it." His voice paused. Then, with his last strength, he shouted, "For the sake of the Empire of Japan." He shouted it twice, once in English, once in Chinese, ensuring that everyone present could understand. And these two sentences completely enraged the crowd. A woman in a mink coat screamed as she rushed forward, her high heels stomping hard on his fingers. The sound of his finger bones breaking was like firecrackers exploding. But his laughter grew louder, mixed with blood foam, squeezing out from deep within his throat like the whimper of a dying beast. He's already gone crazy. Someone retreated in terror. Hurry up and kill him. More fists, more leather shoes and umbrellas, canes and suitcases came crashing down. The sound of his ribs breaking was like dry twigs being crushed, and he didn't know how many teeth were knocked out, all falling into the muddy ground. His right eye was cut by a ring, the white of his eye mixed with blood gushing out, but his remaining left eye still stared firmly at the sky, its pupil reflecting the burning ferryboat and black smoke. "For our compatriots." His broken lips moved, his voice growing weaker, but his smile became more and more sinister. Finally, when a leather shoe kicked hard at his temple, his head jerked violently to one side, the vertebrae cracking loudly. His body twitched a few times, then came to a complete stop, but the bloodied, mangled corner of his mouth still maintained an upward curve, frozen in the ecstasy of the last moment of life. The river wind howled, unable to disperse the heavy smell of blood at the dock. The foreigners gasped as they retreated. Some began to vomit, some crossed themselves, while more stood frozen in place, looking at the disfigured corpse. His blonde hair was matted with blood, the expensive silk tie soaked in blood, like a scarlet snake coiling around his shattered neck. In the distance, the remains of the ferry finally sank to the bottom of the river, the last wisp of black smoke dissipating in the gray sky. The sound of cannon fire drew closer, like the footsteps of death, step by step, treading on everyone's heart. After venting their anger, the foreigners huddled together like a group of pigeons soaked in rain, shivering. Their gazes unintentionally turned towards one direction. The big-nosed old foreigner who had just fired the gun. The revolver in his hand still smoked, the wrinkles on his face appearing deeper in the firelight. A blonde, blue-eyed woman sobbed as she pushed to the front, her pearl necklace broken, beads rolling down one by one onto the muddy ground. "Herr Schmidt," her voice trembled, with a heavy French accent. "You're the owner of the German newspaper. You must know a way." Old Schmidt's brows were tightly furrowed, his gray-white beard trembling slightly. He silently rubbed the grip of the revolver, his expression shifting. Just then, a young foreigner in a wrinkled suit suddenly squeezed out from the crowd. His cheekbones were high, his eyes sunken, like two pools of stagnant water. "Meine Damen und Herren." His German was tinged with a strange Slavic accent, sounding a bit awkward. Then he switched to Chinese. Fortunately, most of the foreigners here were journalists who had come to Daxia to report, and they could understand some Chinese. "I have a proposal." All eyes turned to him. "Security zone." The young man raised his voice, switching to English. "Security zone." He then pointed towards the northwest direction of the city. "Mr. John Bell from the International Security Committee has established the security zone. That security zone has been recognized by the Great Xia, and although the evil Japanese have not acknowledged it, they have agreed that as long as there are no Great Xia troops stationed there, they will not launch attacks on the security zone. As far as I know, many refugees have already arrived there. We can also go when the war is over. We will return home." A stir arose in the crowd. A British noblewoman wearing monocles suddenly shook her head vigorously. "Live with those dirty refugees?" Her nostrils flared as if she had already smelled the stench of the refugee camp. A female reporter dressed in a bloodstained suit, with a camera hanging around her neck and a single ponytail, suddenly stepped into the center of the crowd. A strand of her blonde hair was singed, and her blue eyes burned with anger. She glared at the British merchant. "At this time, you still care about this? Then wait here." Her voice suddenly dropped, carrying a chilling calm. "The Japanese are very interested in Western women, especially blonde ones." Then the female reporter switched to Chinese. "This noblewoman, you wouldn't want to become a plaything for those war criminals, would you?" This sentence was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. The British woman's face turned pale instantly. Just then, old Schmidt finally spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper. "For the safety zone." This decision was like a last straw for the panicked crowd. The foreigners began to gather their meager belongings, helping the injured, and moving towards the city. The gendarmerie captain, after a brief exchange with old Schmidt, dispatched several gendarmes to escort them. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the howling river wind and the bloodied corpse at the dock. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from the shadows. It was a female reporter with braided hair, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her camera hanging around her neck with a shattered lens. She crouched down, her trembling fingers gently brushing over the deceased's wide-open left eye. Well done, Zhang Mingyuan. But does it hurt? 100% experience of pain. How did you hold on? What is the difference between this and being beaten to death? If you really lived in that era, you would definitely be a martyr. But I remember you said on the forum that you were most afraid of pain. You cried out loud, even for a shot when you were young. But why aren't you crying this time? Does it hurt? Zhang Mingyuan, are you in pain? The deceased left. I still stared fixedly at the sky, the pupils frozen in their last madness. The reporter's fingers, stained with blood, finally closed those eyes. She stood up, took a small red flower from her pocket, and gently placed it on the corpse's chest. In the distance, the last batch of foreigners had disappeared around the corner. The female reporter stood up and quickly followed. Her steps were unbelievably light, like a black cat blending into the night. The river wind swept up that small red flower, blowing it into the murky river. The blood-red ripples spread out, only to be swallowed by new waves. By the riverbank, it seemed that the shout of that blonde youth still echoed. Everyone, don't cry. Everyone, forward, forward, forward. Chapter 42. Feeling wronged. I go home to find Grandma. You are not a slave of a fallen nation. Stand up, do not kneel. Yanbei City, East Suburb, Building 17, Room 1603, Jinjiang Garden Community. The electronic clock on the wall switched to 0:07. The traffic on the elevated highway outside continued to shine with glaring lights, like a glowing centipede wriggling in the night. The glass curtain wall of the office building across the street reflected the neon lights, casting shifting spots of light on Zhang Mingyuan's trembling back. The holographic helmet fell to the ground with a thud, its metallic shell crashing onto the wooden floor. Zhang Mingyuan curled up in the gaming chair, his fingers gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He gasped for air, a wheezing sound coming from his throat, as if someone had been choking him and had just pulled him out of water. It hurts. Everything hurts. The phantom pain of broken ribs made his breathing fragmented, and his temples throbbed as if someone were hammering his skull with a sledgehammer. He instinctively touched his face. No blood, no broken glasses, just cold sweat. He turned his head. On the coffee table behind him, an old photo glowed yellow under the neon lights. In the photo, a 5- or 6-year-old boy in a red tang suit was being held in the arms of a kind old lady. The silver-framed glasses the old lady wore slipped to the tip of her nose, her wrinkles filled with laughter. The background was a small alley in the water town of Jiangnan with white walls and black tiles. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly reached out toward the photo, like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. His knee hit the coffee table, causing the glass cup to rattle. The metal edge of the frame pressed into his palm, making it red, but this pain was nothing compared to the previous one. Grandma, he called out, his voice hoarse. Tears splashed onto the glass frame, blurring Grandma's smiling face. It hurts so much. A 30-year-old man cried like a child, his face smeared with snot and tears. They hit me, kicked me with leather shoes, smashed me with a cane. Zhang, Ying, Grandma. Grandma, you lied. I asked you when I was young. I asked you, Grandma, will you always be with me? You said Grandma is here. Always here, but you haven't been by my side for many years. Grandma, I dreamed of you a few days ago, and you seemed just like before, sitting on the bed waving for me to come over, stuffing money into my clothes, telling me to keep the money secretly, don't tell your mom. Just like when I was a child. Then you reminded me, telling me to live well outside, to eat well. Every meal should have meat and vegetables. Don't stay up late. Don't wrong myself. If you feel wronged, come home to find Grandma. But Grandma, I haven't been back for many years, because that old house no longer has you. Grandma, I'm 30 years old. I'm no longer afraid of ghosts. Not afraid at all. Come find me in my dreams more. Grandma, although I couldn't get into Yanbei, I still came to work in Yanbei. My college grades were mediocre. I couldn't get into Qingbei, let alone the Harvard I used to boast about to you, Grandma. Now I'm in a rental room. It's a bit cold outside because it rained when I got off work, but the rental room is quite warm, yet my feet are still as cold as before. Grandma, I miss your cooking. I miss the dumplings you made, Grandma. My temper is so bad and my abilities are limited. Are you disappointed in me? Grandma, I miss you so much. I miss you. I miss you so much. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan cried loudly, until the sudden buzzing sound of the refrigerator startled him awake. Zhang Mingyuan then realized that his slippers had somehow been kicked off. His bare feet were on the cold floor tiles, and the chill crept up from the soles of his feet. He stumbled toward the bathroom, and the water in the toilet reflected a distorted face with no collapsed cheekbones. No crooked nose, only a pair of red, drooping eyes that looked just like Grandma's. He raised his hand to touch the mirror. It still hurt, but I think it's worth it. He murmured to himself in the bathroom mirror, his voice overlapping with that of the German reporter in the game. If that world is real, I hope Grandma in that world doesn't experience that nightmarish ordeal. I hope she doesn't witness the Japanese bayonet killing her father and murdering her mother. Because in this world, Grandma treats me the best. I hope Grandma is safe and happy and lives a long life. And just then, outside the house, his phone in the living room suddenly vibrated incessantly. His account on the Red Forum was receiving constant private messages at this moment. Messages popped up one after another. Lao Zhang is awesome. All the foreign journalists have been taken to the safe zone. Lao Zhang, today I would call you the bravest man in Yinbei City. If the safe zone can be expanded, Lao Zhang, you will make a great contribution. Zhang Mingyuan listened to the beeping sound outside. He knew that comrades who had drawn the role of foreign journalists at the Xiaowan Pier had started a live broadcast. He turned on the faucet and splashed some water on his face. The cold tap water slightly eased his emotions. He rubbed his still reddened eyes. Then he returned to the living room and picked up his phone. He didn't pay attention to the private messages sent to his account on the Red Forum. He didn't think he had done anything great. He was just thinking that in the stormy, bitter Jinling city, perhaps there might be a helpless little girl. That little girl was just like Grandma back then, miserable and alone. Grandma left early, and he always regretted not being able to make her proud. Nor was he able to fulfill any of her unfulfilled wishes. In this world, be it in heaven or on earth, one fears missing the chance. Fortunately, there is the Red Forum, with this incredible technology, allowing him to save Jinling in another world. Zhang Mingyuan took a deep breath. In that other world, the character he had drawn had completely died. There was nothing he could do now, but he still couldn't let go of Jinling in that world. Moreover, he had a major regret. He couldn't see his grandma in that world. If only he could see Grandma just once more. He had seen photos of Grandma when she was young. Even in a vast crowd, as long as Grandma appeared, he would definitely be able to lock onto that figure. Of course, he also knew the difference between games and reality. A game, no matter how miraculous, could never have the projection of an inconspicuous real person from nearly a century ago. But what if? What if there was a slight chance? Zhang Mingyuan didn't want to miss it. He always had a strong premonition. This so-called game is not a traditional game in the true sense. He rubbed his chin. He found a live broadcast room of Summer Lightning. The current live broadcast room of Summer Lightning was the most watched room on the Red platform. Even now, at midnight on a workday, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had reached a terrifying 800,000. Of course, there was another reason why Zhang Mingyuan chose Summer Lightning's live broadcast room. Summer Lightning, also known as UMO, was currently transferring refugees from the safe zone. Grandma once said that if she hadn't been sick, her grandparents had considered taking her to the safe zone. Perhaps, in that big streamer's live broadcast room, he might see a small figure Grandma. Zhang Mingyuan clicked on the live broadcast room of Summer Lightning. On the holographic screen, a graceful woman in a purple-black cheapao was leading a group of refugees toward the Lee William Dock factory. The wind blew, tousling the woman's hair. The disheveled hair added a touch of charm to the already stunning woman. But at that moment, she suddenly lifted her head and looked at the howling night wind. Would leaving the city go smoothly? I hope fortune favors the city of Jinling this time. Just then, behind her, a thin child, indistinguishable as male or female, suddenly fell to the ground. He knelt there, beginning to cry out loud, while his mother hurriedly covered his mouth, trying to pull him up. But the child refused to get up, stubbornly remaining on the ground. UMO furrowed her brows slightly and walked over, her voice hoarse. Stand up. No kneeling. The country has reached this point. We cannot kneel any longer, or we will truly become slaves of a fallen nation. Do you want to stay here? If you stay, your parents will stay with you. Once the enemy enters the city, they will stab your parents to death in front of you, and then they will kill you. Would you regret it then? Look at me. Do you really want to die? This world is so beautiful. I don't even want to die now. This world is thriving. How could one want to die? No one thinks that way. Even if there is nothing to eat or drink, we can take it slow. There are still people fighting hard on the front lines, still resisting. You are not a slave of a fallen nation. Stand up, no kneeling. Chapter 43. Kneeling won't bring dignity or life. Remember this national grievance. Never become a slave of a fallen nation. At this moment, outside the Lee Williams shipyard, the night wind howls like the whimpering of an old man. UMO lowers her head, looking at the child kneeling on the ground, her voice hoarse. Stand up. Somehow, the child finally stops crying. She pulls at her mother's torn cotton jacket sleeve, staggering to her feet. The night wind blows. Yumo's purple chi-pao looks like a flower about to wither among the crowd. She sees the frostbite on the child's hands, then immediately lowers her head, rummaging through her black cloth bag. This was brought out from the Jinling Women's School. She thought it was big and practical, so she carried it on her back. From that bag, she pulls out a jar of snowflake cream and stuffs it into the child's hands. You apply it yourself. No more crying, and absolutely no kneeling. Kneeling won't bring dignity, nor will it save your life. The child nods, half understanding. At this moment, Yumo turns her head. Less than 200 meters ahead is the Lee Williams shipyard. A few dim yellow electric lights illuminate the street scene in front of the shipyard. The night wind tears at the notice on the iron gate of the shipyard, the yellowed paper rustling like a group of dying butterflies. The light bulb on the utility pole sways in the wind, and tiny dust particles float in the yellow glow, like countless souls that have not yet fallen to earth. Montagsquints. The entrance to the shipyard is crowded with people, like a school of fish washed ashore by the tide. These people are refugees who were originally sheltered in the safe zone. The most eye-catching in the crowd is a hunchbacked old man whose child in the bamboo basket on his back is stuffing a half-moldy cake into his mouth. Crumbs falling onto the patched blue cloth jacket of the old man. Behind the old man follows a small-footed old woman, tightly clutching a blue and white porcelain vase in her arms, with a few branches of already wilted osmanthus inside. Every time cannon fire sounds in the distance, the old man's neck shrinks violently, causing the bamboo basket on his back to shake like a startled turtle hiding its head in its shell. Not far from Umo, a middle-aged man in a gray cloth long shirt is crouching. One leg of his gold-rimmed glasses is broken, barely tied with cotton thread, and the lenses are still smeared with flour from the rice shop. A half-exposed abacus sticks out of the wrought-tan box at his feet, and the gilded lettering of Yongfeng Grain Shop on the wooden frame has already faded. He keeps looking back, as if he can see the sign of his own shop through the heavy night. His wife clutches his sleeve, and the jade bracelet on her wrist clinks against the box, making a crisp sound. Dear, the woman suddenly breaks down and sobs. Our jar of pickles hasn't been buried properly. The man remains silent, only pushing the stack of account books further into the box. The corners of the books still smeared with pig fat from the day before. Among the thronging crowd, the most neatly dressed are a group of female students. Most of them have short hair, and their blue chi-pao hems are covered in mud, yet they stubbornly maintain their orderly formation. A girl with braided hair suddenly squats down, pulling out a water bag from her bundle, but accidentally brings out half of an inkstone. A girl with short hair beside her frowns slightly. What do we need this for? The girl with the braided hair digs her nails into the crevice of the inkstone, where dried ink is hidden. The teacher said before, the hand that writes cannot be broken. I want to be a journalist in the future, so I have to write every day. The night wind lifts the hem of the braided girl's dress, revealing clippings tied to her calf. All news about the war from the past half-month. Yumo looks at this scene and lets out a faint sigh. Just then, she notices a nun in a black habit not far away. The nun stands in the swaying light, her black habit clinging tightly to her body in the night wind, outlining her thin silhouette. Her blonde hair is already mixed with silver strands, hastily tied back with a hairnet, a few strands sticking to her forehead with sweat. Her blue-gray eyes are sunken in their sockets, with dark shadows beneath them, as if drawn with charcoal. She raises a hand to wipe the cold dust from her cheek, not knowing when it got there. The cuffs of her nun's habit have frayed, and her right index finger is wrapped in gauze, with faint traces of blood seeping through. When her gaze falls on Umo, her cracked lips move slightly, forcing out an extremely weary smile. Umo, her voice is as hoarse as sandpaper, with a strong foreign accent in her Chinese. Thank you for your hard work. Umo steps forward, looking at the tired face of the old nun, shaking her head. What I do is nothing compared to what you do. I just want to save my compatriots. Sister Wei Silin raises her hand, wanting to say something. But before she can speak, she suddenly coughs violently, her thin shoulders trembling like leaves in the wind. Umo quickly steps forward, trying to support Sister Wei Silin's trembling body. But Sister Wei Silin just waves her hand, then pulls out a dirty handkerchief from her pocket to cover her mouth. After the coughing subsides, there are clearly several spots of crimson on the handkerchief. She nonchalantly stuffs the handkerchief back in her pocket and points towards the shipyard. Dear girl, we don't have time for small talk. According to the agreement with Mr. William, in 12 hours, the 6 ferries at the shipyard will set sail. The shipyard workers are repairing those 6 ferries overnight, and we must, before dawn, move the citizens who want to leave the city from the safe zone to here. Sister Sylvia has done the statistics. There are currently 24,362 people in the various shelters within the safe zone. I want to discuss with Mr. William to see if he can make some accommodations to send all these 24,000 people out of Jinling City. These citizens can be hidden in the cargo holds. Although it will be a bit crowded, the Chu River flows rapidly, but the ferry will only cross the Chu River, passing through the blockade of the Japanese fleet, which won't take much time, at most just an afternoon. After one afternoon, Yumo's eyes glimmer with hope. After one afternoon, these citizens of Jinling can be far away from the battlefield. Thereafter, the sea will be vast for fish to leap, and the sky will be high for birds to fly. I will go discuss this with Mr. William. But before Yumo's words are finished, under the dim light, the rusty iron gate of the shipyard emits a piercing, creaking sound, slowly opening a gap. A burly, big-nosed, middle-aged foreigner steps out from the shadows, his leather shoes crunching on the gravel path, making a dull sound. Yumo lifts her eyelids. She has seen this foreigner's photo on the forum. He is the manager of the Lee William shipyard. The old William, who was kidnapped along with Lin Yan's mistress and illegitimate child. At this moment, old William looks somewhat dispirited, his suit wrinkled like crumpled newspaper, and his tie hangs loosely around his neck. His once rosy round face now appears gray like lead, with bloodshot eyes resembling a web painted with red ink. Thick stubble stretches from his chin to his cheekbones, glistening darkly in the dim light. He holds a crumpled telegram in his right hand, the paper already twisted beyond recognition. The cigar clenched between his teeth has long since extinguished, yet he still bites down on it. When he looks at the crowd, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are deep enough to hold a coin. He walks up to Sister Wei Silin and lowers his voice. Sister Wei Silin. His voice sounds like it comes from a cellar, heavy with a thick German accent. We are in trouble. He raises the crumpled telegram, the paper rustling in the wind. I just received the news that the Japanese fleet will send 12 ironclad ships to the Chu River before 10 o'clock tomorrow, in an attempt to blockade the entire Chu River area. Aircraft will also patrol over the Chu River, not allowing any ferries to cross, until their army breaks into Jinling City. Once their army enters Jinling, their fleet will go to support the army, and only then might the blockade chain on the north side of the Chu River loosen. Suddenly, William coughed violently, his broad shoulders hunching into a ball. When he straightened up, Yumo noticed that the back of his suit was already soaked with sweat, glistening oddly under the light. His gaze was erratic, sometimes sweeping toward the distant river surface, sometimes staring at the tips of his own shoes, never daring to make eye contact with anyone. I'm not sure if we can still get these 6 ferries out, he muttered, unconsciously rubbing the naval watch on his left wrist, a commemorative gift personally awarded to him by the naval marshal upon his retirement. Yumo's pupils suddenly constricted, the anger in her eyes exploding as if doused with gasoline. She dashed forward, her high heels crushing the dry branches on the ground with a crisp crack. Her slender fingers suddenly grabbed old William's tie, the silk fabric making a strained sound under her grip. What did you say? Her voice sliced through the air like a blade against glass, sharply exploding in the night breeze. Her red-polished nails almost sank into old William's neck. Bastard, say that again. What do you mean we can't leave? Old William stumbled as she yanked him, the cigar falling from his mouth and rolling on the muddy ground, sparking red embers. His tie was constricted around his throat, his face starting to turn purple, yet he dared not struggle. The eyes of the refugees behind Yumo glinted in the darkness like a pack of wolves. Sister Wei Silin's face instantly drained of all color. She staggered back a step, her black nun's robe clinging tightly to her thin body in the wind, as if she had suddenly lost even more weight. The blue-gray irises trembled in her sunken eye sockets, her cracked lips slightly parted, revealing yellowed teeth. She instinctively clutched the cross at her chest, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if it were her only life buoy. No! The syllable came out of her throat broken, accompanied by a rusted breath. Her twig-like fingers suddenly spasmed, the sharp edge of the cross piercing her palm, blood dripping down the silver chain onto the black skirt, blooming dark red flowers. Yumo's cheap-house split revealed her violently trembling thigh, her whole body like a bow drawn taut, almost lifting old William off the ground. 24,000 lives. And you dare tell me we can't get the boats out now? Her spittle splattered on old William's face, mingling with the cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Old William's Adam's apple struggled against the tie's grip, his eyes beginning to bloodshot. Trembling, he raised the telegram, the paper brushing against Yumo's hand, leaving a faint ink mark. Suddenly, a thunderous cannon shot echoed in the distance, shaking the rust on the iron gate of the shipyard. Sister Wei Silin suddenly coughed violently. her hunched figure casting a distorted silhouette in the light of the cannon fire. She coughed so hard that she had to lean against a nearby utility pole, the cross between her fingers gleaming coldly in the moonlight. When she finally lifted her head, a streak of crimson was hanging from the corner of her mouth. The light in her blue eyes flickering like a candle swaying in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. At this moment, UMO had no choice but to release her grip on old William's neck. She turned to support Sister Wei Silin. Sister Wei Silin then grasped Umo's wrist tightly. She fixed her gaze intently on old William not far away. Mr. William, the lives of over 20,000 people in Jinling rest on your and my shoulders. Think of another way. Save them, and God will bless you. Umo's face was fierce, like an angry she-wolf. You fat bastard. Don't forget, your mistress and illegitimate son are still in our hands. If the shipyard can't get out of Jinling, you'll never see your mistress and son again in your life. Sister Wei Silin believes in God. I do not believe. For the sake of my compatriots, I can do anything. Old William's face twisted under the dim light, veins bulging on his forehead, like worms writhing beneath his skin. His pupils constricted violently, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, as if he was about to swallow something terrifying. He lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the watch's hands, 12:26. At that moment, the watch face seemed to blur in his trembling fingers. He suddenly looked up at the river in the northwest direction, where the Japanese fleet was firing at the Guanghua Gate in northwest Jinling. The distant cannon fire reflected on the murky river, like scarlet snakes writhing. Cold sweat dripped from his thick chin onto the telegram, blurring the ink. And there is still one way. His voice squeezed out between his teeth, his German accent thickening with fear. Unconsciously, he rubbed the naval watch, the metal strap making a faint clicking sound in the silence. It is now 12:26. He suddenly crumpled the telegram into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket, his left hand suddenly grasping Umo's wrist with astonishing force. 4 o'clock. Before 4 o'clock in the morning, we set sail early. His eyes glinted with an eerie light in the darkness, like a beast driven to the edge. Jinling City is already besieged by the Japanese army, only to the north, due to its proximity to the Chu River. Can the Japanese army not completely blockade the north side of Jinling City? We will depart from the Qinhuai port and reach the Baqiao wharf near Songhu. This wharf is currently rented by the Germans and will take 6 hours. The repairs on the 6 ferries are already 70% complete, although we can't ensure complete safety. But launching them is not a problem. Each boat is equipped with 4 crew members. Even if we encounter risks in 6 hours, they can at least ensure that the ferries won't sink. Another cannon shot echoed in the distance, causing the iron gate of the shipyard to hum. Old William shivered all over, but suddenly revealed a sinister smile, his gold teeth flashing a glimmer in the darkness. As long as we can set off before 4 o'clock. There is still hope to reach the safe dock before the blockade. His voice grew lower, almost turning into a whisper, filled with desperate madness. My paperwork is all in order. With the alliance between the Germans and the Japanese, they won't search my ships, as long as it isn't 10 o'clock. Before the blockade time required by their command post, the Japanese fleet on the Chu River won't make it too difficult for the ferries flying the German flag. He released Umo's hand, making a gesture as if to stuff money, his knuckles turning white from the effort. If they insist on searching, I can always slip them some gold or silver dollars. I've been doing business in the Great Xia for so many years. What I have most is gold and silver. Suddenly, the night wind shifted, bringing the smell of gunpowder into everyone's nostrils. Old William's tie flew in the wind, like a dying snake wrapped around his neck. His gaze suddenly became extremely clear, fixed intently on Umo's face. But at that moment, Sister Wei Silin raised her head. Her complexion was still pale. No, 4 hours is not enough time to move all 24,000 refugees from the safe zone onto the ferries. Just then, old William suddenly became hysterical. Wake up, sister. My 6 ferries, even if we dismantled everything inside, can't hold more than 24,000 people. A normal ferry can only carry about 2,200 people. Expanding it 3,000 people is already the limit. Do you know the consequences of ferry overloading? Overloading can raise the center of gravity of the vessel, reducing its stability. The waves on the Chu River are fierce. When a big wave hits, if the vessel's center of gravity is unstable, it can directly lead to capsizing and sinking. 6 ferries can safely carry 18,000 people to the 8 Bridges Wharf. You should thank God for that. In extraordinary times, sacrifices must be made. The people of this country have fallen to such a state. Who can we blame? Me? Isn't it because this country is impoverished and weak, and they don't strive for better? Yumo's features were completely distorted. That beautiful face under the night, at this moment, resembled a female ghost. You dog. Instinctively, she reached into her backpack, where she carried her pistol. But just then, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind Yumo, mingling with the wind. Bodhisattva, female Bodhisattva. Don't make it difficult for me. I want to leave. I will stay in Jinling City. This old foreigner is right. The country has become like this. We can't blame others. I was once a confused soldier, having witnessed the fall of the Qing dynasty and warlord fragmentation. Living to this age, I finally realized what home and country mean. If the devils really come, the worst that can happen is they cut off my head. If I'm lucky, maybe I can take one of them with me. That would be a gain. I was born in Jinling, and I will die in Jinling. That's just fine. I only hope that the surviving elders and fellow villagers 1T bow their heads or kneel. Kneeling 1T earn dignity or life. Remember this national humiliation. Never become a slave of a fallen country. Chapter 44, Don't fulfill your filial duty for me. Go serve the country instead. For our compatriots. We can shatter our skulls. Yumo suddenly turned around, the night wind lifting the stray hairs at her temples. It was an old man, hunched like a withered tree, with a little girl on his back gnawing on half a moldy cake, crumbs falling onto his patched blue cloth jacket. The old man's eyes were murky, as if covered with a layer of dust, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, revealing a few yellowed, broken teeth. In my youth, I also learned a bit about the knowledge of slavery, aspiring to become a slave official, but unexpectedly the maritime ban was lifted, the winds and clouds grew fierce. And what came of the British, Germans, evil Japanese, and the French? In less than 50 years of trade with our Great Xia, the people of Great Xia became impoverished. And that's not all. They frequently raised troops and horses, invading our country. They won battle after battle, while our country suffered defeat after defeat, ultimately paying reparations and ceding land. Just when we finally anticipated a new era, various forces divided the land. And the lives of the common people didn't improve one bit. Then came this pack of wolf-hearted Japanese pirates, wanting to stain our great land of China. Most of our rivers and mountains have fallen. Who knows how many civilians have been slaughtered? With the country in such a state, it's a joke for the common people to wish for a peaceful life. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. But I'm too old to go to the battlefield, unable to bear arms. Fortunately, I still have 2 sons. I told them, don't fulfill your filial duty for me. Go serve the country instead. For our compatriots, we can shatter our skulls. He coughed a couple of times, his thick-fingered hand gently patting the little girl on his back. Both of my sons have been sent to the battlefield. One died in Songhu, and one. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. One has been missing for 3 days at Guanghua Gate. The night wind wailed, and the little girl on the old man's back suddenly reached out, using her dirty little hand to touch his sunken cheek. Don't cry, don't cry. The old man lifted his head, murky tears sliding down his deeply lined face. This old bone. His voice was hoarse. Dying in Jinling City is nothing to speak of. It's just a pity for this girl. He trembled as he unfastened the straps, pushing the little girl toward Yumo. She was already 6 years old, yet she looked so small, never having tasted the flavor of plum blossom cake. Leaving this girl in Jinling, I truly can't rest easy. That group of devils, utterly inhuman, my eldest son mentioned in his letter. That group of devils even spares no children. You are a bodhisattva. Please take her out of the city. You don't have to take care of her. After you take her out, just send her to Yeoman Town, which is not far from Baqiao Wharf. I have a daughter who married there. Someone will want this poor child. Someone will want this poor girl. Yumo's hand froze in midair, her fingertips trembling. Meanwhile, not far away, a couple was supporting each other as they walked. The man was so thin that his cheekbones jutted out, and the woman was holding a baby in her arms, followed by 3 half-grown children. My tuberculosis. The man began to speak, but coughed violently, blood seeping between his fingers. Boarding the ship would harm others. He forcefully pushed his eldest daughter. Mom and Dad 1T board the ship. You take your younger siblings and go. Qinghuan, it will be hard on you from now on. But no matter what, remember, you siblings are one family. You will have to rely on each other from now on. The 15-year-old girl bit her lip hard, blood beads oozing out. Suddenly, she knelt down, knocking her head 3 times, her forehead immediately turning blue and purple. Further away, a young man, missing an arm, tightly grasped the collar of his younger brother, who looked just like him but was younger. Only a limited number of people can board the ship. You get on the ship, hide the silver dollar well. I lost this arm working for the foreigners. My life is essentially wasted. I can't take care of you anymore. It's better to die in Jinling. Remember, move forward, don't look back. His voice was hoarse. If you dare look back, I won't recognize you as my brother. He forcibly turned the young boy's body around, using his remaining hand to push the young boy forward. But he himself started to cry. How can I not recognize you? You are my brother. Even if the heavens turn upside down, we are still brothers. The night wind carried the fragmented sounds of crying, swirling around the wharf. Umo's purple chi-pao was blown tightly against her body by the wind, like a flower about to wither. Sister Wei Silin was hunched over, her eyes filled with tears, droplets falling onto the cold blue stone slabs. Beside her, old William's eyes shimmered with a ghostly light. Don't waste any more time. The common people of Jinling have already made their choices. They are clearer than you two. Then old William turned his head and shouted towards the dockyard behind him. Open a main gate. He then yelled to the crowd. Those who aren't boarding the ship stay back. All the common people who want to board the ship immediately enter the dockyard. Hurry, schnell, quick. Old William's roar exploded in the night wind, like a dull knife cutting through the solid darkness. He was so anxious that he even shouted in his native language. The rusty iron gate of the dockyard let out a piercing groan, slowly opening. Dim yellow light seeped through the gap, casting a trembling beam on the muddy ground. The crowd was silent for a moment, then surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam. A dock worker in coarse clothes charged to the front. He had a 3- or 4-year-old boy tied to his back with a hemp rope, the child's small face reddened by the river wind. But he bit his lip and refused to cry out. The dock worker had lost his straw sandals long ago, barefoot on the gravel path, leaving bloody footprints with each step. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! He shouted, shouldering his way through the people blocking his path. My son has to board the ship. Behind him followed a girl in student uniform, evidently still a high school student, tightly clutching a blue cloth bundle. The bundle had a corner coming undone, revealing half a burned textbook, national literature reader. The girl had lost her cloth shoes, her white socks covered in mud, but her small body ran faster than anyone else. The rice shop owner in a gray long gown pulled his wife's wrist, dragging her forward. The jade bracelet on her wrist shattered into 2 pieces due to the crowded people, the jade fragments glimmering in the mud. In less than 20 minutes, outside the dockyard, most of the thousands of refugees who had gathered earlier had squeezed into the dockyard. Only a few remained at the wharf. Altogether, there were fewer than 200 people. But most of those 200 had a faint smile on their faces, looking towards the dockyard gate not far away. The hunchbacked old man, carrying an empty bamboo basket, gazed in the direction of the dockyard gate, until he saw a woman in a chi-pao gracefully walking out from the dockyard, when a smile finally appeared on his face. He knew that his most cherished granddaughter had already been sent onto the ferry. He knelt down with a thud, knocking his head on the ground, his white hair covered in mud. Lady Bodhisattva. A murky sob rolled out from his throat. My granddaughter, her name is Xiao Tao. The young man, missing an arm, squatted by a mooring post, hugging his knees with his remaining arm, like a bird with a broken wing. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the river, humming a pitchy little tune. The couple suffering from tuberculosis leaned against the cargo box. The blood froth coughed up by the man, blooming a dark red flower on his wife's blue cloth jacket. The woman gently patted his back with one hand, while holding the man's thin hand with the other. The two leaned on each other, as if they could head to the underworld together. Umo walked over and stood beside Sister Wei Silin, wrapping her thin shoulders. Sister, we don't have time to grieve. The safe zone. There are still other civilians waiting for us. We can't send out 24,000. At least we can send out 20,000. At 4 in the morning. The waters of the Chu River were as black as ink. 6 ferries, like silent giant beasts, slowly sailed away from the dock. The deck was empty. All the refugees curled up inside the cabin, not daring to light a single lamp. The 6 ferries were now speeding and continuously accelerating until the first ray of light appeared on the surface of the sea. The morning sunlight spilled onto the deck. Umo stood at the bow of the ship, the river wind tugging at her purple chi-pao. Her hairpin had long since come loose, with a few strands of hair sticking to her sweaty neck. She felt they were making a grand escape towards the sunlight. She raised her head again and saw in the distance, under the rising sun from the horizon, a few faintly visible Japanese ironclad ships, her nails digging deep in her palms. So soon they appeared? Would those evil Japanese ironclads come closer? Old William frowned, his hesitant words in awkward Chinese. His rough fingers stroked his naval watch. Our ferry flies the German flag. Under normal circumstances, the evil Japanese warships would not intercept us. But this is indeed a special time. Before old William could finish his sentence, a large ship sailed against the early morning light. Yumo's pupils suddenly contracted. Her heart raced. That was not an ordinary patrol vessel, but a destroyer equipped with 6-inch naval guns. Chapter 45, I must plan well for that dog to eat good fruits. They want men, they want women. Yumo's fingertips dug deeply into the wood chips of the deck railing. The sea breeze suddenly turned biting cold, whipping the salty, fishy mist against her face. She could hear her own heartbeat thundering, as if it would burst through her chest. A faint cry of a baby came from the cargo hold, but soon, that wailing ceased abruptly, like a snapped violin string. Yumo's back stiffened, almost imagining a baby with its mother's hand tightly covering its mouth. The child's face flushed, tears hanging on its eyelashes. Old William's complexion instantly turned ashen. The muscles in his jaw tightened, his teeth glinting coldly in the morning light. Mein Gott, damit! A murmur of a German curse rolled from his throat, his right hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. Flag bearer! He turned and roared, spit flying from his chin. Immediately signal them. Tell them not to come closer. A thin figure immediately emerged from the cabin. It was a small daxia sailor, his coarse cloth outfit flapping loudly in the sea breeze. He clutched 2 signal flags tightly, stumbling towards the bow, his emaciated arms trembling like reeds in the morning light. The flag signals were fragmented, the 2 yellow flags crossing and parallel, resembling 2 frightened butterflies struggling in the gale. The sea breeze suddenly shifted, and foamy waves carrying the smell of gunpowder hit the deck. The hem of Yumo's chi-pao was instantly soaked, the cold fabric clinging to her calves. She bit down hard on her molars, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Is this useful? Old William's Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze was glued to the German flag fluttering at the stern, the black-red-gold tricolor being twisted into waves by the wind. The sunrise gilded the flag with a layer of gold, but could not light the shadows in his eyes. Hope there is. After all, the evil Japanese and Germans are allies. According to your daxia's words, these damned little devils, they should at least give me some face, right? But before old William finished speaking, the destroyer's whistle suddenly tore through the morning fog. That steel beast suddenly accelerated, the bow cleaving through a wall of waves that was at least 3 meters high. Yumo saw the turrets slowly turning, the 6-inch cannon pointing at them like the fingertip of death. Montag instinctively swallowed. That warship was already very close to them. She could even see the faces of the Japanese sailors under their steel helmets, each one glistening with a cold sheen. They hung grenades at their waists, the bayonets on their rifles glinting in the morning light, resembling a row of bloodthirsty fangs. Old William suddenly grabbed her wrist, the grip so tight it nearly crushed her bones. His corpulent body blocked her path, a mix of sweat and the tarry smell of cigars hitting her face. Back to the cabin. His low voice carried an unprecedented fear. Don't let them see you. Your beauty will bring us great trouble. The deck rocked violently with the waves kicked up by the destroyer. Yumo staggered back 2 steps, her lower back colliding with the mooring post. She saw that old William's suit jacket was completely soaked with cold sweat, the fabric clinging to his protruding spine like a beached whale. And at that moment, the approaching ship's loudspeaker suddenly erupted with a coarse voice. It shook the cargo hatch cover, buzzing. Stop the ship for inspection. At the same time, the destroyer's searchlight suddenly swept toward the ferry's porthole. Yumo watched in horror as a beam of pale light passed by a porthole, revealing a terrified face of a female student for just a moment. Old William's breathing became heavy. He hurriedly loosened his tie and stuffed it into his pocket, the gold chain of his watch clinking with his movements. When he turned to the Japanese destroyer, a merchant's characteristic ingratiating smile was already plastered on his face. But his left hand was wildly gesturing behind him, signaling Yumo to hurry and leave. Yumo's nails dug into her palm. She glimpsed the boarding ladder dropped by the destroyer crashing against the ferry's railing, the sparks from the metal collision flying like a snake's flicking tongue. She gritted her teeth. As she turned, the hem of her purple chi-pao snagged on a rusty nail, ripping a foot-long tear. But she didn't care, only reaching for the black cloth bag she had been carrying on her back, which contained a pistol and 3 grenades, all brought specifically for desperate use. The moment the cargo door closed, she heard old William shouting in broken Japanese, "We are the merchant ship of the German William Company," immediately followed by the dull thud of boots on the deck, sounding like tolling bells approaching. In the darkness, a cold little hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. It was the granddaughter of the old man with the bamboo basket. The child's palm was clammy with sweat, trembling silently. Yumo managed to smile, patting the girl's head. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. At this moment, the air in the cabin felt like solidified asphalt, heavy enough to be cut with a knife. The originally designated space for steel and tungsten ore was now crammed with over 3,000 heads. The smell of sweat, urine, and vomit mixed together, forming a suffocating stench. It was the scent of fear fermenting, the breath of despair rotting in a confined space. Yumo's nostrils burned from this smell. She squinted through the sliver of light coming from a door, seeing countless pale faces floating like ghosts in the darkness. Some curled up in the gaps of cargo boxes, retching. Others covered their mouths with rags to suppress their coughs, and mothers stuffed their nipples into their babies' mouths, using their breasts to stifle any potential cries. Through the faint light filtering into the cabin, Yumo suddenly saw a clean face. It was a young girl's face, slightly pale, with her forehead wrapped in a bandage stained with coal dust, with a hint of dark red blood seeping at the edges. But the girl's eyes remained bright, like two glowing coals in the dim cabin. She smiled at Yumo, the corners of her mouth lifting gently, revealing two small tiger teeth. "Sister." She silently mouthed the words, her voice barely audible. That was Dooku. Lin Yan had specifically instructed her to take Dooku out of the city. He had promised Dooku's grandmother to get this girl out of the urban area. Yumo remembered that the sisters from Jianshan Garden had said that Dooku's voice was originally very clear, able to charm an audience with her singing. But now, her voice had gone hoarse. Perhaps it was because she was too heartbroken over her grandmother's death, or the days of travel had worn her already frail body to its limit. It was the granddaughter of the old man with the bamboo basket, who was now also held by Dooku. Dooku liked this little girl very much. Two equally lonely girls, relying on each other in this chaotic world. At this moment, Dooku held the girl, gently patting her back, her movements tender as if soothing her own little sister. The coarse cloth garment she wore had long since frayed at the cuffs, revealing several bruises on her wrists, remnants from being jostled at the crowded dock last night. Yumo looked at Dooku. She suddenly thought, if it weren't for the war, a girl like Dooku should be sitting in a classroom studying at her age. Yumo was about to say something, but just then, a heavy thud from above the deck startled everyone into silence, holding their breath. Yumo's hand pressed down on the bag hiding the grenades. The sound of boots crossing the wooden planks felt like stepping on everyone's taut nerves, the rhythmic clacking moving along the cargo hatch cover. At a certain moment, the footsteps paused above the ventilation hole, a wisp of smoke wafting down through the iron grating. It was a Japanese soldier smoking. A few minutes later, the smoke that drifted in from outside finally mingled with the complex stench in the cabin. The sound of leather boots stepping on wooden planks echoed again. But this time, the sound was receding, as if the recently smoking Japanese soldier was leaving. At the same time, an elderly hand suddenly grasped Yuma's wrist. Yuma was startled at first. Then she turned her head sharply and saw an old woman with graying hair but bright eyes. The old woman's voice was hoarse. "We have already found a way to notify Master Lin Yan about the situation here. Lin Yan is currently at the Jinling Army Officer School, formulating tonight's coup plan. His reply to us is to act according to the situation, with Comrade Yuma in command." The old woman before her was their accomplice, Su Xiaoqing, who had drawn the role of Aunt Dooku. Yuma's expression darkened, her eyes filled with anger. Didn't he know the Japanese would block the northern Chu River in advance? Isn't he a master? He wants me to act according to the situation? Su Xiaoqing said. This was a holographic panoramic simulation world. In this world, not only the people of Jinling, but also the Japanese attacking Jinling were not simple NPCs. They could be viewed as intelligent, cunning beasts. Any action we take within Jinling that could influence the battle would be detected by these Japanese, causing their tactical strategies to change. Don't even mention Master Lin Yan. Even that damn dog planner probably can't predict every move of these Japanese. The master said this is not the anti-Japanese War Divine Bureau. We are facing the most cunning and brutal army of this era. They are well-trained and well-equipped. Those Japanese soldiers can hit a person without aiming, just raising their rifles. If necessary, we can only fight them to the death. The master also speculated that the Japanese decided to block the northern Chu River due to the Japanese squad stationed at Mufa Mountain that they had previously eliminated. That squad suddenly lost contact, hence the command from the evil Japanese platform to blockade the Chu River waterway north of Jinling. The good news is that the small ferries at Xuanwu Gate have already transported several batches of Jinling refugees. And since the ferries on Xuanwu Lake are small and always operate at night, using the Jiajiang waterway, the blockade of the Chu River by the Japanese has not significantly affected them. The ones most affected are still our 6 ferries carrying nearly 20,000 Jinling refugees. Su Xiaoqing's expression was complicated. This matter could not be blamed on Lin Yan. If blame is to be placed, it should be on that dog planner. That dog planner, when designing this world, was probably already immersed in his own world, oblivious to the realities around him. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I will definitely make him taste the unique fruits of Jinling. Yuma sighed softly. She looked affectionately at Dooku beside her and the little Tao in Dooku's arms. Yuma's hand gently stroked the top of Dooku's head and then rubbed against little Tao's dirty face. She could feel both girls trembling, like two chicks soaked in the rain. I will definitely send you to a safe place, she whispered in Dooku's ear, her voice as soft as a sigh. In my eyes, you are my sister. Yuma's hand gently stroked the top of Dooku's head again and rubbed little Tao's dirty face. She could feel both girls trembling, like two chicks soaked in the rain. Dooku raised her face, her eyes shining astonishingly under the bandage. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, bang! The gunshot tore through the brief silence in the cabin. Yuma's body tensed up. The gunshot seemed to have come from the deck, not too far from them. But why was there gunfire? Did old William not calm those Japanese down? Wood chips fell, landing on a female student's blue cloth bundle, revealing a half page of a national language reader. The noise on the deck suddenly became chaotic. The sound of boots trampled on the wooden planks, like a pack of wild beasts tearing overhead. The clanging of metal, the rough curses from the evil Japanese platform, and old William's hysterical arguments all mixed together. Yuma pressed her ear against the cold cabin wall. The sounds from outside were fragmented and blurred, as if separated by a thick layer of cotton. The wind howled. The waves crashed against the ship, producing a dull thud, as if some giant beast was gnawing on the ship's bones. In this chaotic noise, male shouts occasionally erupted, sometimes fading away. That was William's voice, but it no longer sounded arrogant. Instead, it was as if something had gripped his throat, broken and intermittent. 9. A short, almost mournful shout, followed by the dull sound of a body hitting the deck. Next came the creaking of boots grinding against the planks, and the crisp sound of metal clashing. Bayonet? Gunbolt? Yuma couldn't tell, but her fingers instinctively lifted, gripping Dooku's hand tightly. William's voice sounded again, but this time, it was no longer a roar, but a kind of trembling, almost pleading tone. Dooku couldn't understand what he was saying. The wind was too strong, the waves too loud. Those fragmented German words were torn apart, leaving only a chilling fear. Yes, fear. That usually arrogant foreigner-esque voice was now soaked in fear. Suddenly, bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, it was not from afar, but very close. Right on the deck, just outside the cabin door. Dooku's breath stopped for a moment. Everyone in the cabin froze. The wind continued to howl. The waves continued to crash. But aside from that, there was no other sound on the deck. No William's roar. No his pleading. No any sound. Only a dead silence. Dooku's throat tightened, and she slowly looked up at Yuma. Yuma's face, in the dim light, was as pale as paper. It was unclear how long had passed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the cabin's wooden door. The air in the cabin instantly froze. Over 3,000 pairs of eyes stared at the rickety wooden door, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. In the corner, a woman holding a baby suddenly began to tremble. The sound of her teeth clattering was especially clear in the silence. Bang! Bang! 2 more light knocks. Dooku felt little Tao shrink into her embrace, the child's fingers tightly clutching her clothes. A hoarse call came from outside the door. Don't be afraid. It's me. Yuma's hand was already on the pistol, and upon hearing that voice, she trembled violently. She slowly pulled back the door bolt. The rusty hinges emitted a piercing groan. The morning light sliced through the darkness like a sharp blade. Old William's hunched figure stood in the light, his suit jacket missing, and his white shirt stained dark red with blood. His left eye was swollen shut, and the wound at the corner of his mouth was still oozing blood. Most horrifying was that his right ear was reduced to a bloody mess. He trembled as he held a blue cloth-bound notebook, the cover marked with the 6 golden characters of Jinling Women's School stained with blood fingerprints. When his gaze swept across the terrified faces in the cabin, he suddenly began to sob like a child. Our soldiers saw that there were women in our cabin. Old William's voice was so heavy it was almost inaudible, the blood-stained notebook trembling in his hands. After they boarded, they found this. He suddenly collapsed, squatting down, his mangled ear oozing blood in the morning light. They're certain that there are female students on our ship. He told me to hand over the female students to them. Otherwise, none of the 6 fairies would escape. Not a single one would leave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I could protect you. I'm sorry. Chapter 46. They say merchant girls do not know the hatred of a fallen country. I must wash away this 1,000-year-old disgrace and become a hero. Old William knelt at the cabin door, trembling all over like a withered leaf in the wind. Blood dripped continuously from his right ear, pooling into a dark red puddle on the wooden floor. His fingers gripped the blood-stained notebook tightly, knuckles turning white as if he wanted to crush it. I'm sorry. Those guys are demons crawled out of hell. His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. They pointed guns at my head, my crew. He suddenly retched violently, but only a few bloody spit came out. My 3 crew members are all dead. 1 shot through the head, and the other 2 ripped open and brutally killed. I have no way out. I have no way out at all. The cabin was deathly silent. Over 3,000 pairs of eyes widened in the darkness, fear flickering in their pupils. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. A mother holding a child suddenly covered her mouth, tears rolling down silently. The baby in her arms seemed to sense something, its little face turning red, yet miraculously did not cry out. In a corner, several men in coarse, short clothes gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads. Their hands instinctively reached for the burdens strapped to their waists, where they kept their yokes. Iron hooks and sharpened pry bars. A young man suddenly reddened around the eyes, his fists creaking from clenching too tight, yet he swallowed his roar back down. An older, sturdy woman suddenly pounded her chest, her calloused fingers tightly gripping a faded amulet. How sinful! Oh, heaven, open your eyes! Her cries were like a dull knife, tearing a hole in the silence. Some common folk looked with complex expressions toward the center of the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, over 600 students from Jinling Women's School huddled together, like a group of frightened chicks. Most of them were 17 or 18 years old, the oldest barely over 20. Their blue cheapao hems stained with coal dust and blood. Morning light seeped through the cabin door's crack, illuminating their pale faces. A girl with braided hair mechanically wiped her glasses, but her hand trembled uncontrollably. The short-haired girl next to her gripped a broken pencil tightly, the tip digging into her palm and drawing blood without her noticing. The girl in the front row suddenly bit her lip, blood dripping down her chin onto the school badge on her chest, a copper Jinling Women's School emblem, glimmering faintly even in the dim light. The classmate beside her instinctively tried to lift her chin, only to find her own fingers trembling uncontrollably. A girl suddenly pulled a pair of scissors from her bundle, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, she was about to stab them into her neck. I'd rather die than be humiliated by those devils. Fortunately, a quick-thinking classmate grabbed her hand, and the scissors clattered to the ground. But the girl couldn't control her sobbing. Yumo raised her head, staring intently at old William. Where are those devils? Old William collapsed to the ground, his expression one of unprecedented desolation. They temporarily returned to their ship. His voice sounded as if it was squeezed out of hell. They promised me an hour to deliver at least 30 female students. Otherwise, another ship will come. His gaze swept over the youthful faces of the students. Then he desperately grabbed his hair. Those demons, upon hearing the words female students, all had their eyes glowing green, like wolves starving on the prairie. The soldiers on that warship are extremely hungry. Old William couldn't continue. He looked at those young faces. His murky blue-gray eyes began to shed tears. I have a daughter. She is in Germany. She's the same age as you. Yuma's expression was now as ugly as it could get. She knew what those female students would endure once sent away. She had watched the documentaries of the survivors. She was almost about to bite her own teeth to pieces. Her eyes turned completely red, tears streaming down her face. These beasts, what a dark and filthy thing to do. They invade and humiliate the women of another nation, trampling on the dignity of that nation. Fight back against them. Old William's eyes were red. We can't fight back. We only have a few guns. Their ships have cannons. 1 shot, and our ship will sink. At that moment, the air in the cabin seemed to be sucked out. Among the female students, a girl with a blue hair tie, overwhelmed by fear, suddenly collapsed to the ground, her throat emitting a whimper like a young beast. Another bespectacled student nearby immediately covered her mouth, her nails digging deep into her pale cheek. Don't make a sound. Jingji. The bespectacled girl's voice trembled out of tune. They will hear us. In the corner, a girl with big round eyes trembled as she flipped open a notebook. She took out a fountain pen. The pen tip scratched the paper, writing crookedly. Dear parents, but the ink quickly blurred with tears. She suddenly buried her face in the notebook, her shoulders shaking violently, yet she did not make a sound. Meanwhile, a girl with ear-length short hair suddenly screamed, 30 people. She bit her hand back fiercely. Blood seeped from her teeth, but she was oblivious, repeating nervously, "I want to go. I'm only 18. I haven't even held a boy as hand." The girl next to her with braids suddenly began to frantically tear at her hair. Strands mixed with blood tangled in her fingers. Someone tried to pull her back, but she pushed them away. "Get away. Don't try to pull me. Whoever wants to go can go. I'd rather jump into the river." Yuma turned her head. She looked at those students, particularly the one who screamed the loudest. The girl with ear-length short hair. She remembered that girl's name was Fong Ting. At Jinling Women's School, she had clashed with Yujun, getting into a fight. And it was because of her that Dooku ended up with a bloody head. And at this moment, that girl named Fong Ting also noticed Yuma's gaze. She screamed even louder. "What are you looking at me for? I know you want to go, right? I won't go. My dad is a doctor. I am a girl from a respectable family, and I want to be a doctor in the future. Don't think you can make me go? Sister, I beg you, please don't make me go. I don't want to go." The cries of the female students grew increasingly sorrowful and desolate. Their cries intertwined in the closed cabin, forming a piercing wail. The sound was like countless shards of glass, scraping against everyone's eardrums repeatedly. Some curled up, sobbing. Some tilted their heads back, silently crying. Others bit their collars, emitting whimpers like young beasts. Tears and cold sweat mixed and dripped onto the wooden floor, making a faint patter, as if an invisible rain of suffering were falling. Just then, a light laugh suddenly came from the tail of the cabin. A figure suddenly stood up. The hem of a crimson chi-pao swept across the blood-stained deck. It was a graceful woman. A bruise on her right cheek from an unknown cause, her long wavy hair neatly styled. Her fingers, dyed with red, tucked a strand behind her ear, revealing a faded pearl earring on her earlobe. "Shut up." She leaned against a rusty steel pipe, her red lips curving into a mocking arc. "Aren't those devils just after women? Is it worth making the Yangtze River swell with tears?" The entire cabin fell silent. Over 3,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards this heavily made-up woman. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, she leisurely pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with entwined peonies from under her armpit and gently wiped the scab blood at the corner of her mouth. Her delicate lips trembled. "Zizhuang." Fong Ting also stared in shock at the woman. The scenes of fighting with this prostitute in the dormitory of the Jinling Women's School seemed to flash before her eyes. Zizhuang raised her chin. "My face is well maintained. It can pass for a female student, right? Those female students don't know how to serve men, but I do. If they're sent over, they definitely won't survive. But I can walk through that hell. I can crawl out. Isn't it said that merchant women don't understand the hatred of a fallen nation? Aren't we scolded as prostitutes who don't know the sorrow and resentment of a fallen country? As if we women are inherently lowly. Then today, I will wash away this infamy that has lasted for 1,000 years. This prostitute will also be a hero, standing tall." Chapter 47. A woman's chastity is never beneath a skirt. Whether to kill or to scrape, there are sisters, no need to be afraid. The air in the cabin seemed to have solidified. More than 3,000 faces turned simultaneously towards Ziju N, every pair of eyes wide open, with incredible fire flickering in their pupils. Those gazes were like countless knives, pinning Ziju N's beautiful figure at the intersection of morning light and darkness. In a corner, an old man with a head full of white hair, squatting not far from Ziju N, suddenly released the smoking pipe he had been gripping, the brass mouthpiece clattering as it hit the deck. His wrinkled face twitched, and large tears suddenly welled up in his murky old eyes. He remembered that when he boarded the ship earlier, he had looked at this woman beside him and quietly cursed, "Low class." At this moment, the old man's lips trembled like dry leaves in the wind, and he dared only to call out softly, "Mississippi." He shakily raised his hand, as if wanting to touch the corner of Ziju N's garment, but froze in midair. Several boatmen in coarse cloth shorts stood dumbfounded. One of them dropped the iron hook he was holding with a clang, echoing in the silence. Their bronze-colored faces were mixed with shock and shame. A young man suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard, the crisp sound of the palm echoing in the cabin. A suppressed gasp erupted from the group of female students. Fong Ting's lips trembled, her face drained of color. Her fingers unconsciously clutched the school badge on her chest, the metal edge cutting in her fingertips without her noticing. She wanted to say something. Her mouth opened wide and then suddenly closed. After repeating this several times, still no sound came out. Only she knew that the words "I'm sorry" had hovered on the tip of her tongue countless times. But when her gaze met Ziju N's fierce eyes, she swallowed them back. The girl with glasses suddenly took off her glasses and wiped the lenses vigorously with her sleeve. But the more she wiped, the more blurred her vision became. It turned out she was crying and couldn't see clearly. The girl with braided hair stared blankly at the faded pearl on Ziju N's earlobe, suddenly recalling that half a month ago on Zhenyuan Road, she had spat at this woman sitting on the street, a prostitute. At that time, Ziju N had just smiled and wiped away the saliva on her face, and the pearl pendant had swayed in the sunlight. Old William's hunched body suddenly shook. His mangled ear was still bleeding, yet he raised his head as if feeling no pain at all. The blue eyes of this German merchant trembled violently, his gaze moving from the blood-stained hem of Ziju N's qipao to her bruised cheekbones, finally locking onto her eyes, which shone with mockery, yet were astonishingly bright. Mein Gott! Old William's Adam's apple rolled as he struggled to speak broken German. He suddenly remembered his daughter in the Hamburg harbor, that golden-haired girl who always clamored for him to buy her Eastern silk. At this moment, the two figures overlapped in his tear-filled eyes, then were brutally torn apart. Yuma's fingertips dug deep into her palm. She looked at the small leg exposed from the slit of Ziju N's qipao, where the bloodstains from last night's rush to board the ship still remained. This woman, who always spoke with sharp words, now stood straight like a weeping willow in a storm. She gritted her teeth, fiercely glaring at Ziju N. No, I don't agree, although I haven't known you for long. I know you are also a strong-willed person. I heard from the other sisters in Jianshan Tower that before you met Captain Li, you were often beaten by customers. There were times you were beaten to a bloody head, simply because you couldn't serve those so-called customers properly. Do you know the methods of those Japanese? They are countless times more brutal than those customers who come to Jianshan Garden. They're a bunch of beasts. They will treat you like livestock. But at that moment, Ziju N simply scoffed. She gazed at Yuma. So, in Jianshan Garden, we're not livestock? Jinling. This ancient city that has lured countless beautiful women from Jiangnan, turning them into the unparalleled courtesans of brothels, has rarely produced ugly women. For poor families, beautiful girls have only two destinies since ancient times, the theater or the brothel. Even if one dies on those Japanese ships, so what? I'm just a prostitute. My life is cheap. But before Ziju N's words could finish, Yuma's voice had already torn apart. But I don't think your life is cheap. What's wrong with being a prostitute? A prostitute's life is still a life. Why is a female student's life noble while a prostitute's life is lowly? I don't think so. I have never thought so. A woman's chastity is never beneath a skirt. I want all of you to live. Damn it. Why can't we all live? Ziju N stood there, stunned, looking at Yuma. Her originally cold gaze suddenly softened. The corners of her mouth curled up, bringing a smile. Yuma, do you know? I have always been jealous of you. Before you came to Jianshan Garden, I was the most beautiful girl in the garden. Before you came, I would also get beaten by customers because of my bad temper, but they dare not hit my face because if they ruined my face, my mother would relentlessly pursue them, forcing them to pay more. But after you came, everything changed. Even if customers slapped me, my mother no longer cared. Because in the garden, there was a more beautiful girl. You're truly beautiful. You probably forgot, on your 20th birthday, the consul from the foreign consulate came to celebrate your birthday. You spoke fluent foreign language, leaning against the door frame of Jianshan Garden, a cigarette in your mouth. The fine eyeliner slightly lifted at the corners of your eyes, your brows and eyes drooping, long eyelashes like dense little brushes, making people itch with desire. Soft as spring water, your wine-red lips, like the fragrance soaked in red wine, wanted to make people drunk within, the same color rouge, slender fingers. A wine-red gemstone ring on your index finger, bar-shaped. Your graceful figure wrapped in a floral qipao, a coat with tiger stripes, fluffy yet orderly curled hair. Just like a character jumping off a cigarette box. At that time, I hated you so much that my teeth were itching, but deep down I thought, how could this woman be so beautiful? If she hadn't been sold into Jianshan Garden by her stepfather, who knows how colorful her life could have been? Such an extraordinary woman. How did she become a prostitute? Yuma, you're truly a good woman. But can you really let everyone on this ship survive? If you really have this incredible ability, then why are your tears falling like beads, ceaselessly? Yuma's tears fell silently. She bit her lip hard, blood seeping out, mixing with her tears, dripping onto the deck. Her shoulders trembled, her fingers clenched white, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She didn't want to cry, but no matter how hard she tried to stop, the tears kept flowing down like loose beads, one after another crashing down. Ziju N looked at her gently, suddenly smiling. She took a step forward, her voice becoming increasingly hoarse. Sisters, the Japanese only want 30 women. Aren't there still more than 30 women who escaped from Jianshan Garden? Her voice was like a sharp knife, cutting through the silence in the cabin. To be honest, I don't like these female students. Especially among these female students. There are a few nasty little girls. We only borrowed a night in their dormitory, and they scolded us for being dirty, calling us trash. In my heart, I wish them bad luck. But Zijuan's voice suddenly choked. No matter how unlucky they are, it shouldn't lead to being turned into military prostitutes by the Japanese. Sometimes when I look at their faces, I remember when I wasn't a brothel sister. That gaze, it was as clean as theirs. As I walked past Zhan Shunyuan, I couldn't help but spit twice and curse the dirty people inside that garden. It's always better for us to go than for those girls. Of course, I know it's not easy for the sisters to survive. And for those who are willing to go with me, let's go together and look out for each other. For those who don't want to go and want to live, I won't force them. As soon as Zijuan's words fell, a woman in an apricot-colored qipao slowly stood up in the corner. Her hair was loose, with a strand of broken hair falling by her temple, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Yuma stared at the woman in the apricot qipao. She remembered this woman. Her name was Xianglan. She was usually a quiet woman. At this moment, Xianglan raised her sharp, slender chin. Zijuan's words made sense. All of us sisters are in this line of work. What kind of men haven't we seen? What should those little girls do about this? When I was their age, I can't even remember how many clients I had received. I was also foolish. My cold-hearted father sold me into Zhan Shunyuan, and I still kept thinking about him, hoping that one day he would come and take me home. Hey, forget it. Anyway, we're all lonely souls and wild ghosts. So it's better to walk through this hell on earth with you, Zijuans. Before Xianglan's words fell, another woman stood up, dressed in a dark green qipao, beautiful with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, but on her exposed left forearm, there was a scar from an old burn. Yuma remembered this woman was Chui Shi, and that scar was from the year she was just sold into Zhan Shunyuan, when she had thrown herself into the fire pit to protect her sister, who was sold into Zhan Shunyuan with her. But in the end, her sister fell ill and died on the bed. The old madam of Zhan Shunyuan originally wanted to roll her sister up in a straw mat and throw her into the Qinhuai River, but after she cried and begged, she was able to get a thin coffin for her sister. Count me in. Chui Shi's voice was as cold as ice. What kind of beast haven't I seen? The third woman to stand up had a delicate face, with a silk flower in her hair. Yuma remembered that this woman was a bai, who was only 3 years older than Dooku. She was sold into the brothel by her own father just to marry off her brother. When she stood up, her legs were still shaking, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. I will go too. A bai's voice was delicate. My father said that when he saves enough money, he will redeem me and send me to school, but I know I will probably never wait for him. A woman stood up wearing a red checkered qipao. Yuma remembered her name was Hong Yu, who used to be a star in Suzhou's Pinktan. Sold into the brothel after her voice was ruined by the troop leader. She always loved to hum a segment of Du Shenyang, but every time she sang about the angry sinking of the treasure box, she would choke up. I will go. Hong Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Just consider it. Singing my last show in this life. In a time of national crisis, these students, with ink in their bellies, are the hope for the country's future. We older women, after all, do not want these younger sisters to see the dirtiest things in the world. Sisters, there's nothing to be afraid of. If they want to kill or scrape, there are older sisters here. Don't be afraid of those little devils. The fifth to stand up was Chuntao, with a round face and round eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Yuma remembered. She had entered Zhan Shunyuan to save her brother, who had contracted tuberculosis. All the money she earned in Zhan Shunyuan was sent to her brother, but when she went to deliver pastries to him, he avoided her, saying he didn't want a sister who was a prostitute. Chuntao raised her head, trying hard not to let her tears fall. If there's a next life, I only want to be my brother's sister, not a prostitute. Then she turned around again, her cold gaze sweeping across the cabin. There are still not enough people. No more than 30. For whom are you hiding? Are you saving it for someone who loves and cares for you? Keep hiding. Hide until you are reborn, and hopefully, you will be born into a good family, become a female student, and let those with worthless lives support you. But you worthless lives? Can you really become female students in the next life? Why not do more good deeds now? In the cabin, the group of female students stared blankly at them. Fong Ting's lips trembled, and tears fell silently. She suddenly remembered how she once pointed at Zijuans and cursed. You are all dirty, all worthless. Why should we live in the same dormitory? But now, this worthless one is going to die for her. A sob escaped her throat, as if something had gripped it tightly. Then her tears burst forth completely. She could no longer hold it in, kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. Not worthless lives. You are not worthless lives. You are the most beautiful group of women I have ever seen in my life. You are exquisite beauties. You are the stunning sights of Qinghua. When you swayed your waists and walked into the classroom, I was mesmerized. At that moment, I actually thought that when I grew up a little more, I too wanted to become a woman like you. But later, I learned that you were prostitutes. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm sorry. Amid Fong Ting's heart-wrenching cries, one by one, the qipao rustled, and the hairpins trembled lightly in the cabin. Yumal watched as one after another, women in kipeos rose in the dim, lightless cabin, like one mandala after another blooming in the darkness. Yumal watched them, her throat tightening. She knew the names of those women, but even now, she still didn't know their real names. She knew that Guizhi was sent to the brothel by her own husband because she couldn't give birth to a son and was called a hen that didn't lay eggs by her in-laws. Yui's parents had both died, and to support her 3 younger sisters, she had entered Zhan Chunyuan, begging that old madam to accept her. They stood together like a blooming flower, bright and dazzling. Old William slumped on the ground, blood and tears mingling on his face. God, do you want to take a look at what you are doing? Yuma's vision blurred. She looked at the 27 women standing in front of her, each face twisted and broken in tears. She gritted her teeth almost sinking in her flesh, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Then she took a deep breath and suddenly raised her head. Count me in. Her voice was hoarse and unrecognizable, but exceptionally clear. I'll go too. It was I who brought you out of Zhan Chunyuan. How can I abandon you to seek survival alone now? When I brought you out of Zhan Chunyuan, I said, your lives, I will bear them. The cabin fell silent instantly. Old William's lips trembled violently. He raised his hand, as if wanting to grasp something, but then fell weakly. 28, he murmured. 2 more to go. Just then, in front of Yumal, a slender figure slowly stood up. That small body appeared particularly thin in the dim light. Her forehead was still bandaged, the edges stained with dried blood that had turned dark brown. 29. Chapter 48. The fate of 30 lives is uncertain, but it's better than 20,000 people sinking in the Chu River. The 30th person? At this moment, Umo felt as if her brain was exploding. She felt like there were thousands of wild horses galloping in her mind. The thin figure in front of her was Doko. The instant Doko stood up, even the sound of breathing in the cabin vanished. The bloodstains seeping from the bandage on her forehead made her youthful face appear even paler. Her small body was wrapped in a dark blue qipao, the sleeves still stained with last night's mud, shaking off in clumps as she stood. Umo gasped for breath. Only in this way could she barely make a sound. A broken gasp escaped her throat, and then she suddenly lunged forward like a mother leopard, gripping Do-Ko's frail shoulders tightly. Her nails almost dug into the girl's flesh, her voice hoarse and altered in pitch. You dare. Do-Ko, sit down. You're still so young. You're even younger than those female students. You've only been in Zhanshan Garden for a few months. What are you going to do? I ask you, what are you going to do? Umo's roar exploded in the silent cabin, shaking the oil lamps on the ceiling. Do-Ko was shaken to the point that her hairpin fell out, a faded silk flower slipping from her temple and lightly falling at their feet. But Do-Ko merely lifted her face. Her gaze was as clear as the thin ice of the Qinghua River in early winter, but beneath it surged a dark current that Umo had never seen before. Behind Do-Ko, an elderly woman with graying hair also stood up, tightly embracing Do-Ko. Silly girl, sit down. It's not your business. When your grandmother was sick, I promised her that I would take good care of you. Auntie, please. I could go instead. But just then, Do-Ko raised her hand and gently rubbed the prominent veins on Su Shaoqing's hand. Auntie, don't fuss. You don't look like a female student at all. Then she turned to Umo, sister Umo. She suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. But I've received guests too. I'm stronger than those female students. If we can't gather 30 people, 6 big boats, then 20,000 people, 1 T survive. All your and Mr. Liu Yan's efforts will be in vain. I haven't studied much, but I've seen what you and Mr. Liu Yan have done. You've been kind to me, and I want to help you. But I don't have any special skills. I can't help with anything. This time, it's the only thing I can help with. The fate of 30 lives is uncertain, but it's better than 20,000 people sinking in the Chu River. No matter how you calculate it, we're gaining something. And no matter what you say, female students are precious. They are formidable. In the vast city of Jinling, there are only a few female university students. Sister Umo, you tell me, does this country need female students more, or does it need prostitutes more? Umo's body was completely frozen there. Do-Ko's few words were like a dull knife, cutting into the hearts of everyone present. and Doko still held her head up. Right? Our country, our nation, needs female students more, not prostitutes. I heard Mr. Lin Yan say, the future of our country will get better so much so that in the future, there won't be so many prostitutes, so many women forced into prostitution. So how can we make our troubled country better? We need students, right? My grandmother raises flowers. We once had a pot of winter beauty. When it lacks water, winter beauty will wilt the relatively larger leaves to ensure the growth of the young buds. We can't blame it, saying, why do you get to wilt the leaves? It's not like that. It's because it represents hope. Those female students are hope. In my eyes, at least in my eyes, saving one female student is a gain. Umo didn't know what to say. She stared blankly at Do-ko's shoulders, tears dripping down. And at that moment, a heart-wrenching cry broke out among the group of female students. A girl with glasses suddenly went mad, pulling her own hair, her braids coming undone, revealing her flushed face. We don't want you to replace us. No. She turned and grabbed a companion's collar. You all speak up. Say we'd rather go ourselves. But everyone just cried, huddling together. Old William hunched over, his missing ear pressed against the cold doorframe, his blue eyes misty with tears. He saw that Do-ko was still barefoot, and on her feet were unhealed frostbite, now rubbing against each other awkwardly like a lost chick. 9. The German elder suddenly emitted a beast-like whimper, raising his fist and pounding the floor repeatedly. At this moment, Ziwan suddenly pushed through the crowd, yanking Do-ko, her dyed nails almost poking the girl's nose. What heroics are you showing off? You haven't even gotten your period. Those beasts will. Her voice suddenly choked, the previously bright mask cracking open a gap, revealing the bloody fear beneath. But Do-ko tiptoed and gently patted Ziwan's trembling hand. Sister, have you forgotten? She tilted her head, her voice sweet like osmanthus sugar. 2 months ago, that general's son used a jade rui to hit me, and I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. She turned to look at the cabin door, the daylight spilling in through the gap, casting shadows from her eyelashes. I'm stronger than you think. If I'm 29, then I'm just 1 short now. At this moment, the cabin fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of fearful breathing echoed in the cabin. And just then, a fair-skinned boy suddenly stood up. 30. The boy's voice was clear like ice shards hitting a wall, stirring ripples in the dead silence of the cabin. As he stood, the thin fabric of his coarse clothing revealed his delicate wrist bones, his skin so pale it was almost transparent, showing the blue veins beneath. His hair had grown a bit long, softly draping over his neck, making his androgynous face appear even more delicate. Yumo's nails snapped in her palm. You. Her voice was squeezed out from between her teeth. You're a boy. The boy grinned, a small dimple appearing at the corner of his mouth. But I'm quite fair. He raised his hand to tuck his messy hair behind his ear, revealing a smooth forehead. My mother raised me as a girl since I was little. With a bit of dressing up, they probably won't recognize me. As long as the 6 fairies leave, it'll be fine. The country has come to this point. There's no need for so many formalities. Women protect girls, and men should naturally protect girls too. The delicate boy smiled broadly. To be honest, I've never liked my appearance since I was a child. They all call me a sissy, but I only realized today that my mother gave me this face for today. Chapter 49. I can't fight the tiger, but I can save my villagers. Mother, I really have become a female student. The cabin was terrifyingly silent. Old William trembled as he stood up and lit the oil lamp in the cabin. The pitch-black environment pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. He desperately needed some light. The oil lamp finally lit up, bringing a hint of warmth to the originally dark and cold cabin. But suddenly, the flame of the lamp flickered, casting shadows on the handsome profile of the standing youth. A small light brown mole on his earlobe appeared somewhat feminine under the dim light. Yumo's hand was still suspended in midair, her fingertips stained with blood seeping from the bandage. She stared at Pu Shang's slender neck, where a prominent Adam's apple moved gently with his swallowing. You. Her voice was hoarse and off-key. Do you think those eastern beasts are blind? The boy ran his fingers through his soft hair. If my hair were longer, and I wore a different outfit with some padding, those devils shouldn't be able to tell, right? With a bit of grooming, my face shouldn't be too inferior to the older sisters from Zhanshan Yuan. He chuckled. Earlier, a theater troupe came from the north, and my mother sent me to learn to sing for a while. The troupe master said I was good-looking and should play the role of a young heroine. But I had average talent, and I missed my mom too much, so I was sent back after 2 months when the troupe continued north. But I've seen how I look dressed as a heroine, and it was really beautiful. I can even speak in a falsetto, as long as I'm not stripped bare. I shouldn't be recognized for a short while. For hours. My sister who came on board with me, Help me stall for 4 hours. If 6 ferries can land, all the villagers on board will be saved. I would have repaid my hometown's elders. I always felt I was useless. My childhood playmates used to call me a sissy, but I didn't think of myself that way. Since I was young, I've admired the heroes from the comic books. My favorite book is Water Margin. My favorite hero is the tiger fighting Wu Song. I'm small and weak. I can't fight a tiger in my life. But if I can truly save 20,000 villagers, I don't think I'm any worse than Wu Song. The boy's eyes sparkled like flames dancing. Imo gazed at him with a complex expression. What's your name? The boy grinned, his voice clear, with a small dimple at the corner of his mouth. Pusheng. Wang Pusheng. My hometown is in Suzhou. I was previously an apprentice at Zhang's barbershop. Just as he was twisting his waist and moving through the crowd toward the boy, Ziwan suddenly squinted. A barber? Wang Pusheng nodded and took off an oilcloth bag from his waist. Unfolding, it revealed a razor, scissors, and a few strands of hair tied with red thread. My skills are decent. I can style the sister's hair. At that moment, Ziwan had already reached the boy. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Her nail, painted with bright red polish, grazing over the calluses on his palm, formed from years of holding a razor. Suzhou. My hometown is also Suzhou. You're my little fellow townsman. But, little barber. Her voice held a strange laugh. Have you ever cut hair for the dead? The boy blinked. Sister, are you saying? Ziwan suddenly pulled him closer, their noses almost touching. I mean, if those beasts find out you're a boy, they will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. She suddenly lifted her chi pao as high slit, revealing a horrific burn scar on her inner thigh. See? 2 months ago, a Japanese devil burned me with a cigarette. He was a Japanese merchant. The men in their country, one by one, are useless, but they're all crazy. But the boy smiled. He gently brushed his fingers over Ziwan's scar. His touch is soft, as if he were styling a bride's hair. So, sister, what do you suggest we do? He turned to look at the crowd, which had shrunk back. Should we drag another girl out? Or, he turned to those female students. Really pull a female student out? Then he looked at Umo. There should still be sisters from Zhanchun Yuan in this cabin. But I think you're right. The sisters from Zhanchun Yuan shouldn't be seen as worthless. Moreover, good lives and worthless lives are still lives. If the sisters from Zhanchun Yuan are willing to stand up, that is true courage. Those who are unwilling to stand up, that is also human nature. I am willing to stand up because I want to be a hero. Also because I know these female students can truly bring hope to our country. And besides, I have liver disease. Even if I escape, I probably won't live for many years. It's better to be a hero, and that way, I die with purpose. The air in the cabin seemed to solidify into a thick paste. The women's sobs were muffled as if trapped under blankets, intermittently seeping from various corners. The female students huddled together, their weeping rising and falling, with one girl with a ponytail biting her hand so hard that blood dripped between her fingers. Ziwan stared blankly at the handsome boy in front of her. A tear suddenly slipped from the corner of her eye, tracing a path down her powdered cheek. She raised her hand, her red-tipped fingers gently stroking the boy's cheek, and suddenly smiled. You're really good-looking. Her voice was as soft as a sigh. Just the kind of face I like best. I'm willing to give my heart to you. If we get out of this ship alive, little fellow townsman, marry me. I'll go home with you to farm. The boy froze, his ears turning red, but he straightened his back. But my family has no land. Ziwan's eyes sparkled. Then what does your family have? The boy shook his head and lowered it again, scratching his head. My family has nothing. Ziwan still smiled brightly. Then I'll play the pipa for you every day. I'll play the pipa, and you can take a stick to beg for food for your mother. The boy's eyes suddenly filled with tears. I have no mom. My family's all gone. Ziwan was taken aback, her palm continuously stroking the boy's face. So, you're the only one left in your family? It's okay. In my family, there's only me left too. At worst, we'll depend on each other. Ziwan's thumb brushed over the boy's delicate brow, which slightly furrowed. But you still don't quite look like a delicate girl. Wang Pusheng grinned and pulled out the scissors from the oilcloth bag, the shiny metal spinning between his fingers. When I was an apprentice barber, I also cut the hair of the sisters from Zhanchun Yuan. His voice was clear, but his gaze was determined. I know how to style and dress up. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over those standing women. Besides me, the sisters also need a makeover. Ladies, right now, he paused, lowering his voice. You don't quite look like female students. In the corner, Xianglan suddenly tore off the silk flower from her hair, letting her hair down. The dark green chi pao glimmered under the oil lamp, accentuating her long neck. Yes, right. Her voice was eerily calm. We need to change our hairstyles and outfits. Chui, she had already squatted down, pulling out a plain cotton top from her bundle. How about this outfit? Wang Pusheng shook his head. It's still too fitted. He turned to look at those female students. The boy looked at those female students, his voice soft but firm. Let's change clothes, find ones that fit similarly. No matter how plain your outfits are, they can't compare to theirs. Before the boy's words had finished, the group of female students had already stood up in unison. Fong Ting was the first to open the rattan box, and a brand new indigo student uniform unfolded, glimmering softly under the kerosene lamp's light. The other girls also pulled out the school uniforms they had been reluctant to wear during their escape, now held in their hands like the most precious offerings. The common people in the cabin spontaneously made way. The 29 women dressed in vibrant kipayos gracefully walked towards the center of the cabin, stepping on the scattered light from the kerosene lamps. The pearl earrings swayed as they moved, and their embroidered shoes stepped over the pocket watch dropped by old William, the glass surface reflecting their swaying figures. When Fong Ting shoved the school uniform into Ji Wan's hands, her fingertips trembled. Here! She suddenly noticed a scar on Ji Wan's right hand, an old injury from being burned by a cigarette. Ji Wan followed her gaze, scoffed, and curled her injured finger into her palm. What are you looking at? Sister, I. Before she could finish, Fong Ting suddenly grabbed her hand, tears falling onto that scar. I am sorry. I am sorry. The surrounding female students spontaneously formed a circle, turning their backs to create a wall. They pulled up several long pieces of cloth, using their own bodies to create a changing area. Those graceful women changed their clothes in the makeshift dressing room built by the female students. This was their most respected day. Inside the wall of students, Doko was about to raise her hand to unfasten her hairpin when Emo suddenly pressed down on her hand. It's not too late to back out now. You're too young. Really too young. Doko raised her face, her plain features still youthful in the dim light. Sister Emo, before we went to Mufa Mountain, I heard Lin Yan say a line. For those who sacrifice, great aspirations arise, daring to call for a new heaven and earth. I heard it vaguely, but today it seems I suddenly understand a bit. Everyone will die, right? But death is not meaningless. The meaning of death is given by the living. If I sacrifice, those sisters behind me can live on. Then my sacrifice becomes particularly meaningful. Umo fell silent. She stared blankly at the girl in front of her, taking off the qipao embroidered with entwined lotus flowers, revealing a fresh whip mark on her back, one she had received days ago at Zhan Chunyuan for being disobedient, struck with a bamboo stick by the madam there. Now, these scars had not yet healed. Yumo's expression was sorrowful, but she could no longer cry. Outside the wall, the boy named Wang Pusheng was squatting by the kerosene lamp, sharpening a razor. The blade made a rhythmic sound on the whetstone, and he occasionally glanced up at the wall, waiting for those women changing clothes to come out. The first woman to step out was Cui Shi. When she came out wearing the student uniform, the boy's eyes lit up. The plain blue garment made her look like a different person. Only the tear mole at the corner of her eye still bore traces of her past. The razor flashed a cold light under the kerosene lamp. Wang Pusheng tested the blade with his thumb, and blood immediately seeped from his skin. He nonchalantly shook his hand and waved to the first woman coming over, Cui Shi. Sister, sit here. He patted an inverted wooden barrel, with oilcloth laid over the uneven bottom. When Cui Shi sat down, the tear mole at the corner of her eye swayed under the lamp, like an ink droplet about to fall. The first sound of the scissors snipping made everyone in the cabin shudder. A curl of hair fell to the ground, and Wang Pusheng's fingers passed through Cui Shi's black hair, suddenly pausing as he felt a scar hidden at the roots. But he said nothing and continued silently cutting her hair. Qui undicesimo blinked. Make it festive. Last year, in the 12th month, several clients complained about me, always looking like I was crying. Another snip of the scissors. Wang Pusheng pursed his lips, already trimming Cui Shi's hair into a bob, leaving a common hairstyle for female students at the front. The boy then wiped the rouge off her ear with a wet cloth. Finally, he handed her a copper mirror. Cui Shi stared in shock at the clear-faced girl in the mirror. It really looks like. Cui Shi suddenly choked up, her fingers brushing over the mirror's surface. I looked like this the year before I was sold into Zhan Chunyuan. Just then, Zhuan also came over after changing clothes. She poked Cui Shi's face. Don't get lost in it. Time is tight. It's my turn. Cui Shi immediately stood up with the copper mirror. Jiwan had already sat down, shaking out her recently untangled wavy hair, the tips brushing against the boy's hand like feathers. Wang Pusheng picked up a strand of her hair and sniffed it. The cheap osmanthus hair oil mixed with the smell of tobacco. All cut off, Jiwan glanced at the copper mirror, her bright red nails digging into her palm. The boy said nothing, the scissors carving an arc along her ear. Large clumps of curled hair fell to the ground, gradually piling into a dark wave. When the scissors moved to her right temple, Jiwan suddenly grabbed his hand. There was a 3-inch-long scar hidden in her hair, cut by a shard of a wine bottle. She let out a cold laugh, but the boy swiftly pulled out a small pair of tweezers, selecting a few strands of fake hair from the oilcloth bag, and carefully glued them over the scar with tree glue. Finally, he shaped it into a fluffy, short bangs, covering all the unpleasant past. Just then, the seemingly obedient Chui, she suddenly passed the copper mirror to Jiwan. "Quick, take a look at yourself." Jiwan took the copper mirror, carefully examining it, and suddenly burst out laughing. If my mom saw me like this. Her fingertips, dyed with cochineal, traced the mirror's surface, revealing a girl with straight bangs. But her gaze still carried a hook. She'd definitely scold me for pretending, but soon her eyes turned red. But actually, her biggest wish in life was for me to go to school and be a female student. Just then, Xianglan also walked over. Jiwan immediately stood up to let Xianglan sit down. When she sat down, the collar of her chi pao was still open, revealing the purple bruises on her collarbone. The boy turned away, but the scissors remained steady. Her original bun was too old-fashioned, so Wang Pusheng gave her a short boyish cut, short enough to see her white neck. Jiwan held the mirror for her. Xianglan looked at her face in the copper mirror, her lips trembling. "It really looks good, just not very much like me. My father has always hated that I'm not a son. Sometimes I think, if only I were a boy." With a final snip, the boy cut off the last strand of long hair, using a comb to tousle the short strands at her forehead. Suddenly, he pulled out a small bottle from the bottom of his bundle, poured some powder onto her collarbone, and the bruise instantly faded a lot. In the copper mirror, a tomboyish girl suddenly appeared, and Xianglan covered her face. Tears spilled from her fingers, but she quickly dried those tears and let the now-dressed Yumo sit down. When Yumo sat down, her back was straight, and Wang Pusheng noticed a red mole on her nape, like vermilion on white jade. Just as the scissors touched her temple, Yumo suddenly grabbed the boy's wrist. "Doko's hair." Her voice was extremely low. "Don't cut it too short." The boy nodded, but he saw Yumo grab a lock of hair at her forehead herself. She let the boy cut it directly. This seemed to be a signal, and Wang Pusheng's scissors immediately flew. Her original Western curls were too eye-catching, and the boy trimmed her hair into a short inward curl, the ends just reaching her jawline. When the copper mirror was handed to Yumo, this woman, who always carried herself with charm, suddenly froze. The person in the mirror wore a blue jacket, with neatly cut short hair, looking like a female teacher from church school. She trembled as she traced her unfamiliar contours. Suddenly, she remembered seeing an old photograph while tidying up Yuma's room. In the black and white photo, there was a little girl standing in front of a private school, posing with a teacher. At this moment, Yuma couldn't distinguish whether she was Yuma or Summer Lightning. Yuma silently moved her lips in front of the mirror, tears splashing onto the mirror, shattering into countless little versions of herself. Time was tight. Wang Pusheng moved quickly. For many women, he took less than a minute to trim their hair. If it weren't for the fall of Jinling, Yuma felt that this young man could surely become the most popular barber in Jinling. The last to sit in the wooden tub was Duku. Her small body sank into the tub, and the bandage came loose, revealing a scabbed wound. Wang Pusheng was especially careful as he trimmed the child's hair, which was thin and yellow, like undernourished wheat sprouts. The scissors followed her earlobe, suddenly encountering a knotted string. This was, the young man pulled the string up, and on the other end was a rusty longevity lock. Duku panicked and tugged at it. "It was given to me by my grandmother. It can't be lost." Her eyes filled with tears, but Wang Pusheng smiled. He retied the thin string, fastening the longevity lock back around her neck, hidden beneath her collar, and finally gave her a child as hairstyle, with bangs cut unevenly like a girl who had hastily trimmed her own hair. When Yuma handed the copper mirror to Duku, she surprisingly dared not take it. The girl with the straight bangs in the mirror blinked at her, looking so clean as if she had never touched the rouge waters of the Qinhuai River. Duku's tears blurred the mirror's surface. "My grandmother," said my mother, "also studied in a school before." The copper mirror was passed back and forth among the women, while the young man took this opportunity to shave the little hair he had around his chin and lips clean with a razor and put on a wig for himself. He heard the sobs echoing in the cabin. Just then, the kerosene lamp suddenly flared. 29 female students stood at the boundary of light and shadow, dressed in simple clothes with short hair, like a patch of newly sprouted reeds. Behind them, the real female students were crying in despair. A girl with braided hair suddenly rushed over and pinned a school badge on Duku's collar. "For you," she was sobbing. "My name is Zhang Jiai. After you escape, come find me in Yuzhou. You must come find me." At this moment, Old William walked over unsteadily, hunched over, handing a handkerchief from the red-eyed Ziji to them. This German elder looked at the transformed women, mist gathering in his blue eyes. Sie sehen aus wie meine Tochter. You look like my daughter. And at that moment, a few more female students approached. They held several plain hair ribbons in their hands, but hesitated to come forward. Yuma looked at them, took Dooku's hand, and actively walked over. For us? A few female students nodded. Yuma pulled Dooku down. Let's tie them on. Just consider it as you fulfilling your promise to us. Only then did those female students, with red-rimmed eyes, come over. A girl with ear-length hair tied a white bow around Dooku. Just then, Dooku suddenly spoke softly. Sister, do you think those devils will believe we are female students? The girl tying the bow paused. She looked toward the brightening sky outside the cabin door. The river mist was dissipating, and the outlines of 5 other fairies appeared like giant beasts floating on the water. Her voice trembled. They will believe it, because from this moment on, you are the proudest students of Jinling City. Chapter 50. The women of the Great Xia will never submit. I won't let you slaughter me. Old William stood at the cabin entrance, staring at his wristwatch, which was already cracked, the hands ticking with a faint clicking sound. His hairy fingers gripped the watch face tightly, knuckles turning white. His murky blue eyes focused on the second hand, each tick feeling like a step on his heart. FNF Minuten. 5 minutes. The old man's hoarse voice caught in his throat. He suddenly looked up, his damaged ear twitching. The roar of engines echoed across the river. The warship, which had just retreated half a sea mile, was cutting through the murky water like a shark sensing blood. Approaching the deck again, the searchlight swept across the water's surface, its blinding beam piercing through the morning mist, illuminating several pieces of driftwood that had likely belonged to the citizens of Jinling trying to escape by sea before the city was sealed. Old William staggered onto the deck, gripping the railing. He saw the twisted faces beneath the steel helmets, those devils leaning over the railing, revealing their yellow teeth. Their bloodshot eyes glinted with a beastly green light in the morning sun, and hoarse laughter escaped their throats. Schweine, verdammte Schweine. Swine, damn swine. Old William's palm slammed against the railing, as if trying to smash it to pieces. The air in the cabin suddenly thickened. The girl named Dooku, who had just tied her bow, shivered. She instinctively grabbed Yuma's hand, her nails digging into the palm. Behind them, there was a thud as she collapsed onto the floor, her plain skirt spreading out like a withered flower. Zijuan's lips trembled as she pinched her own arm with her nail-polished fingers. She took half a step back, her embroidered shoes stepping on fallen hair. Stopping abruptly as if shocked, she turned around. Fong Ting was tightly clutching a female student named Zhang Jiai, both crouched on the ground like 2 leaves in a storm. The girl with glasses buried her face in her knees, her braid unraveling, the ends wet with tears sticking to her neck. Zijuan took a deep breath, her heels firmly returning to the ground. Clang! The river wind carried the sound of an iron ladder crashing against the ship's side. The sound of boots on the steel deck was like rolling thunder, coming closer. The devils were shouting something in their wicked language, mixed with the sharp sound of breaking bottles. Old William suddenly turned around, the cabin door behind him groaning under the weight. His age-spotted hand gripped the doorknob tightly, knuckles turning pale. Morning light seeped through the gap, stretching his shadow long like a withering tree. Come out quickly. Those damn beasts are already on board. His voice was like sandpaper, with a layer of moisture glistening in his murky blue eyes. Yuma took a deep breath. As she stepped forward, the tip of her blue cloth shoe kicked a button that had fallen from the female student's uniform, rolling into the shadows. The morning wind rushed through the cabin door, tousling her newly cut hair, the ends sweeping across her neck like countless tiny blades. Dooku suddenly grabbed the edge of her dress. The little girl's fingers were cold, but gripping tightly. Yuma looked down and saw Dooku's face, still covered in cold dust, her eyes shining frighteningly bright beneath her newly cut bangs. Yumoya. Dooku's voice was as light as a feather. Can I go first? Without waiting for a response, this small figure had already squeezed to the front. She stood on her tiptoes, stuffing a longevity lock in her collar, a corner of the bandage floating in the wind like a small white flag. Zijuan suddenly laughed. She tousled her dyed hands, stumbled 2 steps in someone else's embroidered shoes, and pulled Dooku's shoulder. What are you trying to prove, little girl? Her voice still carried the lazy tone of the Qinhuai River, but the end trembled uncontrollably. The boy pushing silently walked to their side. He tightened the borrowed blue cloth jacket, a section of his white neck showing beneath his wig. The morning light cast a golden edge around him, making him look like a delicate girl from afar. One by one, figures walked towards the cabin door. Xianglan's plain skirt swept across the scattered hair. Chuishi stuffed a copper mirror into her bosom. Guizhi hummed a disjointed tune. Hongyu pinned the school badge neatly. Old William stepped aside. As 30 figures stepped into the morning light, the river wind suddenly became fierce. Their short hair was blown wildly. The blue cloth clothing billowed up like a flock of birds ready to take flight. After the last figure left, the cabin door slammed shut. Bang! The muffled sound echoed in the cabin, shaking the flame of the oil lamp violently. Darkness descended again. Fong Ting's sobs suddenly erupted, only to be cut off by someone covering her mouth. The cabin was filled with sobbing, like countless dull knives cutting at everyone's nerves. The girl with the braids suddenly began to bang her head against the cabin wall. Thud, 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 blood flowing from her forehead, oblivious. The braided girl tore at her own hair, strands mixing with tears sticking to her face. In the corner, Su Xiaoqing hunched over, burying her face in her palms. Her rough fingers leaked out suppressed whimpers, like a dying mother beast. Meanwhile, outside the cabin, on the deck, the sea breeze tousled old William's gray hair. In just an hour, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He hunched over, trembling hands offering a box of cigars to a Japanese officer before him. When the officer, wearing a major's insignia, took the cigar, the bloodstains on his gloves glinted a strange reddish-brown in the morning light. Please be sure to treat these students well. Old William's Chinese was heavily accented with a German twang, each syllable seeming squeezed out from between his teeth. The major grinned, his eyes squinting into two slits behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He adjusted his glasses with one hand, the cuff revealing bloodstains still not wiped clean. Of course, his Chinese was equally stiff but deliberately mimicked Old William's tone. Our great Japanese empire respects intellectuals. The soldiers behind him suddenly burst into laughter. A short, pockmarked soldier reached out to tug at Deku's dress, only to be swatted away by Zijuan. The soldier, unfazed, laughed, his yellow-black teeth revealing a muddled mix of Japanese, prompting a new round of strange calls from his comrades. The sea breeze suddenly shifted, carrying salty moisture that slapped against everyone's faces. Yuma saw the gun barrel of the destroyer slowly turning, the dark muzzle aimed at the waterline of the ferry. Old William gripped the rusty railing, his nails scraping against the rust with a harsh sound. A layer of murky tears glistened in his blue eyes, looking like two melting ice pieces in the morning light. They are all good girls. The old man's voice caught in his throat, turning into a series of meaningless gasps. The major suddenly patted Old William's shoulder, hard enough to make the old man stagger. He leaned closer to the German's damaged ear, his breath carrying the stench of decaying flesh. Ancient Sheikh Kadasai, please rest assured. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the morning light, a sharp white gleam crossing the lenses. We will take good care of. Before he could finish, a sharp scream suddenly erupted behind him. The girl named Chuntao was being dragged by two Japanese soldiers, her embroidered shoes leaving two black marks on the deck. She kicked and screamed, suddenly crying out painfully, I'm not a student. I'm a prostitute. Let me go. Let me go. Old William trembled all over about to speak, but saw Zijuan darting forward, her pale hand covering Chuantao's mouth. Are you crazy? The voice of Ziju N was extremely low, yet it pierced into CHNTO's eardrum like a knife. Just think of the 20,000 people on the ship. You can't back out now. We are all filthy with disease. It doesn't matter where we die, but those students can't. CHNTO's pupils suddenly contracted, and tears poured out. Her small body trembled like a fallen leaf in Ziju N's arms, finally going limp. The naval major's suspicious gaze swept back and forth between the two. Old William suddenly coughed violently, his hefty body blocking the major, pulling out a bulging bag filled with silver dollars from his suit's inner pocket. She was terrified. After all, he was just an inexperienced student. The German elder's fingers trembled as he untied the money bag, the clinking of silver dollars producing a reassuring sound. The major's attention was immediately drawn in. He took the bag, waited, and his eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses narrowed in satisfaction. When he spoke again, his tone was so friendly it was nauseating. Female student, timid, understanding. He turned and waved to the soldiers, quickly giving orders in a sinister Japanese dialect. The group of soldiers reluctantly released their grip on the girl's clothing, yet still scanned them with lingering, sticky gazes. The sea breeze grew stronger, and the waves crashed against the ship's side. 30 figures were shoved up the iron ladder, their thin blue cloth garments rustling in the wind. The bandage on DUKU came undone, trailing long strips of gauze behind her like a small white flag. Old William stood frozen in place, watching as the last figure, a boy named P.S.H. was pulled onto the enemy's ship. The morning light cast a golden edge on the boy's wig, making him look like a delicate girl from afar. As the iron ladder was retracted, Old William suddenly lunged forward to the railing. His mangled ear turned purple with blood, his roar mixing with the sea wind, drifting towards the enemy ship. Set sail. Full speed ahead. The whistles of 6 ferries sounded simultaneously, shattering the morning fog over the river. Amidst the roar of the engines, Old William collapsed on the deck, like a mountain of flesh that had crumbled. His gold watch chain got caught on the railing, the glass surface reflecting the scene on the enemy ship's deck where the group of female students was being pushed into the lower hold. When the last figure disappeared, the hatch door slammed shut with a heavy sound. God, Verzimir, God, forgive me. The old man's cries were swallowed by the engine's roar. His hefty body curled into a ball, the back of his suit ripped open, revealing his sweat-soaked shirt. Blood flowed from his bitten lips, pooling into a small red puddle on the deck. The ferry began to accelerate, the ship shaking violently. Old William's gold watch slipped from the railing and smashed on the deck with a crack. The cracks on the watch face spread like a spiderweb. Frozen at 5:57. In the distance, the chimney of that sinister Japanese destroyer was belching thick black smoke, slowly turning the ship's bow. In the morning light, a few pale faces were faintly visible pressed against the lower hold's porthole, like a group of moths trapped in amber. Only one face, pale yet beautiful, flickered with a glint in its eyes. YM. At this moment, YM was stroking her slightly protruding belly. Hidden there was a handgun and 3 grenades. She murmured softly, "The women of D11 will never accept their fate. I will never let you slaughter us." Chapter 51. Give up all illusions and be ready to fight at any time. The women of Dasha are equally heroic. In the lower cabin of the evil Japanese warship, the damp and cold air was filled with the smell of machine oil and blood, choking everyone like an invisible hand around their throats. 30 female students huddled in the corner, their blue garments soaked with cold sweat, clinging to their trembling bodies. Dooku's nails dug deep into Yumok's arm, her petite frame shaking like reeds in the wind. In the corner, Gueji suddenly began to retch, but only a few mouthfuls of sour water came up. Sueshi mechanically stroked the copper mirror in her arms, its surface reflecting her pale face. Hanyu held a gold lock in her mouth, oblivious to the sharp edge cutting her tongue. At that moment, a hoarse voice broke the silence in the cabin. "I regret it." Xianglan suddenly hugged her knees, her voice raspy and out of tune. Why? Why do we have to die for them?" Her nails scratched white streaks on the wooden floor, her newly cut hair swaying back and forth, shedding unkempt strands. Zijuan suddenly grabbed her collar, her colorless nails nearly digging into the flesh of the other. "Shut up." Her voice was low but as sharp as a knife. "Regret now? It's too late." She pressed down on Xianglan's waist. "You received guests from the east before, I remember. That day you were covered in bruises. You know damn well how those beasts will treat you. But remember, even if we die, it won't be in vain. We are all dirty and sick. Rather than waiting to die on the road while fleeing, let's make a glorious end now." Xianglan's pupils constricted sharply, and she suddenly covered her face and began to cry silently. Yumok raised her head, and the light coming through the cabin door flickered. With the sound of da-da-da from outside the cabin, those soldiers of the evil Japanese army were lingering outside, occasionally erupting into lewd laughter, as if anticipating something. The shadows of military boots swayed back and forth. Those devils were speaking in their evil Japanese language, their laughter scraping against everyone's nerves like a dull knife. "Zijuan." Yumok's voice was as light as a sigh. "What time is it?" Zijuan reached into her bosom where a small pocket watch was hidden, given to her by Old William before they left. "It's 8:03. Her fingertips gently rubbed the watch face. 6 ferries. Should have gone far by now. Yumok's eyelashes trembled. She slowly lifted her garment to reveal a grenade tied around her abdomen. The metal shell glinted coldly in the dim light, like 3 sleeping venomous spiders. "Listen." Her voice was hoarse yet clear, her fingertips gently brushing over the grenade's safety pin. "If those devils come in later, you let me go with them first." Zijuan's pupils shrank violently. "You want to sink this ship with 3 grenades?" Yumok smiled bitterly. "These 3 grenades are wooden-handled, limited in power, mainly for personnel casualties, not for armor destruction. The explosive power of grenades is primarily concentrated at close range, and for thick ship plating, their destructive force is far from enough. Unless I can blow up the ammunition depot of this ironclad ship." but I haven't had professional training, and I don't know where the ammunition depot is. The chances of doing that are slim, but I can blow open the cabin door here. While I create chaos, you seize the chance to jump into the river. The Chu River may be swift, but jumping into the river is better than staying here and waiting to die. Zijuan's expression changed. She stared at Yamak. We jump into the river. What about you? Yamak smiled coldly, shook her head, and said nothing. Dooku suddenly clung tightly to her arm, the little girl's tears soaking her sleeve. No. Dooku's voice was choked with sobs. Sister Yamak, can we go together? Yamak smiled sadly and shook her head, her fingers gently combing through Dooku's short hair. If we could go together, of course, that would be great. But the current situation. Before Yamak could finish her sentence, the cabin door was suddenly kicked open. A loud crash made the iron plates vibrate. The naval major with gold-rimmed glasses, who had just been talking to old William on the ferry, stood against the light, his shiny boots trampling on the rusty cabin floor, the tips stained with suspicious dark red marks. Behind him crowded 5 or 6 evil Japanese sailors, their oily faces set with wolf-like eyes. A short soldier with missing front teeth locked his gaze on Dooku, extending his tongue and licking his lips incessantly. At that moment, the naval major suddenly stepped forward. His Chinese was still awkward, but surprisingly gentle. Today is my mother's birthday. I cannot personally return home to celebrate her birthday, but I still want to celebrate her birthday here on this foreign river. The major's Chinese was much more fluent than before, and his eyes behind the glasses scanned the huddled female students, finally stopping at Yamak's face. He suddenly revealed a smile that could be described as gentle. You are students of Jinling Women's School? Who among you can sing? Sakura? His fingers gestured in the air as if drawing the melody line, and the watch peeking out of his sleeve stopped at 8:08. The glass of the watch face had a fresh crack, as if struck by something sharp. In the corner came the sound of teeth chattering. Dooku buried her face in Zijuan's embrace, her small back heaving violently. Tsueishi's copper mirror clattered to the ground, the surface cracking like a spider's web, and she lowered her head, remaining silent, seemingly afraid that these heartless devils would notice her. Guizhi, unable to control herself, suddenly started to vomit, but nothing came out, only sour water, the acrid smell spreading in the enclosed space. Seeing that none of the female students spoke, the short soldier suddenly lunged at Xianglan, his dark fingers grabbing her freshly cut hair. With his other hand, he directly tugged at the buttons of her clothes. The girl's scream caught in her throat, turning into a soft whimper like a kitten. 2 other sailors laughed grotesquely as they groped Hong Yu's legs, their bayonets prying open the seams of her plain skirt. Hong Yu kicked her legs in panic, her body scrambling into the corner. Another sailor lunged at Zijuan, and in front of everyone, he actually unfastened his belt. At the same time, he excitedly shouted, Female students! Female students! All virgins! Yamak's nails dug into her palm. As she suddenly stood up, the hem of her blue student uniform brushed against Dooku's trembling knees. The morning light slanted in through the cabin door, casting a fuzzy golden edge over her. Even her newly cut short hair seemed to glow. I will sing Sakura. Her voice was clear, like the ice melting in the Qinhuai River. The major's eyes behind the glasses suddenly brightened. He raised his hand to stop his companion's commotion. Pulling a harmonica from his military uniform pocket, the metallic surface engraved with Showa 3, Mother. Can you really sing? Yamak did not respond, but gently hummed the melody. The melodious tune echoed in the cabin, but she only hummed for a few seconds before stopping, her gaze hauntingly fixed on the major. The major smiled. You are very good. He nodded, signaling Yamak to follow as he turned, his boots crushing the shards of the copper mirror on the floor. But the other Japanese soldiers were unwilling to leave, especially that Japanese soldier who pounced on Ziju, sniffing around her like a wild dog. The major sighed helplessly. He glanced back at the soldiers. These female students are a gift for Colonel Sato. Don't worry, just the prettiest ones. The rest you can play with freely. Everyone, just a little more patience. Tonight, you can enjoy yourselves. The soldier who had almost pounced on Ziju finally got up and adjusted his pants. Wyam took a deep breath and was about to move forward. But at that moment, Ziju suddenly grabbed Ym's ankle. She used so much force that her nails almost dug into Ym's skin. Ym smiled at her, her fingers brushing through Ziju-in's messy short hair, the sensation akin to touching a patch of dried reeds. A smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were icy. While I'm not here, please take care of these sisters. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet it made Ziju-in tremble all over. As Ym turned, The hem of her student outfit swept across DUKU's face, and the little girl suddenly leaped up to hug her leg, tears soaking into the coarse fabric of her pants. YM pried apart the tiny fingers and stepped toward the cabin door without looking back. The sunlight outside the cabin came at her like a sharp sword. YM squinted, her pupils reflecting the rusted deck stained with deep brown marks, like blood that could never be cleaned. The sea breeze, heavy with a salty smell, rushed in her nostrils, and she instinctively pressed on her slightly bulging abdomen, where 3 heavy grenades were concealed. Should she detonate them now, or wait a bit longer, until she found the ammunition depot on this warship, to completely sink this battleship? But she had never served in the military and had no professional training. Could she really do it? But if she detonated the grenades now, she would still feel a bit unwilling. Having not killed a few Japanese soldiers would make her feel like she wasted her time in this world. Her fingertips explored under her clothing, the thought of sinking this ship becoming clearer in her mind. But just then, her forward movement suddenly halted. The Major's gold-rimmed glasses glinted coldly in the sunlight. He suddenly turned around, his leather boots crushing a cigarette butt. "Right, miss." His Chinese suddenly became fluent, his eyes behind the lenses squinting into slits. "Before I take you into the banquet hall, I must search you first." He reached out to adjust his glasses, the pupils behind the lenses glimmering eerily. "You don't mind, do you?" YM's blood ran cold. She saw her pale face reflected in his glasses, her freshly cut short hair tousled by the sea breeze. The corners of the Major's mouth slowly lifted, a smile that reminded her of the lewd expressions of the patron she had seen when he fled with those prostitutes from Jianshuan Garden. She unconsciously swallowed. She was wrong. She had grossly overestimated herself, or rather, those so-called players. She placed herself in the position of a savior, always thinking she could create infinite possibilities. But she was wrong. If the female students were taken away, they would be subjected to unimaginable torment. Then those people would face the same fate after being taken away. There would be no scenario of female spies infiltrating the enemy camp and wreaking havoc. YN had clearly told her. The plots in anti-Japanese war dramas were all fake. We are facing one of the world's top trained armies. They don't need to aim. As long as they raise their rifles, they can hit people. In the face of those enemies, one must abandon all untimely fantasies and be ready to fight at all times. This realization hit YM like a hammer to the back of her head. Meanwhile, the Major's hand had already pressed down on her shoulder. The faint smell of gun oil emanated from his leather gloves, and she could feel the pulse of the artery beneath as his knuckles pressed against her collarbone. "You won't refuse my search, will you?" Mes pupilles soudainement constricted. If this guy discovered the grenades she was hiding, everything would be over. She didn't have time to think. Suddenly lifting her clothing, the sound of metal clinking as clear as wind chimes. A cold light flashed across the Major's glasses as he saw the 3 wooden-handled grenades and the safety pins held tightly between her slender fingers. Women can support half the sky. The women of the Great Xia are equally heroic. Gamakashi. Bullshit. The Major roared at the same time. YM pulled the pin. As the smoke billowed from the grenade's tail, time seemed to stretch. She saw the Major's twisted face, saw sailors running frantically on the deck, and saw herself throw the sizzling grenade towards the pile of oil drums by the ship's side. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion knocked YM to the ground. Scorching metal fragments grazed her cheek, blood splattering on the rusty deck like a string of scarlet agate. Thick smoke rose into the sky, flames licking the flag hanging from the mast as the oil drums exploded one after another. YM coughed violently in the thick smoke, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. She fumbled for the second grenade, but then heard heart-wrenching cries from the lower cabin. It was DUKU's voice, Ziju In and the others. Before she could fully form the thought, a sharp pain shot through her scalp. The Major yanked her hair, dragging her several meters. The gold-rimmed glasses had shattered at some point, the frame crookedly hanging on her bloodied nose. YM raised the grenade in her hand, but he shot her, the bullet piercing through her wrist. The grenade fell to the ground, and he kicked it away with his foot. The ship's left side erupted in a tremendous splash of water. The Major, with flames licking at the hem of his uniform, held a gun in one hand and tightly gripped YM's throat with the other. "You filthy woman, you are not a female student." Bloodied spit sprayed onto YM's face. The Major raised his gun hand, the dark muzzle of the Type 14 pistol pressed against her forehead. As she choked, she saw the bulging pupils in his eyes reflecting her twisted image. But just as the Major was about to pull the trigger, the safety pin of the third grenade strapped to YM's waist had unknowingly been pulled out, and the Major's pupils suddenly constricted. His gun hand trembled violently. Originally aimed at YM's head, due to his shaking hand and YM's tilted head, the bullet only grazed her ear, instantly leaving it bloodied. At the same time, the major kicked YM hard in the chest, sending her flying. Crazy woman, don't think you could take me down with you. But YM, having been kicked away, rolled backward. Then, gritting her teeth, she threw the grenade she was holding towards the lower cabin. With a loud bang, the door to the lower ship exploded open. YM saw flames burning the wooden walls of the cabin, and behind the blazing fire, Zijuin was pulling Duku, running outside. A joyful smile appeared on her face, and she was about to shout. But in the next second, bang, 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 gunshots rang out. Bullets pierced through her chest, her shoulder, her abdomen. In an instant, she became a bloody mess. Her body collapsed, her consciousness gradually fading. Yet she still struggled to hold on. She saw Zijuin, in a panic, push Duku off the ship. But Zijuin herself was seized by a grotesque Japanese soldier, dragged back by her hair. She saw PSH Eng's wig had fallen off at some point, revealing his original short hair, carrying an unconscious girl, blood gushing from a wound on his forehead. We saw the horrific scene on the deck, the youthful, handsome face of the boy twisted in an instant. She saw Xianglan and the others supporting each other as they escaped from the lower deck. Everyone's face was smeared with cold dust, but soon, those enemy soldiers, howling, surrounded them again. She saw the thick smoke rising from the destroyer, blocking out the sun, and saw a few figures jumping off the ship in the chaos, but many more figures, crying and wailing, were dragged back. She saw the major with gold-rimmed glasses walk back, his military boots trampling her bloodied face. Damn it, this despicable woman. Do you think it ends when you die? You will drag this woman's corpse. Her body is still warm, still usable. Don't let her go, have some fun. Chapter 52, Strive and Strive Again. Still retaining power to punish injustice, to make all humanity enjoy the great Han wins. Yanbei City, Kaishiku, Wanlu Academy Community, Building 6, 3rd floor. Uemo suddenly opened her eyes. The glaring white light pierced her pupils like countless steel needles. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, only to find her wrist intact, with no bullet holes, no blood, just her delicate white fingers trembling slightly under the light. A heart-wrenching scream exploded from her throat. She clawed frantically at her chest, where there should have been 3 gaping bullet wounds oozing blood. But her fingertips only felt the violent heartbeat beneath the soft cotton fabric. Ziju Duku Pushung. Her voice twisted and deformed, tears and snot smeared across her face. The neural link wires of the holographic helmet crackled as she yanked them, and she rolled off the esports chair, her knees crashing heavily onto the color-changing smart floor, which should have rippled pink in response, now glowing a vivid red where she struck. The hovering camera spun around her in a panic, and the live stream's bullet comments exploded. What the hell? Is Xiaoxia okay? Where's the ambulance? Quickly call an ambulance for Xiaoxia now. This reaction. This game is too terrifying, right? It can't be staged. Of course not. The forum said it's 100% pain simulation. If you think it's staged, why don't you try it yourself? Damn it. I'm so annoyed with you bastards who talk without feeling any pain. No wonder the Resistance wore holographic simulation game. Recently, a batch of players who exited the game were almost all in this state of collapse. Well done, Xiaoxia. You didn't embarrass our Daxia women. How are the girls from Zhanshuan building doing? I don't know. I only saw Duka being thrown off the deck by Ziju, and the other girls seem to have been captured back. In that case, what will happen to those girls afterwards? What do you mean, what will happen? What can happen in the hands of the enemy? Damn it, it's this kind of time, and you're still asking questions. Damn it, where's that bastard planner? Hasn't he shown his face yet? Look at what our Xiaoxia has been scared into. If anything happens to Xiaoxia, I'll have it out with that bastard planner. At this moment, Xiara Shandian was curled up on the floor, convulsing, tightly holding onto her calves, her nails digging into her skin and drawing blood. It's not a game. It's not a game. She kept repeating, her unfocused pupils still reflecting the burning warship and Ziju being dragged away. The splash from Duku falling into the river seemed to still be hitting her face, the salty, fishy water of Chujiang turning into bitter tears at her lips. UMO. I am UMO. She suddenly went mad, tearing open her shirt, exposing her smooth abdomen to the floating camera. There should have been 3 grenades tied there, but now there was only a faint scar from an appendectomy. Fake. Is it fake? She stumbled towards the table where the photos were, knocking over the frame and shattering the glass everywhere. In the photo, her smiling self in a school uniform. Beside her, a striking girl half a head taller was hugging her shoulder. Zhu Hengu, Zhu Hengu, what the hell is your company designing? She grabbed her smart bracelet and frantically dialed a number. When the words goddess jumped to the 7th time on the virtual screen, a hoarse female voice finally came through. Xiaoxia, I was just about to call you. How are you? Are you okay? But before the female voice on the other end could finish, Xiao Rishandian's eyes were already red. Bastard. Xiao Rishandian's roar shook the camera. You lied to me. You've been lying to me from the start. That is not a game at all. Duku's hair felt warm. Ziju's lipstick would get stuck in her nails when it faded. Old William's cigar stinks like a rotting whale. Her voice suddenly choked, and she slid down to the ground, oblivious to the broken glass beneath her thighs. When they were dragged away, they were still calling my name. It was I who led them out of Jianshuan Garden. It was I who brought them onto that ship. While I was in Jianshuan Garden, I promised them I would take them out of Jianshuan Garden, and from then on their lives would belong to them. They would no longer be prostitutes. I promised them, but I couldn't do it. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 3 million, and the bullet comments were thick enough to cover the entire live stream. Damn, Xiaoxia, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry like a fool too. I just watched the recording. That girl named Duku was still shouting Sister UMO when she was pushed into the river. Damn it, I'm crying so hard I can't breathe. Where's that bastard planner? Are you brave enough to show your face? What about Ziju? What happened to Ziju in the end? God, I just wanted to watch a live stream, but I fell in love with this woman who acts like a poppy. Can she survive? Can she survive with her little fellow townsman? I saw that boy named Wang Pusheng trying to grab her hand. History majors were crying uncontrollably, saying the background was a parallel world. But every scene clearly corresponded to real history. Xiaoxia, stop crying. No one blames you. Everyone is praising you, saying you did a great job. But under the live stream's camera, Xiao Rishandian was still holding the phone, crying out. She knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Her mouth opened towards the ceiling, her cries piercing through the ceiling, flying toward the sky. But soon, her cries seemed to fall as if they had lost their wings, suddenly choking. Her mouth opened for a long time without sound. Tears and snot blocked her throat. And it took a lot of effort for her to swallow the tears and snot down. Her cries erupted again, sharp and howling in the room. She was still crying into the phone. You lied to me. That's not a game. That world is real. It must be real. You treated me badly. You bullied me since high school. On the other end of the phone, Chu Hingyue listened to Xiao Rishandian's cries, and even she felt a bit choked up. But she took a deep breath and quickly spoke in a hoarse voice. Xia Jinan, stop crying. The holographic panoramic world is like this. If you think it's real, then it is real. The people you met, touched, hugged. They exist in another world. Truly, this is the ninth art, the meaning of existence. And now, the Battle of Jinling has not yet ended. Inside Jinling City, there are still many players or so-called traversers who have not died and are continuing their mission. Instead of crying, why not think about how to use your influence to help your comrades in that world win this war? The people of Jinling in that world are their compatriots, and they're also your compatriots. I only allow you to cry for 3 more minutes. Xiao Rishandian, or rather, Xiao Jinan, froze for a moment, still unable to stop her sobs, but she was no longer crying out. She rubbed her red eyes and staggered up from the ground. Then she looked up at the floating holographic camera, her voice hoarse. What is Lin Yan doing now? Is he live streaming over there? The bullet comments in the live stream immediately responded. Lin Yan, the great god, ISNT streaming. This great god is amazing. Does he know how high his popularity is? He doesn't even stream? Truly, treating money like dirt. I always feel that the true identity of the great god Lin Yan is definitely not simple. Xiaoxia. The great god Lin Yan is currently still at the Jinling Army Officer School, studying the military coup happening tonight. There are veterans from the Jinling Army Officer School doing a live stream. I've sent the link to the group. Xia, hurry up and watch. Xiao Jinan nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go right away. There's one more thing. Could you please notify Lin Yan if anyone can still log into that world? Just tell him I have already sacrificed, but he needs to continue his mission and must save Jinling City. We all know that saying. If we don't fight, the enemy will use bayonets to kill us and then point to our bones, saying, look, these are slaves. The war is not yet won. Comrades, please keep working hard. The taste of being a slave to a fallen country is too unbearable. Even in death, we must not let our compatriots become slaves to a fallen nation. I urge all comrades to strive, and strive again. We still have the power to punish the unjust and to allow all humanity to bask in the glory of the Han Dynasty. Chapter 53. Outside the city. The soldiers' wounds are infested with maggots. while the corrupt officials inside the city still enjoy chocolate. Codename Dawn. Xia Jinan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Her eyes were still red, but she gritted her teeth and sat up straight. Her fingers tapped on the virtual screen to open the fan group, where other fans had sent live stream links. As the live stream link opened, the holographic projection screen immediately displayed the figures of Lin Yan and Song Qingwei. At this moment, in the Jinling Army Officer School of that world, the daylight had brightened. The morning light filtered through the broken window frames of the office, casting mottled shadows on the dusty map of the Great Xia hanging on the wall. The room was crowded with people. The mixed smells of sweat, tobacco, and leather filled the air, but no one complained. Everyone was staring at the Jinling terrain map spread out on the desk, covered with densely packed symbols marked in red and blue ink. Song Qinghui's chubby finger traced the outline of Fu Gue Mountain, stopping at a spot marked with a red cross. You all remember the details I just instructed, right? This is the main entrance of the command post. He tapped his fingernail on the map. There are 4 shifts each day, with 2 guards per shift. Entry and exit require checking 3 things: passphrase, identification, and pass. A light sound of metal clinking came from the corner. The man who called himself a retired Rocket Force soldier, Li Jiangguo, was checking the chamber of a Hanyang-made rifle. Upon hearing this, he looked up. What if we lose the pass? Is there a backup plan? Song Qingwei shot him a glare. Why don't you just lose your own balls? How can you lose something as important as a pass? What kind of backup plan is that? We're doing a work where we could lose our heads, and you still want a backup plan? Li Jiangguo shrank his neck and didn't dare to speak again. Song Qingwei exhaled a breath of foul air. My original plan was to use my position as chief of staff to forcibly replace the guard company at the command post, and then swap you all in. But this plan was vetoed by your leader. Song Qingwei glanced at Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Suddenly changing the guard company is too abrupt. The risk of exposure is too great. Once exposed, we will all be doomed. Moreover, it will be difficult to have another opportunity to arm and seize command. The lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens in Jinling City are at stake. We cannot take risks. Song Qingwei nodded. That makes sense. But if we don't change the guard company, we can only enter through the main entrance. The entire command post, besides high-ranking officers like me, only the logistics troops can enter and exit the command post. Another way I can think of to infiltrate the command post is to replace the logistics troops. The logistics team delivers supplies at 4 p.m. every day, using a concealed route through the back mountain, totaling 12 people, led by Old Lu from the logistics department. The guards all know him. Old Lu is my direct subordinate. He was promoted to deputy director of the logistics department entirely because of me. He can cooperate with us. He scanned a room full of people. The command post checks 3 things for entry: passphrase, identification, and pass. The logistics team has a fixed pass, but if the number of people exceeds the limit, the guards will immediately become suspicious. If the pass is lost, even if Old Lu is leading, the logistics team will not be allowed to enter the command post. So the pass absolutely cannot be lost. And even if the pass is not lost, only 12 people can mix in at a time. The room fell silent for a moment. Lin Yan squinted. What kind of supplies does the logistics team deliver? Song Qingwei rubbed his temples. Food, fresh water, and some cigars and foreign wine needed by the officers. Oh, right, and chocolate. A strange silence descended in the office. But soon, a loud shout broke the silence, as a bearded man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, making the enamel mug rattle. Damn it! Outside the city, the refugees are gnawing on tree bark, and these corrupt officials are enjoying cigars, foreign wine, and chocolate. The man was Sun Jiong, a retired driver from the former Northern Theater's armored troops. At this moment, the old soldier's eyes were red, and his rough palm squeezed the edge of the table until it creaked. I saw a woman in the safe zone yesterday who sold her own daughter for half a moldy biscuit. The buyer was an Eastern merchant, a compatriot of those devils outside. Not afraid, even if the devils break into the city. That bastard, taking advantage of the situation to buy these girls, I don't know for what purpose. In the corner, a click was heard as Li Jiangguo deformed the firing pin of the Hanyang rifle in his hand. This retired Rocket Force soldier lowered his head, veins bulging on his wrist exposed by the camouflage sleeve. My old man once said, back in the day, those devils often lured children with chocolate to take pictures with them, and then used bayonets to stab those children to death. My grandfather's brother, my great-uncle, died like that. Do those officials know that outside Jinling City, a piece of chocolate can exchange for a child's life? Lieutenant Zhang Yinian from the former Southwest District stared gloomily at Song Qingwei. The year my grandfather married my grandmother, the devils came. When they fled, they brought nothing. When they returned home, they found the cave dwelling burned into a black hole. And the only pig in the house was stabbed with a bayonet, but thankfully wasn't taken away. That couple blocked the door with firewood and survived a whole winter. Betting? Dream on. They slept in their clothes for a whole year. The next autumn harvest, they could only trade some cotton and cloth with the grain they harvested. That year, the family survived on black beans, which were feed for the donkey and horse. Even that wasn't enough to eat. They had to make do with sweet potato vines and chaff to stay alive. I liked to play at a classmate's house in the northern part of the city when I was a child. Their area was called Burning People Ditch. Yeah, literally Burning People Ditch. The devils burned over 100 people to death in that little ravine. I never expected that. The country has become this way. Those officials still have the leisure to smoke cigars and eat chocolate. I saw a truck from the logistics department on the street carrying a concubine's mink coat. He suddenly pointed towards the direction of Taiping Gate. But outside the city, how many wounded soldiers have maggots crawling in their wounds? With this bunch of corrupt officials, no matter how many troops you give them, it's all useless. Can these wine bags and rice bags win the war? Song Qinghui unconsciously swallowed. He felt a chilling intent in this small office. Those men looked at him with unfriendly eyes. He looked to his son, Song Buiyuan, for help, but found that his son wasn't looking at him at all. He sighed helplessly. Many of my colleagues are indeed ashamed of the country. I see it, and I feel anxious and worried. But mingling in this officialdom, there are too many things beyond my control. So this time, I will no longer be their accomplice. I only hope to work with all of you to save Jinling City. The office suddenly fell silent, with only the wall clock ticking. Morning light streamed through the bullet holes, casting mottled patches of light on the floor, resembling the unburied corpses outside the city. Lin Yan picked up a pen from a table, the pen tip poking a black hole in the Fugue mountain map. Enough, instead of wasting time. We should think about how to infiltrate the command post. Without Old Song's cooperation, we can't even get through the main gate of the command post. Lin Yan's finger slowly moved over the Fugue mountain map, his fingertip rubbing the marked ventilation holes of the air raid shelter. Old Song, will the guards check the boxes when the logistics team delivers supplies? Song Qinghui's chubby face broke out in fine beads of sweat. They do, but only check the top layer. Old Liu can prepare a false bottom in the boxes. Firearms can be hidden inside the boxes. The supply troops can be replaced by our people. We can mix in 12 individuals. But the problem is that the supply troops have limited time at the command post. At most just 1 hour. However, this isn't a big issue. I can inform the guard company that I need these people to help me organize my personal belongings. These 12 can stay at the command post until 8 in the evening, when the meeting starts. But at that moment, Lin Yan suddenly looked up. Not enough. Lin Yan's pen tip jabbed into the location of the ventilation duct marked on the map. What we need is absolute certainty. What can 12 people do once they mix in? There's at least one guard company at the command post. The air in the office suddenly froze. A retired company commander with a northeast accent, Hu Yinqing, suddenly raised his neck. Back in my day, I explored the Blue Army command post during exercises. Give me 12 elite troops, and taking down the command post will be enough. Retired Rocket Force member Li Jiangguo poked the table. That's modern warfare. We don't even have radios now. If a gun goes off at the command post, the outer troops can surround us in 10 minutes. Lin Yan raised his index finger and tapped the map. Is there no other way? His finger jabbed at the marked ventilation duct on the map. Old Song, is there any possibility with the ventilation system? Song Qinghui took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Impossible. The ventilation ducts are fitted with iron grills, and the air raid shelter's ducts are too narrow for anyone to crawl through. Suddenly, the sunlight outside was obscured by dark clouds, and the office fell into darkness. Lin Yan's profile was sharply defined in the shadows. He suddenly turned to a retired communications soldier who had been silent in the corner. Old Zhou, do you remember what Old Song said about the telegraph room? Freckled Old Zhou jolted. The telegraph room at the command post changes its code book every day at 3 in the morning. At that time, there will be important staff entering and exiting through the west gate. But 3 in the morning is too late. Lin Yan stared at the wall clock. The meeting starts at 8 in the evening. Song Qinghui frowned tightly, but at that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing became rapid. Wait, the logistics department has to transport a batch of special supplies tonight. The escort personnel are also managed by Old Liu Changshan. The transport time is 6 o'clock tonight. This batch of supplies is. He pointed his chubby finger tremblingly toward a small road at the edge of the map. For boxes of explosives left by the German advisory group, which are TNT explosives learned from abroad. This batch of explosives is stored in the armory. Recently, a small group of northeastern troops on the front line has defected, occupying various armories after entering the city. Boss Tang is worried that this batch of explosives might fall into the hands of those traitors. So he specifically ordered that this batch of explosives be transferred to the command post. The office fell silent instantly. Lin Yan's eyes shone ominously in the dim light. You mean? Song Qinghui's atoms apple rolled up and down. This batch of explosives will be directly transported to the second basement of the command post. The previously silent Song Buiyuan's eyes flickered with a glint. If the personnel escorting this batch of explosives are also our people. Song Qinghui nodded. That idea is feasible, but the soldiers transporting the explosives are also not allowed to stay at the command post for long. But just then, Lin Yan's finger suddenly pressed heavily on the intersection point of the explosives transport route and the supply route on the map, his fingernail scraping out a harsh sound on the paper. The morning light happened to break through the clouds, illuminating half of his face, with a terrifying dark fire flickering in his eyes. Explosives and supplies. His voice was like sandpaper grinding. We can enter in 3 batches. Song Qinghui's fat hand suddenly clenched the edge of the table. What do you mean? Lin Yan exhaled a breath of stale air. The first batch, 12 people disguised as the supply team. Lin Yan's pen tip jabbed into the area marked as the kitchen on the map. The old Liu mentioned will lead the team, normally transporting fresh water and food. Once inside, they will immediately take control of the kitchen. The cooking class at the command post should not be very capable in combat, right? Lin Yan looked at Song Qinghui. Song Qinghui's eyelids twitched a few times. The command post kitchen is not a cooking class. It is a good chef hired from the ZU building. They won't be able to shoot, but all the officers' meals at the command post come from there. Lin Yan grinned. That's great. We can control the kitchen. A sound of gasping was heard from the corner. Retired Rocket Force member Li Jiangguo widened his eyes. Are you going to poison them? The Northeast accented Hu Lianqing slapped him on the back of the head. You fool. If you poison them all, how are we going to fight? Which side are you on? Are you a traitor? Those dog officials, no matter how bad they are still the commanders of the Jinling garrison. If they all die, who would be happiest but the Japanese? Lin Yan circled the kitchen area with his pen. It's to administer sleeping pills, to incapacitate the guard company. The kitchen has steam pipes directly leading to the conference room. The brothers going in at 4 o'clock need to do 2 things. He held up 2 fingers. First, bury the fuse in the steam pipe and connect it to the explosives brought in by the second batch. Second, prepare 100 servings of sleeping pills for the guard company. We might not have the advantage in a fight with the guard company, and there will definitely be casualties. It's best to take them out first. Song Qinghui's fat face suddenly flushed. Do you think the guard company personnel are fools? You think you can take them down, and they'll just fall? Lin Yan grinned. That is why we need your help. He suddenly grabbed Song Qinghui's wrist, the grip feeling like a vice. At 5 o'clock, you personally go to the guard company to offer condolences, bringing 2 boxes of liquor mixed with sleeping pills and say it's special cold weather supplies approved by Commander Tang. The office fell into a moment of deadly silence, then erupted in suppressed laughter. Retired Special Forces member Zhang Enian grinned. Great idea. With you, the chief of staff, personally delivering liquor, do you think they would dare not drink? Meanwhile, Lin Yan's pen shifted to the armory route. The second batch. At 6 o'clock sharp, 12 people will escort the explosives into the second basement. This batch of brothers needs to bring enough detonators and fuses. His pen tip suddenly punctured the paper, deliberately dropping a box while unloading the explosives to trigger smoke bombs and create chaos. In the confusion, 6 people will sneak into the motor room to cut off the backup power supply of the command post. Cold sweat trickled down Song Qinghui's double chin. There are sentries in the motor room. Lin Yan's pen fiercely drew a line toward the telegraph room. Deal with them. If you can knock them out, do so. If not, do not show mercy. Anyone who obstructs us is our enemy. After neutralizing the sentries at the ventilation duct, signal the brothers in the kitchen. The wall clock suddenly chimed, startling a few sparrows hiding under the eaves. The dust floating in the morning light seemed to be stirred by some invisible force, forming small whirlpools among the people. At 8 o'clock sharp, Lin Yan's voice suddenly lowered. The kitchen steam pipe detonates low-yield explosives, creating a localized fire. The guard company is anesthetized, the circuits disrupted, and thick smoke pours into the conference room. His pen tip finally stopped at the core area of the command post. Seize the opportunity to rush in and capture all the officers. The office was so quiet that one could hear everyone's hurried breathing. Song Qinghui's pupils constricted sharply. He saw the hasty marks on the map suddenly come alive, turning into biting venomous snakes. Crazy, he murmured. You are all fucking crazy. Songhu suddenly looked up. The command post, and there's also a telephone switchboard. Retired communication soldier Old Joe suddenly raised his hand. I'll take charge. The seaman switchboard from the 26th year of the Republic. I could cut the line with my eyes closed. Songhu turned back to Lin Yan. What if there are guards who haven't been affected by the sleeping pills, who are still drowsy? Lin Yan looked at Songhu, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light. At 8:05, you and I, along with the remaining 20 brothers, will launch a frontal attack from the main entrance. He grinned, his white teeth gleaming coldly. Old Master Song will open the door for us, right? Song Qingwei felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps came from outside the window. It was military academy cadets doing morning exercises. Everyone silently watched the young faces run by in the sunlight, straw sandals kicking up dried dust. Lin Yan inserted his pen back into the map at Fuguishan. Our operation plan, codename, will be called Dawn. The sky of Jinling City should have a glimmer of light. Lin Yan unconsciously hummed a tune. Our team marches towards the sun, stepping on the land of our motherland. Carrying the hopes of our nation, we are an invincible force. Chapter 54. Are you comrades ready to die in Jinling? Always ready. In the office, the eyes of everyone were ablaze with fervor. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at Song Qingwei. Old Song, let's get ready for action. In this world, there are no saviors nor immortal emperors. The current city of Jinling needs us to hold up the sky. Song Qingwei took a deep breath, turned around, and picked up the military uniform hanging on the chair. He put on the uniform again, slowly fastening the brass button at the top. The wool uniform wrapped around his plump figure, and the stars on his epaulets gleamed slightly in the morning light. He raised his hand to adjust his broad-brimmed hat, and his eyes under the brim appeared much clearer than last night. I'll arrange things with Lu Changshan immediately. His voice was deep. Before noon, someone will bring the uniforms and documents for the supply team. In this room, I need 30 people. Come with me now. The old soldiers in the office exchanged glances. They rose in unison, counting off. 1, 2, 3, 29, 30. That's enough. The eyes of the 30 retired soldiers sparkled. Some adjusted their wrinkled collars, while others checked their polished rifle bolts one last time. Morning light streamed through the window, casting long shadows on the floor like drawn swords. Song Qingwei nodded and waved to the 30 veterans. The 30 figures stepped out of the office in succession. Just as Song Qinghui's boots crossed the threshold, he suddenly turned back to look at Songhu. The gaze between the father and son met in the dusty light, and neither spoke. Finally, the old general turned and left, the sound of his military boots echoing through the stairs, past the office building's door, and resonating on the stone path of the military academy, gradually swallowed by the wind. In the office, Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He walked to the window and pushed open the dust-covered pane. In the distance, the city of Jinling, under the northeastern sky, was stained a murky gray-yellow by smoke. Like a piece of moldy old cotton, several strands of black smoke spiraled up from Qixia Mountain, twisting into grotesque shapes in the morning light. Closer in the streets, there were still fleeing civilians, an old woman carrying bundles, a man dragging a cart, a woman holding a baby. They crawled like ants among the ruins, moving towards the northwest safe zone. Below the window, on the military academy's playground, several youthful cadets were practicing bayonet drills. The dull sounds of wooden rifles clashing mixed with the instructor's shouts, startling the sparrows resting on the power lines. The young faces were still fuzzy with youth, but their battle cries were already hoarse, hardly sounding human. Songhu walked up beside Lin Yan and stood next to him. These kids in the military academy are good kids. They have none of the tricks of those corrupt officials in the bureaucracy. Just pure passion and patriotism. They're all hot-blooded young men. More than 10,000 of these hot-blooded youths should have graduated and gone to various military units to become officers. But now, they have been organized into the training brigade, which was recently expanded into a mechanized division of 3 brigades and 6 regiments. Among them, 3 regiments are fully equipped and organized in the German style. The 10th company in these 3 regiments is an infantry howitzer company, equipped with 6 light infantry guns, with a range of 5,400 meters. The 11th company is an anti-aircraft artillery company, equipped with 4 47mm flat-fire cannons, along with a heavy machine gun company, artillery platoon, and communication platoon. According to orders, we are to head to the battlefield this afternoon. Aside from these 3 regiments, The remaining 3 regiments and their officers will continue training in the rear. According to your intentions, Commander Tang, the news of the retreat has already spread. The young hot-blooded lads are very dissatisfied with this. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Continue spreading the news. Even if Commander Tang wants to flee, the training brigade will not run away. The country has spent so much money to train the brigade for today. Just say that several department heads of the Jinling Army Officer School have jointly petitioned not to associate with those high-ranking officials in the command, but to stand firm with the students and defend Jinling together. After 8 o'clock tonight, in your name, broadcast to the entire military academy. Just say that the artillery department head of the Jinling Army Officer School, Songhu, is unwilling to associate with cowardly officials. High-ranking officers are double-faced and opportunistic, but Songhu only wants to be loyal to the country. We will do what those high-ranking officials are unwilling to do. We will defend the city that those high-ranking officials do not want to defend. If the people of Daxia all surrender, is there still a Daxia? There's a saying, raise soldiers for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. I have been ordered to guard the capital. If I run away for my own safety, how can I face the country and the nation? Therefore, I am determined to hold out until the last moment, rather die as a ghost hero. It is inevitable that many generals will die in battle. To die on the front lines of resisting the enemy and serving the country is a great honor. A dignified soldier of Daxia will never be cowardly and betray the country. I am willing to fight alongside my brothers, to live and die with Jinling. Songhu swallowed hard. Would the students of the military academy believe this? Lin Yan glanced at Songhu, smiled broadly, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. You are the young elite of the military academy. As far as I know, your reputation in the academy has been quite good. You lead, and these hot-blooded youths will follow you. The final step I plan is to fortify and clear the area to fight to the death. And we need these well-equipped and well-trained hot-blooded youths. Any other unit can be chaotic, but the training brigade must not be. Songhu nodded. Understood. So when do we set out? Lin Yan turned his head. The wall clock in the office pointed to 10:30. The remaining 22 people were either sitting or standing. Some cleaning rifle barrels, while others were loading bullets into magazines. Amid the light sounds of metal clashing, retired Rocket Army officer Li Jianguo suddenly hummed a tune. The big knife is aimed at the heads of the devils. Hey, I never thought that one day we would really have the opportunity to chop off the heads of those little devils. Lin Yan unconsciously tapped on the window frame. A muffled, thunderous sound came from the direction of Chixiao Mountain, shaking the glass to vibrate. Wait until Song Qingwei brings the clothes. We'll set out at precisely 12 o'clock, heading to Xuanwu Gate, Fugui Mountain, which is just to the east of Xuanwu Gate, on the western extension of Zijin Mountain. Songhu nodded, walking to Lin Yan's side, offering half a piece of bread as hard as a rock. Eat something. In this world, you still need to eat and sleep. Hunger and fatigue are simulated 100%. This is really something. Lin Yan grinned. He didn't say much, simply took the bread that Songhu handed over. As the two nibbled on the bread with cold water, a sudden sharp whistling sound came from outside the window. Everyone rushed to the window, looking at the sky in the southeast, where 3 trails of white smoke were dragging, like claw marks made by death. Songhu frowned. It's the enemy's bombers. A cluster of dark spots flew across the clouds, and the bombs they dropped exploded into fiery lotus flowers at the edge of the safe zone. The shockwave overturned a row of shanties, and fragments of cloth and straw flew out in the thick smoke. Closer to the street corner, several porters carrying stretchers were knocked down by the shockwave, and the injured soldiers wrapped in bandages rolled into the stinking ditch like ragbags. Lin Yan slammed the window shut. The muffled sound of the explosion was filtered through the glass, transforming into a strange, eerie wail as if it were coming from the depths of the earth. When he turned around, he found that 22 pairs of eyes were shining frighteningly in the darkness. Comrades, his voice was lighter than the dust shaken off the window frame. Surely everyone has seen the shares on the forum. Comrades, are you ready? Ready to die in Jinling City? No one spoke. A click came from the corner. It was Zhang Yunian loading his Mauser. He spoke softly. Always ready. Immediately, 22 voices erupted in the small office, like 22 bullets firing at the same time. The sound crashed against the mottled wall, shaking off the wall dust. The military canteen, hanging on the nail, swayed, clinking against the wall. Always ready. Always ready. Always ready. The waves of sound surged one after another, causing the window glass to buzz and tremble. Lin Yan saw 22 faces twisting and contorting in the morning light. Some bared their teeth, some widened their eyes, and some were in tears, yet still screaming. These voices twisted into a steel cable, tightening around his heart painfully. Always ready. Chapter 55. The warrior's blood awakens the kin, but fails to wake the bureaucrats, compensating for the regret of not killing the enemy in Jinling City. The city tower at Xuanwu Gate glinted with a cold gray light under the afternoon sun, its mottled bricks bearing the scars of time. Lin Yan leaned against the parapet beside the city tower, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the grip of the Mauser gun at his waist. The hot metal reminded him of the iron pot on the stove he had touched as a child during the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, when his grandmother smeared melted malt sugar on the image of the kitchen god, saying it was to seal the god's mouth and prevent him from speaking ill. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced back. The 22-year-old soldiers from the Jinling Army Officer School were now gathered at Xuanwu Gate. They had changed into the uniforms sent by Song Qingwei, dressed uniformly in blue-gray and wearing steel helmets. As for the weapons each person carried, they had chosen from the military arsenal of the officer school, selecting the equipment they were most proficient with. Lin Yan turned back. From Xuanwu Gate, heading east, crossing Xuanwu Lake, was Fugui Mountain. Beneath that modest hill lay the Jinling Command Post, which the evil Japanese army had been searching for. Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, his first step plan to occupy Xuanwu Gate had gone smoothly, allowing it to successfully become one of the bases for their anti-Japanese coalition in the city. Otherwise, many of the subsequent plans would have been difficult to carry out. Just then, behind him, Songhu, who had been observing with a telescope, suddenly nudged him with his elbow. "Old Lu, look over there." Lin Yan raised his head. He saw that the Qisha Mountain in the northeast was shrouded in smoke, resembling a pot of burnt porridge. The flashes from the Japanese heavy artillery tore through the smoke every few minutes, and by the time the sound of the explosions reached Xuanwu Gate, it had become dull, like someone beating a drum underground. Lin Yan's brow furrowed. The advancing speed of the Japanese army was faster than he had anticipated. Once they crossed Qisha Mountain, they would push straight towards Zijin Mountain, and the air raid shelter where the Jinling Command Post was located was at the western extension of Zijin Mountain. At this moment, Songhu, with a grim expression, handed the telescope in his hand to Lin Yan. "You take a look." Lin Yan quickly raised the telescope, the metal tube reflecting glaring spots of light in the sunlight. His pupils suddenly constricted as he focused on the direction of the smoke-filled Qisha Mountain, where a gray-white sphere was slowly ascending, like a malicious eye. "A reconnaissance balloon." He spoke in a very low voice, yet it cut through the air like a knife. Several old soldiers who were checking their equipment immediately dove to the edge of the city wall, the metallic sound of gun bolts being pulled together, creating a chorus. Lin Yan squinted. The southern wind swept through the smoke over the city wall, causing his bangs to flutter. The balloon swayed in the airflow, drifting ever closer. And in the basket below, a glint of a telescope was vaguely visible. One of the scruffy-looking old soldiers approached. "What? A reconnaissance balloon? The Japanese are using reconnaissance balloons in this era?" Lin Yan recognized this soldier. His name was Yu Dihai, a veteran from the reconnaissance company of the Northern District. Nothing strange about that. Back in the year of Jiaowu, these Japanese already knew how to use balloons for reconnaissance. In the assault on Jinling, they deployed over 300 reconnaissance balloons. Lin Yan extended his hand from the city tower to feel the wind direction. The current wind direction was southeast, and the balloon was drifting from Qisha Mountain toward Xuanwu Gate. There was an observer on the balloon, and they were carrying a camera. If they captured us while we were moving, we would risk being exposed. "Damn it." Song Buiyuan took a deep breath and suddenly turned around, looking at Hu Lianqing, who spoke with a northeastern accent. Old Hu, that veteran who had taken down the Blue Army Command Post during the drills, was now prying open a package of compressed biscuits with a bayonet, and upon hearing this, he paused. "How's your shooting back in the 36th Division?" Hu Lianqing's beard quivered as he spat out the biscuit crumbs. 2,400 meters moving target. Third place in the division competition. Song Buiyuan threw his Mauser 98K, which he had unbuckled from his waist, to Hu Lianqing. As Hu Lianqing caught the gun, the stock struck the brick wall with a dull thud. "Can we take down that balloon?" Hu Lianqing rubbed the German rifle in his hands. The 98K has an effective range of 800 meters, but the maximum range can reach 1,600 meters. That distance should be enough. Hu Lianqing fell silent. He knelt on one knee, tearing off a gray cloth strip from his neck to wrap around his left hand. "Do we have an observer here?" "Wind direction." A thin youth immediately stepped forward. "Eastern District, 72nd Army, observer Zhao Yongning. The wind has shifted from southeast to south, with a wind speed of about 6. Hu Lianqing's jaw tightened. He slowly exhaled the air from his lungs, resting the gun barrel on the parapet, with the sight between the balloon and the shimmering surface of Xuanwu Lake. Suddenly, a metal flash passed through the balloon's basket. The Japanese observer was adjusting the artillery sight. Bang! The gunfire startled the sparrows hiding in the cracks of the city wall. As the bullet passed through the sandbags beneath the balloon, Lin Yan had already fired his second shot. This time, the bullet tore through the hydrogen bag on the side of the gas bag, causing the gray-white balloon skin to droop like a ripped intestine. Lin Yan slapped the city gate parapet excitedly. We hit it. He saw the balloon lose its balance and spiral down toward Xuanwu Lake, the observer in the basket frantically waving a signal flag. Seconds later, 3 red signal flares suddenly soared from the direction of Qixia Mountain, followed by the thunderous roar of artillery. Songhu dashed over. Get down! His shout was drowned out by the explosions. The first shell landed on the eastern shore of Xuanwu Lake, sending a water column as high as the city wall into the air. Fragments of fish and shrimp mixed with shrapnel rained down on the bricks, and the air was suddenly filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Damn it! Lin Yan spat out the sand in his mouth. The Japanese artillery observation post should be at Qixia Temple. Who's going to notify our comrades in the direction of Qixia Mountain to take out their artillery observation post? Before he finished speaking, the second wave of shells came screaming in. This time, the impact was even closer, shaking the city wall violently. A piece of shrapnel grazed past Li Jiangwo's steel helmet, leaving a glaring scratch on the metal surface. Frontline. Do you think the frontline isn't being shelled? They can't even take care of themselves. Lin Yan curled up behind the parapet and suddenly noticed that Songhu was staring intently in the direction of Fuguay Mountain. Following his gaze, wisps of blue smoke were rising from the surface of the mountain where the command post was located. That was the ventilation system urgently expelling smoke. Songhu gritted his teeth. The bombardment is too intense. The supply convoy will definitely be delayed. Are we pushing back our plan? Lin Yan swallowed hard. He took out his pocket watch, the glass face already cracked with spiderweb-like lines, the hour hand pointing to 2:45. The plan remains unchanged. His voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed gunpowder. Fuguay Mountain has air raid shelters. The command post won't be affected. Another shell exploded on the lake surface. Muddy water splashing all over everyone. Li Jiangwo wiped his face and suddenly pointed across the lake, shouting, "There are people!" Lin Yan squinted his eyes, stinging from the smoke. On the eastern shore of Xuanwu Lake, a dozen figures in earth-colored military uniforms were crouching forward among the reeds. The peak curtains hanging from their steel helmets, swaying in the wind like white flags summoning spirits. That group of people was only a lake's width away from them. A direct distance of about 2,000 meters. It was a Japanese reconnaissance squad. Zhang Yinian clicked the rifle into place with a snap. Damn it. Even if the Qixia Mountain position has fallen, the enemy shouldn't be able to reach the Zijing Mountain this quickly from dozens of miles away. What is the front line doing? These enemies are too close to our command center. Should we? He made a gesture of cutting his throat. Lin Yan pressed down on his gun barrel. Wait, it's too far. It's beyond the maximum range of a rifle. Let's wait until they're closer to shoot. They're moving into the city, advancing from north to south. Wait until they reach the southern bank of Xuanwu Lake, about a kilometer away, before we fire. Let the bullets fly for a while. He turned to look at Fuguishan, where dust was rising faintly from the direction of the command center. No one can disrupt our plans. Only we can approach the command center. The whistling sound of shells tore through the air again. This time, the impact was further west, and an orange-red fireball erupted at the edge of the safety zone. Through the binoculars, Lin Yan saw refugees with bundles scattering like ants, and a little girl in a red cotton coat stood crying in place, quickly being blown into a stinking ditch by the shockwave. Hu Yanqing's fist smashed against the city bricks, blood seeping from his knuckles. Damn it. These corrupt officials watch as our fellow countrymen are bullied like this, and they're not anxious or worried at all. They know the enemy has anti-aircraft guns and that there are so many civilians in the city, yet they don't make any safety arrangements. No wonder some say that with the war going this way, all the soldiers in the country should die. Do those officers even know how to fight? Beside him, Songhu gritted his teeth, continuously gasping in shock. The equipment gap is too great. The steel production of the Japanese is 10 times ours in this era. In short, in terms of per capita steel production, the people of Daxia can only go into battle with a fruit knife against the Japanese armed with steel guns, steel helmets, grenade launchers, and artillery support. Lin Yan's expression was also grim. Those are just excuses. Artillery, defense lines, international aid. None of these are important. The most important thing in war is that a soldier must realize he is defending his own country. It is an honor that the soldiers of Daxia realize they are defending their homeland. But it is sad that their leaders do not think so. The Northeast Army retreated from the northeast into the interior, fighting across the country, only to be constantly dispersed and reorganized, with the greatest sacrifices falling on them. The Southwest Army, in a pair of straw shoes, walked from Sichuan and Chongqing to Shanghai, pouring their blood to defend the country, only to face difficulties from their comrades. Warlords look down on them, regular troops look down on them, and when they have nowhere else to turn, only one division commander takes them in. The blood of the soldiers awakens a sleeping nation and rouses numb comrades. It cannot wake up those damned bureaucrats. Steel production, industrial output, military factories. Those are important yet unimportant. For Daxia, she can use her size to cover all disadvantages. There's only a 15-year gap between the War of Resistance and the Korean War. Both are agricultural countries, with similar equipment, and even the same people. Yet the wars fought are completely different. In the end, what is the reason that you all still cannot see clearly? From the beginning to the end of the War of Resistance, both Soviet and American aid were continuously supplied to the national government. From airplanes and tanks to flour and screws, the leaders of those two great nations claiming to sell kidneys to aid China is not unfounded. But what is the result? The supplies that arrived at the rear, at the cost of countless pilots' lives, were quickly sold to the Japanese army. It's ironic, so damned ironic. For this reason, the command of the Jinling garrison cannot be handed over to those corrupt officials. The crowd's breathing grew heavier. Meanwhile, the previous dense shelling finally paused temporarily. Lin Yan raised the binoculars again. He saw dust rising from the direction of Fuguishan. 3 trucks covered with tarpaulins were driving along the lakeside road. In the lead truck, several soldiers in gray military uniforms were pointing towards the direction of the shelling, and the leading fat officer, seemingly unaffected by the artillery fire at Chisha Mountain, was chewing on half a cigar. That guy should be Liu Changshan. No wonder he was promoted by Old Song himself. His demeanor is just like Old Song's. But before Lin Yan could finish his thought, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the field of view through the binoculars, that Japanese reconnaissance team, after the recent heavy shelling, had quietly moved from the northern shore of Xuanwu Lake to the bushes beside the lakeside road on the southern side. Lin Yan's guess was correct. This small group of enemy troops were scouts. Looking at their advancing direction, it was towards Taiping Gate on the east side of Xuanwu Lake. Taiping Gate is next to Zijing Mountain. After the Japanese frontline troops captured the Chisha Mountain position, they advanced straight in, and the next target to attack was Zijing Mountain. The frontline troops are to the north of Zijing Mountain. This small group of Japanese soldiers has reached the south of Zijing Mountain. Whether for reconnaissance or laying mines, this small group of scouts would cause great trouble for the Jinling garrison to the northeast of Jinling City. What's even more frightening is that this small group of Japanese troops has discovered the supply convoy on the lakeside road. The cold, sinister eyes beneath their steel helmets were fixed on the increasingly close supply convoy. Old who? Lin Yan's voice cut through the air like a blade against the city bricks of Xuanwu Gate. 11 o'clock direction in the reeds. Hu Yinqing's beard twitched. The barrel of his Type 98 rifle slowly turning southeast. Observer Zhao Yongning crouched beside him, his finger wet with saliva measuring the wind speed. Wind direction, southeast. Wind speed corrected by 2 units. But just then, Zhao Yongning suddenly widened his eyes. The Japanese are equipped with grenade launchers. A metallic cold light flashed in Lin Yan's binoculars as he saw the Japanese hidden deep in the reeds, setting up an 89 type grenade launcher. The dark mouth of the cannon already aimed at the road. Fire. 3 gunshots exploded almost simultaneously. Hu Yinqing's bullet shattered the skull of the grenade launcher operator. Zhang Yunyang's Mauser rifle pierced the throat of the loader, and a 3rd bullet came from the communications soldier, Old Zhou, a normally weak scholar who usually fiddled with radios. At this moment, his bullet accurately nailed into the eye socket of the Japanese observer. The reeds exploded in an instant. The remaining Japanese soldiers scattered like startled snakes, and bullets from the Type 38 rifles whizzed across the lake surface. Li Jianguo suddenly lunged to the parapet, his Hanyang-made rifle sight locking onto the back of a fleeing Japanese soldier. With a muffled bang, that guy fell into Xuanwu Lake like a broken sack, blood staining a large area of the lake. But at that moment, Lin Yan's pupils constricted again. He saw the remaining Japanese soldiers had split into 3 combat teams, using the cover of the reeds to retreat towards the road. Their combat experience was very rich. They had already determined Lin Yan and the others' position from the gunfire. Lin Yan gritted his teeth. His shoulder began to ache again. When he left the hospital, he had brought 3 painkillers. He used one last night, leaving 2, but he was reluctant to use them. He couldn't shoot, and now he could only hold the binoculars and feel anxious. Damn it, these cunning bastards. One group of Japanese soldiers had circled to the side and rear of the supply convoy. Old Hu covered the convoy. Hu Lianqing had already placed the rifle stock against his shoulder, holding his breath, the sight firmly on the Japanese squad leader wielding a saber. Bang! The bullet pierced through the steel helmet, and the body fell into the lake like a broken sack, splashing a red spray of water. At that moment, with the gunfire, the supply convoy came to a sudden halt on the road. The leading Lu Changshan rolled down from the truck bed, his fat body surprisingly agile as he crawled under the truck chassis. But at the same time, the canvas of the truck suddenly flew open, and 12 soldiers in gray military uniforms jumped down nimbly. Lin Yan, holding a telescope, noticed that these soldiers jumping off the supply truck were incredibly familiar. They were the veterans who had left with Song Qingwei last night. They had already been arranged by Song Qingwei to follow Lu Changshan, responsible for transporting this batch of supplies. At this moment, these veterans, despite having never coordinated with each other before, still adeptly formed a defensive formation using the truck as cover, with standard rifles aimed at the ghost army hidden in the reeds, and began to fire in unison. In the direction of Xuanwu Gate, Song Buyin and those veterans opened fire together. While shooting, Song Buyin shouted, "Old Zhou signal." Communications soldier Old Zhou immediately pulled out 2 small flags and signaled towards the convoy. One tall, thin soldier with glasses in the convoy suddenly drew 2 Mauser C-96 pistols from his waist. He was none other than Li Xianfeng from the former Special Forces. He rolled to avoid the bullets fired by the enemy, and with both guns firing, he took down 2 enemies trying to sneak onto the road. The gunfire on the lake became increasingly intense. The enemy in the reeds began to spray bullets with machine guns, the bullets ringing against the truck's steel plates. An old soldier from the convoy, also a veteran of the Rocket Army, Qian Datong, suddenly pulled out 2 wooden-handled grenades from his waist. This kind of antique hadn't been used before, but today he would give it a try. The grenades arced through the air, exploding in the depths of the reeds and sending columns of water shooting up. The enemy's machine guns fell silent, and several flaming enemies screamed as they jumped into the lake. On the road, Lu Changshan, who had been lying under the truck, suddenly shouted, "Fix bayonets." This chubby officer crawled out from under the truck, took off his coat, his white shirt soaked with sweat, but gripping a gleaming large blade in his hand. The 12 fake supply soldiers all fixed their bayonets and pounced on the remaining enemies like tigers released from their cages. The people on the city tower were ablaze with excitement. Hu Lianqing's gun barrel was already hot from firing, and while reloading his rifle, he couldn't help but smile. These comrades are impressive, not afraid of close combat at all. But Lin Yan suddenly pressed down on him. Don't just watch the excitement. Pay attention to the island in the middle of the lake. Through the telescope, he saw 2 enemies stealthily paddling a rubber boat towards the island, one of whom was carrying a radio antenna. Song Buyin narrowed his eyes. Indeed, they were here for reconnaissance. They can't be left alive. This distance is enough. Song Buyin exhaled a breath of stale air, grabbed a nearby Czech light machine gun, and began to fire long bursts. The rubber boat was instantly riddled with bullets, and the 2 enemies flailed around in the lake like drowned rats. Hu Lianqing then pulled the bolt. Bang! The first shot. The bullet pierced the head of one enemy, trying to escape to the island. The other enemy showed a look of terror on his face. Even the most trained soldiers would feel fear at this moment. Moreover, this was a foreign land for them, and that enemy tried to submerge underwater. But it was too late. The second bullet followed closely. With a bang, that enemy's head was also pierced by the bullet. On the city tower at Xuanwu Gate, a smile involuntarily crept up the corner of Hu Lianqing's mouth, revealing a sinister grin. Dog planners, oh dog planners. They all curse you, but I have to thank you. Without you, I would never have had the chance in my life to personally shoot down the enemy. In other places, they fought for 8 years, but in my hometown, the real anti-Japanese United Army in northeast China fought for a full 14 years. The common people were tormented for 14 years. My great-grandfather was taken away for delivering rice to the anti-Japanese United Army and never returned. It is said he was thrown into a prison where the sun doesn't shine, treated like a lab rat by the enemy. My great-grandmother, heartbroken, waited day and night for him to come back. In the end, her longing turned into illness, and she fell ill within half a year. My grandfather's brother, unable to bear it, turned around and joined the anti-Japanese United Army, but he never came back either. I don't know if he froze to death in the icy wilderness. I joined the army for the sake of national grievances and family hatred, but I never had the chance to take revenge. I never expected that after so many years out of the army, I could fulfill my dream and make up for the regret of not being able to kill the enemy when I was a soldier. At this moment, Hu Yanqing grinned and even hummed a tune, but the melody was strange, like a joyful song tinged with indescribable sadness. The moon shines on the wall. I sing a little tune for you. Look, you're asleep. I'm feeling so good inside. I'm your person while alive. When dead, I'm your ghost. Do whatever you want. Life is long. I'll wipe your tears.